Introduction. Watch short videos of Nezha, the Devil's Child 2. Taiyi Zhenren from the Investiture of the Gods is taken aback. Nezha tearfully muses. If only Li Jing had acted this way back then, I would not have needed to carve my bones. Watch 3 rebellious sons journey to the west. Tang Sung is left bewildered, and the 3 demons of Lion Camel Ridge scatter Sakyamuni remarks. This is directly aimed at me. Watch who is more powerful, the Dark Buddha Mother or Son Wukong. The underworld is left terrified, hastily issuing a notice on the wild ghost rectification action. The ghost-sweeping bureau's Zhong Kuei springs into action. Watch the god of law Yin Jiao in the Investiture of the Gods 2. Yuanshi Tianzun is shocked. I was actually drained by my 3 generations of disciples. As the videos progress, deities are left in disarray. Son Wukong comprehends the mysteries of dark mythology, challenging the heavenly court. Nezha joins forces with the dragon clan of the EC to oppose the Chan sect. Volume 1. Main text. 1 videos connect all realms. Hong Jun of the Purple Cloud Palace is astounded. Free resources for Nezha 2. I must watch this. In the dead of night, the dim glow of a computer illuminates a small part of a humble rental room. On a hard bed lies a rather slender youth named Lin Xiao. Beside him are some soda and chips. As usual, Lin Xiao reclines in his cramped rental room, indulging in short videos after a long day of work, savoring the rare personal time of a struggling university graduate. Sprawled languidly on the bed, the glow from the computer screen casts light upon the desolate soul of a university graduate. As the videos play, his attention intensifies. Suddenly, the screen freezes abruptly. Loading resources 1. Damn it, who's stealing my internet to watch videos? Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse at the stuttering image. Experiencing such a lag while watching a video is akin to being stuck mid-evacuation. He casually picks up his mobile phone to check the Wi-Fi. The internet speed seems fine. 50.99.100. Finally, it finishes loading. Lin Xiao exhales in relief, just as he prepares to enjoy the delightful content. However, the screen does not resume. Instead, a window pops up with a notification. Congratulations! You have been selected as a lucky user by the Multiverse video platform. Simply share the viewing video on the platform, and it can be watched by similar beings across the multiverse, earning you immediate cash rewards. The more you share, the more you earn. If the quality of the video is high enough, you may also receive audience donations. The window is quite convenient, featuring a one-click sharing button. Do I look like I believe these trashy ads? Lin Xiao immediately recognized the peculiar site advertisement, sneering at it. He then clicked to share. His phone vibrated. Your balance has been credited. 10,000 yuan. What the hell? It's real. In the realm of myths and deities, a vibrant, multicolored cloud suddenly appears, followed by a swirling halo. Within it manifests a scene reminiscent of a mirage on the horizon. This unforeseen event instantly captures the attention of countless powerful beings. In the world of Journey to the West, at the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor sits high in the heavenly palace when suddenly the clouds outside shake violently. The entire palace trembles in response. All the celestial beings are filled with anxiety. The Jade Emperor, alarmed, scans the surroundings. What is happening? As the shaking subsides, a wondrous sight appears above the auspicious clouds outside the palace. It resembles a grand celestial screen laid out before the eyes of all the immortals. The abrupt vision startles the inhabitants of the heavenly palace. What is this? Why has it suddenly appeared in the sky? Taishang Lao Jun furrows his brow, staring at the sudden celestial screen, lost in thought. Qianli Yin, Shunfeng Air, go investigate its authenticity. The Jade Emperor, still shaken, gestures for Qianli Yin and Shunfeng Air to probe into its nature. In the world of the Investiture of the Gods, at the Purple Cloud Palace, Tong Tian Jiaozhu kneels before Hong Jun Laozu. May my master live as long as the heavens. Disciple, you have misspoken again. First came Pangu, then the heavens, and the Taishang predates Pangu. Even your senior brother Taishang Laojun has a longer lifespan than the heavens, let alone me. Hong Jun Laozu's celestial voice is melodic as he expounds to Tong Tian. Tong Tian Jiaozhu appears awkward. This is not a blessing, but a curse. Outside the celestial palace, the appearance of the heavenly screen is felt by the two as powerful Taoist rhythms resonate. The master and disciple immediately raise their eyes to gaze outside the palace. They behold that extraordinary scene. What is this? Tong Tian Jiaozhu points, releasing his magical power, attempting to conceal it. Yet to no avail. Tong Tian Jiaozhu is left utterly astonished. I cannot hinder its existence. Hongjun Laozu, calculating with his fingers, attempts to deduce the past and future of this heavenly screen. A trace of shock crosses his composed face. What a wondrous object, seemingly transcending time and space, no longer within the three realms or the five elements. Even I cannot discern its authenticity. In the world of the investiture of the gods, at Chaoga, the citizens of the city are filled with trepidation at the sudden appearance of the massive heavenly screen. Li Jing reclines languidly in a grand chair. He gazes defiantly at the heavens, unafraid, his eyes glinting with amusement as he surveys the screen. Heavenly phenomena? Could this be a tactic employed by some deity to frighten us? In his arms, the alluring Daji, adorned in sheer silks, plucks a glistening crystal-like grape from a jade plate and playfully feeds it to Li Jing. Perhaps the immortals have prepared some entertaining performance to delight the king. Li Jing swallows the grape, his large hand roaming over Daji's figure. His gaze remains fixed on the heavenly screen. Within Chaoga, several devout individuals fervently bow before the screen, chanting prayers for divine protection. This scene irks Li Jing, leading him to rise and scold. Stand up. Do not kneel. You are my subjects. How can you bow to the deities? Then, within the heavenly screen, a line of somewhat peculiar, yet comprehensible subtitles appears. Watch it all in one go. Nezha is here, in the world of Journey to the West, at the heavenly court. The celestial beings, upon seeing the subtitles appear within the heavenly screen, realize it is meant to showcase something, and not a terrifying presence, causing them to relax significantly. Nezha? The gazes of the celestial beings swiftly shift to Li Jing, the heavenly king, who wields a precious pagoda. Beside Li Jing stands the fair and graceful Nezha, clad in lotus attire. The Jade Emperor's melodious voice rings out. Ah, since the heavenly screen reveals Nezha's exploits, let us all witness his deeds. My son offers his humble performances to all. Li Jing humbly smiles. In the world before the Lotus Lantern, at Xianyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave, upon seeing Nezha's name appear within the heavenly screen, Taiyi Zhenren tightly grips his whisk, his expression a blend of joy and concern. Upon seeing Nezha, his initial reaction is one of furrowed brows and worry, pondering, I wonder if my little disciple has gotten himself into trouble again. Yet, reflecting on it, a devil-may-care smile spreads across his face. With such remarkable abilities and a formidable background, what is there to fear? Conversely, the spectacle in the heavens is so exaggerated that the exploits of Nezha are on the verge of being known by all in the three realms. I find joy in the fame that my disciple has now attained. In the realm of 100,000 cold jokes, at Shuntang Pass, Li Jing glares with fury, brandishing his sword at the enormous, pitch-black thing birthed by his wife. Soon, Nezha's name materializes in the celestial dome. Nezha, the name he bestowed upon his third son. The thought of the hideous creature before him, gaining notoriety, fills him with both ire and frustration. Damn it, what is there to expose about such a wretched being? Just watch me slay him. I cannot allow him to bring shame upon me. In the very moment his precious sword descends, Madame Yin suddenly appears before him, kneeling and catches the gleaming blade with her bare hands. No, my husband, this is not our child, rather. It is merely the accumulation of boredom from 3 years of picking my nose. Oh, you startle me. Li Jing breathes a sigh of relief. I knew it. I, Li Jing, am handsome and dashing. Surely my son must be exceptionally charming. How could he possibly be such a grotesque mass? This is I, the revered Taiyi Zhenren. Yu Ding Zhenren mocks. You resemble Zhu Beiji. A voice rich with dialect echoes. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth has nurtured a primordial pearl over millennia. As the voice resonates, a primordial pearl, enveloped in red and blue auras, emerges through the vast clouds, appearing quite like a tiger cub despite being a pearl. It greedily consumes the essence of the sun and moon, its power continuously growing. However, the spiritual energy it absorbs is too chaotic, entwined with both celestial and demonic energies, blurring the lines of good and evil. My master has sent my junior brother and me to subdue it. As the primordial pearl feasts upon the spiritual essence of the heavens, footsteps resonate through the clouds. A rotund, immortal leisurely rides atop a plump flying pig, his corpulence causing the pig's body to sag under his weight. The portly immortal holds a feather duster, exposing his chest while resting a hand on his forehead, his eyes half closed. The image of the plump immortal is so stereotypical that the deities across the realms immediately liken him to Zhu Beiji. In the world of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong and his companions are walking when they suddenly see a rotund figure riding a pig appear in the celestial dome. The portly figure sways atop the pig, presenting a comical sight. Sun Wukong squints with his fiery eyes, though he cannot discern the celestial dome's details. The figure seems strikingly familiar. He scratches his cheek and exclaims, "Ha, that pig-riding fellow, is it not that foolish Beiji?" Sha Tsung, burdened with their belongings, peers closely and responds, "Big brother is right. That chubby appearance truly resembles our second brother." Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji shuffles closer, muttering, "I, old pig, would never ride a pig. If the newcomer truly is him, why would he ride his own kind? Ha ha, foolish one. Before you descended to the mortal realm, you were Tianpeng Marshal, not a pig demon." Sun Wukong chuckles, "Fool, you have gained fame today. Everyone in the three realms is watching you." In the world of the Lotus Lantern, Chen Xiang, seeking refuge from the pursuit of the celestial dog in Yangjian, escapes to the temple of Zhu Beiji and takes him as his master. "Master, is that rotund immortal riding a pig you?" Chen Xiang points excitedly at the celestial figure in the dome. The combination of immortals and pigs easily conjures thoughts of Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji gazes at the plump immortal, momentarily entranced. "Goodness, this fellow bears a striking resemblance to me. Could it truly be? However, master, why is your weapon not the nine-tooth rake, but rather a feather duster?" Da Xiang inquires. "I am unsure," Zhu Beiji responds, perplexed. Yet they do not dwell on it further. "Master, you have finally garnered attention. This celestial dome is so vast that the entire world can witness your grandeur." Chen Xiang continues to flatter. "Haha, let us see how I will subdue." Volume 3, The Primordial Pearl. Zhu Beiji puffed out his chest with a proud demeanor. In the splendid springtime of Zhu Beiji's world, he successfully professed his love to the little dragon girl, and together, a pig and a dragon embarked on a journey of companionship. The little dragon girl looked at the rotund figure in the sky and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "That person is so plump, as fat as the pig he rides. You all are quite portly." Seeing her joy, Zhu Beiji joined in with a silly grin, chuckling, "Hee hee, indeed, being chubby has its charm. Yes, this is I, the revered Taiyi Zhenren." The portly immortal executed a nimble roll and leapt off the pig, strutting with an air of arrogance, his excess flesh jiggling with each step. "Though I bear a bit of baby fat, it does not overshadow my undeniable charisma." Upon finishing, the plump immortal struck a flamboyant pose. Upon hearing the self-introduction of the so-called Taiyi Zhenren, the deities from all realms were utterly astonished. Is this truly Taiyi Zhenren? In the world of investiture of the gods, Taiyi Zhenren and other golden immortals emerged to assist Jiangxia. Suddenly revealing his identity amidst the celestial canopy, Taiyi Zhenren was taken aback at his own corpulent appearance. Exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this rotund immortal truly me?" Adjusting his whisk, he scrutinized his reflection, his confidence swiftly waning. He knew himself to be upright and dignified, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Even in old age, he still considered himself quite handsome. He was not fat. He had no association with such bulk. How had he morphed into this hefty figure? And riding a pig, no less? His taste could not be so deplorable. Nearby, Jiangxia and the other golden immortals burst into uncontrollable laughter, clutching their bellies. Jiangxia gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Brother, your appearance is utterly ridiculous." The other golden immortals laughed until tears streamed down their faces. "I have never seen Taiyi Zhenren in this light. Taiyi, your taste must be refined. Do not bring shame upon our sect." In the world of legend of Nezha, Taiyi Zhenren, holding his whisk, watched as his long white beard floated beneath him. Observing his bizarre form, the once graceful demeanor evaporated, replaced by a furious glare as if his eyes might pop out of their sockets. "Is this not Zhu Beiji, but rather I, Taiyi Zhenren?" Clutching his head with both hands, he grasped his hair tightly, teetering on the brink of despair. How could I, the illustrious Taiyi Zhenren, be reduced to such a state? His visage bore the weight of a grievous blow, filled with disbelief and inability to accept this reality. At his age, had he truly been so utterly disgraced? Little Nezha, initially serious as he learned spells from Taiyi Zhenren, could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this extraordinary version of his master. "Ha ha, master, you are too amusing. So old and so fat, yet you still claim to be dashing." As soon as Nezha's words fell, he immediately realized he had let something slip and hastily shut his mouth. In the realm of countless cold jokes, Taiyi Zhenren grimaced in distaste at his own image. Alas, my heavens! I had thought I was peculiar enough. Yet I discovered there exists another version of me that is even more abstract. Moreover, if you must be abstract, could you not at least present me with a more handsome visage? He muttered, shaking his head in resignation, clenching his fists, wishing he could deliver a punch to his counterpart from another world. He could accept any form, but not one that was ugly. This countenance was visible to the three realms, casting his face outside their domain. No, I cannot venture out, lest I become the subject of ridicule. In a state of gloom, Taiyi Zhenren resolved to become a recluse. In the world of the legend of the Lotus Lantern, Yuanshi Tianzun, upon witnessing Taiyi Zhenren's appearance, was unable to contain his excitement and quickly made his way to Qianyuan Mountain. Forcibly entering the Golden Light Cave, he positioned himself before Taiyi Zhenren. Disciple brother, I see you have gained fame. Here to admire your remarkably handsome visage akin to Zhu Beiji's. Taiyi Zhenren covered his face, utterly unable to lift his gaze. No. This is so mortifying. Who could have imagined that this rotund immortal would be Taiyi Zhenren? I must close the cave to prevent others from mocking me. Taiyi Zhenren rose to secure the cave's entrance. If you close the door, what will your disciples do if they seek you? Yuanshi Tianzun chuckled until he could hardly stand. My disciples? Taiyi Zhenren thought of Nezha and waved his hand dismissively. He will only bring trouble. I shall hide for now. On another side, a stuttering yet menacing voice echoed. Hit me. Go ahead, hit me. Nanji Xianwing declared. Harder, with your fist. On the other side, a stuttering yet menacing voice resonated. Hunyuan Pearl, today you will find it difficult to escape. A tall, dark figure emerged, cracking the whip in his hand, transforming it into a sword, with the sound of thunder crackling. The figure bore a face like a tiger or leopard and addressed Taiyi Zhenren as his disciple brother. Most importantly, the subtitles revealed his name, Shun Gongbao. In the world of Fengshan Yini, at the Shang army camp, Shun Gongbao also witnessed his own entrance. The generals cheered exuberantly for Shun Gongbao's appearance. Look, it's the National Master. The National Master appears far more handsome than Taiyi Zhenren. But why is he a stutterer? Upon making his entrance, Shun Gongbao's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, a feeling of dread washed over him. Oh no, I hope nothing unsavory about me is revealed. His brow furrowed, a hint of panic reflected in his eyes as he swallowed hard, silently praying that his clandestine dealings remained undisclosed, his heart lodged in his throat. He was acutely aware that if his secrets were unveiled, not only would he face hostility from Dijuan and the entire Shang army. His master is truly at a loss for words. While others may merely suffer embarrassment, he faces a genuine threat to his life. In the realm of the legend of Nezha, within the grand hall of Chaoga, Shun Gongbao stood with a lascivious demeanor. Although he held the esteemed title of National Master, his aura left much to be desired. Yet, the moment he appeared amidst the celestial backdrop, his image was instantly elevated in the eyes of the onlookers. Shun Gongbao, though seemingly unimpressive, revealed a striking allure when he was earnest. When Zhong squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Shun Gongbao, this treacherous minister had never earned his respect. Yet the celestial Shun Gongbao exuded an unexpectedly positive vibe. One stood with a straightened posture, while the other seemed perpetually hunched. Shun Gongbao, upon hearing Wen Zhong's praise, felt a mix of surprise and dread. However, at that moment, he had no desire to seek the limelight. He had committed too many nefarious deeds. A slight misstep could lead to Wen Zhong tearing him to shreds. Junior brother, do not frighten it, Taiyi Zhenren said with a benign smile, extending his plump hand towards the Hunyuan Pearl. Come here, dear one. The Hunyuan Pearl, upon witnessing Taiyi Zhenren's mischievous grin, inexplicably grew furious. Its ethereal and demonic energy swelling rapidly. As this energy coiled and swirled, a robust body gradually materialized beneath its head, transforming into a formidable giant. Taiyi Zhenren observed this transformation, his smile fading, his mouth contorting into a grimace. Before he could react, the Hunyuan Pearl delivered a powerful punch to his face. Distorting his features, Taiyi Zhenren was sent flying, crashing into the clouds and leaving a gaping hole behind, his feather duster knocked from his grasp. Shun Gongbao, witnessing this, smirked derisively. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, at Qianyuan Mountain, Taiyi Zhenren could not help but cover his face, as if he too had endured a brutal beating. Ouch, you shouldn't strike a face. What will become of my handsome visage? The Taiyi Zhenren of this realm was somewhat portly, which amplified his sense of empathy. Yuanshi Tianzun laughed heartily. Shall you completely transform into that celestial version of yourself? In the world of Fengshen Yini, at Shiqi, Taiyi Zhenren's countenance darkened. The fact that his counterpart in another realm had suffered such humiliation, particularly to his face, was intolerable, already possessing a less than favorable appearance. Being struck in the face was a blatant affront. Jiangxia and several golden immortals could hardly contain their laughter. Taiyi Jr. brother, that slap resounded rather too loudly. Nanji Xianwing chuckled. Had you not exhibited that enticing smile, you likely would not have been struck. Just look at Shen Gongbao, who emerged unscathed. Guang Qingzi also chuckled. The scene unfolded at the merchant army camp. Shen Gongbao, with a smug expression, stroked his beard while observing the sight of Taiyi Zhenren being soundly beaten. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. You, with such inferior skills, yet my master favors you. Allow me to subdue the Hunyuan Pearl. He merely needed to make a slight effort. However, as Shen Gongbao swung his sword towards the Hunyuan Pearl, he was forcefully repelled by its formidable power. Subsequently, the Hunyuan Pearl charged at Shen Gongbao with ferocity. His weapon, versatile and agile, transformed into the Thunder Whip, ensnaring the arm of the Hunyuan Pearl. Seeking death, Shen Gongbao bellowed, as torrents of lightning surged from the Thunder Whip towards the Hunyuan Pearl. Yet, the lightning was entirely absorbed by the Hunyuan Pearl. It devours spiritual energy. Shen Gongbao exclaimed in astonishment. Then, the Hunyuan Pearl delivered a powerful punch, sending Shen Gongbao flying into a cloud, leaving yet another hole beside Taiyi's cave. In the world of Fengshen Yini, at the Shang army camp, the generals could hardly suppress their laughter at the sight of Shen Gongbao being knocked away. However, out of respect for his position as the national master, they refrained from doing so. The smile on Shen Gongbao's face froze. He had initially believed that with his striking appearance, he would at least be able to defeat the Hunyuan Pearl, only to find himself in the same predicament as Taiyi Zhenren. Cough, I didn't perform well that day. As Shen Gongbao was sent tumbling into the clouds, Taiyi Zhenren leaped out once more. Covering half of his swollen face, he lamented, "Oh, you wretched child, how dare you mar my handsome visage?" He charged towards the Hunyuan Pearl, his fists colliding with those of the pearl. Then, with a whistle, his whisk, seemingly imbued with sentience, flew towards him and transformed into a rope, binding the hands of the Hunyuan Pearl. Seeing the Hunyuan Pearl restrained, Taiyi Zhenren wore a mischievous grin. "Come on, hit me. Go ahead." In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, Taiyi Zhenren, witnessing his own flamboyant display, couldn't help but stifle a cough, remarking, "Cough, how ostentatious I am. I could even give myself a couple of punches." Yet, he was quite fond of his flamboyant self. Who doesn't appreciate a man with flair? In the Fengshen Yini world, at Shiqi, the Zhou army generals were momentarily rendered speechless. Could this truly be the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren, known for his celestial demeanor? Why did he appear so deserving of a beating? The golden immortals, including Guang Qingzi, clenched their fists upon witnessing Taiyi Zhenren's comical demeanor. "Junior brother, you're in for it," Nanji Xianwing remarked, extending his fist, resembling a sandbag. Taiyi Zhenren offered an awkward smile. "Everyone, please do not take this seriously. This is not truly me. I am neither this plump nor so deserving of a beating." At that moment, the Hunyuan Pearl, enraged, sprouted 4 additional arms. Taiyi Zhenren immediately felt intimidated. Is it really wise to provoke? The Hunyuan Pearl remained silent, merely striking with fists, 2 hands relentlessly pummeling the face, while the remaining 2 retrieved a mirror to adjust their hairstyle. The reincarnation of the spirit pearl, Nezha, Li Jing of the 10 Cold, was left dumbfounded. The child of this reincarnated spirit pearl was indeed extraordinary. In the world of investiture of the gods, Taiyi Zhenren was filled with indignation, his mind clouded with frustration. When had he ever endured such humiliation, being held and struck in the face? His usually composed visage was now flushed with rage and embarrassment. The other golden immortals and Jiangxia, witnessing Taiyi Zhenren's disheveled state, could not contain their laughter. It was the first time they had seen Taiyi Zhenren so thoroughly besieged. Nanji Xianwing laughed heartily, slapping his thigh in delight. This was no mere beating. It was a profound humiliation. Otherwise, the Hunyuan Pearl would not specifically target his face. As one of the 12 golden immortals, Taiyi Zhenren had never been reduced to such a pitiful state. Guang Qingzi doubled over, clutching his stomach, nearly brought to tears by laughter. Jiangxia, stifling his mirth, struggled to speak as the absurdity of the scene rendered him speechless. In the realm of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong and his companions erupted into laughter upon witnessing Taiyi Zhenren's disgraceful plight. Sun Wukong, hands on hips, laughed so hard he nearly toppled over, exclaiming, "Haha, Taiyi Zhenren is utterly humiliated. He looks worse than a pig." His gaze lingered meaningfully on Zhu Beiji, who bore a striking resemblance to Taiyi Zhenren, making him feel somewhat out of place. Zhu Beiji grinned broadly, his ample form quaking with laughter, declaring, "I've never seen a deity in such a sorry state." Sha Xing joined in with a simple-minded chuckle. He's one of the 12 golden immortals, yet he's been reduced to this. The Hanyuan Pearl shows no mercy. Tang Song, palms together in prayer, recited Amitabha, although a smile betrayed his solemnity. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, Taiyi Zhenren covered his face. As if struck by a sudden connection, he felt an inexplicable pain accompanying his beating. Why was the assault focused solely on his face? He resolved to engage in fewer fights in the future, otherwise his handsome visage would be at stake. He felt a mix of anger and helplessness toward his battered self. In the world of the legend of the Lotus Lantern, Taiyi Zhenren curled up, utterly mortified. Being struck once was humiliating enough, but to be beaten a second time while pretending to be invincible was even worse. Yuding Zhenren laughed uncontrollably, simultaneously offering consolation. "Brother, you are in quite a predicament. You must be more cautious in the future, avoid fights, or they will target your face." In the sky, magical energies surged, stars converging into formations, ultimately coalescing into a massive alchemical furnace, descending towards the Hanyuan Pearl. An elderly figure, exuding an aura of celestial grace, sat upon a lotus platform, casting spells to refine the Hanyuan Pearl. Taiyi Zhenren and Shun Gongbao both respectfully bowed and exclaimed, "Master." The Hanyuan Pearl, ensnared by the alchemical furnace, gradually ceased its anguished struggles. Ultimately, the Hanyuan Pearl transformed into 2 orbs, one blue and one red, and floated out of the furnace. In the world of Fengshen, at Bio Palace, Tong Tian was imparting wisdom to his disciples. Initially, he paid little heed to the appearances of the younger generation. However, upon the arrival of his peer, Yuanshi Tianzun, his attention was instantly captivated. Is this the Yuanshi Tianzun from another realm? Truly, he embodies the essence of an immortal, exuding an extraordinary aura. One can only surmise that my counterpart in another world must also possess an elevated demeanor, untouched by earthly grime. Such thoughts flitted through Tong Tian's mind. His disciples celebrated, "Uncle Master's demeanor is remarkable. Surely, our master is equally so." Suddenly, a message floated across the celestial tapestry. Why does Nezha's Yuanshi Tianzun exude such an ethereal presence, while the Tong Tian in Fengshen 2 appears akin to a dark sorcerer? Tong Tian furrowed his brow. Dark sorcerer? What manner of term is this? Why am I being likened to such a concept? The disciples, too, were bewildered by this unfamiliar description. The term dark sorcerer sounded rather grotesque. My master is Tong Tian. How could he be associated with such a vulgar characterization? After I refine this Hanyuan Pearl, it will be divided into a spiritual orb and a demonic core. The demonic core's essence is indomitable. I will cast the heavenly calamity spell, summoning divine lightning 3 years hence to obliterate the demonic core, during which it must be carefully guarded. A cluster of lotus leaves coalesced, enveloping the spiritual orb and the demonic core. Subsequently, under Yuanshi Tianzun's guidance, it maneuvered past Shun Gongbao and soared into Taiyi Zhenren's hands. Li Jing is the destined one. The spiritual orb shall reincarnate as his 3rd son. This task I entrust to you. Among the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun Mountain, 11 have already emerged. Should you cultivate the spiritual orb into greatness, the final position shall rightfully belong to you. Taiyi Zhenren, brimming with joy, bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Upon the spiritual orb's descent into the mortal realm, it was named Nezha. Throughout the proceedings, Yuanshi Tianzun engaged almost exclusively with Taiyi Zhenren, entirely disregarding the presence of another disciple, Shun Gongbao. Shun Gongbao, filled with despondency and resentment, cast his gaze downward in silence. In the world of Fengshen, within the encampment of the Shang army, Shun Gongbao lamented his newfound invisibility, sighing heavily, "Master, why do you regard me with such disdain? As a disciple of the Jie Jiao, why must I endure such inequities? Indeed, in any realm, I remain the one overlooked by Yuanshi Tianzun. Though I appeared more distinguished than Taiyi Zhenren in the celestial tapestry, how is it that he, in his authentic form, has garnered the favor of Yuanshi Tianzun? In the world of Wan cold jokes, at Chintang Pass, Li Jing, filled with concern, inquired about his child. Where is my son? Today, the primordial supreme being has personally promised that the spirit pearl will descend as my third child. His heart raced with excitement at the thought of seeing the heroic visage of his beloved offspring. Behind the screen, a youthful face peeked out. Daddy, is this my spirit pearl child? Li Jing's face radiated joy as he prepared to embrace his child. However, to his astonishment, a massive child, towering at a height of 10 feet, emerged, muscles rippling. Upon realizing the sheer breadth of the child's shoulders far surpassing his own, Li Jing stood frozen in disbelief. Was this creature truly just born? He nearly drew his sword to slay this aberration. Yet, considering it was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, he swallowed his indignation. Well, after all, you are indeed the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, surely different from ordinary children, but your appearance is simply too grotesque. Li Jing helplessly covered his face. In the legend of Nezha, Li Jing's wife bore a large, rotund child, leaving 2 maidservants trembling in fear. Upon hearing of the child's arrival, Li Jing hurried to the room. My child is the spirit pearl reincarnate. This is my fortune. Yet, instead of witnessing his child, he encountered a great ball of flesh. Li Jing was dumbfounded by the sight. Is this truly my son? However, he resisted the urge to discard the child. The spirit pearl's reincarnation is indeed extraordinary. In a fit of rage, Lady Yin smashed the temple. Li Jing, in disdain, remarked, truly vulgar. As joyous occasions uplift the spirit. The supreme being Taiyi rode a flying pig, singing merrily while sipping wine. Come, share a drink with me. He drunkenly seized the pig's snout, pouring wine into his flying companion, erupting in a boisterous laugh. The once steady flight of the pig became erratic due to the intoxication. In the realm of Jigong, at Lingyin Temple, the monks observed this spectacle with evident disapproval. Monk Guangliang furrowed his brow, hands clasped together, exclaiming, Amit Ba? This immortal possesses no celestial qualities, yet is revered as such while indulging in such mundane antics. Truly disgraceful. He admonished the younger monks. Such debauchery is unbecoming of a practitioner. We, as ascetics, must not emulate this kind of immortality. Your uncle Jijian has gone astray. He gazed at Jigong, who was seated on the railing, reveling in wine and meat, shaking his head in dismay. The other monks nodded in agreement, expressing their disdain for Taiyi's behavior. However, Jigong remained unfazed by their judgments. Observing the scene of Taiyi riding the pig and drinking, he chuckled, fanning himself with amusement, murmuring, it seems this immortal is indeed a kindred spirit. Wine and meat pass through, yet the Buddha resides in the heart. Having good intentions in one's heart is far superior to merely speaking of them. But how can one drink without riding a pig? Ha ha ha. In the enchanting realm of the legend of the swordsman, amidst the clouds, the illustrious wine sword immortal skillfully navigates his wine gourd, ferrying his disciple, Li Xiaoyao, towards Mount Shu. I caution you, do not dare to address me as master upon our arrival at Mount Shu. The wine sword immortal instructs Li Xiaoyao, imparting the rules of their journey. Not far off, the celestial tapestry reveals the figure of the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren, leisurely sipping wine while riding a pig. Upon witnessing Taiyi Zhenren's carefree demeanor, effortlessly blending the pursuit of immortality with indulgence in wine, the wine sword immortal's eyes gleam with admiration, momentarily forgetting his disciple and turning his full reverence towards Taiyi Zhenren. To others, Taiyi Zhenren may seem frivolous and unrestrained, yet to him, he embodies the epitome of an ideal role model. With wide eyes and an expression of exhilaration, he muses to himself, to cultivate immortality while savoring wine. That is the realm I aspire to attain. He resolves to emulate Taiyi Zhenren, seeking a path of enlightenment through the art of wine, determined to carve out a unique journey along the road of cultivation. Li Xiaoyao observes the rapturous expression of his master, sensing a glimmer of understanding. His master remains as fond of wine as ever. However, is it truly feasible to pursue enlightenment through wine? He has never encountered such an approach before. In the mortal realm, before a temple dedicated to fertility, Li Jing and his wife, Lady Yin, make their appearance. She, with a rounded belly, clutches a sesame cake in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. eagerly devouring them as Li Jing carefully assists her, both making their way into the temple. The townsfolk bow respectfully as they pass. As they approach the threshold, Lady Yin brusquely pushes Li Jing's supportive hand away, exclaiming, "No need." With that, she leaps over the threshold, her belly leading the way. Li Jing follows cautiously, expressing concern. "Be careful." With reverence, he prays to the deities and then turns to his wife. "My lady, why not offer your prayers as well?" Lady Yin bites into an apple, glaring fiercely at the statue before her, and angrily hurls the apple at it, declaring, "Pray, pray, pray. I've been doing this for 3 years. If I don't conceive soon, I shall demolish this wretched temple. In the realm of the brothers and sisters, at the Bo Palace, we must meet frequently, once every 500 years. Yin Jiao and Li Changshu are enjoying a romantic rendezvous upon the verdant grass. Upon hearing this, Li Changshu's mouth twitches in disbelief. 500 years. By then, even the monkeys beneath Five Finger Mountain will have been released. The perception of time between innate beings and those born later is utterly disparate. Several junior sisters secretly observe the couple's courtship. Initially captivated by Yuan Jiao and Li Changshu, their attention is swiftly drawn to the grand entrance of Lady Yin. Wow, Lady Yin is truly a remarkable woman. Yuan Jiao chuckles softly, appreciating her spirited nature. She occasionally exhibits a fiery temper, which I find quite admirable, she adds. Lady Yin's temperament is not far from that of our eldest sister. Bixiao whispers, "Not quite. Lady Yin is bluntly tempestuous, while our eldest sister is gently passionate." Qiongxiao interjects with a frown. In the world of the investiture of the gods, at the Li residence, Li Jing and the Peepa spirit are indulging in each other's company, reveling in wine and merriment within their chamber. The idyllic world of the two was abruptly disrupted by the appearance of Lady Yin. Li Jing set down his wine cup, his brow furrowed, and with a resigned expression. He lamented, "Behold, my lady, her actions lack the gentleness befitting a woman. Her rudeness truly gives me a headache." As he spoke, he shook his head with a sigh, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction and complaints regarding Lady Yin's behavior. The Peepa spirit, witnessing Li Jing's grievances, burst into laughter. Indeed, as a woman, she should embody grace and virtue. Look at Lady Yin. She possesses no feminine charm, unlike me, who can only feel pity for my brother. With that, she poured a glass of wine for Li Jing. Enchanted by the Peepa spirit beside him, Li Jing's discontent with Lady Yin deepened upon hearing her comparison. In the legendary world of Nezha, within the Li family's courtyard, Lady Yin quietly observed Nezha at play, while Li Jing stood steadfastly by her side. Why does Nezha bear no resemblance to either of us? Li Jing pondered, contemplating the inherently restless nature of Nezha. However, upon the emergence of Lady Yin in the celestial realm, realization dawned upon him. She was but a version of herself from another world. Lady Yin, witnessing the bold demeanor of her counterpart from this alternate realm, was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "I had no idea the other me could be so fierce." Li Jing gently embraced Lady Yin, his expression tender as he reassured her, "This is not the same lady from our world. Different realms yield different temperaments. While the lady above may exhibit a more uninhibited nature, you remain ever so gentle." Lady Yin, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully, settling into Li Jing's embrace, her demeanor gradually softening. Subsequently, as Lady Yin hurled an apple, inebriated Taiyi Zhenren and a flying pig plummeted from the heavens, landing in the temple in a most chaotic manner. Humans below, pig above. Li Jing instinctively shielded his lady, eyeing the suddenly appearing Taiyi Zhenren with caution. The drunken Taiyi Zhenren, shaking off the dust that clung to his form, feigned an air of superiority, declaring, "I am Taiyi Zhenren of the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan." Yet, before he could finish, a fragment of stone descended from above, striking him on the head, leaving the already intoxicated Taiyi Zhenren dazed and collapsing to the ground, though his final utterance remained, "Human." Taiyi's drunken mishap elicited a sigh from Ji Gong, while Zhu Beiji lamented, "Love, since ancient times, has only led to unending regrets." Observing this scene, Taiyi Zhenren from the myriad realms covered his face in embarrassment, subsequently erupting in furious curses. His already altered image had been further tarnished, and he could hardly fathom such an embarrassing spectacle. Being crushed by a pig and struck by stones was hardly befitting of an enlightened being. In the investiture of the gods, Taiyi Zhenren proclaimed, "I hereby clarify, this is not the true Taiyi Zhenren. No member of the 12 Golden Immortals would be so disgraceful. In the legend of the Lotus Lantern, Taiyi Zhenren lamented, "Infinite celestial respect, the esteemed title of the 12 Golden Immortals has been utterly sullied by you." In the realm of 100,000 cold jokes, the immortal Taiyi exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! You rotund fellow, cease to embarrass me any further. My dashing image has been utterly tarnished, reduced to that of a comedic figure." The legendary Nezha's Taiyi continued, "My illustrious reputation, cultivated over a lifetime, has been obliterated in an instant. Should I consider adopting a new title to spare myself from the humiliation you bring?" Little did they know, this was merely the prelude to greater embarrassment yet to come. As Lady Yin was about to give birth, the villagers gathered at the Li residence to extend their congratulations. In the shadows, Shen Gongbao discreetly produced 2 talismans, letting them drift away with the wind. "Master, oh master," he mused. Within the confines of the alchemical chamber, where Li Changshuo's duplicate was diligently concocting elixirs. The moment Shen Gongbao released the talismans, Li Changshuo seemed to sense it. Raising his gaze in response, "Talismans, I am most familiar with this art. It appears Shen Gongbao, like myself, is one who prefers to lurk in the background." With a contented smile, he resumed his alchemical pursuits. In the delivery room, Lady Yin was enduring the agonies of childbirth. "It's excruciating." Taiyi stood vigil outside the chamber, counting the moments. The hour approaches. At that moment, the steward approached with a jar of wine. "Immortal, I've heard of your fondness for wine. Oh dear, one must consider the timing. Now is hardly a moment for indulgence. I shall leave it here." The steward placed the jar beside Taiyi and departed. "Alas, I'm far too occupied. Take it away, oh dear." Alone, Taiyi's expression turned grave as he fixated on the wine jar, only to suddenly break into a devilish grin. Just a sip. One must indulge when the time calls for it." He embraced the jar, drinking heartily. Midway through, he paused to gaze at the jar. What a delightful taste. There's hardly any left. I must continue." Taiyi resumed drinking, ultimately revealing a bashful smile, letting out a drunken belch before collapsing to the ground in a stupor. In the world of the investiture of the gods, within the Western Qi military camp, Taiyi observed his alternate self, utterly inebriated and neglecting his duties. Inciting a fit of rage as he wished to deliver a slap, he muttered incessantly, "At such a critical juncture, how can one indulge in wine? Do I appear to be one who revels in drink?" With hands upon his hips, his face flushed and veins bulging, his eyes radiated fury and concern. Those around him fell silent, wary of inciting his wrath. Only a few of his fellow Golden Immortals dared to jest. "Taiyi, it is evident you truly love your wine," chuckled the Southern Polar Immortal. "Pray, do not let your fondness for drink jeopardize your duties." Guang Qingzi waved his whisk, a grin adorning his face. In the world where the pig Ba Jie descended from the heavens, he had finally returned to the celestial palace, yearning to clarify his status as the marshal of the heavenly banquet. Yet, due to his porcine form, the Jade Emperor and the other immortals were skeptical, leading to ridicule and his subsequent expulsion from the Lingxiao Palace. Crestfallen, Ba Jie returned to the marshal's residence. Unexpectedly, his marshal's residence had already been seized by the former vice-marshal, Fudi. "It is all your fault. Had you not urged me to drink and confront the Jade Emperor in an attempt to rescue Chang'e, I would never have descended to the mortal realm and mistakenly reincarnated as a pig." Upon seeing Fudi, Zhu Beiji felt a surge of rage. However, Fudi, upon witnessing Zhu Beiji's current porcine form, could not help but burst into laughter. "You are Tianpeng. You have transformed into a pig. I did not compel you to drink. It was you who sought solace in liquor." With his head held high, Fudi then glanced at the inebriated Taiyi Zhenren in the celestial realm. You are all of a kind, rotund and drunken, making mistakes. You cannot blame me." Zhu Beiji clenched his fists, wishing to deliver a sound thrashing to Fudi. In the realm of the journey to the west, Zhu Beiji, after enduring a millennium of emotional tribulations, was rescued by Guanyin, who restored his memories of those tormenting experiences. Recalling the countless times love had eluded him and the despair that followed, he was overwhelmed by sorrow. All these misfortunes traced back to his initial folly of drinking, which led to his mischief with Chang'e and ultimately his banishment to the mortal realm, where he would suffer for 1,000 years. As he gazed at the drunken Taiyi Zhenren in the celestial expanse, he seemed to behold his former self. Had it not been for the wine, how could he have dared to tease Chang'e? Since ancient times, the sentimental are left with only lingering regrets. This hatred is endless. Tears of regret streamed down Zhu Beiji's face. With a wave of her willow branch, Guanyin restored Zhu Beiji's powers. It appears you have profoundly recognized your errors. In the future, you shall retreat to the mountains, awaiting a seeker of scriptures, accompanying them on their journey to the west. With that, Guanyin vanished. This dosage is sufficient for 3 days of slumber. The steward tiptoed out, attempting to seize the 7-colored lotus that sealed the spiritual pearl. Yet he could not stir it even a fraction. Seeing this, Shun Gongbao was filled with exasperation. Damn it! Only Taiyi can manage it. As the moment of birth approached, Lady Yin cried out in agony, while Li Jing anxiously awaited outside. Sir Li, has the immortal yet to cast his spell? The midwife inquired as she opened the door. Li Jing hurriedly sought out Taiyi Zhenren. Immortal, is it time? Meanwhile, the steward was pondering how to awaken Taiyi Zhenren. The immortal is drunk. I wish to rouse him. Drunk? Li Jing was taken aback. Just expel the wine, the steward said, delivering punches to Taiyi Zhenren's belly. Such behavior is unbecoming, a breach of decorum. Li Jing intervened, blocking the steward's fists. Sir, the lady cannot endure much longer. The midwife urged once more. Li Jing's expression darkened. Let me do it. I shall strike. His fists moved so swiftly that they left trails in the air, and with the final blow, he unleashed a tremendous force, shattering the tree trunk against which Taiyi Zhenren leaned. Ugh! Taiyi Zhenren exhaled a breath of wine, subsequently regaining his senses and stretching languidly. As he reflected on what seemed to have been a nightmarish dream, in the celestial realm of the journey to the west, the deities erupted in laughter. Pointing at Li Jing, Heavenly King, your double standards are quite evident. You decry the tarnishing of elegance while delivering blows more ferocious than the steward. It appears the Heavenly King is truly a devoted husband. Taiyi Zhenren suffered greatly from the chastisement, and it is no wonder. Drunkenness leads to folly, and punishment is warranted. The celestial beings continued their cacophony of laughter. Li Jing, brandishing a treasured pagoda, declared with righteous fervor, I am a martial general. What fear have I of offending decorum? Wood. Li Jing unleashes his might. The demonic orb heralds the arrival of Nezha, exclaimed Taiyi Zhenren. What of the promised spirit pearl? In the world of Fengshen, within the Li residence, Nezha, having reformed his corporeal form, approached Li Jing, armed with his fiery spear, seeking retribution. His weapon pointed accusatorily at Li Jing. You, who let me perish, now seek to destroy my likeness. You are no father of mine. Li Jing found himself at a loss for words and, in his current state, was no match for Nezha, who sent him flying with a single kick. As Nezha prepared to thrust his spear in vengeance, his peripheral vision caught the scene in the celestial curtain where Li Jing was mercilessly beating Taiyi Zhenren for the sake of his wife. Humph. Since you still cherish your mother, I shall spare your life. In the world of Chuan Haomin's Fengshen Bang, within the Li residence, the previously harmonious atmosphere between Li Jing and the Pipa spirit shifted dramatically as they witnessed Li Jing's earnestness for Lady Yin on the celestial screen. The Pipa spirit's expression morphed instantly, and she slammed her wine cup onto the table. How dare you? While professing love, you exhibit such hypocrisy. Striking a celestial for Lady Yin, Li Jing, overwhelmed by guilt, implored, calm your anger. This is for the sake of our child, who is the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. We must protect such a noble offspring. Celestial, quickly unlock the treasure lotus. Li Jing beseeched, clasping his fists. Ah, yes, I shall do so. Taiyi Zhenren began to unlock the treasure lotus, but suddenly hesitated. Li Jing questioned, what are you waiting for? I cannot recall the password. Taiyi Zhenren responded, his face etched with worry. The assembly fell into a state of disbelief, while the secretly observing Shun Gongbao toppled backward in shock. Not only were Li Jing and Shun Gongbao rendered speechless, but the celestial beings across the myriad realms were equally astounded to the point of laughter. Taiyi, your lack of diligence is truly remarkable. How could you forget something so crucial? You never cease to astonish. Amused by the situation, the Taiyi Zhenren from the realm of 10,000 cold jokes chuckled. Oh dear, such a sophisticated treasure lotus. And it requires a password? In the world of Nezha's legend, Taiyi Zhenren appeared utterly bemused. Such carelessness leaves me at a loss before my master. In the realm of Fengshen, Taiyi Zhenren wished to confront his counterpart from another world. What on earth is this fellow doing? Drunkenness truly leads to folly. Ultimately, Taiyi Zhenren managed to unlock the treasure lotus using a fingerprint, releasing both the spirit pearl and the demonic orb. Just as he reached for the spirit pearl, the steward interjected, "The tavern is offering a grand opening discount of 50% off." The inebriated Taiyi Zhenren abruptly turned his head, as the steward seized the opportunity to snatch the spiritual orb, only to be captured by Li Jing, who firmly grasped his wrist, saying, "I sensed something amiss with you earlier." "What? A puppet talisman?" Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed, realizing and removing the talisman from the steward's back, who then collapsed to the ground. In their moment of distraction, the midwife stealthily took the spiritual orb and the demon pill, letting out a sinister laugh. "She too has fallen under the influence of the puppet talisman." Taiyi Zhenren gasped in horror. "Well, if you desire one, I shall return it to you," the midwife declared, placing the demon pill into the formation. "Stop!" Li Jing rushed forward, shattering the stone artifact with a punch, yet the formation had already taken shape, and the magical energy began to surge. "It's over." Taiyi Zhenren's face turned ashen. The power of the demon pill, propelled by the formation, seeped into Lady Yin's womb. The villagers were astonished as a vivid red demonic aura spread. The midwife then handed the spiritual orb to Shun Gongbao, who vanished from sight with it. In the world of Fengshen Yini and Shiqi, Nezha witnessed the descent of the demon pill and was instantly taken aback. "It turns out I am not the reincarnation of the spiritual orb, but rather the embodiment of the demon pill." Initially, everyone believed Nezha to be the reincarnation of the spiritual orb, which explained his extraordinary powers and peculiarities. Little did they know such a twist awaited them. "Shun Gongbao, you have stolen my spiritual orb. I shall have my vengeance." Nezha's fury surged instantaneously. If not for Shun Gongbao, how could he have become the demon pill? At that moment, Nezha's intent to kill Shun Gongbao reached its zenith. Within the ranks of the Shang army, Shun Gongbao gasped, "I have thwarted the orders of my revered master, Yuanshi. Surely, he will not hold it against me." He anxiously stroked his little beard, but then composed himself, thinking, "Fortunately, I have Master Tontian backing me. He should be able to protect me." With the support of Master Tontian, what did he have to fear? In the legendary world of Nezha, at Qintang Pass, Li Jing and Lady Yin had been leisurely watching Nezha play. However, upon witnessing the descent of the demon pill, they were rendered speechless. "My son is not the spiritual orb, but that heinous demon pill." Li Jing's expression shifted dramatically. Lady Yin trembled in disbelief, unable to accept that her child was the demon pill. If indeed it is the demon pill, it will undoubtedly bring calamity to the mortal realm. "We must eliminate this scourge." Li Jing's demeanor turned fierce. Nezha seemed to sense something amiss, halting his playful antics, staring blankly at the sky. In the world of the Chun Haomin version of Fengshen Bang, at the Li residence, upon realizing that Nezha was the manifestation of the demon pill, Li Jing could no longer remain seated, rising abruptly from his chair. "So it turns out that the child Lady Yin carries is indeed the demon pill. Such a menace cannot be allowed to persist." The Peepa spirit, with a beaming smile, added, "Indeed, who knows what calamities may arise in the future. Quickly, go and persuade Lady Yin to terminate her pregnancy." Li Jing, terrified by the notion of the demon pill Nezha, promptly took up pen and paper, intending to draft a letter urging Lady Yin to abort the fetus. A flustered maid hurriedly emerged, cradling a swaddled bundle. Within the swaddle lay a substantial sphere of flesh, marked by the insignia of the demon orb. Suddenly, the orb sprouted a pair of eyes and fiery red hair. Nezha burst forth from the swaddle, engulfed in flames, resembling a blazing fireball as he darted through the crowd. The terrifying demonic energy wreaked havoc in Qintang Pass, leaving the villagers in a state of alarm and unrest. In the world of investiture of the gods, at the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian, Yuanshi, and Nuwa gathered upon Kunlun Mountain, quietly observing the celestial changes. Tongtian, upon witnessing Taiyi Zhenren's blunder, could not help but mock. "Ha ha, brother, your disciple is truly unreliable. Such a significant matter, and it is still delayed. No wonder he often struggles against my disciples, relying on you to oppress the weak." Yuanshi Tianzun's expression showed some dissatisfaction as he sighed at Taiyi Zhenren's actions. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts and continued to watch. In the realm of Nezha's legend, Li Jing had unsheathed his treasured sword, prepared to defend his domain. When Nezha was born, he too had been a hefty orb, yet he had spared him. Little did he expect that this orb was the reincarnation of the demon orb. Its tumultuous entrance into the world was alarming. "I cannot allow this creature to bring calamity to the people, not even my own son." The demon orb was destined to be destroyed by Yuanshi Tianzun, and by preemptively eliminating it, he averted disaster for the populace. Madame Yin, with tears in her eyes, implored, "Husband, he is still but a child, and unlike the demon orb Nezha in the heavens, he has not brought misfortune to our village." All of this stems from the machinations of Shen Gongbao. Nezha wore an innocent expression. He too did not wish to become the demon orb. Should the demon orb perish? Questioned Chang'an, the second disciple of Mount Shu. A demon is a demon and deserves to be slain. It corrupts the righteous. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, at Shintang Pass, Li Jing gazed upon the extraordinarily robust child before him. Upon realizing that his offspring was not a reincarnation of the spirit pearl, but rather the arrival of the demon orb, his previously adoring gaze shifted to one of utter disdain. By heavens, you, with your demonic aura, are the reason for such rudeness. I, Li, cannot harbor you. With that, Li Jing drew his sword to strike. However, Nezha caught the blade with his bare hands. Father, I am not the demon orb. How can you claim not to be the demon orb when one is born able to catch a sword with bare hands? Li Jing bellowed in anger. Father, this is not my prowess, but rather your own ability to be entirely unarmed against a blade. Nezha revealed the truth. Li Jing was struck dumb. As if hit by lightning, frozen in place. Nezha transformed into a childlike form, his overwhelming demonic energy deterring ordinary folk from approaching him. He effortlessly manipulated flames, causing significant destruction. Li Jing rushed forward to protect the villagers. Taiyi Zhenren produced the Qiankuan circle and recited an incantation, as the sun and moon coexist. With myriad spirits converging, the vastness of heaven and earth, Qiankuan circle, hastened forth as commanded. The Qiankuan circle spun rapidly towards Nezha, transforming into a colossal cage that enveloped him. With a commanding sound, the Qiankuan circle tightened around Nezha's neck, suppressing his demonic aura, causing him to collapse to the ground. Unable to rise. He's become a demon. There's no hope, Taiyi Zhenren declared, brandishing his whisk with lethal intent towards Nezha. However, Li Jing, concerned for his son's life, called out to Taiyi Zhenren, "Immortal. This is the reincarnation of a demonic essence. I have only managed to suppress his malevolence with the Qiankuan circle. Should he fully succumb to darkness, he will unleash a massacre upon the world." Nezha, still grappling with his demonic nature, attempted to struggle, releasing a torrent of flames. Yet the Qiankuan circle firmly restrained him. "Do not act recklessly." Taiyi Zhenren advanced once more toward Nezha. "Stop." Lady Yin suddenly rushed forward, cradling Nezha in her arms. Taiyi Zhenren immediately halted, redirecting his whisk to the ground, where it struck with such force that it cracked the earth, sending shards of stone that grazed Lady Yin's cheek. "Do not harm my child. Do not harm my child." Lady Yin, usually so steadfast, wept helplessly as she held her son. "Lordly, the Chun-Tang Pass has long defended against the Yao tribe. The citizens within share an eternal enmity with the demons. Now that the situation has escalated, I implore you, Lordly, to consider the greater good and set an example for both military and civilians." An elderly man with white hair emerged from the crowd, leaning on his cane to counsel Li Jing. In the world of the legend of the sword and fairy, on Mount Shu, Taoist Qingwei was imparting teachings to his disciples. Su Changqing and other students sat orderly in the hall. Observing the predicament of Taiyi Zhenren in the heavens, Taoist Qingwei addressed his disciples. "You have been in Shu Mountain for quite some time. Today, let us deliberate on whether Nezha, the demonic child, should be executed." Su Changqing pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Nezha is still young. He is merely an innocent child. Though he is tainted by demonic energy, there remains an opportunity for redemption. After all, he is a life that deserves careful consideration. We cannot decide his fate based solely on transient emotions." Chang'an, with a righteous demeanor, asserted, "He must be killed. The demonic essence brings calamity to the world. Eliminating Nezha eliminates the threat." Shuejian, hands on her hips, countered Chang'an. "You cannot simply declare death. Nezha also has his own grievances." Taoist Qingwei gently shook his head, stroking his beard. "We must not be so hasty. All beings possess a spirit. Perhaps we can guide him towards goodness. Guide. If we show even the slightest negligence, he could be exploited, resulting in catastrophic consequences. It is better to eliminate the threat outright." Chang'an remained obstinate in his views. As the discourse grew increasingly fervent, each individual expressed their opinions, with Chang'an's voice, though solitary, still resonating throughout the hall. In the world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker, Within the Yi Dao alliance, Wang Chuanfu tightly embraced Qin Tong, his gaze resolute yet tender. Before him, the disciples of the Yi Dao alliance brandished their swords, their faces contorted with rage as they chastised Wang Chuanfu. Wang Chuanfu, how dare you defy the alliance's edicts and entangle yourself with this demon? Humans and demons are worlds apart. Release her. Do not remain obstinate. Their voices brimmed with fury and confusion, their eyes reflecting discontent and reproach towards Wang Chuanfu's actions. Is it a foregone conclusion that demons must perish? Wang Chuanfu glanced up at the celestial expanse. At this moment, Lady Yin appeared to be facing a similar dilemma. Moreover, the demon spawn Nezha was inherently infused with malevolent energy, utterly distinct from the gentle spirit that is Qin Tong. It must be done. It is imperative to eliminate the demon spawn Nezha. In times like these, one must not exhibit any mercy. The disciples voiced their indignation. Countless flying swords ascended into the air under their command, their tips aimed directly at Wang Chuanfu. Nevertheless, Wang Chuanfu remained unfazed, steadfastly cradling Qin Tong. As if the world around them had dwindled to just the two of them. He took measured steps towards the exit. If we manage to survive this ordeal, traversing mountains and rivers, would you accompany me to witness it? Suddenly, Nezha bit down on Lady Yin's arm. Look. Taiyi Zhenren seized the opportunity to strike. Fear not. My dear, I am here, Lady Yin reassured as she held her child tightly. The Nezha in her embrace felt the warmth of his mother, gradually shedding some of his demonic nature. Taiyi Zhenren hesitated momentarily. Li Jing, showing favoritism towards his own child, bowed to the assembly and declared, Esteemed immortals and all present, my family has been beset by misfortune, bearing a child such as this. Yet the child is innocent, a victim in his own right. It is exceedingly difficult for me to deliver a fatal blow to him. I vow to guide Nezha henceforth, ensuring he does not set foot outside our door. Should he cause any calamity, I, Li Jing, shall risk my life to restore justice. Upon witnessing this, Taiyi Zhenren refrained from executing Nezha, sighing in resignation. Even if we spare his life, he is but 3 years old. My master has already cast a heavenly tribulation upon the demon spawn. On this very day, 3 years hence, the thunder will descend to claim his life. Lady Yin, upon hearing this, nearly fainted, prompting Li Jing to swiftly support her. I cannot lift this curse, Taiyi Zhenren lamented. Then I shall beseech the celestial lord to lift it, Li Jing vowed, determined to protect Nezha's life. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the child shall come to no harm. The weeping Nezha, gazing at his parents' gentle countenance, broke into a smile. In that moment, the family of 3 radiated an unparalleled happiness. In the realm before the Lotus Lantern, the heavenly soldiers and generals marched grandly towards Chuntang Pass to capture Nezha. Nezha hastened back to Chuntang Pass, intending to fight alongside his father. Father, I have come to assist you. Perhaps moved by the harmonious scene in the heavens, Nezha regarded his father as the one who cherished him dearly. Yet, Li Jing aimed his weapon at Nezha, effortlessly disarming him of his Qiankuan circle and misty silk. You have committed an unforgivable crime. Where do you think you can escape? In Li Jing's gaze, there was no trace of affection, only sternness and reproach. Nezha was rendered speechless. Chapter 8. The World of 10,000 Cold Jokes, Chuntang Pass. Li Jing looked upon his remarkably robust child, realizing that his offspring was not a reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, but rather the spawn of a demon. The admiration in his eyes instantaneously transformed into disdain. Ah, you wretched creature, shrouded in malevolence. It is no wonder you exhibit such rudeness. I, Li, cannot permit your existence. With that, Li Jing unsheathed his sword to strike. Yet, Nezha caught the blade with his bare hands. Father, he is not a demonic orb. He claims not to be a demon. How can one be born capable of catching a blade unarmed? Li Jing roared in fury. Father, this is not my prowess. Rather, your ability has rendered you capable of being disarmed entirely. Nezha elucidated the truth. Li Jing stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Nezha transformed into a child. Yet his overwhelming demonic aura deterred ordinary folk from approaching him, effortlessly manipulating fire to unleash devastating destruction. Li Jing rushed forth to shield the villagers. Taiyi Zhenren extracted the Qiankuan circle and chanted an incantation. Sun and moon coexist, a myriad of spirits converge, the boundless Qiankuan circle. Hasten as the law commands. The Qiankuan circle spun rapidly towards Nezha, morphing into a colossal cage that enveloped him. With a resounding snap, the circle clasped around Nezha's neck, suppressing his demonic essence, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. He has succumbed to darkness. It is irretrievable. Taiyi Zhenren brandished his whisk towards Nezha. However, Li Jing, fearing for his child's life, called out to Taiyi Zhenren, "Immortal. This is the reincarnation of a demonic orb. I must utilize the Qian Kuan circle to contain his malevolence. If he fully embraces his dark nature, he will unleash a massacre upon the world." Nezha, still struggling against his dark urges, attempted to unleash a torrent of flames, only to be resolutely subdued by the Qian Kuan circle. "Do not act so recklessly." Taiyi Zhenren charged once more towards Nezha. "Stop!" Lady Yin suddenly dashed forth, cradling Nezha in her arms. Taiyi Zhenren immediately halted, sweeping his whisk towards the ground, causing fissures to form, and the flying debris grazed Lady Yin's cheek. "Do not harm my child. Do not harm my child." The typically strong Lady Yin wept helplessly as she held her child. "Lordly, the Chintang Pass has long defended against the Yao tribe. The citizens within harbor a deep-seated enmity towards demons. Given the gravity of the situation, I implore you to prioritize the greater good and act as a paragon for both military and civilians." An elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, emerged from the crowd to counsel Li Jing. In the realm of the legend of sword and fairy, Mount Shu, Taoist Qing Wei was imparting wisdom to the disciples of Mount Shu. Su Changqing, Chang Yin, and the other disciples sat in orderly rows. Observing Taiyi Zhenren's predicament in the celestial realm, Taoist Qing Wei addressed his disciples. "You have been in Mount Shu for quite some time. Today, let us deliberate whether we should eliminate this Nezha, the demonic child." Su Changqing pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Nezha is but a child, an innocent soul. Though beset by demonic energy, he still possesses the potential for redemption. After all, he is a life. We must contemplate this matter with care, for we cannot decide his fate based on fleeting thoughts." Chang Yin spoke with righteous fervor. "He must be slain. The demonic orb wreaks havoc upon the world. Eliminating Nezha would eradicate the threat." Shui Jian, hands on her hips, countered Chang Yin. "How can one simply declare to kill? Nezha, the demonic child, has his own grievances." The Taoist priest Qingwei gently shook his head, stroking his beard as he spoke. "One must not be so hasty in judgment. All things possess a spirit, and perhaps we can guide them towards goodness. Instruction? Should there be even a hint of negligence, it could be exploited, leading to catastrophic consequences. A demon is a demon. Once a demon, always a demon. It would be better to eliminate it outright." Chang Yin remained obstinate in his views. The assembly expressed their opinions, the discussion growing increasingly fervent. Even if Chang Yin stood alone, the clamor for extermination resonated throughout the hall. In the realm of the fox spirit, Xiao Hongyang, within the One Qi Dao alliance, Wang Chuanfu held on to Qing Tong tightly, his gaze steadfast and gentle. Before him, the disciples of the One Qi Dao alliance brandished their swords, their faces contorted with anger as they reproached Wang Chuanfu. "Wang Chuanfu, how dare you defy the alliance's edicts and entangle yourself with this aberration? Humans and demons tread divergent paths. Release her. Do not remain obstinately ignorant." Their voices echoed with ire and confusion, their eyes betraying dissatisfaction and reproach towards Wang Chuanfu's actions. Must a demon be condemned to death? Wang Chuanfu lifted his gaze to the heavens. Lady Yin appeared to be facing a similar dilemma. Furthermore, the demon pill Nezha was inherently infused with demonic energy. Utterly distinct from Qing Tong, this little spirit, it must perish. It must be slain. The demon pill Nezha too deserves execution. At such a moment, one must not show any mercy. The disciples shouted in unison. Countless flying swords soared into the air, their tips aimed directly at Wang Chuanfu. Nevertheless, Wang Chuanfu remained unfazed, still tightly embracing Qing Tong, as though the world consisted solely of the two of them. He stepped towards the door. "If we can survive this ordeal, across rivers and mountains, would you accompany me to behold it?" Nezha suddenly bit down on Lady Yin's arm. "Look!" Taiyi Zhenren seized the opportunity to strike. "Do not fear, mother is here." Lady Yin clutched her child tightly, and Nezha, feeling the warmth from his mother, gradually lost some of his demonic nature. At that moment, Taiyi Zhenren hesitated. Li Jing, favoring his own child, bowed to the assembly. "Esteemed immortals, my family has faced misfortune with the birth of this child. Yet he is innocent. He too is a victim. It is difficult for me to strike him down. I will ensure Nezha is well disciplined." not allowing him to step outside the door. Should he cause any trouble, I, Li Jing, will risk my life to uphold justice for all. Seeing this, Taiyi Zhenren refrained from executing Nezha, sighing, even if I spare his life, he is but 3 years old. The master has already placed a heavenly tribulation curse upon the demon pill. On this day, 3 years hence, heavenly thunder shall descend to claim his life. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin nearly fainted again, and Li Jing hurriedly supported her. I cannot lift this curse, Taiyi Zhenren lamented. Then I shall seek the celestial venerable for relief. I vow to protect Nezha's life. Rest assured, with me here, the child shall come to no harm. The wailing Nezha, gazing at the kind expressions of his parents, began to smile. A family of 3, in this moment, experiences unparalleled happiness. In the world preceding the legend of the Lotus Lantern, celestial generals arrive at Qintang Pass with great fanfare to apprehend Nezha. Nezha hastens back to Qintang Pass, intending to stand shoulder to shoulder with his father. Father, I have come to assist you. Perhaps moved by the harmonious scene unfolding in the heavens, Nezha envisions his own father as the loving paternal figure he longs for. However, Li Jing directs his weapon at Nezha, effortlessly disarming him of his universe ring and chaos silk. You have committed an unforgivable sin. Where do you think you can escape? Li Jing's gaze bears no trace of affection, only sternness and reproach. Nezha is momentarily taken aback. In the realm of the investiture of the gods, at Qintang Pass, Nezha has already undergone the sacrifice of flesh and bone for his parents. Yin Jiao, within the incense temple, endeavors to restore Nezha's corporeal form. At this juncture, Nezha's spirit, residing in the temple, continues to behold the tender and harmonious scene above. Mother, was our bond truly this strong at my birth? Once I have been reformed, our family shall be reunited. Nezha, still lost in fantasy, is interrupted by the arrival of the Pipa spirit. Burning so much incense, can he withstand it? Be cautious lest he be overwhelmed. The Pipa spirit abruptly overturns the offering table. Nezha contemplates retaliating against the Pipa spirit, but is admonished by Li Jing. Observing Li Jing's ignorant demeanor, Nezha glances back at the paternal figure in the heavens, increasingly sensing something amiss. His father does not appear to be a virtuous man. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao arrives at the boundless East Sea with the Spirit Pearl. The abyss beneath the sea is shrouded in darkness, where countless dragons are imprisoned. The Dragon King of the East Sea perches atop the sea pillar, exclaiming, "Here they come." Shen Gongbao raises the Spirit Pearl, enveloped in celestial energy, casting a glimmer of light upon the murky depths. Is this the Spirit Pearl? If it is infused into a dragon egg, my son shall attain boundless divinity, and perhaps even ascend to godhood? And no, Shen Gongbao stutters. Not possible. Indeed, Shen Gongbao finally completes his thought. Then it is settled. The Dragon King relinquishes the dragon egg, merging it with the Spirit Pearl. The dragon egg absorbs the celestial energy of the Spirit Pearl, hatching into a small dragon, which then transforms into a blue-haired child. This is my son Ao Bing. As per our agreement, I shall allow him to take you as his master, Danny. You must assist him in escaping this underwater purgatory and ascending to the heavenly realm, the Dragon King declares. That won't do, Shen Gongbao stammers once more. Won't do? It must succeed. I must prove that I am the best candidate among the 12 golden immortals. Shen Gongbao's eyes nearly bulge from his urgency. Next time, just nod. The Dragon King replies with a resigned expression. In the world of the investiture of the gods, within the camp of the Shang army, Shen Gongbao enlists Zhao Gongming to combat the rebellious forces of Shiqi. Within the tent, numerous Shang soldiers look to Shen Gongbao for guidance. However, Shen Gongbao regarded Zhao Gongming as an esteemed guest. Zhao Gongming, upon witnessing Shen Gongbao's stammering in the celestial realm, nearly incited a misunderstanding. His appearance was indeed comical. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, "Your stutter is truly amusing." With arms crossed and head thrown back in mirth, his face was alight with mockery. Shen Gongbao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and urgency, shaking his head and twiddling his beard in an attempt to retort, but his anxiety only exacerbated his stammer, rendering his speech less than coherent. I am not a stutterer. His demeanor became increasingly ludicrous, prompting the surrounding warriors to burst into laughter. The national master has truly become a stutterer. In the world of the legend of Nezha, at Chaoga, Emperor Xian sat regally upon his throne, relishing the performance unfolding in the celestial realm, with Daji nestled warmly in his embrace. witnessing Shun Gongbao stammering, which nearly led to a misunderstanding. Emperor Xine could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The national master's stutter is indeed delightful. He laughed so heartily that he nearly lost his balance. The attendants around him stifled their giggles, and the palace resonated with laughter. Shun Gongbao, hunched over, saw Emperor Xine's joy and felt a surge of happiness himself, imitating the emperor's movements with exuberance. As long as your majesty is happy. In the world of the investiture of the gods, before the two armies, Shun Gongbao was engaged in a life-or-death wager with Jiang Zia, agreeing to sever his head and reattach it. However, he caught sight of his collusion with the Dragon Clan. A flicker of complex emotions crossed his gaze. Conspiring against his master's orders with the Dragon Clan was hardly a noble endeavor. Yet he pondered inwardly. Having an ally from the Dragon Clan could be advantageous, and it could serve as a pretext to seek their assistance. After all, Ao Bing was the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, undoubtedly formidable. He squinted slightly, a sly smile creeping across his lips, seemingly pleased with his cunning schemes. Nevertheless, this smile was tinged with unease, for conspiring with the Dragon Clan was far from an honorable affair, and the future's trajectory was beyond his complete control. Didn't I defeat Ao Bing? Nezha remarked, observing Ao Bing in the celestial realm with a grin. Shun Gongbao's previously triumphant expression instantly froze. In the world of Journey to the West, at the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Sun Wukong sought the Dragon King for a formidable weapon, persistently bothering him. However, the Dragon King was preoccupied, his thoughts elsewhere. He gazed at the dismal scene of the Dragon Clan trapped in the depths of a hellish sea, his dragon eyes wide with terror and anger, his whiskers trembling as he bellowed. How could my Dragon Clan have fallen to such depths? What shall we do? His once formidable visage twisted in sheer shock, and his dragon scales quivered slightly due to his emotional turmoil. The Dragon Clan's status was already precarious, yet it seemed there was room to fall even further. Nevertheless, there was hope. The East Sea Dragon King was overjoyed to discover that his son was, in fact, the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. His eyes wide with excitement and his whiskers fluttering, the Dragon King exclaimed, "There is hope. My son Ao Bing is the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. He can ascend to divinity." The joyous echoes of his voice resonated throughout the Dragon Palace, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals bowed in congratulations. Sun Wukong also offered his felicitations. "Old Dragon King, your East Sea Dragon Palace is finally to produce a remarkable figure. On such a joyous occasion, do find me a fine weapon to share in this happiness." "Certainly." The Dragon King, elated, commanded his attendants to procure a weapon for Sun Wukong. In the world of the newly reborn Nezha, the East Sea city bustled with prosperity and clamor. In an opulent skyscraper within the affluent district, Ao Guang, clad in a suit and tie, gazed upon his son Ao Bing, who had been injured by Li Jing. Initially, Ao Guang harbored both fear and trepidation towards Nezha, and he regarded the reincarnation with equal apprehension, deciding it better to err on the side of caution. However, upon realizing that his son was the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, he felt a surge of joy that dispelled his long-standing anger. He even overlooked the plight of the Dragon Clan trapped in purgatory within the heavenly realm. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Wonderful, with the Spirit Pearl by his side. My son Ao Bing possesses the potential of a great emperor. What is there to fear from Nezha?" His gaze shone with fervor as he envisioned a glorious future for the Dragon Clan, his face adorned with pride and anticipation. Ao Bing too beheld the significance of his reincarnation, brimming with confidence for his future. "Father, the Spirit Pearl is a treasure of celestial energy. I will surely triumph over the demon Nezha." Yet, he contemplated that, to be on the safe side, it was imperative to eliminate Li Yunxiang. Ao Guang, with keen strategy, understood that Li Yunxiang was not yet formidable and must be dealt with before he awakened his true essence. The Celestial Master cannot resolve the heavenly tribulation curse. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings, practice makes perfect. Taiyi Zhenren and Li Jing rode a flying pig to the Void Gate in search of the primordial Celestial Master. "This is the Void Gate. Our Master has long since transcended the three realms, and through this gate, we may find him." They bowed before the gate. "Master is above. Disciple Taiyi seeks an audience." "You, Taiyi, are you aware of your transgressions?" A reproachful voice emanated from beyond the gate. Taiyi, in a fluster, responded, "Yes, indeed, I am at fault, but had it not been for the demon's interference, Bah, do not make excuses. How many years has it been since you last visited? I am nearly bored to death. Suddenly, a slender, cloud-like entity leaped forth from behind the door. It was not the primordial celestial master, but rather Chang Xingyan. Taiyi Zhenren punched Chang Xingyan in the nose. I knew it was you. He then turned to Li Jing to introduce. This is the Chang Xingyan, responsible for ferrying the Void Gate. We affectionately call him Little Yunyan. Fatty, do you also call him that? Who is this? Chang Xingyan inquired, glancing at Li Jing. Silence. Refer to me as Taiyi Zhenren. Taiyi Zhenren struck Chang Xingyan on the head again, then introduced Li Jing. This is General Li Jing of Chintang Pass. As Changxing Cloud witnessed the multitude gathered around, a wave of excitement washed over him. Ah, what a pleasure to meet you all. With your company, I shall not feel lonely. He conjured a table and teacups with his magical prowess, exclaiming, Come, come, let us enjoy some tea. It is not easy for me to linger here day after day. I have not conversed with anyone for decades, and I feel as though I might burst from the pent-up isolation. In the realm of the primordial, at the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian was imparting teachings to the disciples of the Yin Jiao, their gazes fixated on the extraordinary Changxing Cloud. Expressions of astonishment etched upon their faces. The ethereal Tong Tian, with an air of celestial grace, stroked his beard and murmured to himself, What a wondrous cloud! It can actually carry the Void Gate. Could this be a manifestation of the clouds of the myriad heavens? Such strange phenomena exist beneath the guidance of the Yuanshi Tianzun. His soft voice, though barely a whisper, resonated clearly in the stillness, reaching the ears of every disciple. Upon hearing this, they were all struck with a sense of awe, plunging into contemplation. The Changxing Cloud, nebulous and illusory, emanated an aura of mystery and power, evoking curiosity and doubt among these seasoned cultivators who had long been acquainted with the wonders of the universe. Meanwhile, in another world, Li Changshu was engaged in tender exchanges with Yun Xiao, immersed in a romantic discourse. A glance at the Changxing Cloud and then at the enchanting Yun Xiao led him to recall that she was the first wisp of cloud to take form. Was it possible that before her transformation, she resembled this? Observing the shape of Changxing Cloud, his idealization of Yun Xiao diminished considerably. I was far more beautiful before my transformation, she retorted, a hint of pride in her voice. In the realm of the non-human, Sun Wukong reclined upon his nimbus cloud, which had transformed into a chair floating above the sea, indulging in a leisurely holiday. Beside him, a drink was placed for his enjoyment. Relishing the splendid service of the nimbus cloud, he gazed at the ever-shifting Changxing Cloud above, feeling little envy. After all, his nimbus cloud was quite comparable. If only my nimbus cloud weren't so greedy. It becomes a hassle during cleaning, he chuckled. Were it not for its appetite, it would be the perfect mode of transport. Then you must endure the incessant chatter of Changxing Cloud. No perfect fortune comes without its burdens, remarked the little dragon maiden. At that moment, Li Jing, lacking the spirit to partake in tea, bowed and stated, We have urgent matters to discuss with the Heavenly Lord. We kindly request that you inform him. Upon hearing of their desire to meet the Heavenly Lord, Changxing Cloud sighed. Alas, that is unfortunate. My master and the two esteemed uncles, Ling Bao and Daod, have entered the Void Gate together, reportedly to engage in secluded cultivation and compile the list of deities. What do you wish to seek from the Heavenly Lord? Pray, share your concerns. Li Jing replied, Someone has been afflicted by the heavenly calamity curse, and I wish to implore the Heavenly Lord for salvation. Changxing Cloud, taken aback, exclaimed, The heavenly calamity curse? In that case, seeking my master is futile. This curse is beyond remedy. Instantly, Li Jing's expression fell into despondency. Taiyi Zhenren was deeply saddened and comforted Li Jing, saying, In the heavens, a day equals a year on earth. We have lingered here for too long. Much time has passed since we left Chintang Pass. It would be prudent to return sooner, to see if we can do something for our child. In the realm of Fengshen Yini, within the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu was mediating the grievances among his three disciples. Upon hearing that Yuanshi Tianzun was unable to resolve the heavenly tribulation curse, he was momentarily taken aback, his usually tranquil expression faltering. It was indeed astonishing that a sage of his stature could not unravel such a minor spell. After a brief moment, he chuckled inwardly and chose to remain silent. However, Tongtian Jiaozhu was far less reserved, bursting into unrestrained laughter. It seems that our brother from another world is truly weak, unable to even dispel a mere heavenly tribulation curse. Ha ha, brother, you are truly lacking. You need to practice more. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the hall, laced with mockery. Yuanshi Tianzun stood there, his face a portrait of embarrassment, feeling both humiliated and perplexed. How could I be so inept as to fail at such a trivial spell? He pondered. Meanwhile, Nuwa stifled a light laugh, yet her amusement was far more restrained compared to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Clenching his fists, Yuanshi found himself unable to retort, silently enduring the ridicule from Tongtian and the profound gaze of Hongjun Laozu. Within the confines of the Li residence in Qintang Pass, chaos reigned. Shattered objects littered the ground. A swing was missing a rope, the walls were marred with cracks and chips, and doors lay in ruins. With nothing to occupy his time, the mischievous Nezha had taken to climbing walls and breaking pots repeatedly, feeling quite fatigued from his antics. Now somewhat grown, he reclined against the wall, idly composing limericks. "Nezha, what are you doing perched on the wall?" inquired Lady Yin, accompanied by her guardians visiting to see her son. With no chance to venture outside and no one to play with, what else is there to do but enjoy the scenery? Nezha slowly turned his head, revealing his impish visage. His hair was styled with a fringe and adorned with two small tufts, exuding a playful charm. His large eyes were surrounded by dark circles, hinting at mischief. A red flame mark adorned his forehead, and he wore a red vest featuring a lotus design, paired with brown cropped pants embellished with flame patterns. A yellow belt cinching his waist and a golden necklace around his neck, all while barefoot, embodying a carefree spirit. In the world of Fengshen at Shiqi, the generals were convening within the camp to strategize against the extraordinary forces of the Shang army. Nezha, bored, gazed at the sky. Upon catching sight of his own panda-like eyes reflected in the heavens, he was momentarily stunned, muttering, "What on earth? Who is this? How could I be such an ugly child?" Hearing this, his brothers, Jinzhai and Muzhai, couldn't help but burst into laughter at Nezha's appearance. Jinzhai clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Third brother, your looks are truly a sight to behold." Muzhai joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, who could be as hideous as you?" Upon hearing this, Nezha's face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists and shouted at his two brothers, "If you continue to laugh, I shall strike you." Jiang Zia and the others were drawn to the commotion caused by the trio. As they looked up, witnessing Nezha's expression, smiles spread across their faces. "Kicking a shuttlecock can be deadly," remarked Ten Cold, while Nezha blushed with embarrassment amidst a world filled with a myriad of cold jokes in Qintang Pass. Li Jing glanced at his golden Barbie Nezha and then at the ugly Nezha in the sky, comparing the two. He could not help but cover his head and mutter in disbelief, "You two fellows each possess your own brand of ugliness." Although the demon child Nezha was somewhat unattractive, at least his body resembled that of a child. Conversely, his golden Barbie Nezha, while possessing a normal and even endearing face, had a physique that left much to be desired. Was it truly humanly possible to bear such a terrifying height? Why can't you two just swap heads and bodies? Then I would have a perfect child. Li Jing sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation, utterly exasperated with his uniquely styled Nezha. In the world of Journey to the West, at the peach banquet in heaven, the celestial beings gathered together, enjoying the feast while being entertained by the spectacle above. When the demon child Nezha turned to reveal his grotesque visage, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. "Ha ha! The three altars see God is indeed such an ugly sight. Let us not frighten the little ones." Marshal Tianpeng laughed heartily. "Look at that countenance. It bears no resemblance to the third prince." General of the Rolling Curtain shook his head, eyes filled with disdain. What must the king of the tower think of his son's appearance? The southern polar immortal teased as he cast a glance at Li Jing. The celestial beings exchanged banter, their joyous laughter echoing through the air. Nezha, feeling embarrassed, gazed at his own hideous reflection in the sky, momentarily overwhelmed by shame. "Though I cannot claim to be handsome, I am at least fair-featured. How could I appear so grotesque?" In the legendary world of Nezha, the little dragon girl and Li Jing were joyfully playing by the seaside with Nezha. The appearance of the demon child Nezha drew their attention. The little dragon girl covered her mouth and giggled, "That demon child Nezha is truly ugly." Li Jing chimed in, "Indeed, even more so than I. He is terrifyingly hideous." Upon hearing this, Nezha, exasperated, jumped up and shouted, "He is not me." His little face turned crimson, his eyes filled with anger and grievance. The little dragon girl and Li Jing burst into laughter. In the world of the adventures of Luo Xiaohe, when Luo Xiaohe first met Nezha, they sat on the grass, enjoying the breeze. How can that ugly Nezha look so much like you? Luo Xiaohe remarked candidly, gazing at Nezha. Nezha's stature and appearance strikingly resemble that of the demonic Nezha, adorned with a similarly disdainful gaze. However, his features are remarkably handsome, rendering him far more endearing than his counterpart. I am Nezha, he declared, his eyes seemingly igniting with fury. I apologize, my ire is not directed at you. Yet the demonic Nezha is undeniably unattractive, unlike yourself. Luo Xiaohai hastily clarified. Nezha's clenched fists relaxed once more. Then, why not share with Mother the sights you have encountered? Lady Yin awkwardly continued the conversation. Mountains, trees, flowers, and grass. Are we to expect a display of nudity? Nezha retorted, his expression one of utter disdain. Ah, such jest. How about I join you in play, my dear? Lady Yin patiently coaxed her child. Come now, you jest. You are either slaying monsters or vanquishing demons daily. To see you today is a stroke of fortune. How could you possibly find the time to amuse a child? Nezha replied dismissively. Indeed, it is my fault. I yearn to spend more time with you, but the duties of guarding the fortress leave me stretched thin, Lady Yin confessed, filled with remorse. Yet, today is unexpectedly peaceful. Shall we engage in a game of kick the shuttlecock? Lady Yin produced the shuttlecock. Nezha's eyes brightened with interest, though he feigned indifference as he leapt down from the wall. Well, since you find such amusement in triviality, I shall indulge you for a moment. Here it comes. Lady Yin exclaimed as she kicked the shuttlecock, and Nezha deftly intercepted it, subsequently kicking it back with joy. The guards, sensing a potential disaster, swiftly retreated and fetched armor. Madam, perhaps it would be prudent to don your armor. Are you jesting? To play with my son while clad in armor? Is kick the shuttlecock a matter of life and death? Lady Yin vehemently refused. Then, with a flip, Nezha sent the shuttlecock sailing back. Mother here. Splendid. Lady Yin, brimming with enthusiasm to receive the shuttlecock, was unexpectedly struck with such force that she was launched against the wall, leaving a significant dent. Mother, are you all right? Nezha inquired with concern etched on his face. I am fine, well done. Lady Yin extricated herself from the rubble, casting a glance at the guards, her heart sinking. Perhaps I should wear it after all. Even in armor, Lady Yin found herself beleaguered, the courtyard walls suffering repeated assaults. Ultimately, upon the emergence of a monster, she hastily led her followers to confront the threat, leaving Nezha in a state of desolation and solitude. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, at Shintang Pass, Li Jing observed the battered Lady Yin amidst the heavens and felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Alas, this game truly can be perilous, he lamented. Yet, how could the diminutive demonic Nezha unleash such formidable power? Li Jing glanced at his own Nezha, the muscular embodiment of strength. Why should the demonic Nezha possess such capabilities? Although the family's Nezha, resembling a robust figure, is quite a bit more imposing than the mischievous version, he exhibits a much more composed demeanor, refraining from destructive antics. This brings great solace to him. Father, Nezha also wishes to play with you. Seeing the playful antics of the unruly Nezha, he opens his arms wide, yearning for an embrace with Li Jing. However, upon observing Nezha's muscular physique, Li Jing instinctively cries out, no. Yet, before he could react, Nezha's hand had already swung towards him. With a sharp crack, Li Jing was propelled like a cannonball, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The gates of the Li residence swing open, and Madame Yin, along with her stern household guards, steps forth. Two bronze-sized boundary beasts employ their magical instruments to lift the barrier, allowing Madame Yin to exit. However, she turns back to address the boundary beasts, saying, I must remind you too, Master Taiyi entrusted you with guarding the barrier, not to act as mere mascots. Please refrain from letting Nezha roam free and cause trouble. The flat-headed boundary beast hastily responds, rest assured, Madam, I oversee the southern barrier. Nezha must have escaped from the north last time. The curled-nosed boundary beast, agitated, retorts, nonsense. I guard the north diligently. If he were to leave, it could only be from the south. Oh, so you question my integrity? When Master returns, I shall report you for dereliction of duty and slander. Is complaining your only talent? I've long found you insufferable. Let us settle this with a duel. Come. I fear you not. Bring it on, bring it on. The two boundary beasts, ready for confrontation, seem poised to engage in combat. I implore you both. Madame Yin sighs in exasperation, aware of the urgency in dealing with the demons. She turns her horse and rides away. The two boundary beasts huff in disdain, turning their backs to each other, ignoring one another entirely. The river god watches in astonishment. Are the boundary beasts also concept deities? It appears they are playing alongside Nezha. In a whimsical world, a small pig bear, with its mouth stuffed, mocks the boundary beasts while munching. These two fools are utterly hilarious, shirking responsibility like that. If Master Taiyi finds out, they shall both face punishment. It rolls on the ground, laughing uproariously, its rotund body bouncing about like a little ball. Seeing the boundary beasts in such a comical state, Nezha cannot help but burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face as he clutches his stomach exclaiming, "Indeed. These two boundary beasts are simply too amusing. They are utterly unreliable in their duties." In a world filled with a plethora of cold jokes, a river swirls, and a figure resembling a frail scholar rises from the depths. The river god observes the two comical boundary beasts with narrowed eyes. His gaze, profound and tranquil, seems to pierce through all, but unlike others, he does not erupt into laughter at their exaggerated antics and expressions. These two little creatures, seemingly unremarkable, possess an undeniable depth. He attunes himself to their essence. These seemingly absurd boundary beasts emanate a formidable conceptual power. This power, subtle and enigmatic, is perceptible even to the river deity, who can't help but regard them with increased interest and curiosity. One wonders what their conceptual strength might entail. As the two boundary beasts sulked, the great door quietly creaked open. Nezha extended his hand, tossing a pebble towards the snout boundary beast. Instantly enraged by the impact, the snout beast seethed, while the flat-headed beast maintained an air of indifference, exclaiming, "What are you looking at?" "Humph." The snout beast suppressed its fury, and both boundary beasts turned back to sit down. Nezha seized another stone, hurling it once more at the snout beast. After enduring consecutive strikes, the snout beast could no longer restrain itself and retaliated fiercely. The two boundary beasts descended into chaos, allowing Nezha to brazenly slip through the opening in the boundary. Within Chintang Pass, the townsfolk were initially content and thriving, immersed in harmony. Suddenly, Nezha's voice rang out, "1, 2. Upon hearing his call, the once peaceful streets erupted into turmoil. The villagers, gripped by panic, abandoned their tasks in search of refuge. As Nezha's countdown concluded, he taunted, "Time's almost up. Have you all hidden well?" With a sinister grin, he began to wreak havoc upon the village structures, seeking out the concealed villagers. His terrifying visage and overwhelming magical might wrought considerable destruction, sending the villagers into a frenzy as they scattered in every direction. Meanwhile, a group of children congregated in a dilapidated temple, plotting to rid themselves of Nezha. Suddenly, a masked child rushed in, revealing a cunning scheme. He had already set intricate traps, replete with knives, venomous snakes, peaks, and swamps. The traps were intricately interconnected, culminating in their decision to urinate in the swamp as punishment for the unsuspecting Nezha. Yet, the masked child abruptly removed his disguise, unveiling Nezha's true identity. The children were instantly paralyzed with fear, tumbling into the cleverly devised traps, enduring various torments before ultimately landing in the swamp, utterly disgraced. Nezha's unrestrained laughter echoed, his mischievous nature rendering him utterly detestable. In the world of countless cold jokes, within Chintang Pass, Li Jing surveyed the devastation wrought by the mischievous Nezha. His heart seized with horror. His eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Disbelief and terror etched upon his face. How terrifying! Could this truly be the commotion caused by Nezha? It is well known that his formidable golden Vajra form possesses the capability to create such chaos in Chintang Pass. Better to be safe than sorry. As this thought crossed his mind, beads of cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, reflecting on his equally troublesome son Nezha. Li Jing felt a wave of dread wash over him, as if he had already witnessed the chaos that his own Nezha would unleash upon Chintang Pass. It was imperative that he properly educate his son, preventing him from becoming as unruly as the mischievous Nezha of legend. Li Jing gazed at his towering, golden-skinned Nezha, forcing a semblance of a smile. "Come now, dear son, father will play with you every day from now on, but if you play with father, you must not venture outside to play." His eyes were imbued with a sense of melancholy resignation. For the sake of the citizens of Chintang Pass, he was prepared to make any sacrifice. Nezha's joy was boundless as he rushed towards Li Jing, arms outstretched wider than the beams of the house. "Father, you are the best. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as Neza's bear hug nearly crushed Li Jing in its fervor. In the perfect world, in Scherzuan, the villagers pointed and jeered at the mischievous Neza, their tongues lashing out in disdain. Look at this Neza, behaving like a wild child, so unruly. We have long warned that he is a spawn of mischief, destined to bring calamity. Just look at the havoc he wreaks upon Qintang Pass. A true scoundrel born of a mother who bore him, but failed to nurture him. Thankfully, the children of our village are obedient, unlike Neza's wayward nature. As the adults scolded Neza, they instructed the village children not to follow his example. At that moment, Sher Hao, while sipping beast's milk, turned his gaze towards Neza, intrigued by his unruly demeanor. I would very much like to play with such a fellow, to see if he can outplay me or if I shall outplay him. A mischievous smile danced upon his lips, for after consuming so much beast's milk, he felt imbued with tremendous strength. The village children, having climbed into the mud pit, shouted angrily at Neza, "You monster!" Hearing such an epithet, Neza's wrath flared, and he kicked a nearby boulder towards the children. In that critical moment, Taiyi Zhenren swiftly intervened with his whisk, saving the children from harm. Li Jing soon arrived, furiously reprimanding Neza. Upon returning home, Li Jing enforced even stricter confinement for Neza, erecting a barrier beyond his room. The realization that they had narrowly avoided a catastrophe weighed heavily on Li Jing and Madame Yin, leading them to consult Taiyi Zhenren regarding the next course of action for Neza. Madame Yin resolved to spend the remaining time with her child until his fate was sealed. However, Taiyi Zhenren proposed to take Neza as his disciple, guiding him towards righteousness and ultimately saving his life. Li Jing, not wishing for his son to meet a tragic end or be forever stained with infamy, found himself in agreement after considerable discussion. The following morning, the steward brought breakfast to Neza, only to discover the room in disarray, and Neza was nowhere to be found. The steward and the barrier beast hurriedly reported to Li Jing. In the realm of the mountain and river nation map, the envious Shun Gongbao lamented the favoritism shown towards Taiyi Zhenren. After the butler and the barrier beast departed, Neza peered down from the rafters, declaring boldly that no one could confine him. With his hands tucked into his trousers, he swaggered out of the barrier. As he stepped beyond the confines, Neza found himself captivated by a floating scroll in the courtyard. Curiosity piqued, he approached and gently prodded it with his finger, only to be met with a powerful pull that drew him into the scroll's depths. After a tumultuous whirl, he landed with a thud, sitting up in awe of his surroundings. Before him lay resplendent palaces, verdant mountains, and flowing waters, teeming with celestial birds and cranes, a true paradise. This was the world within the mountain and river nation map. The voice of Taiyi Zhenren echoed softly in the air, heralding the world of the investiture of the gods. Shen Gongbao had summoned the 10 heavenly lords from Golden Ao Island to set a trap against the 12 golden immortals, initially brimming with confidence in their 10 absolute formation. However, upon witnessing Taiyi Zhenren summon the mountain and river nation map, both Shun Gongbao and the 10 heavenly lords were struck with shock. The Holy Mother of Golden Light gasped in disbelief, trembling as she exclaimed that this was a treasure of Nuwa, questioning why it had been bestowed upon Taiyi Zhenren of the Chan sect, deeming it unfairly biased. Shun Gongbao, filled with jealousy and resentment, pondered why the Chan sect always received such preferential treatment from the sages. On the opposing side, Neza and his companions rejoiced at this turn of events. Neza eagerly urged his master to utilize the treasure to subdue their foes, a sentiment echoed by Yang Jian and the others, all brimming with anticipation. Yet, Taiyi Zhenren merely shrugged, expressing his helplessness. The moment these words escaped his lips, the joy on Neza's face froze instantly. Shen Gongbao, initially taken aback, soon regained composure, stroking his beard with a smug grin, exclaiming that he had been startled. In a separate confrontation, Lady Shurji faced Taiyi Zhenren in an open expanse. Their eyes locked in a fierce glare, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, upon spotting the mountain and river nation map in Taiyi Zhenren's possession, her once menacing visage paled, fear flooding her eyes, rendering her almost catatonic. Mountain and river nation map. Old Taoist, you possess such a treasure, she cried out, her bravado evaporating. Just wait, I shall return. Without a thought for dignity or conflict, she transformed into a cloud of black smoke and fled. Neza turned to see Taiyi Zhenren seated upon a rock, memories of past constraints igniting his ire. Rotund one, it is you. Silence, address me as a mortal master. Taiyi Zhenren retorted, rising to present something wondrous. Neza's expression was one of disdain as Taiyi Zhenren produced a crystal-clear brush, proclaiming, "The brush that points to the nation." In the image, feel free to alter it as you wish. With a flourish of his magical artifact, the peach tree transformed into a wooden vessel, lifting Nezha aboard. Nezha, vigilant, gazed at Taiyi Zhenren and inquired, "What trickery is this?" Taiyi Zhenren leapt aboard as well, exclaiming, "Come, experience my meticulously crafted attraction. Explore the realm of immortals." With a deft stroke of his brush, mountains and rivers became a scroll, materializing under his command. He guided Nezha through thrilling escapades across water, snow, sky, and the depths of the sea. A myriad of enchanting vistas unfolded before their eyes, accompanied by the playful interactions of ethereal flora and fauna. Brother, oh brother, what a world this is. Meanwhile, Yin Jiao and Li Jing were deeply engrossed in each other's company. Upon witnessing the wondrous spectacle of the mountains and rivers scroll, Yin Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "This mountains and rivers scroll is so delightful. I wish to partake in it as well." Li Jing, smiling gently, patiently explained, "This is a treasure of Lady Nuwa. We cannot simply play with it at will." Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Yin Jiao's face. Yet, she soon brightened with anticipation, suggesting, "How about we create a miniature mountains and rivers scroll ourselves?" Possessing the cultivation of a quasi-saint, crafting a small version was well within her capabilities. Li Jing, enchanted by the eagerness in her eyes, smiled indulgently and replied, "Very well, I shall assist you." In the realm of the perfect world, Shihao was excavating treasures in the void divine realm. The scene unfolding in the celestial canopy revealed the marvel of the mountains and rivers scroll, astonishing all who beheld it. Shihao's eyes gleamed with envy as he absorbed the exquisite scenes depicting the scroll. As a child, he yearned to experience the wonders of the mountains and rivers scroll, just like Nezha. Though the void divine realm bore some similarities, it was evident that the mountains and rivers scroll offered far more amusement. How splendid it would be to possess such a treasure. However, the void divine realm served as a crucible for honing one's strength. Despite lacking the allure of the mountains and rivers scroll, it was an essential path for his growth. Gritting his teeth, Shihao temporarily suppressed his longing for the scroll and resolutely pressed onward in the void divine realm, determined to become stronger. In the world of the return of the great sage, Jiang Luer trailed behind Sun Wukong, chattering incessantly with curiosity. Upon reading the descriptions of the mountains and rivers scroll, his eyes sparkled with desire, and he exclaimed, "Wow, how fascinating! How wonderful it would be to frolic within the mountains and rivers scroll." Sun Wukong, with a dismissive smile, raised his head and proclaimed, "What of it? Though I lack the mountains and rivers scroll, I possess the 72 transformations, which allow me to alter my surroundings and roam the heavens at will." Jiang Luer, filled with astonishment, tugged at the great sage's garment, eagerly asking, "Great sage, can you transform for me now?" With impatience, Sun Wukong replied, "My strength has yet to be fully restored. Once I regain my power, we shall see." Jiang Luer nodded obediently, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she closely followed the great sage, already envisioning the wondrous sights of the future. "Isn't it delightful? From now on, you shall study the Kunlun celestial arts with me in this illustration. Hurry and bow to your master," proclaimed Taiyi Zhenren with a smug expression. "Bow to you? Huh, what do you even know?" Nezha scoffed, turning away to relieve himself. Taiyi Zhenren then gestured with his fingers, chanting, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The laws of the universe transform swiftly." With a flick of his hand, he transmuted a stone into a pair of oversized scissors to frighten Nezha. Nezha hurriedly retreated and leapt onto a large boulder, but Taiyi Zhenren pointed again and commanded, "Transform." The spot where Nezha landed morphed into a massive cauldron. Nezha then hid in a patch of grass. "Transform." With another gesture from Taiyi Zhenren, the grass where Nezha concealed himself turned into a gigantic roasted piglet. This sight instantly tantalized Nezha. Nezha was utterly bamboozled. Yang Jian declared, "Behold my heavenly cloak. This celestial technique is called the art of deception. Would you like to learn it?" Taiyi Zhenren smiled enticingly. "Not bad at all," Nezha said, tearing off a leg of the roasted pig and taking a bite, only for it to transform into leaves. "Tui." Nezha spat out the mouthful of foliage in disgust. However, it was evident that he had developed an interest in the art. He looked at Taiyi Zhenren and asked, Can you make me look more formidable? Taiyi Zhenren shrugged. The art of transforming living beings is an advanced metamorphosis technique that I have yet to master. First, learn the basics, and then we shall proceed. Come, I shall teach you the incantations. He leaned closer to Nezha, whispering the mantra into his ear. After listening, Nezha shrugged. Simple enough, teach me something else. Taiyi Zhenren, however, was dismissive. The art of deception is the foundation. If you cannot even master the blink technique, then there is no need to learn anything further. With a yawn, Taiyi Zhenren leaned against a rock and fell asleep. It was not until the sun dipped below the western mountains that Li Jing suddenly appeared, waking the slumbering Taiyi Zhenren. The two sought out Nezha, who was practicing, only to discover him lying still in a lotus pond, surrounded by fish and shrimp, seemingly lifeless. Taiyi Zhenren was alarmed, and quickly Taiyi could only teach Nezha the art of fire control. However, due to his swollen face and unclear speech, the incantations were mumbled and the spells lacked effectiveness. Taiyi asked Nezha to retrieve an antidote pill from his trousers. With a mischievous grin, Nezha approached and rummaged through Taiyi's pants, only to discover a plethora of treasures hidden within. While sifting through, he accidentally triggered a mechanism on the fire-tipped spear. Suddenly, a jet of flames erupted from the spear's tip, fortuitously aimed at Taiyi's trousers. In an instant, Taiyi's pants caught fire, causing him to roll on the ground in panic. In the realm of Fengshen, several golden immortals were poised to break the 10 absolute formation. However, the sight of Taiyi's burning trousers sent them into fits of laughter. They turned to point at Taiyi, chuckling heartily. Taiyi, you have been thoroughly pranked by Nezha. This is truly delightful for us. The southern polar immortal laughed so hard he could hardly stand upright. That mischievous disciple of yours needs to be reined in, or he might cause chaos in the future. Guang Qingzi patted Taiyi on the shoulder with a knowing smile, and the other immortals joined in the raucous laughter, their mirth echoing through the air. Taiyi stood there, utterly embarrassed, wishing to defend himself, but at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated that Nezha from another world would be so impish, even teasing his own master? Nearby, Nezha, upon hearing the laughter of the immortals, displayed a sheepish smile, casting a furtive glance at Taiyi before discreetly retreating. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, within the Golden Light Cave, Yuanshi Tianzun stood with his hands on his hips, laughing uncontrollably. Ha! Junior brother, you've been burned in the trousers. You might as well become a eunuch. His laughter reverberated within the cave, causing dust to tumble from the walls. Taiyi, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, turned to Yuanshi Tianzun and exclaimed, "You rascal, cease this mockery at once." Yet, Yuanshi Tianzun was relentless, his laughter unabated, filling the Golden Light Cave with his boisterous mirth. Your disciple truly offers no respite. Look at my two disciples, they are such a source of ease. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzun boast about his disciples, Taiyi's lips twitched in irritation. Were Sun Wukong and Yang Jian truly the paragons of decorum? At that moment, Li Jing and Madame Yin hurriedly entered the scene, promptly assisting Taiyi and inquiring about his condition. I am an immortal, I cannot be harmed. He beckoned to Nezha. Nezha, come forth and pay your respects to your master, so I may bestow upon you celestial arts to vanquish demons and bring benefit to humanity. What? Vanquish demons and bring benefit to humanity? Nonsense. I refuse to be your disciple. I shall learn nothing. Nezha flung the fire-tipped spear aside and stormed off in indignation. Madame Yin approached to comfort and counsel Nezha. However, Nezha recalled the disdain and hostility he had faced from villagers in his youth, being labeled a monster. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, rendering him impervious to any advice. Anyone subjected to such treatment in their childhood would naturally develop a rebellious spirit. At this moment, Li Jing spoke with utmost seriousness. Do you know why they all fear you? Your true identity is, in fact, Lady Yin immediately panicked, fearing that Nezha might discover the identity of the demon orb and become distressed, leading him to self-destruct. The scene shifted. The reincarnation of the spirit pearl, Nezha exclaimed, stepping back in astonishment. Ah yes, the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, which is why you possess innate divine strength, and why others regard you as an anomaly. Lady Yin feigned a smile, playing along. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Nezha expressed a hint of doubt. However, the flawless performance of Lady Yin and Taiyi Zhenren dispelled his uncertainties. In the whimsical realm of 100,000 cold jokes, at the Li residence, Nezha's face was grave, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the heavens, eager to uncover his true identity. Li Jing watched him anxiously, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if it could be cut with a knife. When Nezha ultimately learned of his reincarnation as the Spirit Pearl, his tense visage blossomed into a radiant smile. He danced with uncontainable excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! I am the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl." Nearby, Li Jing let out a heavy sigh of relief, thinking to himself, remaining in the dark isn't so bad after all. The burden that had long weighed upon his heart finally lifted. In the realm of the Lotus Lantern, Chen Xiang had endured countless hardships, returning from Sun Wukong's tutelage, determined to challenge Yang Jian. Yang Jian's attention was briefly diverted by the sky. Observing Nezha's obliviousness, he couldn't help but smile inwardly, reflecting, living in a dream has its merits. Sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental. A benevolent lie can also be a blessing. He then turned to face Chen Xiang, his gaze sharp, and shouted, "Behold my heavenly cape." With that, he vanished in a flash, the cape billowing as a formidable aura surged towards Chen Xiang. Is anyone here? If Nezha finds himself bored, I shall hasten my writing. How about a sequel featuring Nezha? A moment later, Ao Bing made a dashing entrance. In the new divine rankings, Ao Bing remarked, "Why are you being courteous to Nezha?" 2 years later, Nezha's martial skills and magical prowess had reached remarkable heights. Facing small demons that troubled the villagers, he could subdue them with a single strike. However, the sheer force of his attacks often resulted in collateral damage to nearby buildings and villagers. Eliminating a single monster could devastate several streets, causing untold harm to the populace. It seemed less like vanquishing demons and more akin to eradicating the villagers alongside them. Impulsive, far too impulsive. Taiyi Zhenren waved his brush of destiny, erasing the illusions. Li Jing was likewise displeased with the training results, reprimanding Nezha. After all, they are not real beings. There is no need for such alarm. Nezha remained unfazed, having spent the past 2 years honing his skills within the world of paintings, and thus, he naturally held nothing back in his endeavors. Multiple instances of training reveal an excessive temper and a tendency toward irritability. The Celestial Master, having taken possession of the mixed heaven silk and the fire-tip spear, must refrain from wielding these formidable weapons until he learns to master his emotions. As stated by Li Jing, Nezha, in a rebellious act, hurled the mixed heaven silk and the fire-tip spear back into the folds of Taiyi Zhenren's garments, seizing the pen of guiding the nation instead, and slipped away from the map of mountains and rivers, vowing to astonish all. Just wait and see. By the seaside, a pool of water quietly lapped ashore, revealing the grotesque visage of the sea yiksha. In the world of Black Myth Wukong, at Flame Mountain, Red Boy sought out the Bull Demon King to demand Wukong's essence, aspiring to rejuvenate the Yiksha clan. Yet, amidst the celestial canvas, the image of the sea yiksha emerged. The sea yiksha, with a hunched and distorted form, bore skin as dark as ink, riddled with grotesque protrusions reminiscent of cursed tumors. Its murky eyes emitted an ominous gleam, and its mouth gaped wide, revealing jagged, blade-like fangs, with repulsive drool trickling between them. Its limbs were long and sinewy, joints contorted, with sharp black claws at the tips, reminiscent of a demon's talons from the abyss. Confronting the sea yiksha, Red Boy couldn't suppress a grimace, exclaiming, "You, sea yiksha, are exceedingly hideous. A disgrace to the yiksha lineage." The Bull Demon King observed Red Boy's expression, hesitating to respond. Red Boy, the reincarnation of the Yiksha King, bore a similarly fearsome visage, his sharp fangs glinting ominously, and his blood-red eyes burning with insatiable bloodlust and fury. Curved horns sprouted from his head, exuding an aura of malevolence, rivaling the sea yiksha's grotesqueness in its own right. "How can you, a member of such an ugly clan, disdain your kin?" the Bull Demon King remarked, inciting Red Boy's ire. Enraged, Red Boy seethed, yet he restrained himself for the sake of Wukong's essence. As the sea yiksha prepared to devour a dog from the village, Nezha arrived just in time to unleash a torrent of blows upon the creature. Realizing its inferiority, the sea yiksha hastily fled. Nezha unleashed flames in pursuit, yet failed to strike the sea yiksha, inadvertently incinerating several of the villagers' homes instead. The sea yiksha escaped to the shore, seizing a playful child along the way, boasting, "Once I am in the sea, no one will be able to catch me. Hee hee." Just as the sea yiksha was about to leap into the ocean, a chilling breeze swept in, abruptly freezing the once tranquil surface, trapping the sea yiksha upon the ice. "I have frozen the sea within a mile radius. You cannot escape." A figure descended from the heavens, in the world of battle through the heavens. Smoke and dust produced the recipe for the revitalizing purple pill and presented it to Hai Buodong. This formula will restore your strength, a token of gratitude for saving me. Accepting the recipe, Hai Buodong's attention was drawn to the fluctuations of ice elemental energy emanating from the celestial expanse. In an instant, the surface of the sea was encased in ice, smooth as a mirror, exuding a chilling aura. Upon witnessing this, the sea waves brightened with intrigue, their previously calm demeanor now tinged with curiosity and excitement. With arms crossed, they fixed their gaze upon the frozen waters, eager to uncover the abilities of this mysterious figure who also wielded the power of ice. The newcomer, tall and graceful, appeared as if they had stepped out from a painting, draped in a flowing white robe that concealed their form except for a pair of piercing eyes. "Child, stay back. I am here to rescue your sister," came a voice. "Your sister?" Nezha retorted angrily. The Sea Nightshade launched an attack on the newcomer, only to be swiftly defeated. The child in their grasp rescued in the process. However, Nezha tossed the child back into the clutches of the monster, declaring, "This beast saw them first." He then repulsed the newcomer, proclaiming, "Before me, no one can appear dashing." Turning to the Sea Nightshade, he commanded, "Release that girl." Yet, the adept in white had already returned to the fray. As their struggle ensued, the adeptess robe was torn away, revealing a flowing ocean blue garment that danced in the wind like rippling water. His complexion was as fair as jade, and his features were exquisitely crafted, resembling a masterpiece of art. His eyebrows arched elegantly, and his deep-set blue eyes radiated warmth and purity, yet a hint of melancholy lingered beneath the surface. A cascade of light blue hair was casually tied back, with a few strands falling gracefully across his forehead, enhancing his charismatic allure. A crystal-clear dragon horn adorned his forehead, emanating a mysterious and enchanting glow, signifying his noble lineage as a dragon. Without hesitation, it was clear that this was Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon King, who had previously made an appearance in the deep sea. His striking visage was markedly different from Nezha's. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the celestial beings. Ao Bing is so handsome. In the legendary world of Nezha, he and the dragon girl had plunged into the depths to rescue the little bear pig abducted by Ao Bing. At this moment, Ao Bing scrutinized his own reflection in the celestial canopy, bursting into triumphant laughter. "Ha! I, the illustrious third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, am undeniably handsome." Nearby, the turtle minister bowed deeply, his face brimming with flattery. "Young master, your charisma is unmatched in this world. Your presence truly captivates all." Concealed within the coral reef, Nezha and the dragon girl stifled their laughter, nearly bursting with mirth. Indeed, Ao Bing appeared handsome in the celestial display, yet in reality, he bore an unappealing visage. In the new divine ranking, Nezha found himself reborn in this world. Ao Bing lay injured, immersed in a steaming medicinal bath. His pallid complexion and furrowed brow betrayed the agony coursing through his wounds, forcing him to grit his teeth. Several enchanting maidens attended to him gracefully, carefully providing their service. They gently wiped the body of Ao Bing, their movements light and practiced. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Ao Bing inadvertently raised his gaze and caught sight of his own reflection in the sky. The image portrayed a strikingly handsome figure, exuding charm and vigor, albeit with a hint of fragility. How absurd! With such formidable power, why extend courtesy to him? Just strike him. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Coincidentally, the Ao Bing in the sky also encountered Nezha. He lifted a goblet of fine wine and declared with fervor, "You must teach that scoundrel Nezha a lesson." As he pondered, he unconsciously clenched his fists, envisioning the moment he would triumph over Nezha. Legend of Nezha. Ao Bing, behold, I am the most dashing. Ao Bing proclaimed. "What did you say?" In the whimsical world of countless cold jokes, on a sunlit beach, Ao Bing reveled in his own striking appearance, bursting into laughter. With such looks, charming the ladies should be effortless. He boasted, tossing his hair with an air of narcissism, a sight both comical and endearing. His expression brimmed with confidence, as if he could already see throngs of beauties enamored by his allure. Just then, not far ahead on the beach, a charming young girl basked in the sun, half buried in the sand. He sauntered over flamboyantly. "Fair maiden, you are truly a beauty. Why not join me for some delightful activities?" Nezha glanced at Ao Bing and said, "Could you please step back? You're standing right on top of her." "Huh. Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback. How annoying, must I be told twice? You're standing right on top of her. Nezha shyly reiterated. Ao Bing, completely flummoxed, appeared almost petrified. Nezha quickly sat up, exclaiming, how irritating, must I repeat myself? Underneath Nezha's towering physique, Ao Bing appeared frail and delicate, so much so that he fainted, frothing at the mouth in fright. As the battle between Nezha and Ao Bing intensified, the sea yiksha once again rose, spewing magical bubbles capable of petrifying those they touched. Nezha reached out and poked one of the bubbles, resulting in half of his arm becoming stone. Meanwhile, the surroundings were already engulfed by the sea yiksha's bubbles. With a sinister grin, the sea yiksha devoured a child. Ao Bing, with swift movements, dodged the bubbles and charged at the sea yiksha, landing a punch to its abdomen. The sea yiksha expelled the child. With drool splattering both the celestial beings were rendered utterly speechless upon witnessing that Nezha and Ao Bing had transcended their fateful enmity to become friends. Nezha and Ao Bing were sworn adversaries, yet in this alternate realm, they had managed to forge a bond. In the world of Journey to the West, within the Dragon Palace, the East Sea Dragon King sat upon his resplendent throne, sighing heavily. Ao Bing and Nezha were eternal foes. Nezha had once inflicted grievous harm upon Ao Bing, a fate seemingly ordained. Ever since he glimpsed the meeting of Ao Bing and Nezha in the heavenly firmament, the Dragon King had been consumed by sorrow, fearing for the child of another world who was destined for calamity. Yet, he beheld Ao Bing befriending Nezha in this alternate universe. Instantly, the East Sea Dragon King's face radiated with uncontainable joy. His previously melancholic expression transformed into one of exuberance. He rose abruptly, his hands trembling with excitement as he proclaimed, I cannot believe my son Ao Bing has become friends with Nezha in another world. This connection may elevate our dragon clan's standing with Nezha and the great king of the tower, heralding the revival of our kind. The Dragon Palace erupted in jubilation as the aquatic denizens rejoiced at this unexpected tidings, envisioning a splendid future for the Dragon Clan unfolding before their eyes. In the realm of the new god list, within the city of East Sea, Ao Guang sat quietly on his sofa, observing the battle between Ao Bing and Nezha unfold in the celestial tapestry. He may have anticipated that Ao Bing would not be a match for Nezha. The unfolding scene filled him with increasing dread. However, the ultimate outcome left him utterly astonished. Nezha had become friends with Ao Bing. Could such a thing truly be possible? Ao Guang paused for a moment, his mind racing. Ao Bing befriending Nezha may be your sole path to salvation, a means to dissolve your fated rivalry. In a fit of rage, Ao Bing crushed the wine cup in his hands, exclaiming, preposterous. Nezha and I are sworn enemies. How could I ever befriend him? I shall kill him. I must kill. Sighing, Ao Guang's expression grew increasingly resolute. If that were the case, then let it be so. In the world of investiture of the gods, the scheming Shen Gongbao unleashed a toxic rain, afflicting the troops of the West Qi with a grievous illness. The Taoist Ren Deng, the compassionate Ji Hua, and Qi Jingzi sought the aid of the old Dragon King to summon a downpour, mixing the antidote within the rain to save the beleaguered West Qi forces. The old Dragon King, harboring resentment towards the West Qi faction due to the enmity between his son Ao Bing and Nezha, was initially reluctant. Old Dragon King, behold, your son Ao Bing is friends with Nezha in another world, implored the compassionate Ji Hua. We have come to mend the rift between Ao Bing and Nezha. If you are willing to bring forth the rain, we shall ensure Ao Bing's ascension as a true deity. Faced with the request from the three golden immortals, the old Dragon King could not refuse and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Taoist Ren Deng added, Old Dragon King, your assistance today will be rewarded. I shall ensure that my disciple, the golden-winged Great Peng, reduces his consumption of your dragon spawn by 10 each day. The old Dragon King's smile grew increasingly bitter. The plight of the Dragon Clan was indeed dire, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. Nezha gazed at Ao Bing, who had fainted before him, and then looked up at the figures of Ao Bing and himself in the sky. Suddenly, enlightenment washed over him. So it turns out, you are my friend. Observing Ao Bing in his unconscious state, Nezha felt compelled to rescue him. He placed his hands upon Ao Bing's chest, ready to administer CPR. However, with a gentle push, an explosion of blood erupted. Ao Bing was reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Alas, my friend, what has happened to you? Nezha was horrified and hurriedly attempted to piece Ao Bing back together. It was the first time someone had played with Nezha, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. The bond between him and Ao Bing began to take on a rather ambiguous nature. Soon, villagers surged onto the shore. In the blink of an eye, Ao Bing vanished. The villagers, having not seen the monster, mistakenly assumed that Nezha had abducted the little sister. Nonsense. If it weren't for me defeating the monster, your sister would have been devoured long ago. Nezha retorted, his hands buried in his pockets, his expression cold and austere. Where's the monster? The villagers were seething with anger and resentment. Did you see that? Are you insulting our intelligence? You cannot escape. We shall report this to Lord Li and demand justice. Lock you up and prevent you from committing further misdeeds. The villagers' voices pierced Nezha like daggers. Ignoring them, Nezha lowered his head and turned to leave. Monsters, go back to your homes. But suddenly, a venomous curse rang out behind him. In that instant, Nezha's fury ignited. He spun around and pinned the foul-mouthed youth beneath him. Clenching his fists, his voice as chilling as a ghostly whisper. Dare you utter those words again? In the depths of the ocean, the dragon clan faced dire straits. The primal ancestral dragon roared in fury. Who dares to harm my kin? Witnessing Nezha's wrath, the villagers brandished their weapons and began to assault him. Enraged, Nezha was forced to retaliate. His extraordinary strength was far beyond what these mere mortals could withstand, and in mere moments, he had brought down a multitude of them. As the situation escalated, threatening to spiral into chaos, Taiyi Zhenren and the couple Li Jing arrived just in time. With formidable magical prowess, Taiyi Zhenren restrained Nezha, while Li Jing simultaneously apologized to the villagers and admonished Nezha. The villagers' animosity towards Nezha intensified as they recounted his alleged misdeeds, burning villages, abducting children, and assaulting villagers. Nezha's pitiable plight incited the ire of the celestial beings against the ignorant mortals. Although Nezha's nature was not malevolent, the bias of humanity relentlessly pushed him toward a path of darkness. Even if he were indeed a spiritual pearl, subjected to such disdain, he might well become a demon. It was not entirely the villagers' fault. Initially, they had shown Nezha some tolerance, unaware that he would bring calamity upon Chuntang Pass from the moment of his birth, instilling fear in their hearts. Thus, Nezha faced his tribulations. In the world of the fox demon and the little red daughter, the alliance of Qi was under siege by flying swords. Wang Quan and Qing Tong found themselves overwhelmed. Wang Quan, weakened, knelt upon the ground, his body pierced by numerous blades, the situation dire. At this moment, Dongfang Yuechu descended like a celestial being, warding off the multitude of swords. He gazed at those who besieged his companions and exclaimed with fervor, "You wretches, turning against your own kind is far more detestable than that fiend." His voice resonated powerfully, imbued with profound anger and discontent towards their obstinate prejudice. He pointed towards the heavens, where Nezha, often subjected to the scorn of societal bias, epitomized the plight faced by all benevolent beings in this world. What distinguishes you from the ignorant populace of Chuntang Pass? Dongfang Yuechu thundered. Instantly, the members of the Qi Dao alliance felt a wave of shame wash over them. Yet, some retorted with righteous indignation. Humans and demons tread divergent paths. How can we coexist with those who have wrought havoc upon our kin? Are the lives lost at the hands of these monsters not worthy of lament? Such ignorance. Dongfang Yuechu murmured, shaking his head in silence. In the realm of the Naruto universe, within the village of Yunin, a young boy hummed a peculiar melody, striding down the street with an odd gait. However, the villagers, upon catching sight of him, grimaced in disdain and hurriedly retreated, as if he were a harbinger of plague. Quickly flee. He is a madman. As he noticed the villagers evading him, a cloud of sorrow shadowed his dark visage. He muttered to himself, "Is it because I am a Jinchuriki that they harbor such disdain for me?" His eyes reflected a deep sense of loss and confusion. Spotting Nezha amidst the celestial tapestry, he felt a pang of empathy. We are not at fault. Why must we be loathed simply for possessing great power within us? Oh, Eight Tails, your presence has caused me to be shunned. He sighed, yet maintained a facade of composure, lost in his thoughts. The villagers, perplexed by his words, exchanged bewildered glances. What is this Eight Tails? Where is it? What connection does it have to you? At that moment, the Eight Tails within him could no longer contain its ire. It's all because of you that the villagers despise me. If you hadn't spoken, how would they know you are a Jinchuriki? They loathe you, not me. Ao Bing returned to the underwater dragon palace. Shen Gongbao inquired briefly about Ao Bing's training progress. Ao Bing answered truthfully, even recounting his encounter with Nezha by the seaside. Shen Gongbao exchanged a knowing smile with the Dragon King, remarking on their shared enmity. Nezha is the demon pill. After 3 years of waiting, the day of heavenly tribulation will arrive, and the demon pill will unleash a massacre. That will be the moment you save Qintang Pass and rightfully become the Spirit Pearl. Is the demon pill truly beyond redemption? Ao Bing felt a pang of compassion. The Dragon King spoke solemnly. In ancient times, my dragon clan was renowned as the leaders of the 100 spirits. After yielding to the heavenly court, we suppressed countless sea monsters, thus earning the title of Dragon King. Do you know where you stand? In the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing was taken aback. Beneath this volcanic lava lies the very essence of the sea monsters I once helped the heavenly court defeat. The Dragon King chuckled coldly, proclaiming, "They refer to this place as the Dragon Palace, but in truth, it is a celestial prison. If we were to leave here, the demon beasts, unbound by divine power, would surely escape. We cannot take even a half step away. Dragons, after all, are born of the beastly nature. How could they earn the trust of the celestial court?" The title of Dragon King serves to suppress not only the underwater demon beasts, but also to confine our entire dragon clan within this heavenly prison. Formerly majestic and capable of commanding the storms, the dragon clan now finds itself ensnared and wretched. This spectacle left the celestial beings in a state of discomfort. They had once thought their own dragon clan was pitiable, only to discover a plight far worse. How could the dragons suffer such a fate? Despite their daily consumption of dragon livers and phoenix marrow, they still held dominion over rainfall and possessed their own territories. In the primordial world of ancient times, amidst the boundless heavens and ever-shifting clouds, the ancestral dragons stood regally on the clouds above the eastern sea. Upon witnessing the humiliation endured by the future dragon clan, imprisoned in a watery abyss, its eyes widened in fury. Who dares to treat my dragon clan in such a manner? The ancestral dragon's roar reverberated through the skies, shaking the very foundations of the earth. An overwhelming pressure emanated from its being, with its formidable presence seemingly capable of crushing all existence. The howling winds twisted the surrounding space, as the dragon's whiskers danced like flames, and the fury shooting from its eyes appeared capable of incinerating the entire world. In the contemporary realm, all living beings bowed in submission to the triad of dragon, phoenix, and Qilin. The dragon clan was in the midst of its resurgence. How could they be subjected to such indignity in the future? In a world dominated by super beasts, in the third parallel universe, the whale shark king sat upon his throne, presiding over the subjugated whale shark clan as they cruelly forced the golden elephant clan to construct pyramids under the scorching sun. With indifference, the whale shark king regarded the current degradation of the dragon clan, devoid of any compassion. Hearing the dragon clan's reminiscence of their ancient glory and glancing at the golden elephant slaves beneath him, a smirk crept upon his lips. What was once glorious is merely a memory. The cycle of heaven and earth brings forth change. To dwell in past splendor is futile. His tone dripped with sarcasm, laced with reflections on the capriciousness of fate. It is worth noting that 100,000 years prior, the golden elephant clan had ruled over the whale shark clan. Who could have predicted such a reversal of fortune? After 100 millennia, the whale shark clan had turned the tables, dominating the golden elephant clan. This was merely a manifestation of karmic retribution. His towering figure cast an imposing shadow, his gaze revealing a profound understanding of power and its inevitable rise and fall. The adage holds true: extremes will inevitably lead to a counterbalance, and greatness will ultimately decline. Only strength remains eternal. Stuttering eunuch Shun, mocked Emperor Xian. The national master has turned into a eunuch. In the world of fights breaks fear. The Shao clan found themselves facing a marriage annulment initiated by Nailin Yanran and her entourage from the Yuanshi sect, who showed no deference to the Shao clan, presenting pills with the intent to dismiss Shao Yan. The root of all this turmoil lies in the unfortunate decline of Shao Yan's cultivation, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. To be engaged in a betrothal annulment is considered an immense disgrace in the Duki continent. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists tightly, his heart swelling with indignation, yet he forced a smile to greet others. Upon hearing the news of the annulment, Shao Yin remained remarkably composed. He gazed upward at the forlorn dragon clan in the heavens. The Dragon King had once proclaimed that the Dragon Clan too enjoyed the fleeting whims of fate, yet they now found themselves in a dismal state, wallowing in despair alongside the beastly entities of the abyss. This woeful Dragon Clan serves as a reflection of the current plight of the Shao family. No ambitious individual would deign to associate with such a fallen lineage. However, he also observed the Dragon Clan striving to cultivate formidable warriors using spiritual orbs. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "You from the Yunlan sect annul our engagement merely because you perceive me, Shao Yan, as a worthless being? Yet, how can you be certain that I, Shao Yan, shall not rise again in the future? Miss Nayland, I implore you to heed my words. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty." Li Jing understood that Nezha had indeed vanquished the monsters, hence he did not reproach him, though Nezha felt vexed by the villagers' unfounded accusations. The thought of Ao Bing brought a smile to his face. He ventured to the seaside, calling for Ao Bing, inviting him to his birthday feast, unaware that the day of his celebration coincided with the thunderous tribulation of the heavenly curse. As Nezha faced imminent peril, the Dragon King led the dragons to offer their heart-protecting scales, forming the armor of 10,000 dragons to shield Ao Bing. Within the Li residence, the atmosphere was festively adorned with lanterns, and the sound of drums and music resonated. However, the villagers arriving for the banquet wore expressions of discontent. The steward approached, attempting to uplift the mood. "Do not wear such glum faces, smile." The villagers managed to muster smiles that were more akin to grimaces. Nezha, in his chamber, prepared himself, fastening a cape around his shoulders. A cape adds an air of grandeur. Dashing. Hee. Just then, the voice of Shun Gongbao echoed behind him. "Who goes there?" "It is I, your master." Before Shun Gongbao could finish, Nezha, mistaking him for a monster due to his appearance, struck him with a pot. Where did this demon come from? He proceeded to deliver a flurry of blows. "Stop. I am your master's uncle." "Oh, what was that name again?" "Shin Gongbao." "What brings you here, Shin Gongbao?" At that moment, Shin Gongbao had already been branded a villain by the crowd. Upon his arrival, everyone knew that trouble was afoot. What else could Shin Gongbao be here for but to stir chaos? In the legendary realm of Nezha, within the palace of Chaoga, Emperor Xian stood with his hands on his hips, laughing uproariously. "Ha, Shin Gongbao, your speech impediment is truly amusing, turning you into Shun Gongbao." His laughter reverberated through the vast hall, prompting the other ministers to join in the mirth. How amusing it was to see the imposing national master referred to as a eunuch. "Shin Gongbao, you must remedy your speech impediment." Shin Gongbao stooped, his back hunched, and a sycophantic grin plastered across his face, a smile grotesque and exaggerated, desperately attempting to curry favor with Emperor Xian. His eyes squinted into mere slits, nearly obscuring his pupils, as he incessantly murmured, "As long as the king is happy." Leaning forward, his hands fidgeted awkwardly, presenting an image both humble and ludicrous. This obsequious demeanor seemed to signal a complete abandonment of his dignity, all in pursuit of a fleeting moment of delight from Emperor Xian. In the world of investiture of the gods, the 12 golden immortals faced the 10 absolute formation. The formation had been laid for quite some time, yet due to the celestial barrier, the golden immortals did not hasten to break it. All eyes were fixed on the heavenly curtain. Taiyi Zhenren, upon noticing Shun Gongbao approaching Nezha within the curtain, felt a sudden tightening in his chest, silently exclaiming, "This is trouble. That rascal is up to no good." The other golden immortals, witnessing the scene, wore expressions of displeasure, their brows furrowing in wary disdain towards Shun Gongbao's presence. "Are you stirring up trouble again, Shin Gongbao?" Nezha, clutching his fiery spear, stood with his hands on his hips, warily scrutinizing Shin Gongbao. Unfazed, Shin Gongbao twirled his beard and retorted, "Humph, who says I must create chaos?" However, the flickering light in his eyes and his cunning expression made his protest hard to believe. "Bah, it is Shin Gongbao." He scoffed, then added, "I have come to reveal the truth of your origins." "My origins?" Nezha was utterly perplexed. "Humph, at this point, you are still in the dark," Shin Gongbao declared with a disingenuous smile. Meanwhile, at the banquet, the steward called out, "Let us welcome the little birthday star." With a thunderous clap, Nezha appeared at the entrance, his face dark and brooding. The villagers regarded him with a mixture of fear and awe, a sentiment Nezha had long since grown accustomed to. Taiyi Zhenren joyfully presented gifts to Nezha, bestowing upon him the fiery spear and the mystical Hung Tianling. Moreover, He gifted his mount, the flying pig, to Nezha. Upon contact, the flying pig erupted into flames, ultimately transforming into the two fiery wheels, propelling Nezha across the heavens. This is my most treasured possession. It can morph into various mounts depending on the owner's characteristics. In your case, it becomes the fiery wheels. Haha, and why is it a pig when it's with you? The steward quipped, delivering a sharp retort. Instantly, the smile vanished from Taiyi Zhenren's face. Yet, a smile never truly disappears, it merely shifts. The celestial beings' faces lit up with mirth. Haha, you slay me. Nezha, born of a demonic orb, was inherently fiery, hence the fiery wheels, while Taiyi Zhenren, with his plump visage resembling that of a pig, only served to underscore the comparison. In the realm of Journey to the West, at the Peach Banquet, the celestial beings, after several rounds of drink, began to jest at Taiyi Zhenren's expense, marveling at how he seemed so well matched with a pig. Who would have thought the Taiyi Zhenren from another world could be so amusing? The marshal of the heavenly canopy laughed heartily, his mirth resonating distinctly among the celestial beings. Clutching his belly, he doubled over in laughter, seemingly indifferent to the dignity of the Great One. Taiyi, ha! I suggest the esteemed sage be cautious in the mortal realm, lest he finds himself fraternizing with swine. Taiyi, holding his wand, smiled silently. Who could have anticipated that in another realm, he would be so drastically reimagined? In the vibrant world of Zhu Beiji, the Supreme Lord Laozi had lost his powers, reduced to mingling with Zhu Beiji in a rather disheveled state. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of pride, pointing to the heavens while laughing uncontrollably. Look, one of the 12 golden immortals, Taiyi, is now a pig. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji became irate, hands on his hips as he exclaimed, "What's wrong with being a pig?" His round face flushed crimson with anger, his large ears quivering in indignation. He glared at Laozi and continued, "You shall not speak thus. Pigs have their merits. I, for instance, am the wisest pig in the world." His earnest demeanor elicited amusement, yet it also conveyed his steadfast resolve to defend the honor of his kind. In another tale, Nezha underwent a transformation, his beauty exponentially enhanced, prompting Ma Hongjun to express envy. "I wish to become handsome as well." Subsequently, Li Jing presented him with a protective talisman. Noting Nezha's discontent, Li Jing and Madame Yin endeavored to comfort him. Yet, Nezha remained aloof, declaring, "I am fully aware of the magic orb and the heavenly tribulation. You deceived me with the spirit pearl, confining me within the national diagram, merely to ensure my demise. All to appease those fools and preserve your reputation as the commander of Qintang Pass." In a fit of rage, Nezha unleashed his fury, reciting incantations to free himself from the restraints of the Qianquan circle. A formidable blaze erupted around him, illuminating half of the Li residence with its fierce glow. Amid the surging flames, a tall, striking youth emerged. His hair stood on end like flames, wild and untamed, his eyes shifting to a pale hue, nearing white or red. His ears pointed, and his skin a pale yellow. Fiery tattoos adorned his temples and shoulders, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Transformed, Nezha appeared significantly more handsome. Yet his aura instilled trepidation. Was this the demonic Nezha? He looked formidable, indeed, and more powerful than ever, having endured countless scornful gazes. He was poised to unleash his wrath. In the realm of the new divine ranking, in the city of East Sea, Ao Bing stared wide-eyed in terror at the celestial screen. The true form of Nezha materialized, and a torrent of potent demonic energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The dark and violent force seemingly intent on shattering the celestial confines. Instantly, Ao Bing was reminded of the haunting shadow of his past life, his heart wrenching with fear. "Father, save me." Ao Bing unconsciously discarded the wine cup from his hand, his voice quivering with fear and helplessness. His body involuntarily recoiled, as if seeking to escape the terrifying pressure. At this moment, Ao Guang wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed on Nezha, his heart tightening. Truly, it is that fellow, such a formidable aura. Yet, as the reincarnation of the Dragon King of the East Sea, his own power should not be underestimated. He forced himself to remain composed. "Fear not, I am here." In the world of Dolua continent, within the Sunset Forest, Tang Sen returned after plundering the medicinal garden of Dugobo. He was now distributing the celestial herbs to his companions to enhance their qualities. At this moment, however, Ma Hongjun was entirely preoccupied, his eyes wide as he gazed at the extraordinarily handsome figure of the transformed Nezha, exclaiming, "Wow, he looks so handsome after transforming. I, too, possess the fire attribute. I wish to transform and become handsome as well. I no longer wish to be a chubby one." His eyes brimmed with envy and longing, his eager expression reflecting a fervent desire to undergo a similar transformation instantly. Tang Xin smiled slightly, retrieving a celestial herb from his storage soul tool and handing it to Ma Hongjun, saying, "Fatty, give this a try. Can it make me as handsome as Nezha?" Ma Hongjun inquired. "That remains uncertain, but the phoenix tail coxcomb sunflower can cleanse the impurities of your martial soul, making it stronger," Tang San replied with a grin. "Cleansing the impurities of my martial soul should also cleanse the impurities of my body. Then, the success or failure hinges on this moment." Ma Hongjun, exhilarated, accepted the celestial herb, his hands trembling slightly, as if this herb represented his hope for a transformation. "I, too, shall become as stunning as the transformed Nezha, leaving you all in awe." In the world of Fengshen Yini, the 10 absolute formation remained imposing. Taiyi Zhenren glared furiously, pointing an accusing finger at Shen Gongbao. "Shen Gongbao, you despicable wretch, how dare you resort to such underhanded tactics to induce Nezha's transformation, endangering Chintang Pass?" He trembled with rage, his grizzled beard quivering in tandem. Shen Gongbao shook his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Humph, you cannot blame me. It is Nezha's fate to encounter this calamity. The demon pill was expressly ordered for destruction by our master. It is you who sheltered the demon pill, thus you are the ones truly responsible for the calamity." Taiyi Zhenren thundered, "Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. The master's words were to have the spirit pearl reincarnate Nezha. If it were not for your collusion with that lowly dragon clan, how could Nezha have come to harm? If anything were to befall Nezha, I shall not spare you." As Nezha descended upon the villagers, they scattered in terror, transforming the lively banquet into a nightmarish hell. Li Jing and Taiyi Zhenren immediately intervened to halt Nezha's advance. To awaken the consciousness of the transformed Nezha, the Qianquan Circle must be employed. However, the Qianquan Circle had already been seized by Shen Gongbao amidst the chaos, awaiting the moment Nezha inflicted harm upon his parents and master, whereupon the heavenly tribulation would descend and the spirit pearl Ao Bing would emerge to save the populace. Celebrated as the savior, achieving great merit and glory, Ao Bing, feeling a pang of compassion, could not bear to witness the innocent lives of Chintang Pass perish. On one hand, Nezha was his friend. On the other, he possessed a kind heart. Shen Gongbao elucidated, regardless of his nature, be it virtuous or malevolent. When the heavenly thunder strikes, he shall meet his demise. If Taiyi and Li Jing remain unscathed, how shall I weave my deceit before the celestial master? Witnessing Shen Gongbao's treachery, driven by ambition to elevate the dragon clan at the expense of his own kin and innocent lives, the deities of the heavens were incensed. Shen Gongbao is indeed a scoundrel. How can such a miscreant ascend to immortality? It baffles me how the primordial celestial master could accept such a wretch. To achieve his ends by any means necessary, he is the quintessential villain. In the legendary world of Nezha, within Chaoga, in the imperial court, when Zhong, filled with righteous indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Gongbao, exclaiming, "Shen Gongbao, you shameless wretch, you bring calamity upon the people. You are no better than a beast." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the court. Yet, the court was rife with treacherous ministers and a foolish monarch. Those with ulterior motives hastily rose to defend Shen Gongbao, spinning elaborate justifications. Esteemed Chancellor, the National Master acts thusly for the sake of aiding the Dragon Clan. The National Master is blameless. He merely possesses a differing stance, believing that to succeed, one must ascend over the corpses of the fallen. The foolish Emperor Xin, exhibiting impatience, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Do not be angered, Chancellor. I trust that Shen Gongbao has his own grievances." When Zhong surveyed the murky court, his heart heavy with sorrow and fury, yet feeling powerless, he could only sigh deeply, filled with trepidation for the future of the dynasty. In the primordial world, at the Zhixiao Palace, before Hongjun, the three saints sat in council. Tontian, with a mocking grin, derided the primordial celestial master. "Look at the disciples you have taken under your wing. See the havoc they wreak." Upon hearing this, the primordial celestial master furrowed his brow, promptly retorting, "Shen Gongbao is clearly your disciple. Do not spew unfounded accusations. Tong Tian refused to yield. He is your disciple, your disciple. The two engaged in a heated exchange, each denying accountability for Shun Gongbao, the atmosphere thick with tension and animosity. Prejudice within the hearts of men is a daunting mountain. Shiji Nyang remarked, that is indeed splendid. Albing appeared visibly reluctant. Shun Gongbao turned and declared, in the eyes of the primordial celestial master, I have been the most diligent. For a century, I have toiled in my cultivation without a moment's respite, yet I have never garnered my master's trust. Do you know why? I do not know, Albing replied softly. Shun Gongbao transformed into his original form, his head morphing into that of a leopard, and furiously exclaimed, it is because I am a leopard spirit who has attained humanity, the sole anomaly within our sect. After a moment, he reverted to his human guise and continued, like you, I too am of the demon clan. The prejudice in the hearts of men forms an insurmountable mountain, and no matter how diligently one strives, it remains immovable. Opportunities to alter one's fate are few and far between. In the world of Nezha, amidst the tumultuous seas, at Shiji Mountain, in the dimly lit cavern, Shiji was applying her rouge, admiring her ample figure before a bronze mirror, exclaiming, Mirror, oh mirror, who is the fairest woman within a 10-mile radius? It is you, replied the mirror. With a soft giggle, Shiji covered her mouth. Soon after, she heard the words of Shun Gongbao echoing in the heavens. Prejudices in the human heart are like towering mountains. Glancing at her own form, she shyly smiled. Then I must be beautiful. In the world of the fox demon Little Red Bride, the Yuanshi Dao alliance stood firm. Wang Chuanfu, cradling Qing Tong, was on the brink of death. Dongfang Yuechu stood on the eaves, his eyes wide with fury, rebuking the members of the Yuanshi Dao alliance. You foolish lot. What has the demon tribe done to you? There are virtuous demons, just as there are wicked humans. Though the prejudices in your hearts loom large, must they remain insurmountable? His passionate voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Can the demon and human tribes not coexist harmoniously? Why must there be a relentless pursuit of annihilation? Is it not possible to set aside bias and forge a peaceful world together? Look at your current actions. Tormenting a defenseless little demon and ruthlessly attacking your own kind. Are you truly the righteous sect you claim to be? The members of the Yuanshi Dao alliance exchanged glances, some revealing pangs of guilt, while others remained obstinately unyielding. Dongfang Yuechu gazed upon them, his heart brimming with a desire for peace between humans and demons, coupled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding the present state of affairs. Master, Ao Bing knelt before Shun Gongbao, imploring, Nezha save my life, though I cannot save him. Please allow me to rescue his parents and mentors to repay this debt. Very well. Shun Gongbao turned away, discarding the Qinkuan circle, and retorted angrily, then go. Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his master's unexpected leniency. Overjoyed, he seized the Qinkuan circle and hastily departed. Once you leave, do not return. Do not say I did not warn you. If your identity is revealed, it will lead to your demise, and it will not be just 4 lives at stake. Upon glancing back, Shun Gongbao found himself alone. The Qinkuan circle vanished. Where is everyone? The celestial beings observed Shun Gongbao's blunders and erupted in laughter. Ha ha! How unfortunate for Shun Gongbao. We thought he might show mercy, only to discover he stutters. The misunderstandings born from his speech impediment had led to countless complications, and now it had thwarted his meticulously laid plans. Poor Shun Gongbao. I suspect his lack of respect from the celestial authorities stems from his stuttering rather than his being a demon. Nonetheless, the evident disregard of the Chan sect towards the demon tribe was widely acknowledged. In the world of investiture of the gods, the 10 heavenly sovereigns and the 12 golden immortals all felt a sense of sympathy for Shun Gongbao's plight, yet could not help but laugh at Ao Bing's misinterpretation due to Shun Gongbao's speech impediment. In distress at the unfolding misunderstanding, Shun Gongbao's forehead glistened with sweat as he stomped his foot, exclaiming, "Oh no, I was so close to success. How could this happen?" His flustered demeanor appeared both comical and pitiable. As Jiang Zia and his companions beheld the scene, they could not help but burst into laughter. Jiang Zia stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Shun Gongbao, your nefarious schemes shall never succeed." The surrounding crowd joined in the mirth, their laughter laced with derision for Shun Gongbao and a steadfast belief in the eventual triumph of justice. In the legendary world of Nezha, Chaoga echoed with Shun Gongbao stammering, which elicited laughter from Emperor Xin and his officials. The emperor, chuckling heartily, turned to the lecherous Shun Gongbao and quipped, "National master, do not let your stammering lead to folly." Shun Gongbao hastily donned a smile, nodding fervently, "Yes, yes, indeed I shall not." His sycophantic demeanor incited disdain among onlookers. Wen Zhong regarded him with cold eyes, muttering, "This fellow is clearly unreliable. Even without his stammer, he is bound to cause mischief." At this moment, the battle at Qintang Pass intensified. The demonic Nezha repelled Taiyi Zhenren, binding Li Jing with the Hunyuan Ling and hefting the fire-tipped spear to hurl at him. Even the attempts of Lady Yin to intervene were ruthlessly dismissed by Nezha, who had completely lost his sanity. The fire-tipped spear, a formidable artifact, would surely spell death for Li Jing upon impact. In a critical moment, a brilliant ice-blue light erupted, deflecting the fire-tipped spear. In midair, Ao Bing, clad in white robes and wielding ice-blue hammers, appeared just as he had when first encountering Nezha. He raised his icy hammer, and the power of frost unraveled the bindings of the Hunyuan Ling. The citizens of Qintang Pass were captivated by Ao Bing's presence, their faces reflecting reverence. Nezha, consumed by his demonic rage, clashed with Ao Bing. The two, evenly matched in power, fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. Seizing the opportunity, Taiyi Zhenren employed the Qiankuan circle to restrain Nezha's malevolence. Nezha reverted to his youthful form. In the world of the new god list, Donghai City, Ao Bing realized he stood on the side of justice, successfully subduing Nezha. He drained his cup of wine and could not suppress a thunderous laugh, filled with pride and arrogance. "Ha, Nezha, look at you now." His eyes sparkled with the delight of vengeance, as if the long-suppressed grievances within him had found release. Ao Guang, with arms crossed, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating. Indeed, we can tarnish Nezha's image, inciting the populace to denounce him. In the legendary world of Nezha, within the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing, hands on his hips, boomed with laughter. "I have subdued Nezha, this troublemaker, who cannot contend against the justice I embody. Justice shall ultimately prevail over evil." His laughter reverberated through the grand hall of the Dragon Palace, his face alight with triumph. Concealed amidst the coral reefs, Nezha, upon hearing these words, felt his fury ignite. "What justice and evil? You are the true villain." Clenching his fists, he prepared to rush out and confront Ao Bing. However, the petite dragon maiden beside him quickly grasped his arm and softly advised, "Nezha, do not act impulsively. Let us deliberate." Nezha clenched his teeth, suppressing his fury, and glared fiercely at Ao Bing, silently vowing to make him pay dearly. Ao Bing had been exposed to scorn. Ling Long Ran Bing proclaimed, "Humanity is not worthy of salvation." Upon awakening, Nezha immediately pushed past the crowd in embarrassment and indignation. Li Jing, on the other hand, expressed his gratitude to Ao Bing. During the commotion, Li Jing inadvertently tore away Ao Bing's white robe, revealing the hidden dragon horns. The townsfolk erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. "What is this? A dragon clan? Were they not suppressed by the celestial court beneath the depths of the eastern sea? How have they resurfaced?" Ao Bing raised his sleeve to conceal his dragon horns, but it was too late. Li Jing spoke solemnly. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, your aura felt familiar. Seeing the mark on your forehead confirmed my suspicions." Taiyi Zhenren also noticed the ice-blue insignia upon Ao Bing's head, exclaiming in shock, "The Spirit Pearl mark." So it was the Dragon Clan that stole the Spirit Pearl. Ao Bing immediately took to the skies. Taiyi Zhenren shouted after him in anger, "The monk may escape, but the temple remains. I shall report to the Celestial Sovereign and expose the Dragon Clan's transgressions." The villagers began to voice their contempt. A monster is still a monster. A dog cannot change its nature. So it was the Dragon Clan committing these misdeeds. The Celestial Court should never have granted them mercy. The villagers' admiration for Ao Bing transformed into mockery. The expressions of the celestial beings were peculiar. Did they not realize that Ao Bing had just saved them? Although all the blame rested on Shun Gongbao, Ao Bing remained their savior. Were it not for him, Li Jing would have been slain by Nezha. Hope for humanity was dimming. In the world of Ling Long, at the lighthouse, Ran Bing prepared to leave with the mutated mark as the people lined the path to bid farewell. Yet, upon the revelation of Mark's altered form, their praise swiftly turned to wrath, directed squarely at him. "A monster, he is not but a monster. We cannot fathom what he did to incur such punishment from the Lord of Light and Shadow. Indeed, he should be slain. Otherwise, we shall all face consequences." At that moment, Mark was no longer the hero of yore, but rather a monster hunted by all. Ran Bing halted, turning around, and shouted in fury, "Have you all forgotten Mark's countless sacrifices for you? Is it not through him that you continue to live? What you consume and utilize, was it not earned by his very life?" Her voice, laden with profound disappointment and anger, reverberated in the air. Ran Bing pointed to the heavens in indignation, declaring, "You are no different from the villagers of Chintang Pass. No, you are far more despicable." Those who hurled insults were momentarily at a loss for words, but soon resumed their accusations, as if blinded by fear and prejudice, entirely disregarding the countless times Mark had risked his life to save them from peril. Ran Bing's gaze grew resolute as she grasped Mark's hand firmly, choosing to ignore the heartless voices surrounding them, and resolutely moved forward with him. In the primordial world, the imposing gaze of the ancestor dragon fell upon Ao Bing, who was subjected to relentless scorn, stirring a deep-seated fury within him. His overwhelming draconic might emanated outward, causing the very air around him to tremble. How dare these wretched humans treat our dragon kin with such disdain? The ancestor dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, as if to unleash the boundless wrath he harbored. What are humans but feeble beings created by Nuwa? We, the dragon race, extend our benevolence, yet instead of gratitude, we receive slander. Truly, it is beyond redemption. The scales upon his body shimmered with a chilling brilliance, and his razor-sharp claws clenched tightly, seemingly poised to exact vengeance upon humanity to defend the dignity and honor of his kind. At that moment, Shun Gongbao slowly appeared beside Ao Bing, confessing everything. "At this juncture, I shall no longer conceal the truth. I have obtained the Spirit Pearl, and Ao Bing is my disciple." "You've lost your mind," Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed in shock, aghast at the audacity of his words. "Aren't you afraid of the Celestial Lord's wrath?" "Huh, what is there to fear?" Shin Gongbao replied with a cold laugh. "Once you are all dead, who will be left to lodge complaints?" He patted Ao Bing on the shoulder and said, "Disciple, at this point, what can we do? The fate of the dragon race rests upon your thoughts." Ao Bing trembled, his breath quickening. The teachings of the Dragon King echoed in his ears. He bore the weight of the entire dragon race's destiny. With a roar, Ao Bing summoned his formidable magical power, manipulating the water to transform into two ice hammers. He then wielded the hammers, causing torrents of water to surge skyward, ultimately coalescing into a vast curtain of water that enveloped the entire Chintang Pass. Soon after, the water solidified into ice, descending upon Chintang Pass like a mountain of ice. He intended to entomb Chintang Pass alive. Li Jing shouted and charged towards Ao Bing. While Shun Gongbao appeared villainous, his actions were somewhat understandable. His steadfast support for Ao Bing amidst the chaos set an exemplary model of a good master. This scene garnered immense admiration from the denizens of the heavens. Shin Gongbao may not be an ideal disciple, but he undoubtedly embodies the qualities of a commendable teacher. He had been a diligent apprentice. Yet who could blame him for the favoritism shown by the primordial celestial lord? He deserved a place among the unorthodox teachings of the Jie Jiao, rather than lingering in the orthodox Chan teaching. However, Shun Gongbao's nefarious intentions, leading to the slaughter of innocent citizens in Chintang Pass, could hardly classify him as a virtuous individual. In the world of Dolua Continent, Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji, Flander, and several esteemed mentors gathered together to admire the illustrious figure of Shun Gongbao beneath the celestial canopy. Upon witnessing Shun Gongbao's proactive stance in defending his disciples and the dragon tribe, they all expressed their admiration. Zhao Wuji remarked, "One must always strive to be exceedingly benevolent towards one's own. Shun Gongbao is indeed a commendable master." The others nodded in agreement, entirely oblivious to the potential issues surrounding Shun Gongbao's actions. Although many of his deeds were often driven by selfish motives rather than genuine justice or kindness, his loyalty to his own was deemed sufficient. To shy away from conflict is the mark of a mediocre soul, Flander scoffed. In the world of 100,000 cold jests, at Chintang Pass, Li Jing wore a grave expression. His brow furrowed as he gazed anxiously at Ao Bing in the heavens. But we at Chintang Pass have done no wrong. Grievances should be addressed to their rightful owners. Why not seek out the primordial heavenly venerable? His voice resonated with indignation and confusion. All this turmoil stemmed from Shun Gongbao's exclusion, which had fostered resentment within him. You, Shun Gongbao, are exceedingly cruel, resorting to the slaughter of innocent citizens of Chintang Pass. Li Jing's eyes widened with fury, as if they might ignite. His hands clenched into fists, trembling slightly with rage. He is my son. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Tears welled in Nezha's eyes at the thought of the calamity befalling Chintang Pass. At that moment, Nezha was still outside, seething in frustration. The wind and fire wheels transformed back into a pig-like form, replaying scenes of Li Jing pleading with the heavenly venerable to lift the curse. Upon learning that the curse could not be undone, Li Jing and the celestial master Taiyi contemplated returning. However, Chang Xingyan intercepted them, proposing a method of subterfuge. Chang Xingyan sketched 2 talismans, known as the life-returning talismans. Find a blood relative willing to sacrifice themselves for the cursed individual. During the heavenly tribulation, place 1 talisman on the cursed person and the other on the blood relative, and the heavenly lightning will be redirected to the latter. He entrusted the talismans to Li Jing. Li Jing accepted the talismans and knelt before the celestial master Taiyi, proclaiming, "I have resolved to exchange my life for Nezha's. I beseech you to keep this matter confidential. Let not my wife learn of it. Oh dear, you may save Nezha for a moment, but not for eternity. The demon pill will ultimately wreak havoc upon the world, and the heavenly venerable will not spare him upon his return." Taiyi cautioned, "I implore you, celestial master, to take Nezha as your disciple. I shall dedicate the remaining 2 years of my life to guiding him towards righteousness, earning his acceptance by the world. If you refuse, I shall share the same fate as Nezha during the tribulation." Li Jing declared resolutely. Curiously, Chang Xingyan inquired, "What is Nezha to you?" "He is my son." Li Jing's fierce protection of his child elicited admiration from all the celestial beings present. Wow, this Li Jing is truly remarkable. In this moment, he embodies the essence of paternal love. How splendid indeed. Although Nezha is a reincarnation of the demon pill, he is blessed with a commendable father who has never wavered in his support. Instead, he tirelessly endeavors, perhaps believing that he can cleanse Nezha of his demonic essence and nurture him into a virtuous individual. Li Jing's willingness to sacrifice his life to break the curse for Nezha epitomizes the profound love of a father, leaving countless realms in awe. Even the ancient immortals, who have attained a tranquil heart through the passage of eons, cannot help but be moved by the sight of Li Jing's selfless sacrifice for his son. Cultivators may forsake their emotions, yet it is precisely these emotions that contribute to the flourishing of the vast world. In the world of investiture of the gods, within the Li household, Nezha brandishes the fire spear, vowing to slay Li Jing. Gazing upon the sky, where the demon pill Nezha's father resides, he is engulfed by envy. Why does the demon pill Nezha possess such a remarkable father? Even after causing catastrophic chaos, his father stands resolute, shielding him from the slander of outsiders and patiently guiding his unruly child. In contrast, he himself, though not a reincarnation of the demon pill, is burdened with a father who offers no support in times of need. Even after enduring the severing of bones and flesh for his parents, he finds himself subjected to further humiliation. The notion of sacrificing oneself to save one's child seems utterly inconceivable to him. As Nezha continues to compare his situation, sorrow overwhelms him, and angry tears stream down his cheeks. Li Jing, too, is profoundly affected by the example set by the father of demon pill Nezha. The memories of his past harshness towards Nezha flood back, leaving him filled with shame. What truly defines a father is one who can shield his child from external scorn and offer patient guidance, rather than merely providing life, without any nurturing or understanding. The idea of exchanging one life for another is something he could never fathom doing for Nezha. In the world of Chun Haomin's investiture of the gods, at the court of Chaoga, Nezha's act of killing Ao Bing has resulted in the flooding of Chintang Pass, causing a great uproar. Emperor Xin, with a grim countenance, inquires of his ministers, "How should we deal with the guilty Nezha?" Huang Feihu and others immediately step forward to plead on Nezha's behalf. "Your Majesty, though Nezha has erred, considering his youth and past merits, we hope for leniency." However, Deng Jiogong and others vehemently declare, "This child has committed heinous crimes. He cannot be forgiven and must face the death penalty." As the trial against Nezha reaches a stalemate, Emperor Xin turns to Li Jing and asks, "Li Jing, as Nezha's father, what is your opinion?" Li Jing, having been swayed by the Pipa spirit, utters a shocking statement, a life for a life. The emperor is equal to the common people in sin. I hope your majesty will act in accordance with the law. At this declaration, the court erupts in uproar. No one expected Li Jing to be so resolute. Yin Jiao, with tears in her eyes, seizes Li Jing's collar and exclaims, "Are you still human? Nezha is your own son. Why would you wish for his complete destruction?" At this moment, the celestial canvas unveiled the poignant scene of Li Jing trading his life for that of the demon-infested Nezha. His self-sacrifice for family stood in stark contrast to the Li Jing within the court. The declaration, "He is my son," evoked a chorus of admiration from the assembled officials. Even Yin Jiao found herself moved by the Li Jing depicted in the heavens. Was this truly the same heartless and ignorant husband she had known? It was astonishing to witness the celestial Li Jing willingly offering his life, while his earthly counterpart exhibited such ruthless detachment. Not only did he refuse to sacrifice himself for his son, but he also sought to execute his own flesh and blood. With tears welling in her eyes, Yin Jiao pointed an accusing finger at Li Jing, exclaiming, "Look at you. Do you possess even a semblance of a father's demeanor? You are neither a father nor a man. To save one's child at the cost of one's life? How intriguing." Even DXIN could not help but chuckle, glancing between the celestial Li Jing and the one before him, who was intent on executing his son. One was a selfless savior, while the other was a man who forsook kin for the sake of duty, two entirely different beings. The other courtiers regarded Li Jing with mocking glances. How could one individual exhibit such disparate facets? Huang Feihu scoffed derisively, prompting further ridicule from the assembly. If a son falters, does not the father share in the blame? Your son, do you not bear any responsibility? Executing Nezha merely underscores your supposed impartiality. Without a hint of accountability, how can you claim the title of father? The contrasting worlds of Li Jing painted a vivid picture of self-reproach. Li Jing's countenance darkened as he beheld the image of himself in the heavens. Listening to the barbs cast by his peers, a tremor of doubt began to stir within his heart. It seemed he had indeed erred gravely. In the realm of countless cold jests at Shintang Pass, the Dragon King approached with a fierce demeanor, demanding accountability. Li Jing stood resolute, sword in hand, unflinchingly blocking the path ahead. His evolved technique for disarming opponents was honed to perfection, allowing him to catch blades with bare hands, targeting with precision. Even in the face of the imposing Dragon King, he remained undaunted. Witnessing his father's unwavering protection and the affection lavished upon the demon-infested Nezha, a wave of guilt washed over Nezha. All of this turmoil was born of his actions. Both Li Jing and Shintang Pass were innocent, while he had basked in the warmth of paternal love for far too long. The current predicament was beyond the capacity of a mere mortal like Li Jing to resolve. It was time for him to step forth. Nezha approached, his eyes devoid of the past's confusion and rebellion, resolutely stating, "Father, my transgressions are mine to bear." In that moment, Nezha seemed to mature, determined to safeguard the profound love that his father had bestowed upon him. The battle at Shintang Pass was imminent. Shen Gongbao's antics were laughable, while Jiang Zia appeared quite mad. Li Jing and his wife prepared to confront Ao Bing within Shintang Pass. Yet, how could they hope to contend with the formidable Ao Bing, the Spirit Pearl's wielder? Their brief skirmish ended with them encased in ice, with the crisis at Shintang Pass escalating. In the distance, a crimson light surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, a furious fiery figure descended upon the Li residence. Nezha effortlessly rescued Li Jing and his wife, yet upon discerning the identity of the foe, he was momentarily taken aback. Ao Bing? Ao Bing's expression bore a hint of despondency. "Do not waste your breath. Shen Gongbao is already engaged in battle with Taiyi Zhenren," he declared. "Shen Gongbao, what brings you here?" Nezha inquired. Taiyi Zhenren hastily unveiled the misdeeds of Shen Gongbao. Nezha lifted his gaze to the sky filled with ice, his heart tightening, and bellowed, "You shall not succeed." With fire spear in hand, Nezha ascended upon his wind-fire wheels, accompanied by a torrent of blazing flames, charging fiercely toward Ao Bing. However, Nezha found himself constrained by the Qinquan circle, rendering him unable to match Ao Bing's might, and was easily repelled. A wicked grin spread across Nezha's face as he summoned the power of flames to evaporate the ice water, raising thick clouds of mist. Unable to confront him head-on, he resorted to ambush tactics. The four combatants plunged into the dense fog, where Nezha employed transformation magic to assume Shen Gongbao's guise, repeatedly deceiving Ao Bing. Not only did he jab Ao Bing, but he also incited a conflict between Ao Bing and Shen Gongbao. Observing Nezha's clever tricks to toy with Ao Bing, the celestial onlookers erupted in laughter. Ah, Nezha is truly a clever little rascal. Unable to win in a fair fight, he resorts to such cunning stratagems. Indeed, the art of war lies in deception. This lad is impressive, though perhaps he should refrain from such antics of jabbing. As Ao Bing felt the sting of the fire spear, the sensation echoed even among the celestial realm, causing Ao Bing to tense. In the world of the new divine list, in Donghai City, Ao Bing clutched his backside. Though it was not painful, the humiliation was unbearable, and his countenance darkened. That damned fellow, unable to win, resorts to such treachery, truly shameless. He had initially believed that with Nezha's powers restrained, he would hold the advantage. Yet, he never anticipated such disgrace. Anger and resentment filled his eyes as he recalled the recent skirmish, where his opponent employed such underhanded tactics to outmaneuver him, fueling his ire further. Damn it, you think you can bully me just because I am a civilized being? Let me make him pay dearly. Ao Bing grit his teeth, silently urging himself to avenge the humiliation he had suffered at Nezha's hands. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, at Shintang Pass, Li Jing and the Dragon King, witnessing Ao Bing's pained expression, felt a chill run down their spines. Hiss. Humans and demons alike inhaled sharply. Look at what your son has done to mine. The Dragon King pointed an accusing finger at Li Jing, seething with anger. Nezha, do not jab at people henceforth. Li Jing admonished. Nezha obediently nodded. Understood, father. Not that. Look at my son. He has been beaten like a dog. The Dragon King fumed. Being jabbed is quite tolerable. Actually, after her son was shattered by Nezha, he was reassembled into a dog. Even the species had transformed. Although Shen Gongbao had initially gained the upper hand, he was misjudged by his own allies. Taiyi Zhenren unfurled the map of mountains and rivers and effortlessly ensnared Nezha within it. Ah, that was quite easy. In an unexpected turn, Shen Gongbao indeed appeared alongside Ao Bing. Taiyi Zhenren appeared momentarily bewildered, then his expression shifted, disaster loomed. Fortunately, Ao Bing was unaware of the map's formidable power and was easily captured by Taiyi Zhenren. Shen Gongbao, sensing impending trouble, rushed forward to seize Ao Bing, but ended up pulled into the map himself. A seasoned warrior, he unleashed the thunder whip, ensnaring Taiyi Zhenren, and together they were drawn into the map of mountains and rivers. To escape, they could only rely on the brush of guiding the nation. A fierce struggle ensued for possession of the brush. After a chaotic melee, the four of them became entangled in a massive ice sphere, with Shen Gongbao's head, Taiyi Zhenren's rear, Nezha's foot, and Ao Bing's hand protruding. They fought for the brush, leveraging the minuscule portions of themselves that were exposed. Just as Ao Bing appeared poised to seize it, Taiyi Zhenren released a flatulence, using its counterforce to pivot the ice sphere. Shen Gongbao, unwilling to yield, exerted himself to blow air and rotate the sphere. As Taiyi Zhenren let out another fart, Shen Gongbao inhaled deeply at that moment. The result was a comical scene. Shen Gongbao turned pale, foam gathering at his lips. The onlookers from the heavens erupted in laughter. Ha! Shen Gongbao just inhaled a fart. What a delightful experience. This will surely leave him traumatized for life whenever he sees a posterior. The celestial spectators were thoroughly entertained by the antics of these deities, with their antics of poking and passing gas. In the world of Fengshen Yini, on the battlefield, Shen Gongbao appeared ashen, as if he had genuinely consumed a fart. He bent over, retching incessantly, all the while shouting at Taiyi Zhenren. Taiyi Zhenren, you are utterly revolting. Even as an immortal, you still pass gas. Although he had not truly ingested any foulness, the repugnant sensation was one he would never forget. The soldiers of the Shang army recoiled in distaste. The various deities of Golden Ao Island covered their noses and waved their hands, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Yet, Taiyi Zhenren remained unfazed, shaking his feather duster and jesting. If you don't open your mouth, how can you taste it? The other 11 golden immortals erupted in laughter. What had been a tense confrontation between the two armies was now filled with mirth. Jiang Zia chimed in, teasing, you complain about being offered celestial farts? Should you defect and lay down your arms, I'd have my brother serve you farts daily. At this, Shen Gongbao felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, cursing these individuals 1,000 times in his mind. Yet he was so nauseated that he could barely articulate his thoughts. In the legendary world of Nezha, in Chaoga. Upon witnessing the comical spectacle of Shun Gongbao consuming a fart, King Zhou and his ministers erupted into uncontrollable laughter, entirely shedding their usual gravitas. King Zhou laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, pointing at Shun Gongbao, who could hardly stand upright. The national master is truly hilarious. To think he devoured such a substantial fart. Ha ha ha. When Zhong, with a sly glint in his eyes, seized Shun Gongbao and seized the opportunity to say, "Since you delight in eating farts so much, why not sample mine?" With that, Wen Zhong held Shun Gongbao's head down and let one rip. Shun Gongbao struggled desperately, yet could not escape Wen Zhong's grasp, enduring the full brunt of the fart, which left him dazed and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted into even greater fits of laughter, the atmosphere brimming with absurdity and joy. "If fate is unjust, then I shall fight it to the bitter end," declared Dong Tianbao. "My life is mine to command, not the heavens." Nezha grasped the pen that pointed to the mountains and rivers with his toes, and only then did they emerge from the map of the nation. Subsequently, the group was engulfed in a chaotic melee. Ao Bing, possessing formidable strength, even while facing the combined assault of Nezha's family, maintained the upper hand, hurling the trio away. Ao Bing transformed into his true dragon form and soared into the sky, his claws pressing down on the ice layer, shattering the supporting ice columns completely. The sky was blanketed with descending ice, resembling an avalanche poised to entomb the entire Chintang Pass. Nezha gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp, charging towards the impending ice. Releasing the full force of his magic orb, his form surged upward, hands lifted towards the thick ice layer. Ao Bing intensified his pressure, declaring, "Do not struggle. You were born as a magic orb. It is your destiny." The overwhelming ice layer descended, crushing countless rooftops as if they were mere tofu, instilling terror and despair in the hearts of the citizens within Chintang Pass. "Curse your fate. My life is mine to command, not the heavens." Nezha clenched his teeth, flames of fury igniting in his eyes, the fiery power around him growing ever more tempestuous. The power of the magic orb was nearly unleashed to its zenith, and from his back, four arms erupted, bracing against the ice layer. "Be it demon or immortal, only I shall determine that." A fierce blaze erupted skyward, enveloping and melting away the ice layer. Nezha's voice resonated through the heavens, filled with unwavering resolve and courage. He vowed to shatter the chains of his fated curse, vowing to never retreat, no matter the hardships that lay ahead. His tenacity and bravery left the celestial beings in awe. Truly, he is the most renowned rebellious spirit of the heavenly court. Few dare to defy fate, and among them, Nezha stands as one of the most illustrious. In the world of Journey to the West, at Flowerfruit Mountain, Sun Wukong returned from the underworld, having successfully erased the monkey's name from the Book of Life and Death. The monkeys rejoiced in jubilant celebration. Sun Wukong, arms crossed, observed Nezha's resolute demeanor, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "This little fellow is remarkable. What is fate to me? I shall stand equal with the heavens." His voice resonated with boldness and defiance, as if it sought to pierce the clouds and ascend to the celestial realms. The golden fur of Sun Wukong billowed in the wind, exuding an imposing presence that embodied the might of the great sage equal to heaven. Alongside Nezha, one a splendid monkey king from the Flower and Fruit Mountain, the other the third prince of Chintang Pass. Both shared an unwavering resolve to withstand the dictates of destiny. In the world of Tai Chi, within a military camp, Zhang Junbao and Dong Tianbao, once as close as brothers, now stood at odds, swords drawn against one another. Junbao, from childhood to adulthood, in schemes and martial prowess. "You have always been outmatched by me. What do you possess to contend with me?" Dong Tianbao demanded imperiously. "I ask you one last time. Will you join me in conquering the world? Being obstinate is futile. I have already slain all of my kin. What does the loss of another brother matter? Those who dare obstruct my path to wealth shall meet their demise." Zhang Junbao, with righteous indignation, retorted, "We shall act in accordance with heaven's will." Dong Tianbao, observing Nezha, who defiantly challenged fate amidst the heavens, erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha ha. If Nezha, a being born of chaos, dares to defy destiny, why should I not do the same? My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens." His laughter was laced with ambition and madness, his fierce countenance instilling dread. The bond of brotherhood was obliterated in that moment, leaving only a resolute confrontation of ideals as a life-and-death battle loomed on the horizon. In the world of Zhu Xian, within the treasure vault of heaven and earth, Lu Sueki brandished the Tianya divine sword, standing resolutely before Gui Li. Her gaze icy and resolute. I shall not allow this foreign treasure to fall into the hands of the demonic sect. Yet, Gui Li regarded her defiance with indifference. Casting a glance at Nezha, is he not also a reincarnation of chaos? Should he not perish as well? He chuckled softly, declaring, whether I am demonic or celestial, I alone shall determine. His tone was calm and assertive, exuding an aura of fearless defiance. At his words, a flicker of complexity crossed Lu Sueki's beautiful eyes. Nezha's nature is not malevolent, unlike yours. Gripping her sword tighter, the tension for an intense confrontation was palpable. Ao Bing was captured by Nezha with the cosmic silk, yet Nezha chose to spare him. At this moment, the heavens rumbled with dark clouds and interwoven lightning, heralding a calamity more terrifying than ice. Do you not fear that Ao Bing will doubt Nezha's mercy after nearly burying Qintang Pass alive? Are you truly a spiritual pearl? I, a being of chaos, live more like a human than you. Can you be any more cowardly? Nezha scolded, filled with disappointment. I have been fated as a demon from the moment of my birth. Nonsense. Nezha shouted angrily. The opinions of others are irrelevant. Only you have the power to define yourself. This is the lesson taught to me by my father. If fate is unjust, then fight against it to the end. Nezha tore apart the life exchange talisman. My life, I alone shall bear. Thunderclouds rolled ominously, and the air was thick with the scent of impending calamity. Lightning could strike at any moment. Li Jing and his wife wept inconsolably. Today is my birthday feast. No one is allowed to cry. Yet, tears streamed down Nezha's cheeks uncontrollably. The celestial beings observed Nezha's youthful defiance with a mix of amusement and ridicule. If fate is unjust, then let us fight to the bitter end. How mighty are you to challenge destiny? Youth should not be so reckless. Many deities mocked Nezha's impetuousness. Yet a substantial number were inspired by his indomitable spirit, believing that his fierce resistance could allow him to evade this calamity. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, on Peach Mountain, Yang Jian endured tremendous hardships to rescue his mother from the mountain, only to have the Jade Emperor dispatch the 10 golden crows to scorch her. Yang Jian watched helplessly as his mother was literally baked to death, despair gnawing at his heart. He could not comprehend why the Jade Emperor would sacrifice his mother for the sake of so-called celestial laws. Gazing at the heavens, his eyes burned crimson with unquenchable rage. At that moment, Nezha's words echoed from the celestial vault. If fate is unjust, then let us fight to the bitter end. Inspired by Nezha's fierce defiance against destiny, Yang Jian gripped his trident tightly and roared. If the heavenly court is unjust and has taken my mother's life, then I shall rebel against the heavens. His voice was filled with grief and resolve, as if he sought to sever the very injustices of the world with his blade. He immediately returned to Guanjingku, rallying friends and subordinates to rise against the heavenly court. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were oblivious to the impending disaster as they reveled in their cups, mockingly pointing at Nezha in the celestial realm. Look at this little rascal, still attempting to defy fate. Does he wish to rebel against the heavens? How naive. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, Chunxiang listened intently to Nezha's stirring speech, his eyes sparkling with excitement, utterly enamored. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, You are absolutely right. If fate is unjust, then let us fight to the bitter end. I will not give up. I shall defeat the wicked Yang Jian and rescue my mother. Energized as if by a surge of adrenaline, Chunxiang raised his mountain-splitting axe and fervently practiced his skills. However, not long after, he found himself breathless and laid back against a massive rock, murmuring to himself, That should suffice for now. I need to rest a bit. Nezha and Ao Bing's bond was profound. Wei Wuxian envied. I share such camaraderie as well. Above in the skies, lightning flickered as the heavenly tribulation targeted Nezha, drawing his form skyward. As the thunderstorm raged, the torrential lightning roared like the wrath of the heavens, enveloping Nezha's body. He let out a cry of agony but gritted his teeth, enduring the tribulation. Suddenly, Ao Bing flashed into the maelstrom of lightning. Are you seeking death? Nezha shouted in fury. Ao Bing, have you lost your mind? Shin Gongbao exclaimed in astonishment. Dragon armor. Ao Bing summoned the combined power of the dragon clan to forge a treasure, transforming it into a radiant barrier to withstand the heavenly tribulation. The thunder was repelled by the dragon armor, yet the residual force of the lightning ravaged the earth, shattering mountains and rivers. However, the dragon armor could only endure for a brief moment before being obliterated by the tribulation. Both Aobing and Nezha found themselves enveloped by the storm of lightning. What a waste of a life. Are you foolish? Nezha gritted his teeth. Not foolish at all. Who would choose to befriend you? Aobing retorted fiercely. Observing Aobing resolutely standing by Nezha's side to confront the wrath of the heavens, the onlookers from across the realms were moved to tears, their laughter mingling with sorrow. Foolish? This is the essence of true friendship. Aobing's sincerity shines through. This heavenly tribulation was designed to annihilate the demon orb, and a moment's inattention could lead to death. The bond between Nezha and Aobing transcends ordinary friendship. They are brothers in life and death. A warrior would lay down his life for a true friend. To gain such comrades is a treasure, for with one such friend, life is fulfilled. In the world of Doloa continent, at Shrek Academy, the 7 monsters gathered, their attention riveted on the tale of Nezha and Aobing. As they absorbed the depth and sincerity of their friendship, tears of emotion welled in their eyes. Their friendship is profoundly moving, Xiaowu murmured through her gentle sobs. Dai Mubai added, to sacrifice everything for one another, such a bond is truly precious. Oscar nodded repeatedly, saying, indeed, we must cherish our friendship even more. Zhu Zhuqing was subtly touched, realizing, they have shown me that true friends stand by each other in times of hardship. Ning Rongrong wiped her tears, exclaiming, this friendship is so pure, so beautiful. Tang Sen clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. The bond among us, the Shrek 7 monsters, will not pale in comparison. Should I, Tang San, encounter peril in the future, I trust you all to risk your lives to assist me. Nods of agreement circled among them, their hearts swelling with appreciation for friendship and anticipation for the future. In the world of Mo Dao Zhu Shi, the gentle trickle of the cold spring water created a serene atmosphere. Lan Wangji and Wei Wuxian shed their garments, allowing the spring water to heal their wounds. Leaning by the water's edge, Wei Wuxian gazed at the profound brotherhood displayed by Nezha and Aobing in the celestial realm, exclaiming, Lan Zhan. Look at how deeply bonded Nezha and Aobing are. Their willingness to live and die together is truly enviable. Lan Wangji lifted his gaze to meet Wei Wuxian's, softly replying, do not envy others. Wei Wuxian turned to meet Lan Wangji's eyes, smiling as he asked, we will share such a bond, won't we? A flicker of warmth crossed Lan Wangji's gaze as he gently nodded, yes. The mist rising from the cold spring enveloped their bare forms, encapsulating a moment of serene tranquility. The marks upon their foreheads began to glow. In an instant, they seemed to glimpse the origins of all things, the primordial chaos of the universe. Witnessing the very inception of existence, the demon orb and the spiritual pearl simultaneously unleashed their powers, returning once more to the essence of the primordial orb. Amidst the dazzling brilliance of ice and fire, the two individuals joined forces, their celestial and demonic essences clashing and reverberating against the impending thunderous tribulation. The primordial pearl, possessing the ability to absorb the spiritual essence of the universe, astonishingly exhibited extraordinary effects upon merging with the demon pearl. The esteemed Taiyi Zhenren was left utterly astounded by this spectacle. Although the power of the demon pearl and the spiritual pearl temporarily absorbed a portion of the thunderous tribulation, it was ultimately a curse set forth by the primordial supreme being. How could the primordial pearl withstand such an onslaught? Witnessing the unstoppable nature of the thunderous wrath, Shin Gongbao cursed under his breath and swiftly turned to flee. Taiyi Zhenren produced the 7-color lotus, originally intended to seal the demon pearl, pondering whether his presence would suffice to endure. He raised the lotus high and soared toward the epicenter of the thunderous calamity. As the lightning struck, Taiyi Zhenren grimaced in agony, yet resolutely bore the brunt of the tempest, invoking the power of the lotus. Open! A blinding white radiance illuminated the heavens, rendering all unable to open their eyes. The lotus, a formidable treasure of the primordial supreme being, exhibited unparalleled strength. It withstood the thunderous calamity, safeguarding the souls of Nezha and Aobing. As Nezha and Aobing endured the thunderous tribulation, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the celestial beings. Miraculously, these two headstrong youths withstood the onslaught. Taiyi Zhenren, in the critical moment, proved invaluable, had it not been for his 7-color lotus. Nezha and Ao Bing would have lost their very souls. Observing Shen Gongbao, who, faced with danger, fled while others fought. It was no wonder the primordial supreme being favored Taiyi Zhenren. Shen Gongbao's temperament was lacking. In the realm of the investiture of the gods, Taiyi Zhenren basked in the praises of the crowd, casting a proud glance at Shen Gongbao, sneering, "It is no wonder Master does not favor you. Look at your cowardly retreat in the face of danger. It is no surprise that the position among the 12 golden immortals eludes you, my junior. Your resolve is unstable." Guangqingzi scoffed. Shen Gongbao shook his head vehemently, glaring defiantly. "What good would it do for me to stay? What treasures do I possess to withstand the heavenly thunder? Shall I use my head as a shield? Master's favoritism has left all the treasures to you. Have I ever wielded any treasures thus far? And yet you blame me for harboring resentment." His retort left the 12 golden immortals speechless. The 7-color lotus may not preserve your corporeal forms, yet it at least safeguarded your souls. I am the pitiable one, for the 3 flowers atop my head have been severed by the thunder, costing me centuries of cultivation. The citizens of Qintang Pass knelt in unison. After this series of events, they cast aside their prejudices, acknowledging the identities of Nezha and Ao Bing as both demon and spirit. If you were to ask me whether a person can alter their fate, I am uncertain. But I do know that refusing to accept one's fate is indeed Nezha's destiny. Taiyi Zhenren spoke contemplatively. As the dawn illuminated the ethereal forms of Nezha and Ao Bing, the scene became eternal. The biases against the demon and spirit were finally dispelled. The celestial beings gazed upon this moment, enveloped in silence, beginning to reflect on whether they too had once viewed those deemed different through a distorted lens. Perhaps they have been perpetually ensnared in their own prejudices, oblivious to their existence. As they recall the misunderstandings, conflicts, and wounds birthed from bias, a wave of guilt washes over them. Those they have so readily dismissed, did they not possess their own unspoken struggles and beauty? In the silence, some bow their heads, while others furrow their brows, contemplating how to dismantle the walls of prejudice within their hearts, striving to confront the world with a more just and inclusive mindset. In a divine realm, the video featuring the rebellious figures of the celestial court concludes, leaving the deities profoundly moved by the narrative and camaraderie shared between the magical Nezha and the spirit Ao Bing. Subsequently, the screen scrolls down, revealing grand subtitles that proclaim, reviewing the 3 most rebellious figures of the heavenly court. Just as the video is about to commence, an electrifying anticipation ignites among the gods of various realms. The audacity of these 3 individuals to defy the heavenly court is met with incredulity. After all, the court is not a domain to be trifled with. The Jade Emperor, observing from the heavens, is incensed, his visage contorted with rage. The heavenly court, a public domain, is not to be challenged lightly. Who dares compile a list of such rebels? The emperor resolves to summon the celestial Judge Yang to rectify this insolence. In the primordial world, amidst the demon clan's domain, the formidable Eastern Emperor Taiyi, clad in black and gold robes, presides over the affairs of the court from his throne. Bored, he notices the mention of the rebellious figures appear on the celestial screen and feels a jolt of surprise. Which audacious souls dare to oppose my heavenly court? He muses, exuding an aura of immense power. Do they not realize that he governs the myriad beings of the primordial realm? His thoughts drift. Could it be the Witch Clan? Meanwhile, in the world of the journey to the west, the Buddha Wutian sits upon the Black Lotus platform, his expression fluctuating between calm and tempestuous. His visage, half in shadow and half in light, is framed by cascading black hair that dances wildly in the wind, enhancing his enigmatic allure. A blood-red mark on his forehead, akin to a flickering flame or a cursed sigil, emanates a chilling aura. As news of the rebellious figures reaches him, ripples of contemplation stir within him. Having dominion over the 3 realms, do I hold a place among these so-called rebellious figures? A glimmer of anticipation flickers across Wu Tian's countenance. In the realm of Shigandang, the esteemed ancestral figure Kuogong surveys his surroundings from the heavenly throne, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Upon encountering discussions regarding the 3 rebellious figures of the heavenly court, a stir of thought arose within me. I too have claimed my stake in the celestial realm, usurping dominion over the underworld. I pondered whether I might be counted among these 3 illustrious rebels. Suddenly, a realization struck me, and I broke into a grin, murmuring to myself, I am inherently one with the Jade Emperor. I merely reclaim that which rightfully belongs to me. How could I be said to rebel against the heavenly court? The expression on my face bore a hint of audacity and profound self-assurance, as if I held the reins of fate firmly in my grasp. In the realm of the Lotus Lantern, Chen Xiang wielded a divine axe. Engaged in a fierce clash with Yang Jian. With a powerful swing, he severed Yang Jian's majestic celestial cloak. At that moment, the heavenly canopy began to recount the three foremost rebels of the heavenly court. Chen Xiang gazed at the divine axe in his hands and the vanquished Erlang Shun, then threw his head back in triumphant laughter, his eyes alight with the joy of victory and pride. I have vanquished my uncle, Erlang Shun. I am truly formidable. Surely I deserve a place among the three rebellious figures. His laughter resonated through the cosmos, as if heralding his valor and indomitable spirit to the world. Now making his entrance is the preeminent rebel of the heavenly court, the street rogue of Qintang Pass, the great deity of the three altars, the third Prince Nezha. The visage of Nezha materialized before the crowd. He appeared as a figure of blazing fire, exuding an aura of fervor and untamed spirit. His exquisitely sculpted features resembled finely crafted jade, yet they bore the fierce intensity of youth. His brows arched like swords, tapering into his temples, beneath which lay a pair of elongated phoenix eyes, the outer corners slightly raised, their glimmer revealing a blend of vivacity and cunning, occasionally flashing with a chill that sent shivers down the spine. His straight nose and tightly pursed lips conveyed a sense of stubbornness and resilience. His raven hair was bound high, styled into two upward-facing buns, with red ribbons fluttering in the wind like flames. Clad in a resplendent crimson battle attire that shimmered with an almost lifelike essence, he stood upon a whirlwind of fire, which roared and belched forth blazing flames, enhancing his formidable presence, akin to a war deity descending from the heavens. This Nezha was not the demon child of folklore, but rather the incarnation from the realm of dark mythology. Despite his handsome exterior, his eyes radiated an innate defiance, as if dismissing all that the world had to offer. In the world of the demon child Nezha, after the tribulations with Ao Bing, Nezha found himself at the seaside, where he beheld a strikingly impressive version of himself. Both Nezha and Ao Bing stood in stunned silence, never having encountered such a dashing Nezha. Ao Bing gasped in awe. This Nezha is simply too handsome, even more so than your transformed self. Nezha, wide-eyed with disbelief and astonishment, exclaimed, "How can this be? We are both Nezha. Why can he be so extraordinarily handsome?" He then shrugged. "Oh well, it's still me at the end of the day. Just admire my charm." Ao Bing nodded, yet shook his head, feeling an inexplicable mix of admiration and fear towards this version of Nezha, akin to a mouse facing a cat. "Forget about how handsome he is. How did you become a rebel of the heavenly court? Can you stand against the heavenly court?" Nezha's lips twitched slightly. "How should I know? In the realm of the Bao Lian Lantern's prelude, within the majestic Lingxiao Palace." Upon receiving the news that Nezha was a rebellious spirit in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor's celestial visage contorted with fury as he rose from his seat and exclaimed, "Ah, so it is that little rascal Nezha. I should have anticipated this." Previously, he declared that his fate is governed by himself, not by the heavens. De Jinwu, seize Nezha at once. He dares to defy destiny? Let him be apprehended immediately. Hearing the Jade Emperor's command, De Jinwu's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily approached and bowed, saying, "Father, Nezha's master is the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren, and Taiyi Zhenren's master is the venerable Yuanshi Tianzun. Each of them is fiercely protective of their own." The Jade Emperor glared fiercely, rebuking, Shall we simply permit Nezha to act with such impudence? As the crown prince of heaven, how can you cower in fear? Rally your brothers, set up the Jinwu formation, and teach this rebellious spirit a proper lesson." De Jinwu, visibly distressed and sweating profusely, felt compelled to comply with the Jade Emperor's decree, albeit reluctantly. Replied, "Your humble son shall obey and will exert every effort." In the world of Journey to the West, the banners of Huagua Mountain fluttered vibrantly amidst the bustling scene. Nezha and Li Jing were dispatched to capture Sun Wukong. Wielding his golden staff, Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with Nezha. It was then that the heavens proclaimed Nezha as one of the three foremost rebel spirits of the heavenly court. With a swing of his staff, Sun Wukong laughed. "Oh, third prince, you yourself are a rebel of the heavenly court. How can you come to capture me, a defier of heaven? We should be allies. Why not join forces to challenge the heavens together?" Enraged by his words, Nezha retorted. Who said I am your ally? Today, I am on a mission and shall capture you. With that, he wielded his fiery spear with even greater ferocity, the wind and fire wheels whirling as he charged at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, undeterred, countered with his staff, and the two battled fiercely amidst the cheers of the monkeys of Huagua Mountain, creating a lively spectacle. With the tower, you are my father. Without the tower, you are my demise. Li Jing was horrified. Beside him stood the seven-treasured glazed pagoda, the tower that Li Jing, the heavenly king, always held. For as long as the tower stood, so did he. After all, Tang Sung lacked the tightening spell, and Sun Wukong might refrain from striking him. But if Li Jing were without the tower, Nezha would surely show no mercy. 100 gene of Nezha consists of 99 gene of rebellion, and 1 gene of lotus powder. The celestial beings were thoroughly amused by the relationship between Nezha and Li Jing. Their interest in the foremost rebel spirit piqued. Is Nezha's father the seven-treasured glazed pagoda? Li Jing has become the tower's base. Is it not Li Jing who is Nezha's father? Why must he kill Li Jing? How intriguing. Let us continue to observe. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, at Chintang Pass, Li Jing, upon hearing the introduction of Nezha from the heavens, widened his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, why does Nezha wish to kill me? Am I not his father? Why has he become the seven-treasured glazed pagoda? Why have I become the base? His expression was a blend of confusion and terror, as if he were ensnared in an absurd nightmare. He had always shared a close bond with Nezha. How could they turn against one another as father and son? Nezha, equally bewildered, scratched his head and blinked, inquiring, Father, why does the other version of me wish to kill you? Has that pagoda taken control of you? What is truly happening? His demeanor appeared innocent and perplexed, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Let us continue to observe. Li Jing took a deep breath, his countenance grave as he watched intently. In the world of the investiture of the gods, in Chaoga, the court was in an uproar. Why did Nezha harbor such deep-seated hatred for Li Jing? Were they not father and son? Why did Nezha seem intent on bringing about Li Jing's demise? Li Jing gazed at Nezha's resolute visage in the sky, feeling a twinge of guilt and fear. Simultaneously, he was filled with righteous indignation. His eyes widened, his face flushed, and he bellowed, Look at this ungrateful wretch, daring to commit patricide, an act of utter rebellion. I beseech the king to execute him. Emperor Xin, seated upon his throne, furrowed his brow and cast a stern gaze towards the heavens, intoning gravely, Such behavior is utterly audacious, a violation of celestial and moral laws, and must not be forgiven. The courtiers echoed his sentiments, denouncing Nezha's actions as excessively rebellious. While it was true that Li Jing's parenting may have been flawed, it hardly justified Nezha's desire to kill his father. Such an act was indeed a grave sin against filial piety. The entire court resounded with condemnations directed at Nezha. As the foremost rebel of the heavenly realm, Nezha was of extraordinary origin, reincarnated from the essence of heaven and earth gathered by Nuwa. He had remained in his mother's womb for 3 years and 6 months before descending to the mortal realm. Yet Li Jing had deemed him a mere lump of flesh, nearly slaying him as a monster. Upon Nezha's birth, the celestial master Taiyi had followed the signs to Li Jing's home, naming him Nezha, taking him as a disciple, and gifting him the mystic ribbon and the universe ring. As Nezha matured, he exhibited a mischievous nature, fiercely opposing evil. Discontent with the misdeeds of the Dragon King's third son, he wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace, flaying the third prince alive. Subsequently, the Dragon King Ao Guang, enraged, sought retribution and was wounded by Nezha. In retaliation, Ao Guang allied with other dragon lords to besiege Chintang Pass. To spare the civilians of Chintang Pass, Li Jing contemplated slaying Nezha. Upon hearing this, Nezha, filled with righteous fury, resolutely offered his flesh to his mother and his bones to his father. Returning the essence of life, he owed them, ultimately taking his own life. The assembled celestial beings were taken aback by Nezha's brutal actions, gasping in shock. By returning the essence of his parents, he severed all ties of gratitude, proving himself to be a ruthless individual. Thus, the father-son bond was irrevocably broken. The pain of such self-mutilation surpassed even the torments of the deepest hell. No wonder he was labeled a rebel. Who among the righteous would dare to commit such acts? In the world of the new divine list, in Eastern Sea City, Ao Bing and Ao Guang gazed upwards at Nezha's formidable presence in the sky. Though they harbored deep-seated animosity, Their eyes betrayed a profound fear. Aobing trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering as he spoke. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant, to the point of instilling fear within me. Especially this Nezha, who is 100 times more defiant than the demon-formed Nezha. Merely gazing into those eyes would haunt him with nightmares. Aoguang's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Can one not fear a person who is ruthless even to themselves? To become an enemy of such a person, how could one not tremble?" Their voices were laden with trepidation towards Nezha, whose haughty and fearless demeanor seemed to cast an everlasting shadow in their hearts. In the legendary realm of Nezha, within the Dragon Palace, Aobing, having witnessed Nezha's ferocity amidst the heavenly spectacle and reflecting upon his own plight, was utterly petrified. He hastily thrust the captured little piglet into the hands of Minister Turtle, exclaiming, "Quickly, Minister Turtle, return this friend of Nezha at once. I wish not to provoke that terrifying individual." Upon uttering these words, he quivered and sought refuge within the confines of the Dragon Palace, curling up in a corner, shivering in fear. "I shan't venture out nor provoke Nezha. I refuse to believe that Nezha could slay me." Aobing muttered incessantly, his eyes filled with dread and anxiety. Could a mere third prince of the fallen dragon clan dare to entangle himself with such a ruthless figure, concealed behind the coral reefs? Nezha and the little dragon girl laughed heartily, exchanging high fives in celebration. Wonderful! Without the slightest exertion. After his demise, Li Jing even destroyed Nezha's temple, leaving Nezha's soul without a haven. Nezha's spirit arrived at the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, where Taiyi Zhenren fashioned him a fleshly body from lotus roots. Granting Nezha rebirth, Taiyi Zhenren also bestowed upon Nezha the fire-tipped spear and the wind-fire wheels. The very first act upon Nezha's return to life was to seek vengeance upon Li Jing, who proved no match for him. The burning lamp Taoist suppressed Nezha with a pagoda, compelling Nezha to regard the pagoda as his father, subsequently gifting it to Li Jing for protection. Henceforth, Li Jing never parted with the pagoda. With the pagoda, he is a father. Without it, he is a fatherless wretch. With the pagoda, you are the king. Without it, you are doomed. The denizens of the myriad realms learned of Nezha's entire saga, and thus comprehended the profound animosity he harbored for Li Jing. They were equally appalled by Li Jing's actions. So it is, Li Jing is truly vile. Having stripped away paternal affection, he even destroyed Nezha's temple. He is nothing short of a foe. It is no wonder Nezha sought to slay the heavenly king. Was this not Li Jing's own doing? Yet, one could not help but feel pity for Nezha. What father would be so cruel? All blame rests upon Li Jing. The inhabitants of the realms united in their condemnation of Li Jing. Meanwhile, the Li Jing of the heavens, witnessing his own dismal fate, was equally shaken. After all, in many worlds, Li Jing's demeanor towards Nezha had not been particularly favorable. In some realms, however, Li Jing held profound affection for Nezha, facing the situation without fear. "Whoever rebels against the heavenly court, I shall assist." The Jade Emperor was enraged, exclaiming, "This is an affront to heaven, in the world of the investiture of the gods." In Chaoga, in the Grand Court, the ministers were united in their condemnation of Li Jing. When Zhong, pointing furiously at him, exclaimed, "General Li, your cruelty knows no bounds. Nezha is already dead, yet you still seek to annihilate his very soul. It is no wonder he harbors such hatred for you." The other ministers echoed his sentiments, adding, "How can a father act in such a manner towards his own son? It is no surprise that Nezha regards you with such malice. You are unworthy of the title of father." Emperor Xin, seated upon his lofty throne, wore a grim expression and coldly remarked, "Li Jing, you bear a significant portion of the blame in this matter." Unfazed by the barrage of accusations, Li Jing felt a pang of dread at the thought of Nezha turning against him, especially considering Nezha's formidable strength and fierce temperament. His face turned pale. Beads of cold sweat trickled down, and his heart was filled with fear and regret. "If you continue to be obstinate, you will surely stray down the wrong path," cried Yin Jiao, grasping Li Jing's collar, tears glistening in her eyes. Reflecting on his past actions towards Nezha, Li Jing now recognized his grave errors. Bowing his head in remorse, he pleaded, "I acknowledge my faults. Please do not punish Nezha. If punishment is due, let it be directed at me instead." He silently vowed never again to act recklessly towards Nezha. In the whimsical world of cold humor, at Chuntang Pass, the Dragon King gazed at Li Jing with pity. "Li Jing, your fate is truly lamentable. It seems misfortune runs in your family." Li Jing's eyes widened as he beheld the scene of Nezha and another version of himself at odds, swords drawn against each other. Instead of fear, a smile crept across his face. Stroking his chin, he mused, it is not Nezha's fault. It is the other Li Jing who is to blame. When one errs, they must acknowledge it and stand tall in the face of consequences. His love for his son was profound. How could he fear Nezha's enmity? Nezha, born with innate divine strength, had perished and been reborn, acquiring formidable powers, including the ability to wield 3 heads and 6 arms, the binding rope of monsters. The 9 dragonfire shield, the Yin Yang sword, and the golden brick. Adorned with magical artifacts, there was scarcely anyone in the realm who could challenge him. Thus, Nezha, valiant and audacious, devoted himself to vanquishing demons and evildoers. He became the premier assassin of heaven and the most notorious rebel across the 3 realms. Opposing the heavenly court, he intervened in several tumultuous events, and regardless of who they were, any disturbance in the heavenly court would see Nezha lend his support, leaving the Jade Emperor powerless against him. Upon hearing of Nezha's repeated interventions in the affairs of heaven, the celestial deities were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. Truly, he was the foremost rebel, embroiled in numerous disturbances of the heavenly court. This audacious individual exuded an air of defiance. It was no wonder he dared to defy authority. The heavenly court had suffered greatly from his antics. Upon learning of these events, the Jade Emperor of the celestial realm was filled with rage. Initially believing Nezha to be a rebellious son, he was astounded to discover that even the heavenly court could not tolerate him. His repeated interferences painted him as a veritable powder keg. In the world before the Lotus Lantern, at Xinyuan Mountain, upon hearing the news of Nezha's repeated disturbances in the heavenly court, Taiyi Zhenren felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. Infuriated, he puffed his cheeks and glared, stomping his feet as he cursed. What is this rebellious disciple doing meddling in the affairs of the heavenly court? As he spoke, he paced anxiously back and forth, as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Once was forgivable, but how could he cause such chaos repeatedly? Ha! Taiyi, look at the unruly disciple you have raised. What a mess he has become. Yuanshi Tianzun pointed at Taiyi Zhenren, laughing uncontrollably. The fault lies with the teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. You cannot escape the blame. Yuanshi Tianzun smirked, shaking his whisk, his grin almost reaching the back of his head. Taiyi Zhenren, filled with dread, continued his pacing, fearing that the Jade Emperor would seek retribution. Yet, as he contemplated, he regained a modicum of composure and muttered to himself, well, if it comes to that, I shall have my master intervene. I refuse to believe that the old Jade Emperor would not show my master some respect. The Chan teaching has always been protective, and Yuanshi Tianzun is equally known for his favoring of his own. With Yuanshi Tianzun's intervention, the Jade Emperor would surely not confront him. After concluding this line of thought, he felt somewhat reassured, though traces of worry and helplessness still lingered on his face, for after all, Nezha was at fault. In the realm of the Lotus Lantern, within the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor slammed his dragon table with fury, his face flushed with anger as he pointed at Nezha, trembling with rage. This is an affront to heaven. Nezha, you had reasons for your patricidal actions, but why do you oppose the heavenly court? What has the heavenly court done to you? If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, Nezha's patricide was spurred by Li Jing's relentless oppression, leaving him no path to survival. What grievances did Nezha harbor against the heavenly court? Was he not a deity of the heavenly court? Why did he persistently express dissatisfaction? Young Nezha stood tall and fearless, responding with righteous indignation. The way of heaven is unjust. Even if I have not been wronged, I must oppose it. Should I side with those foolish beings and uphold a tyrannical ruler? His gaze was resolute and fervent, as if ablaze with the flames of justice. Previously, during Yang Jian's tumult in the heavenly court, Nezha had lent his aid, being the only one to do so willingly. Amongst all the celestial beings, you alone claim to be a loyal minister. The Jade Emperor fumed with rage. I am merely a straightforward minister, Nezha blinked innocently. A straightforward minister without a father or ruler. The Jade Emperor, incensed, stood up and berated Nezha fiercely. The surrounding deities fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Marshal Tianpeng looked on with envy, recognizing that only someone as well-connected as Nezha would dare to confront the Jade Emperor. Any other deity would have been banished long ago. Li Jing, control your son. The Jade Emperor, left with no other choice, turned to reprimand Li Jing. Li Jing managed a bitter smile. You declare Nezha to be without father or ruler, and yet you expect me to manage him? How could I possibly do that? In the world of Journey to the West, at Flowerfruit Mountain, Nezha was locked in a fierce battle with Sun Wukong, their combat intense and unresolved. Just then, the news of Nezha's rebellion against the heavenly court was unveiled amidst the celestial backdrop. Upon the clouds, Li Jing learned of this matter and was immediately struck with panic. Inwardly muttering, rebelling against the heavenly court? This is a grave sin against the celestial decree. Will this rascal implicate me? On the mountain, Sun Wukong, while brandishing his golden staff, laughed and said to Nezha, Nezha, look at you, having meddled so many times in this rebellion against the heavenly court. Why not also join me, the great sage equal to heaven, in this endeavor? Hearing this, Nezha's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, Nonsense! I, Nezha, am upright and proper. When have I ever rebelled against the heavenly court? With renewed vigor, he wielded his fire-tipped spear and lunged fiercely at Sun Wukong. In the world of the investiture of the gods, in Shiqi, the crowd cast peculiar glances at Nezha. They had all aspired to ascend to immortality to join the ranks of the heavenly court. Why does Nezha persist in opposing it? Yang Jian, with a sincere demeanor, urged Nezha. Nezha, how can you think this way? No matter how flawed the heavenly court may be, it remains our ultimate refuge. How can one turn against their own home? Such behavior is misguided. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Nezha furrowed his brow in contemplation, eventually nodding gently and stating, Brother Yang speaks wisely. I must have acted impulsively. I shall reflect more carefully in the future. Number 2 Rebel. The speaker of Guanjingku. Yang Jian was taken aback. Why must I rebel? The portrayal of Erling Shun by Jiao and Juan depicts him as tall and proud as a pine, capable of standing firm against the heavens. His sword-like brows and deep, bright eyes resemble cold stars, exuding both determination and courage while subtly revealing a hint of gentleness. Adorned with a resplendent golden crown, the jewels upon it shimmered and sparkled with brilliance. The divine eye on his forehead, when closed, resembled a slumbering beast, and once opened, it radiated with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. His long, dark hair was tied high, flowing gracefully in the wind, enhancing his charismatic and untamed presence. Clad in silver armor, intricately designed and glistening under the sun, it appeared as though forged from the very stars. His cape billowed behind him, echoing like the arrival of a war god, instilling awe and reverence in all who beheld him. When Erlang Shun made his appearance, the heavens erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated his rebellion against the heavenly court, nor were they immune to his striking visage. This Erling Shun is truly handsome. Though I am uncertain of his reasons for opposing the heavenly court, I sense he must have his own grievances. Is he not the nephew of the Jade Emperor? Why would he rebel against the heavenly court? The beings of the celestial realm stared wide-eyed in disbelief, murmuring to themselves, I am indeed the second rebel against the heavenly court? Their expressions were filled with shock and confusion, seemingly unable to accept this unexpected designation. Simultaneously, the Jade Emperor in the heavenly realm wore a look of bewilderment and dismay, his anger boiling over. Isn't Yang Jian my nephew? Why would he oppose my heavenly court? This is an affront to the heavens. My divine judicial officer has turned against me. The face of the Jade Emperor was etched with fury and bewilderment. His once imposing authority now compromised by the rebellion of his nephew, leaving him in a state of disarray. The onlookers speculated about the motivations behind Yang Jian's insurrection. In the world of investiture of the gods, at Shiqi, Jiang Zia wore a grim expression, his gaze filled with frustration and helplessness. He sighed deeply, lamenting, I never imagined that 2 of my subordinates would turn traitorous. What a calamity! His eyes fell heavily upon Nezha and Yang Jian, the 2 most formidable generals under his command. How had they both become rebels against the heavenly court? A chill ran down his spine at the thought of such treason. For rebelling against the heavenly court was tantamount to defying authority. Would these 2 dare to turn against him? He could scarcely contain them. While he could comprehend Nezha's rebellious spirit, he was perplexed by Yang Jian's motives. Nezha, unburdened by such thoughts, laughed heartily, clapping Yang Jian on the shoulder. You criticize me, yet you yourself have betrayed the heavenly court. Yang Jian's expression was one of profound embarrassment. Only moments ago, he had urged Nezha not to defy the heavenly court. And now he found himself as the second rebel. Furrowing his brow, Yang Jian protested, Why would I rebel against the heavenly court? I have no reason to. I'm not as willful as Nezha. In the world of Journey to the West, at Huagua Mountain, Erlang Shun and Sun Wukong were locked in a fierce battle, their powers clashing in a tumultuous display that shook the very heavens. At that tense moment, the revelation of Erlang Shun's status as a rebel against the heavenly court emerged. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. You, Erlang Shun Yangjian, are also a rebel? He then burst into laughter. Ha, you lot. Being rebels yourselves yet attempting to capture me. How is it that only you are allowed to defy the heavenly court while I am not? The Jade Emperor is truly amusing, sending 2 rebels to apprehend me. Yang Jian, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed. Who has rebelled against the heavenly court? Cease your nonsensical babble. He wielded his trident with increasing ferocity, wishing to silence Sun Wukong's tongue immediately. In the realm of the Lotus Lantern, within the Golden Light Cave, Taiyi Zhenren had been mocking Taiyi Zhenren for his lack of discipline regarding his disciples. However, he soon learned that his own disciple, Yang Jian, had become a rebel against the heavenly court. The expression on Taiyi Zhenren's face shifted to one of alarm and disbelief, leaving him visibly shaken as he murmured, "How could my disciple Yang Jian also be a rebel?" His brows knitted tightly as he paced anxiously, consumed by worry and confusion. Observing this, Taiyi Zhenren set aside his previous concerns, a broad smile spreading across his face as he settled comfortably, pointing at Taiyi Zhenren in jest. "Look at you. You chide me for my undisciplined disciples, and yet you are no different." Taiyi, once troubled by Nezha's actions, found solace in Taiyi Zhenren, now sharing his burdens. "Begone. Who is like you?" Taiyi Zhenren waved his hand dismissively. "My disciple Yang Jian is not like Nezha. He possesses a commendable character. I firmly believe that the issue lies with the heavenly realm, and it is certainly not a matter concerning Yang Jian. He possesses an aura of righteousness, and one glance at his visage dispels any notion of villainy." Taiyi Zhenren scoffed. "Huh? Look at you, so adept at exoneration, even more so than I. At least I have acknowledged Nezha's mischievousness. Yet you, with such shamelessness, refuse to concede Yang Jian's defiance against the heavenly court." In the animated world of the Lotus Lantern, Chunxiang triumphed over Yang Jian, basking in his victory. "The heavens are unjust. I shall follow Nezha's example and rebel against this celestial order. Unlike you, my uncle, who acts as a lackey for the heavenly court, even displaying cruelty towards your own sister." Chunxiang laughed heartily, only to be abruptly silenced upon encountering the portrait and name of Yang Jian, the rebellious figure of the heavenly court. His laughter ceased instantaneously. Within the celestial expanse, Erlang Shun Yang Jian displayed an expression of righteousness, his demeanor strikingly gallant, far more handsome than his uncle. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essential question was, why was his uncle considered a traitor to the heavenly court? How could this be? Why must you also be a traitor to the heavenly court? Should it not be I, Chunxiang? Confusion enveloped Chunxiang, yet the more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. With wide eyes filled with fury, he pointed his mountain-splitting axe at Yang Jian and thundered, "Since you too are a traitor to the heavenly court, a transgressor of celestial laws, why do you not rebel against the heavens? Instead, you impose heavenly punishment upon my mother, your own sister, a transgressor of the heavenly laws. How do you dare to act as a judicial deity?" Chunxiang's denunciation of Yang Jian's double standards resonated with anger and bewilderment, his eyes nearly ablaze. Yang Jian, upon hearing Chunxiang's accusations, remained silently stoic. His countenance betrayed no emotion, merely enduring Chunxiang's wrath, his gaze seemingly harboring untold sorrow and helplessness. In the realm of the new god list, Yang Jian sat leisurely upon a flying vessel, gazing with keen interest at his image within the celestial expanse. Regarding his status as the second traitor of the heavenly court, he appeared rather indifferent. With the heavenly court in decline and his powers diminished, what did it matter to him? He found himself admiring his own handsome visage displayed in the celestial realm, exclaiming to himself, "I am rather dashing, indeed. It seems I am handsome in every world." His confidence radiated, as if accustomed to his own allure. When a nephew strikes his uncle, the first amongst them, Chunxiang declared, "You are so lofty, so remarkable." Yang Jian, the earliest traitor of the heavenly court, disciple of Taiyi Zhenren, the holy monarch of Guanjingku Erlang, the true monarch of Qing Source and Marvelous Path, judicial deity, the esteemed nephew of the Jade Emperor, every word a reference to his uncle, every strike a nod to his lineage. when a nephew strikes his uncle, the first amongst them. With his physical prowess, he stands as the foremost enforcer of the heavenly court and the three realms. Typically, he revels in leisure at home in Guanjinku, commanding the 6 brothers of Meishan and 1,200 grass-headed deities, wielding formidable strength, always heeding the call of the heavenly court without fail. Yang Jian, unlike Nezha, is not as rebellious but possesses a certain arrogance. As the judicial deity in the heavenly court, responsible for administering celestial punishments, he has become a thorn in the side of the divine realm. With formidable strength and a well-trained army at his command, he exhibits a level of autonomy that is truly remarkable. Although he may not be as brash as Nezha, his conduct still leaves the celestial beings in awe. It is only Yang Jian who dares to defy the edicts of heaven with such audacity. Were it any other deity, they would likely have been stripped of their celestial rank and cast down to the mortal realm by the Jade Emperor long ago. Clearly, this rebellious individual is not one to be trifled with. He must possess a formidable background. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, upon learning of Yang Jian's insolent demeanor, the Jade Emperor furiously slammed his dragon throne. His wrath echoed throughout the heavenly palace, reverberating with his thunderous roar. Disobeying the edict? Has there ever been such a precedent in the heavenly court? His once majestic visage twisted in rage, eyes wide open as if they might ignite with fire. This audacious young man dares to show such disrespect to me. I shall never permit him to serve in the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor pounded the armrests of his dragon throne, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. The celestial officials around him fell silent, holding their breath in fear that the Emperor's fury might ensnare them as well. Originating from humble beginnings as a mortal's son, how dare he ascend to the heavenly abode? The Queen Mother also joined in the condemnation. Then, with a calculating gaze, she reflected on the tales of Yang Jian that had come to light, turning to the Jade Emperor and stating, I believe that not only should we prevent him from entering the heavenly court, but he must also be punished severely. Look at what Yang Jian has done, privately recruiting the grasshead god at Guanjinku and amassing military power. As the son of a sinner, he has become the judicial deity. Yet he violates the law he is sworn to uphold. He shows no respect for elders or juniors, disregarding the hierarchy. He is a disgrace. He must face stringent consequences. The Queen Mother enumerated Yang Jian's transgressions. These offenses, if committed by any other deity, would be sufficient to ensure their eternal downfall. The Jade Emperor was equally incensed. He had long held a grudge against the wayward Yaoji, and now had the perfect pretext to apprehend Yang Jian. This fellow is even more detestable than Nezha. Roll the curtain. Immediately dispatch 50,000 heavenly soldiers to capture Yang Jian and bring him to Taosan to face his mother. The Jade Emperor's voice thundered through the heavens, causing the celestial clouds to churn. His complexion darkened, his beard quivered, and his eyes blazed with fury, as if he wished to incinerate Yang Jian on the spot. Nezha had the protection of the illustrious Taiyi Zhenren and Yuanshi Tianzun, making it difficult for the Jade Emperor to act against him. However, as Yang Jian is his nephew, he could justify apprehending him as a matter of family affairs. Who would dare to obstruct the Jade Emperor? The other celestial beings, cowed by his wrath, lowered their heads in silence. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, Chunxiang wielded the axe of creation and triumphed over Yang Jian. He looked at Yang Jian with disdain, sneering as he spoke. You are so self-righteous, so exceptional, thinking you can act as if the nephew can strike the uncle and the uncle can retaliate against the nephew. You have committed every conceivable misdeed. It is no wonder that the heavenly court is so unjust. It is filled with vile individuals like you. You, a traitor to the heavenly court, are far inferior to Nezha. I would rather take your place as the second traitor. Chun Xiang's words were laced with mockery and resentment, his gaze locked onto Yang Jian, as if flames could erupt from his eyes. Yang Jian remained silent in the face of Chun Xiang's accusations. His expression was devoid of emotion. He simply stood there, allowing Chun Xiang to unleash his pent-up fury. Yet, within his profound gaze lay hints of unspoken troubles and helplessness, burdens he wished to bear alone. In the world of the demon child Nezha, at Shintang Pass, Nezha lay lazily on the beach, propped up on one elbow, a blade of grass casually held in his mouth. With his head cradled in his arms and legs crossed, he exuded a charmingly rebellious demeanor. His eyes were fixed ahead, leisurely watching scenes of Yang Jian's rebellious deeds unfold, a curious expression gracing his face. Ha ha ha, this Yang Jian seems even more entertaining than me. Striking both uncle and nephew. Nezha murmured, a smile creeping onto his lips, brimming with excitement and curiosity. His legs intertwined, rhythmically swaying, as he envisioned Yang Jian's spectacular performances. Ao Bing lay quietly beside him, his face marked by envy as he could not help but remark. Only Yang Jian could be so audacious, daring to defy the heavenly court and disregard the Jade Emperor's orders. This is the privilege of the Jade Emperor's nephew. His eyes reflected a mix of longing and helplessness as he sighed softly. With his arms crossed over his chest and head slightly tilted back, he continued, "If I had such connections and his strength, perhaps I too could live so freely." His words carried a hint of self-deprecation, mingled with admiration for Yang Jian. Behind him lay the fallen dragon clan, mere tools and sustenance for the celestial beings, too fearful to act against the heavenly court. Even when oppressed to such an extent, they could only engage in covert mischief. Look at Yang Jian. His power is formidable, and his background is substantial. Nezha glanced at Ao Bing and sighed, then boasted, "Don't worry. I'm here. I too am a traitor to the heavenly court. You need not fear. I will protect you and the dragon clan." Ao Bing cast a grateful glance at Nezha. In the world of investiture of the gods, at Shiqi, the generals of the Zhou army were left in awe by Yang Jian's deeds. Just the status of being the Jade Emperor's nephew was enough to inspire their envy for ages. However, what astonished them most was Yang Jian's actions. His arrogant demeanor surpassed even that of Nezha. This was a stark contrast to the Yang Jian they had previously known. Jiangxia, with a solemn expression and earnest tone, addressed Yang Jian. "One must not be overly impulsive. Although you are the nephew of the Jade Emperor, such arrogance is unwarranted. Unlike Nezha, you are a person of gravity and should understand the appropriate boundaries." Nezha interjected with a scoff. "What of it? I am not even as audacious as Brother Yang. I merely meddle," while he directly confronts the Jade Emperor. His boldness far surpasses mine. As Yang Jian absorbed Jiangxia's admonition, a hint of embarrassment crept across his face. He furrowed his brow, lost in bewilderment, murmuring to himself, "To this day, I remain perplexed as to why I oppose the heavenly court, striking both my uncle and cousin. It is quite strange. I am not an unreasonable person." Yang Jian was engulfed in profound self-doubt, his gaze filled with confusion and incomprehension. In the celestial realm, the illustrious figure of the Monkey King, portrayed by Lu Xilingtong, emerged against the backdrop of the heavens. Adorned with a phoenix-winged crown of purple gold, two long pheasant feathers stood tall, swaying gracefully in the wind, amplifying his imposing presence. His fiery, golden eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an unparalleled vitality. With a mere blink, they revealed boundless wit and cunning, as if capable of perceiving all the demons and spirits of the world. Clad in a shimmering golden armor, radiating light, and cinched with a tiger-skin skirt, he embodied a wild, yet carefree spirit. In his grasp was the Rui Jingu Bang, a golden staff shimmering with brilliance and substantial weight. His agile form was imbued with the vivacity of a monkey, coupled with the majesty and authority of the great sage equal to heaven. The celestial beings, upon glimpsing this monkey's visage, merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. Indeed, it is this monkey. His tumultuous escapade in the heavenly palace was nothing short of astonishing. Their expressions bore an air of familiarity, as if they had long anticipated that Sun Wukong would attain such a title. Conversely, the Jade Emperor wore a troubled expression, his brow furrowed, exhaling a sigh. "Three of these rascals," he lamented, his gaze betraying irritation and resignation. The trio of rebellious spirits, Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and Nezha, caused him considerable distress, as the authority of the heavenly court appeared increasingly challenged by their insurrections. The Jade Emperor felt an immense weight of pressure, yet found himself at a loss for a suitable resolution. In the world of the great sage's return, Jiang Luer trailed behind Sun Wukong, gazing upwards with sparkling eyes. Awe etched on his cherubic face as he exclaimed excitedly, "Great sage, you are simply magnificent." His innocent visage radiated admiration and affection, his entire being trembling slightly with exhilaration. Sun Wukong, too, lifted his gaze to the heavens, momentarily frozen in place. He seemed to reminisce about the time he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, before being imprisoned beneath the Five Elements Mountain. Once, he stood tall and formidable, his golden armor glimmering brilliantly under the sun, and his crimson cloak billowing fiercely in the wind. In a world reminiscent of the new journey to the west, the mighty Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff. his stature regal and imposing, as if he could vanquish all malevolence in existence. Yet now, he found himself shackled by diminished powers, embodying a visage of sorrow and despair. On the resplendent flower and fruit mountain, Sun Wukong swung his staff with fervor, forcefully parrying Yang Jian's trident, and jestingly remarked, "Look at us. Both insubordinate children of the heavenly court. Why must we turn our weapons upon each other?" Yang Jian glared fiercely, retorting with disdain, "I am a divine enforcer. How can I be compared to a mere mountain monkey?" His eyes brimmed with ire and contempt, his grip on the weapon tightening as he prepared for battle. In this moment, Sun Wukong had yet to carve his name into legend, remaining underestimated by the deities of the heavenly court. Despite having defeated numerous celestial generals, he was still regarded as nothing more than a wild monkey in Yang Jian's eyes. High above, Nezha parted the clouds with his hands, peering down with astonishment, muttering to himself, "This monkey is also one of the rebellious ones of the heavenly court? Does he dare to defy the heavens? If the Jade Emperor learns of this, even his immense power won't spare him from doom." Curiosity and doubt flickered in Nezha's gaze as he pondered the monkey's audacity to incite chaos in the celestial realm. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the scene, the Jade Emperor trembled with rage, his voice booming like thunder throughout the heavenly palace. Absurd. How can the majesty of the heavenly court allow a mere monkey to act with impunity? Reinforce the celestial forces. We must capture Sun Wukong, reduce him to ashes, lest he tarnish the reputation of our court. The emperor's complexion darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury, utterly incensed by Sun Wukong's insurrection. At the Golden Light Cave, the venerable Master Yuding was already troubled by his disciple Yang Jian's rebellious nature. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that another disciple, Sun Wukong, was also a member of this insubordinate faction. Overcome with disbelief, he sank to the ground, his face flushed, one hand grasping his brow. Trembling as he nearly succumbed to the shock, muttering anxiously, two disciples, both rebellious against the heavenly court. What a calamity! Beside him, the jovial Taiyi Zhenren erupted into raucous laughter, his mirth echoing within the cave. "Ha, my dear brother, your teaching methods seem even more inadequate than mine. Two troublemakers. Worse than I ever was. Surely, even the master cannot shield you from this." His laughter was unabashed, exuding a sense of schadenfreude. For even a single troublemaker could elicit intervention from the primordial Lord. Two, however, could not be salvaged, no matter the thickness of the Lord's countenance. "Brother, do take heed to discipline your pupils," Taiyi Zhenren teased, winking mischievously. Master Yuding shot a furious glare at Taiyi Zhenren, gasping as he bellowed, "Silence!" However, Taiyi Zhenren's laughter only grew more boisterous, completely disregarding the fury of Master Yuding. In this world of Journey to the West, amidst the ethereal peaks of Mount Lingtai, the saga continued to unfold. Sun Wukong, filled with exuberance, was gleefully showcasing his newly acquired skills to his fellow disciples, his movements animated and joyous. His brethren marveled at his spells, showering him with praise. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, his portrait and name appeared on the heavenly list of traitors, radiating brilliance before their eyes. His companions widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Who would have thought? Our junior is so formidable, daring to defy the celestial court." The celestial court is the ultimate aspiration for those who cultivate the way, abundant in divine beings. Does our junior truly wish to stand against the celestial court? Remarkable, remarkable. Besides our master, you are the most impressive monkey I know. Wukong, bewildered, scratched his head in confusion. At that moment, he was unaware of the full extent of the celestial court's capabilities, only chuckling. "Heh, a traitor. I, Sun Wukong, am also a traitor of the celestial court." Amidst this chaos, Master Bodhi emerged slowly. In an instant, Wukong, who had been reveling in his skills, knelt down like a child caught in mischief. His fellow disciples hastily fled the scene. Master Bodhi's expression was grave as he gazed at the ominous words shimmering in the sky, letting out a heavy sigh. He had long foreseen that Wukong would encounter tribulations, yet he had not anticipated such exposure. "I have imparted all that I could teach you. You may leave now." Master Bodhi gestured with a wave of his hand. "I have sinned, but I have yet to repay my master's teachings," Wukong said, his eyes brimming with tears, reluctant to depart. "As for repaying my gratitude," Master Bodhi replied, "in the future, should you stir up trouble, do not mention your master." With that, he waved his sleeve. signaling Wukong to leave. Wukong turned back repeatedly, gazing longingly at Master Bodhi and the Crescent Moon Cave. Finally, gritting his teeth, he descended the mountain, departing from that place. From the eastern road of Penglai, he fought his way to the southern heavenly gate. Xuanzang remarked, "Is your vision unclouded? He is the Lingming stone monkey, born from the heavenly stone that Niuhua used to mend the sky, transcending the three realms, beyond the five elements. Wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, clad in golden chainmail. Possessing 72 transformations, capable of leaping 100,000 miles with a single somersault. Dissatisfied with the oppression and injustice of the celestial court, he single-handedly stormed the heavenly palace. He fought his way from the eastern road of Penglai to the southern heavenly gate, piercing through the celestial court with sheer strength. Defeating the 28 constellations, severely injuring the 4 heavenly kings, and overcoming the 9 luminaries, ultimately assaulting the Jade Emperor's Lingshou Palace, with a verifiable record of 137 victories. In the world of Journey to the West, at Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain, as Wukong prepared to descend, his eyes widened in shock at the prophetic vision unveiled in the heavens. He recognized that he had caused great turmoil in the heavens, committing an unforgivable catastrophe. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Master Bodhi had sternly warned him not to reveal his origins. Guilt enveloped his face, and his once bright eyes now dulled with sorrow. A heavy weight bore down upon his heart, as if a colossal boulder pressed relentlessly upon him. "I, old son, have erred, master," he murmured, his voice laden with regret. Yet he had already severed ties with his master's teachings, and now it was too late to return. Son Wukong silently vowed he would commit no further misdeeds, nor bring shame upon his lineage. Clenching his fists with resolute determination, he seemed to inscribe this oath deep within his heart, vowing to reform and no longer tarnish the reputation of his master. In the realm of the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor had yet to address the matter of Yang Jian, and before the general of the heavenly armies could apprehend him, another son Wukong had emerged. Enraged, the Jade Emperor roared, "This son Wukong is merely a stone monkey. How dare he wreak havoc in the heavenly palace? With so many celestial soldiers at our disposal, how could we allow him to carve a path from the east of Penglai to the southern heavenly gate?" His beard quivered with fury, his countenance darkened, and the entire palace was suffused with his wrath. The 4 heavenly kings, the 9 luminaries, and the 28 mansions wore expressions of trepidation. How could they, a multitude, be unable to subdue son Wukong? The Queen Mother trembled as she spoke. "This son Wukong is indeed formidable." The other deities whispered among themselves, their faces etched with concern. Yet, the confident Marshal Tianpeng stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "If he dares to come, I shall surely capture him." One of the 28 mansions, Kuei Mu Lang, could not contain his laughter. "Tianpeng, I could easily defeat 20 of you. What do you intend to use to capture son Wukong?" The marshal, feeling slighted, snorted in displeasure. At that moment, the cautious Jianlian suggested, "Why not capture Yang Jian and have him, as the god of justice, confront son Wukong? Let the rebellious face off against the rebellious." His words plunged the assembly into a brief silence of contemplation. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, clapped his hands in delight. "Let the rebellious combat the rebellious. A twofold advantage. This plan is indeed brilliant. Tianpeng, you shall immediately lead a party to summon Yang Jian to the heavens. I shall appoint him as the god of justice, overseeing the celestial punishments and ridding the 3 realms of malevolent beings." In the realm of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King bellowed in astonishment. "The Rui Jingu Bang, is it not the sea-stabilizing needle of the East Sea? How could this monkey have seized it?" His eyes widened in disbelief. Pacing agitatedly within his palace, how could the treasures of the East Sea have become the weapons of this monkey? Despite his rage and discontent, the Dragon King was also struck by fear at son Wukong's terrifying prowess. The multitude of deities in the heavens were no match for him. How could a mere East Sea Dragon King hope to withstand son Wukong? "Oh dear, what shall I do? Must I truly relinquish the sea-stabilizing needle?" The Dragon King, in a state of frantic despair, scratched his head and sighed heavily, gazing longingly at the ocean depths. In the world of the great sage's return, Zhang Luer closely followed son Wukong, witnessing the tumultuous events unfolding in the heavenly realm. On the small face, an expression of admiration was vividly displayed, with excitement sparkling in the eyes and continuous exclamations escaping the lips. "Wow, wow, wow. The great sage is truly remarkable." causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace and defeating so many deities. As Sun Wukong listened to Zhang Luer's praises, he remained expressionless, gazing into the distance with a deep sigh. It was perhaps best not to dwell on the past. A hint of loneliness and helplessness flickered in his eyes, as if the glories and triumphs of yesteryears had now become a burdensome weight. In the world of Journey to the West, the demon hunting chapter. At the foot of the Five Fingers Mountain, Xuanzang entered the cave and beheld the legendary Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong. "Mr. Sun, you look somewhat different," Xuanzang remarked, observing the handsome monkey king against the backdrop and then glancing at the disheveled figure before him. The disparity was striking. Not only had his appearance deteriorated, but his height had also diminished. Was this truly the Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong? Surely, he was not just some small monkey that had wandered out of the woods. Sun Wukong cleared his throat. "I've been in this cave for too long without washing my face. Please do not mind." He attempted to deceive Xuanzang into retrieving the seal, but Xuanzang steadfastly refused. Sun Wukong's temper flared, pointing at the sky. "I told you to get it, and you refuse? Do you look down upon me? Do you know who I am? The 13 guardians of Huahua Mountain are aware. I am the leader." In his heyday, he had wielded 2 watermelon knives, slicing his way from Donglu of Penglai to the southern Heavenly Gate, a relentless 3-day slaughter, rivers of blood flowing. Sun Wukong believed he could intimidate Xuanzang. Yet Xuanzang earnestly inquired, "If you haven't blinked for so long, won't your eyes dry out? So what if they do? And what if they don't? What does that have to do with what I said?" Sun Wukong's irritation grew. "I'm just curious. Can't you grasp the crux of my statement?" He gestured wildly at the sky, fervently demonstrating his prowess. "I'm merely pondering whether my eyes would dry out." "Stop talking to me about dryness." Losing patience, he exclaimed, "I claim to kill without blinking, and you question whether my eyes are dry." He then seized a sugar cane, raising it menacingly to demonstrate his strength. Although somewhat comical, he succeeded in breaking it, which bolstered his confidence immensely. "Do you see that? Do you see it? Bring forth anything else. I shall shatter it all." Xuanzang, with utmost seriousness, retrieved a durian from his robe and presented it to Sun Wukong. "Thus, you young ones truly cannot be reasoned with." Sun Wukong gazed at the spiky durian, turning to impart wisdom. "Just look above. It is right before your eyes. Can you not take a proper look?" Xuanzang pushed the durian closer. "Mr. Sun," to which Sun Wukong quickly waved his hand, saying, "I do not wish to eat it. Thank you." As the video detailing the 3 rebellious figures of the heavenly realm concluded, the scene transitioned to the celestial expanse above. A subtitle emerged, a review of the divine battle. Scene 1. The primordial supreme being rescues Yin Jiao. Yin Jiao, having transgressed against the sovereign might of Emperor Xin, faced execution. His lifeless body was subsequently brought back to Kunlun Mountain by Zhang Zia, firm in his belief that Yin Jiao would one day become the ruler of the world. Zhang Zia beseeched the primordial supreme being to resurrect him. With a grave countenance, the primordial supreme being fixed his determined gaze upon the dismembered form of Yin Jiao. He slowly extended his hands, palms aglow with resplendent light, as powerful magical energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The primordial supreme being, in conjunction with the 12 golden immortals, continuously channeled their formidable power into Yin Jiao's body. Though the dead cannot be revived, bringing Yin Jiao back to life was an act of defiance against the natural order. Yin Jiao's form transformed into an abyssal void, voraciously siphoning the magical energy from both the primordial supreme being and the 12 golden immortals. As the restoration of his body progressed, Yin Jiao's head and torso reconnected, his form involuntarily trembling. His eyes remained tightly shut, yet his visage betrayed a tumultuous blend of agony and yearning. The magical energy from the primordial supreme being and the 12 golden immortals surged toward Yin Jiao like a river breaching its banks, unreservedly flooding him. His complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he persisted with unwavering resolve to save Yin Jiao. As time elapsed, the primordial supreme being's aura waned, and his figure began to falter. Ultimately, all of his magical energy was completely absorbed by Yin Jiao. While the initial narrative had been significantly altered, it remained somewhat acceptable. After all, even the character of Nezha had undergone a transformation into a demonic entity, forming a fraternal bond with Ao Bing. However, witnessing the moment when the primordial supreme being was drained of his power left the multitude of celestial beings agape, ensnared by shock. They stared in disbelief at the once supremely powerful primordial supreme being, now rendered feeble upon the ground, his face etched with incredulity. One by one, they erupted into laughter. Is this truly the primordial supreme being and the 12 golden immortals? Could they be imposters? Yin Jiao was merely a mortal. How could he possibly drain the power of the primordial supreme being? A mere mortal basking in the sun, absorbing its radiance? A commoner washing their hands, consuming all the waters of the seas? Such absurdity was beyond comprehension. Never had they witnessed such an outrageous occurrence. What was transpiring? What was the situation? The primordial supreme being's mere hair could elevate a mortal to immortality, yet how could he and the 12 golden immortals be completely drained? The primordial supreme being was an existence that could shake the 3 realms with but a sneeze. What was Yin Jiao in comparison? It was the first time the celestial beings had ever seen the primordial supreme being stripped of his power. They were utterly confounded, their voices rife with astonishment and bewilderment. In the world of the investiture of the gods, in the domain of Shichi, the 12 golden immortals gazed at the weakened primordial lord, whose power had been drained, their expressions frozen in bewilderment and fury. Absurd, utterly absurd. Never had they witnessed such a ludicrous spectacle. Eventually, they could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. Here we are, the 12 golden immortals alongside our master, expending such tremendous effort to save a mere mortal. Guangqingzi, you have truly acquired an exceptionally promising disciple. The infinite immortal pointed at Guangqingzi, his laughter uncontrollable. The other 10 golden immortals also stroked their beards in amusement. Indeed, your disciple is astonishing. Even our master has been drained of power. We may be able to endure this, but to think our master would be depleted as well. Ha ha. Guangqingzi gritted his teeth in anger, cursing incessantly. What on earth is happening? I alone can resurrect Yin Jiao with ease. Why is it that the primordial lord is drained of power in the process? His voice echoed through the air, thick with rage and confusion. It is worth noting that Taiyi, one of the 12 golden immortals, was able to resurrect the disembodied Nezha with merely a few pounds of lotus roots. Yet, reviving Yin Jiao required the collective effort of the 12 golden immortals and the primordial lord, ultimately leaving the latter utterly exhausted. Such a ridiculous occurrence is enough to fill Guangqingzi with shame. The teaching of the explication is likely to become a subject of ridicule among other immortals because of this incident. In the Zishao Palace, Hongjun Laozu regarded the primordial lord with a complex expression. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, albeit slowly. Primordial, perhaps it is time to refine your powers. To be drained by a mortal is quite unbecoming. His words carried a tone of reproach and disappointment. A dignified sage, drained by a mere mortal. This is too humiliating to bear. Beside them, Nuwa wore an expression of shock. Her cherry lips parted, yet words eluded her. Her gaze filled with incredulity. Who could have foreseen such a defiance of the heavens? To drain the primordial lord of his power. The primordial lord appeared exceedingly awkward. Bowing his head, murmuring to himself, how could this be? His face shifted between shades of blue and white, a tumult of shame and confusion. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Tongtian Jiaozhu laughed unabashedly, finding the scene with Yin Jiao utterly hilarious, rolling on the ground in laughter as he taunted, "Oh, is that not the primordial lord? After just a few days, you've become so diminished. To collaborate with the 12 golden immortals merely to resurrect a mortal. Your sect is truly pathetic. I shall laugh at you for 1,000 years." Tongtian's laughter rang out, jarring against the solemn atmosphere, rendering the primordial lord's expression even more dismal. In the realm before the lotus lantern, the world continued to unfold. The Jade Emperor and the celestial beings of the heavenly court were initially scheming to orchestrate a mutual demise between Yang Jian and Sun Wukong, hoping to reap the benefits and suppress these rebellious figures. However, their attention was suddenly drawn to the spectacle of the primordial Tianzun being drained of his power by a mortal. The gods of the heavenly court appeared to be ensnared by a spell, frozen in place. Their eyes wide as saucers and mouths agape, as if they could swallow a whole roast pig. The once boisterous heaven fell into a silence so profound that a needle dropping could be heard. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brows, perplexed, and exclaimed, "When did the primordial Tianzun become so feeble as to be drained by a mortal?" After a lengthy pause, the celestial beings reacted with outrage, clamoring, "Is this not an affront to the dignity of the primordial Tianzun and the 12 golden immortals? Who dares to be so audacious? This is utterly absurd. It is a tremendous joke. Each deity was filled with righteous indignation, viewing this incident as a grave provocation to the primordial Tianzun's honor. The Jade Emperor, with a glint of cunning in his eye, began to contemplate. If the primordial Tianzun is indeed so weakened, then he may turn his attention to Nezha and Yang Jian. With this thought, a sly smile crept upon the corners of his mouth. Yin Jiao invokes the heavenly manifestation. Blue sprites appear. Nezha remarked disdainfully, "What an ugly three-headed, six-armed form." In the midst of the chaotic scene, Yin Jiao, unable to withstand the power of the primordial Tianzun, transformed into a formidable three-headed, six-armed embodiment. He returned to Chaoga seeking vengeance against Yin Shou, only to encounter the formidable one Taishi. Yin Jiao displayed an astonishing form towering like a mountain, seemingly capable of supporting the very heavens. However, instead of instilling fear, he emanated a bizarre blue hue reminiscent of the comical blue sprites. Devoid of any charm and instead exuding a rough, coarse aura, his three heads lacked any semblance of authority, adorned in shades of blue and black, while his six arms flailed about chaotically, creating an absurd spectacle. "It is I, the 31st descendant of Cheng Tang, the prince of the Shang dynasty, Yin Jiao. It was Yin Shou who killed me." Witnessing Yin Jiao's grotesque transformation, the celestial assembly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, nearly losing their composure. "Is this truly Yin Jiao? You drained the primordial Tianzun and ended up like this?" Nezha's three-headed, six-armed form didn't even require the primordial Tianzun's intervention. Laughter resonated through the heavens, echoing with merriment. "How utterly ridiculous! What sort of heavenly manifestation is this? We expected something formidable. While others command respect with their three-headed, six-armed forms, yours resembles that of a fool." Despite my professional training that typically suppresses laughter, I could not contain myself at the sight of those two additional heads. A chorus of mockery filled the air, enveloping the celestial realm in unrestrained joy. In that moment, Yin Jiao's embarrassment became the greatest source of amusement. In the world of investiture of the gods, amidst the journey to overthrow Zhou, Nezha wielded the formidable technique of three heads and six arms, exuding an aura of majesty and authority. His three heads gleamed with vitality and bravery, while his six arms grasped various divine weapons, radiating brilliance that evoked deep reverence. The Shang army was left in awe of Nezha's supernatural abilities. Jiang Zia, observing Nezha's imposing figure, was filled with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, this three-headed, six-armed form is truly remarkable." However, when his gaze shifted to the grotesque and unsightly three-headed, six-armed figure of Yin Jiao, his expression froze, and he could not help but chuckle at the absurdity. The Zhou army, too, regarded the two instances of three heads and six arms, and upon comparison, they looked upon Yin Jiao with scorn. "Is he attempting to mimic my three heads and six arms? Yet the execution is so hideous." Nezha's face was etched with disdain. Indeed, despite sharing the same technique, the disparity is staggering. Tu Xingxuan grinned, declaring, "Nezha's three heads and six arms are far more gallant. Yin Jiao's, on the other hand, is simply ugly. Ha! To learn the three heads and six arms, does one really need to summon the primordial lord? My master and uncle could teach him." Yang Jian laughed heartily at Yin Jiao's foolish heads. His technique was bestowed by Jade Zenren, while Nezha's was from Taiyi Zhenren. Such powers could easily be imparted by the 12 golden immortals, but Yin Jiao, having drained the essence of the primordial lord, had acquired this technique, inviting their derision. In the world of the journey to the west, Sun Wukong and Nezha battled from the ground to the heavens, each evenly matched. Upon witnessing Yin Jiao's peculiar three-headed, six-armed form, Sun Wukong burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So this is how ugly three heads and six arms can be. Nezha, you can also perform this technique. But I hope it doesn't look as hideous." Nezha, incensed by the comparison, retorted, "Yin Jiao has utterly defiled the sacred technique of three heads and six arms. Watch as I demonstrate it." With that, he unleashed his own three heads and six arms, radiating an imposing presence. Sun Wukong, taken aback, remarked in astonishment, "Wow, your three heads and six arms are quite impressive. Why is Yin Jiao so unattractive? What does it even count for? He drained the primordial lord's essence. Yet you say nothing about that?" Nezha was infuriated at the mention of the primordial lord's essence being drained, and the sight of Yin Jiao's grotesque form only fueled his rage further. Armed with various magical treasures, Nezha charged at Sun Wukong, not one to back down. Sun Wukong unleashed his external transformations, summoning numerous clones to attack Nezha, igniting a fierce battle. In the realm of investiture of the gods, in Chaoga, Wenzhong returned to the capital, and Emperor Xian personally hosted a banquet in welcome. As the crowd beheld Yin Jiao's display of 3 heads and 6 arms, they were momentarily frozen in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. Is this really Yin Jiao? How has he come to be in such a state? How is it that he possesses such a towering physique, yet exudes an aura of grotesqueness? Although Yin Jiao's visage is fearsome and his words are filled with rage, his comical expression fails to evoke any sense of menace, instead prompting uncontrollable laughter. Wenzhong, too, is taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the heavens, his wine cup slipping from his hand unconsciously. His astonishment does not stem from the fact that Yin Jiao can wield such powers, nor from the transformation he has undergone, but rather from the sheer ugliness of his appearance. The 3-headed, 6-armed technique is indeed a sophisticated spell. Why, then, does he appear so hideous? Wenzhong silently exclaims within himself, is this truly the princely Yin Jiao, once a paragon of grace and elegance? The former Yin Jiao, resplendent and poised, now presents a bizarre and repulsive figure, a stark contrast to his former self, leaving Wenzhong momentarily in disbelief. The crimson-haired demon's massive head fixates on the celestial expanse, its sharp fangs glinting with a chilling sheen, resembling the blades of knives. Its hair, akin to flames, stands erect and wild, as if intent on incinerating everything in its vicinity. The demon's skin, rough and adorned in a sinister dark red hue, seems to narrate tales of its malevolence and cruelty. 6 arms flail about, massive hands akin to fans, fingers robust as stone pillars, with nails so sharp they could effortlessly rend an adversary asunder. The towering and fearsome figure of the crimson-haired demon stands resolute, its gaze locked onto the equally 6-armed Yin Jiao. Despite their shared trait of 6 arms, there exists a disconcerting resemblance between them, yet the grotesqueness of Yin Jiao's visage sends the demon's thoughts into disarray. A flicker of confusion passes through the demon's eyes, which burn with fury, soon followed by an uncontrollable urge to laugh. It parts its cavernous maw, capable of devouring mountains and rivers, unleashing a cacophony of laughter. Ha ha! This wretched creature, though possessing 6 arms like myself, how can it be so hideous? Its laughter reverberates throughout the space, laden with mockery and disdain. The 4 generals of the demon clan make their entrance. The 4 heavenly kings stand dumbfounded. How is it that we appear as 4 bumbling giants? The scene unfolds. The 4 generals of the demon clan, imposing figures resembling 4 moving mountains, their robust limbs akin to colossal stone pillars, each step sending tremors through the earth. Though endowed with grand physiques, their combat prowess is remarkably lacking, akin to 4 oversized simpletons. Li Jing, wielding the Qingyan sword, possesses a square face with pronounced brows and eyes, yet conveys an air of simplicity. His broad lips are perpetually slightly parted, as though caught in a state of stupor. Li Hai, cradling a wind and fire pipa, is marked by a head of white hair and a plump physique, his gaze vacant, seemingly unable to focus or ponder. His lifeless red beard only accentuated the simplicity of his mind. Li Ho, wielding twin hammers, possessed an extraordinarily tall stature, yet always hunches his back, imparting an impression of clumsiness. His rugged visage, marred by pockmarks, further contributed to an air of vulgarity and foolishness. Li Hong, brandishing a Hunyuan umbrella, had bulging eyes that lacked any hint of agility, fixated ahead as if utterly oblivious to his surroundings. The 4 generals of the Mo family, despite their imposing physiques and fierce appearances, merely executed slow, dazed attacks, incapable of outrunning even a horse, leaving them breathless and exhausted. The celestial beings observed their demeanor and erupted in laughter. Is this truly the Mo family's 4 generals? The future for heavenly kings? How absurd. Look at their foolish expressions. One might think they held great power. They resemble mere foot soldiers, unable to outrun a horse. What use is their size? It's ludicrous. The laughter from the celestial beings echoed incessantly. In the world of Journey to the West, within the heavenly court, the site of the erstwhile Mo family 4 generals, now the 4 heavenly kings, provoked hearty laughter among the deities. The once mighty 4 heavenly kings appeared so foolish, being toyed with by others on horseback. Where is the grandeur of the four heavenly kings? They are clearly four great simpletons. The derisive laughter continued to resonate. The four heavenly kings, filled with profound embarrassment and indignation, exchanged glances, deeply dissatisfied with the Mo family's entrance, and lamented, "How infuriating! Who is tarnishing our image as the four heavenly kings? Someone is spreading slander. How could this be us? We are majestic and formidable. How can we be portrayed so foolishly?" Even the formidable Li Tianwang could not suppress his laughter, mockingly remarking, "No wonder Sun Wukong can defeat the four heavenly kings. What difference is there between the four heavenly kings and mere foot soldiers?" This statement only intensified the shame and fury of the four heavenly kings, leaving them utterly helpless. In the world of Black Myth Wukong, upon witnessing the Mo family's foolish and grotesque appearance, the four heavenly kings were left in stunned disbelief. They had anticipated an imposing entrance, only to be confronted with such an ugly sight that was unbearable to behold. How outrageous! We, the four heavenly kings, are unparalleled in majesty. How could we appear so clumsy and grotesque? Their faces reflected utter disbelief. Their eyes filled with disdain and contempt for the Mo family's generals from another realm. The four heavenly kings exuded an aura of grandeur and overwhelming presence. The Growth Heavenly King, wielding a long sword, stood tall like a pine, his blade pointing towards the heavens, his gaze sharp as lightning, emanating a chilling pressure that seemed capable of severing all evil in the world. The broad-eyed Heavenly King, grasping a red dragon whip, possessed a robust physique, muscles bulging, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, his imposing demeanor instilling fear. The many-voiced Heavenly King, holding a pagoda with solemnity, bore a grave expression, his eyes deep and resolute, as if capable of perceiving all phenomena in the world, his yellow robe dancing in the wind, showcasing both nobility and authority. The Heavenly King of the North lightly strums the pipa, the melody infused with boundless power. His handsome, yet stern visage commands respect, instilling a sense of caution in those who might dare to offend him. In stark contrast, the four generals of the demon clan appear foolish and grotesque, clad in crude and rudimentary armor. Though towering, they exude no semblance of majesty, standing there in an absurd and comical manner. On one side stands the gallant presence of the four heavenly kings, exuding an air of authority, while on the other, the demon clan's generals appear clumsy and inept. The disparity between the two is indeed striking. The fated individuals cannot help but mock the four heavenly kings. Ha ha! Who would have thought the four heavenly kings would appear in such a manner before their deification? Truly unimpressive. Upon hearing this, the four heavenly kings are filled with rage, collectively roaring, "We have repeatedly stated this is not our true form. You, monkey, dare to mock us." Their fury ignites in an instant, an overwhelming aura surging forth as if to crush the fated individuals on the spot. In the world of investiture of the gods, at the pass of dreamy excellence, the four generals of the demon clan stand resolute against Jiangxia's army marching to overthrow King Zhou. The demon clan's generals are formidable, armed with powerful artifacts, showing no fear of Jiangxia and his companions. Initially, Jiangxia and his allies regard the demon clan's generals with trepidation. However, upon gazing at the panting figures of the demon clan's generals in the heavenly expanse, the commanders of the overthrowing army feel a wave of relief wash over them. Nezha cannot contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. So the demon clan's generals are this weak. They pose no threat. His derisive laughter echoes across the battlefield. Yin Jiao joins in agreement. Indeed, they are far too weak. They possess mere brute strength, yet cannot even outrun their own horses. Mu Jia chuckles and suggests, "In my opinion, perhaps you should return and practice your running." Instantly, the four generals of the demon clan are filled with seething rage and profound humiliation. The leader, Li Jing, glares with wide eyes and bellows, "Who dares to insult us?" The demon clan's generals, "We are not foolish." Jiangxia, stroking his beard, chuckles lightly, "Who is insulting? Is it not you, the demon clan's generals, who stand in this heavenly expanse?" Li Hong, his face flushed with anger, brandishes his artifact and declares, "Jiangxia, do not be arrogant. Witness how we will defeat you." Li Hai and Li So are equally furious, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques to make Jiangxia pay for his disdain. In the Zhixiao Palace, Yuanshi Tianzun observes the 4 generals of the demon clan as prominent commanders of the Shang army. With their powerful artifacts and extraordinary abilities, he mistakenly perceives them as disciples of the Jie Jiao. He cannot help but wear a mocking expression, jeering at Tongtian Jiaozhu. Tongtian, look at your Jie Jiao disciples. So unrefined and grotesque. He aims to tarnish the reputation of Jie Jiao by associating it with the ugly figures of the demon clan's generals, hoping to undermine Tongtian Jiaozhu's followers. Tongtian Jiaozhu, upon hearing this, becomes alarmed, his face reddening, and hastily waves his hands to vehemently refute. Yuanshi, do not speak recklessly. Who said the demon clan's generals are disciples of Jie Jiao? Just because they stand with the Shang army does not make them our disciples. Jie Jiao has no connection to these 4 individuals. His eyes widen in fury, clearly irked by Yuanshi Tianzun's unfounded accusations. Are you not a disciple of the? Or am I merely a disciple of the? The primordial supreme being chuckled lightly. The disciples of the are led by Jiangxia, assisting GFA in his campaign against the tyrant Zhou. Only the disciples of the repeatedly aided the Shang army, obstructing GFA. The 4 generals of the demon clan are evidently beings of the Buddhist sect. The Lord of Heaven coldly snorted, hastily distancing himself from the 4 generals of the demon clan. Nezha does not take lives. A.O. Bing exclaimed in astonishment. You must be a false Nezha. Scene 4. Cultivators must not kill. After a fierce battle with the 4 generals of the demon clan, they were successively defeated, culminating in Yin Jiao employing the heavenly law of earth and the 3 heads and 6 arms to vanquish the last of the 4 generals. Yin Jiao harbored immense hatred for Yin Shou and the Shang dynasty, wishing to eliminate the 4 generals of the demon clan. However, at this moment, Nezha intervened, stating, cultivators must not take lives. Nezha solemnly declared that cultivators must not kill. Countless celestial beings were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They stared at Nezha in the heavenly realm as if witnessing a ghost. Goodness, Nezha does not kill? Is this truly Nezha? If not for being halted, the demon child Nezha would have gone on a killing spree by now. Why does this Nezha refrain from killing? The god of slaughter in the 3 realms abstains from taking lives? Am I dreaming? The deities whispered among themselves, filled with doubt and astonishment, unable to fathom that such words would emerge from Nezha's lips. In the world of the demon child Nezha, he was fiercely battling the Dragon King of the East Sea. He mistakenly believed that Chuntang Pass and his parents had been harmed by the Dragon King. Thus his every strike was ruthless. The Dragon King retreated step by step under Nezha's onslaught. With fiery eyes, he roared, "My life is of no consequence. I only desire your death." The Dragon King, filled with trepidation, attempted to fend off Nezha's attacks. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he glanced at the Nezha in the heavenly realm, who proclaimed that cultivators must not kill, and then at the lethal Nezha before him. Confused, he exclaimed, "This doesn't add up. Didn't you say cultivators must not kill?" Furious, the demon child Nezha bellowed, "To hell with that. He is not me." With that, his assault intensified, vowing to bring the Dragon King to ruin. The Dragon King's distraction allowed Nezha to strike him forcefully into the sea, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, Nezha is born of the demon pill, harboring a heavy desire for slaughter. How could there be a Nezha who does not kill? That Nezha in the heavenly realm has caused me great suffering. In the world of the new god list, in EC City, A.O. Bing and A.O. Guang were incensed upon hearing Nezha utter such words about cultivators not killing. The father and son nearly leaped up in fury. A.O. Bing seized a nearby wine cup and hurled it at the Nezha in the heavenly realm. What the hell? A.O. Guang's eyes widened in disbelief, seething with rage, yet finding the situation so absurd that he began to laugh, asking, "What did you say? Not killing? Are you truly a legitimate cultivator? Do you have fewer lives on your hands?" Albing's face flushed with rage as he shouted, "You once flayed and tortured me, and even went so far as to slay your own kind. How can a madman like you suddenly declare that killing is forbidden? Surely, you cannot be the true Nezha. Who would believe your fabrications?" The anger of both was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, eager to obliterate Nezha's audacious claims. However, Guang, being shrewd and calculating, quickly regained his composure. "Ah, I see. Nezha seeks to cleanse himself of guilt with his hypocritical words. He aims to craft a persona of purity for himself. Bah, how shameless. Having committed countless misdeeds, he wishes to bask in a good reputation." In the realm of the Zhe version of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with Nezha, who wielded his three-headed, six-armed form. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the conflict intensified. Just as Wukong was about to strike, he suddenly heard Nezha proclaim, "A cultivator must not kill." Stopping in his tracks, Wukong turned his gaze toward the heavens, incredulous. "Oh? A cultivator must not kill?" Unable to contain himself, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "While this notion bears merit, who are you to utter such words, Nezha? Is this not a contradiction?" The sentiment was commendable, yet the speaker raised questions. Earlier, Nezha had been introduced as the foremost killer in the three realms, and now he preached against killing, a stark contrast that was utterly amusing. Nezha, too, found himself at a loss for words. Why would another version of myself utter such peculiar statements? Is there something amiss with the me from another world? He rolled his eyes in disbelief. In that moment of distraction, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, swiftly positioning himself beneath Nezha and delivering a powerful strike with his staff. Taken by surprise, Nezha was struck and fell to the ground in disarray. In the realm of the legend of the Lotus Lantern, within the Golden Light Cave, Taiyi Zhenren, witnessing Nezha's benevolent heart, was filled with uncontainable joy. "My dear disciple, you have finally brought me some honor. Look at the kindness in my disciple's heart. A cultivator must embody compassion and refrain from killing. This proves he still possesses goodness," he exclaimed, delight radiating from him. "Yuting, take a look at your two rebellious disciples. They cannot compare to my pupil." Taiyi Zhenren waved his whisk with pride, his chin nearly reaching the heavens in arrogance. Yet, inexplicably, when he heard Nezha's declaration against killing, an odd sensation stirred within him. The reason eluded him. Beside him, Yuting Zhenren scoffed. Given Nezha's bloodthirsty nature, is it reasonable for him to make such claims? Is this not pure deception? It's akin to a harlot erecting a monument to virtue, and you celebrate it. Despite the awkwardness on Taiyi Zhenren's face, he attempted to defend. What if he genuinely possesses a kind heart? His demeanor reflected a struggle between defending his disciple and a lack of conviction. Subsequently, he came to a realization. What benevolence! This is clearly not Nezha. How could he remain oblivious to Nezha's true nature? The inhabitants of that world have been excessively altered. The primordial ancestor and the 12 golden immortals have been drained by mortals, ultimately creating a law of heaven and earth. Nezha's transformation is even more outrageous, morphing from a debauched and arrogant individual into one wholly dedicated to goodness. It is a flaw inherent to that world, entirely unrelated to us, Taiyi Zhenren promptly elucidated. In the world of Fengshen, within the Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian cult leader seizes the opportunity to mercilessly mock the primordial ancestor with biting sarcasm. "You claim my lax discernment, yet your Chan teaching is hardly superior." Tongtian cult leader cast a disdainful glance at the primordial ancestor, his expression dripping with contempt. This Nezha is a quintessential example. Gifted yet unruly. What is this talk of not taking lives? He is clearly a being consumed by bloodlust. He even seeks to absolve himself, devoid of any responsibility or backbone. Is this what you consider elite education in your Chan teaching, with such virtue? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice rising in fervor. "As the master, so the disciple. I see you two follow this path." He pointed an accusing finger at the primordial ancestor, relishing the moment. The primordial ancestor's face darkened with rage, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Nezha's proclamation did seem somewhat hypocritical. "I am certainly not like you." Tongtian cult leader derided the primordial ancestor, chuckling with delight. Scene 5. Tongtian cult leader. A tumult of black clouds roiled in the sky, resembling a vast, oppressive black curtain that instilled a heavy sense of foreboding. At Donghai Jinao Island, the Tongtian cult leader appeared. Upon a floating cloud, a luminous halo of magical power radiated vibrantly as a fearsome being descended. The Tongtian cult leader slowly turned his head. His bald head reflected an eerie sheen in the dim light, while his lifeless, fish-like visage bore no vitality, with sunken eyes that glinted coldly and menacingly, as if they could pierce one's very soul. His hunched figure seemed to be bowed by the weight of years and burdens. Yet within that curvature lay a bizarre and twisted power. Each flash of lightning illuminated his ghastly countenance, sending chills down one's spine. As he appeared like a demon emerging from the abyss, exuding an aura of infinite malevolence and destruction that instilled fear in all. Initially, the celestial beings held their breath in reverence upon hearing the name of Tongtian cult leader. However, upon witnessing this scene, they were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this truly Tantian cult leader? Surely he hasn't escaped from the clutches of madness? This portrayal is utterly subversive, so far removed from the legendary Tantian cult leader. Who is responsible for this mockery of his image? The assembled deities whispered among themselves, their expressions rife with confusion and astonishment. They could hardly associate the image of the bald, fish-faced figure with the formidable and renowned Tantian Jiaozhu that resided in their minds. Within the realm of investiture of the gods, at the front line, the 10 heavenly lords faced off against the 12 golden immortals. Previously, the incident where Yuanshi Tianzun and the 12 golden immortals had their powers drained had provoked uproarious laughter from the 10 heavenly lords. The teachings of the Chan school were indeed pitiful. The 10 heavenly lords could not contain their mirth at the expense of the 12 golden immortals. Upon hearing that Tantian Jiaozhu was making an appearance, the 10 heavenly lords stood in respectful anticipation for their master to emerge, eager to showcase the grandeur of their revered figure. Yet, the grotesque visage cloaked in malevolent energy that materialized was a stark contrast. Upon witnessing this scene, the smiles of the 10 heavenly lords abruptly froze, their faces turning crimson with indignation. Who dared to tarnish the image of their master in such a manner? Qin, the leader of the 10 heavenly lords, glared with widened eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, and bellowed in fury. This was utterly outrageous. He must be made to pay for his transgressions. Dong Quan trembled with rage, his fists clenched, gritting his teeth in anger. How could their master, a figure of celestial grace, be portrayed in such an unseemly fashion? The Holy Mother of Golden Light cast a spell upon the celestial tapestry, attempting to conceal it. However, how could one contend with an entity that even Hongjun Laozu could not confront? She could only helplessly watch as the grotesque form of Tantian Jiaozhu was unveiled for all in the 3 realms to behold. The other heavenly lords were equally incensed. Their faces flushed, wishing to immediately seek out the one who defamed Tantian Jiaozhu and make them suffer grievously. Jiang Zia and the 12 golden immortals, initially exchanging glances due to the incident involving Yin Jiao's drained powers, now found themselves unable to contain their laughter upon seeing the appearance of Tantian Jiaozhu. Jiang Zia laughed while saying, "Uncle Master, your image is rather unsightly." The 12 golden immortals joined in the raucous laughter. It was indeed fitting with the stereotype they held of their Uncle Master. The elder of the South Pole beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Ha! Who would have thought that Uncle Master Tantian would appear in such a guise?" Guang Qingzi laughed so hard that his body shook. Previously, the Chan school had lost face before all, and now the Jie school had joined in the humiliation. The hearts of the 12 golden immortals and the disciples of the Chan school were instantly balanced, even feeling that the appearance of Tantian Jiaozhu further tarnished the image of the Jie school. After all, they had lost face over their powers, while Tantian Jiaozhu had lost face regarding his very identity. The affair concerning the powers was well understood by all, leading to mere chuckles in response. Yet, the grotesque appearance of Tantian Jiaozhu was nothing short of an affront to the Jie school. The laughter of the Chan school disciples echoed through the air, brimming with derision and disdain. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun and Nuwa could not help but feel a slight tremor in their eyelids, their expressions momentarily stunned. Earlier, Yuanshi Tianzun had also made an appearance. Although the display of powers was somewhat laughable, his demeanor exuded an air of grandeur, imparting an impression of sanctity from the very beginning. The appearance of the celestial master of the way completely subverted his previous image. He now seemed to have transformed into a malevolent fiend, an aura of wickedness emanating from him. Is this truly the celestial master? The 2 saints gazed at him in astonishment. Upon witnessing his own grotesque visage, the celestial master was taken aback, trembling in disbelief. How could this be me? How could I possibly look so hideous? Earlier, he had come across comments likening him to a certain dark wizard, but he had dismissed them without a second thought. The specifics of this dark wizard were unknown to him, yet now, gazing at his own devilish and hunchbacked appearance, he began to connect the dots. At this moment, the primordial heavenly venerable was in high spirits, pointing and laughing uncontrollably at the celestial master. "Ha! The celestial master of Golden Ao Island. Who else could it possibly be? Celestial, you must accept this visage of yours. After all, it is a reflection of another world." The primordial heavenly venerable was reveling in this opportunity. Having previously endured ridicule from the celestial master regarding his own depletion of divine power, by mere mortals. Meanwhile, the countenance of the Grand Master Hongjun darkened. Both the Celestial Master and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable were his disciples, and the tarnishing of one's reputation inevitably cast a shadow upon his own. Humph, I better not discover who is behind this mischief, he snorted. In the world of the Celestial Master, at Golden Ao Island, he was instructing his disciples on how to navigate the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods. Yet, unexpectedly, his appearance was revealed upon the celestial screen. Staring at the depiction of himself as a grotesque figure left him speechless with rage. In reality, he was extraordinarily handsome, unforgettable in appearance. Tall and elegant, he exuded an air of grace, clad in a flowing golden robe that danced with the wind, embodying the essence of a saint. His features were chiseled to perfection, exuding a noble vigor. His eyes, bright and profound, held an ethereal quality, radiating warmth and approachability. His hair, as dark as ink, was casually tied atop his head, with a few strands cascading down his forehead, enhancing his carefree charm. The image of the Celestial Master starkly contrasted with that of the Dark Wizard. One depicted a poised and extraordinary figure, brimming with an aura of respect and enigmatic allure, while the other presented a bald, ghastly visage, hunched and replete with sinister malevolence. The juxtaposition was striking, one an admirable embodiment of strength, the other a twisted and repulsive fiend. Who dares to besmirch my name? The Celestial Master erupted in fury, his eyes blazing with wrath, as though he could incinerate the very heavens and earth with his ire. The intertwining emotions of shame and anger surged within him, compelling him to immediately seek out the mastermind behind the turmoil and exact a severe retribution to relieve his pent-up resentment. The disciples of the were equally filled with indignation. With their master's reputation tarnished, they found themselves utterly humiliated, unable to face the world. Venturing out now would surely invite mockery. Thus, they resolved to remain on Janeo Island, refusing to go anywhere else. The disciples, overwhelmed with both shame and rage, found themselves powerless in the face of the situation, retreating to the mountain gate to evade the malicious gossip from the outside world. The scene shifted once more, introducing a new video format unlike any before. The opening consisted solely of 2 images and a polling area, posing the question, who will triumph, the great Black Buddha Mother or Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong stood resplendent above, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, the majestic monkey king exuding an air of authority. Below, the image of the great Black Buddha Mother appeared, depicted as a grotesque and terrifying effigy. Her form loomed ominously, resembling a dark mountain shrouded in an unsettling shadow. The surface of her body was marred with rough, twisted patterns, akin to ancient and malevolent runes, emanating a chilling aura. Her visage was obscured by a crimson cloth, rendering her features indistinguishable. Yet an eerie coldness could be felt emanating from her presence. Her limbs were robust and distorted, with sharp, bony protrusions at the joints, seemingly designed to rend asunder any who dared challenge her. Her hands bore claws akin to those of an eagle, glinting ominously, while her inverted lotus gesture further attested to her sinister origins. The arrival of the great Black Buddha Mother left the myriad deities in a state of trepidation. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of alarm as they fixated on her, striving to discern her nature. Who was this great Black Buddha Mother? Such a figure had never before graced their ears. The mere fact that she was being compared to Sun Wukong suggested that she was indeed a formidable force in her own right. Her fearsome appearance alone was enough to instill dread. The tension in the atmosphere escalated to an almost unbearable degree. In the realm of Journey to the West, the Tathagata had placed Sun Wukong beneath the 5 Elements Mountain. Bound by seals, he struggled in vain, rendered powerless. Just as the Buddha intended to depart, the appearance of the great Black Buddha Mother drew his attention, prompting him to engage in discourse with the Jade Emperor and the other celestial beings regarding her. Do you, my esteemed colleagues, have any insights into who might surpass the other in strength, the great Black Buddha Mother or Sun Wukong? The Jade Emperor and the gathering of immortals wore expressions of bewilderment. Who is this great Black Buddha Mother? We have never heard of her. She is not one of our celestial kin, they exclaimed. How can we compare the prowess of someone we do not even recognize? Buddha. The great Black Buddha Mother is likely a dark deity, one associated with your Buddhist teachings. Surely, you possess greater knowledge of her existence. The celestial beings implored the Tathagata, their curiosity piqued. With hands clasped in contemplation, the Tathagata murmured, I have not heard of such a malevolent Buddha within the Buddhist realm. However, the Buddha Mother is undoubtedly an extraordinary being. In the past, the peacock great sage Kong Xian swallowed me whole, and when I emerged through his spine, I aimed to take his life. Yet, upon the counsel of the Buddhas, I was dissuaded, for to harm the peacock would be akin to harming my own mother. Thus, I spared him at Mount Ling and conferred upon him the title of Buddha Mother, the peacock great sage Bodhisattva. Consider that Buddha Mother Kong Xian, who possesses the strength of a quasi-saint, is indeed the foremost being beneath the saints. The great black Buddha Mother, I surmise, is also a darkened manifestation of a Buddha Mother, certainly possessing quasi-saintly prowess, far surpassing that of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow in confusion, exclaiming, "Such formidable figures exist within the Buddhist domain, yet I have never been privy to their existence." The celestial beings whispered amongst themselves, casting dubious glances at the Tathagata's words. Meanwhile, the Tathagata wore a grave expression, evidently wary of the great black Buddha Mother. It was not merely the Jade Emperor who was unaware. Even the Tathagata himself had never encountered such a fearsome entity within the Buddhist tradition he presided over. As the celestial beings and Buddhas absorbed the Tathagata's narrative, they began to cast their votes for the great black Buddha Mother. Nezha and Yang Jian exchanged contemplative glances, pondering the unknown figure. "I am unfamiliar with this individual. I shall remain observant." Some deities refrained from hastily casting their votes, choosing instead to observe further. In the world of the journey to the west, at Mount Ling, who is the great black Buddha Mother? Why is she being compared with the victorious fighting Buddha? Sun Wukong? The infinite sky Buddha calculated and probed, yet he could not discern the origins of the great black Buddha Mother, leaving him utterly astounded. What a remarkable figure. One whose past and future elude even my understanding. The infinite sky Buddha's countenance shifted. His thoughts wandered, reflecting on his dominion over the three realms, capable of altering the heavens and the earth. Neither the Tathagata nor the Jade Emperor could rival him. Yet he remained unable to unravel the mysteries surrounding the great black Buddha Mother. This was sufficient to demonstrate her extraordinary nature. Moreover, just from her title, it is evident that the great black Buddha Mother bears resemblance to a malevolent Buddha. Could she, too, be a figure akin to myself? The notion of a malevolent Buddha stirred waves within the infinite sky Buddha's heart. If so, in such a comparison, the great black Buddha Mother would undoubtedly be more formidable. What could the victorious fighting Buddha Sun Wukong possibly amount to? With a surge of resolve, the infinite sky Buddha cast his vote for the great black Buddha Mother. In the realm of the great sage's return, Jiang Luer followed closely behind Sun Wukong, his eyes wide with curiosity, inquiring, "Great sage, who is the great black Buddha Mother?" Sun Wukong, irritable, shook his head and replied, "I know not. Do not inquire further." Yet Jiang Luer grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile, and remarked, "She seems a mere minion, not even worthy of your notice. Great sage, you must be truly formidable." Without a second thought, Jiang Luer cast his vote for Sun Wukong. Hearing this, a slight shadow lifted from Sun Wukong's face, and a smile crept upon his lips. In turn, he felt a surge of confidence and voted for himself. The results revealed an overwhelming and oppressive voting trend. His votes were utterly crushed by the formidable dark Buddha Mother. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. How could such an inconsequential evil Buddha emerge to defeat the illustrious great sage equal to heaven? In the world of Journey to the West, demon slaying, 3 exorcists approached Sun Wukong with the intention of capturing him. However, Sun Wukong was preoccupied with the voting displayed in the celestial screen. To his astonishment, the votes of an unknown dark Buddha Mother were surpassing his own. This infuriated Sun Wukong to no end. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Who is this dark Buddha Mother, and why does she have more votes than I do? I am the great sage equal to heaven. How could I possibly be outdone by this wretch?" The young master of emptiness sat in his lavish palanquin, mocking Sun Wukong's diminutive stature. "Ha! Is this the great sage? He appears merely as a little monkey. How can he compete with an evil Buddha like the dark Buddha Mother?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in fury, baring his teeth as his aura surged. "You insolent fool! How dare you underestimate me?" The 3 exorcists were momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's formidable demonic energy. "Wow! Such powerful demonic energy. No wonder he is the Demon King," exclaimed the tiger, who, despite his small stature, showed no fear. The celestial foot smiled faintly, just a wild beast from the mountains, putting on airs. The Dark Buddha Mother is a powerful and malevolent entity. As an evil deity, she possesses the ability to possess, manipulate inanimate objects, and master curses. Her curses are enduring and potent. Merely gazing upon her can bring misfortune to ordinary mortals. Her strength derives from her devotees, sustained by their offerings and forming a covenant with them. The Dark Buddha Mother has wreaked havoc on Earth for centuries, with the villagers of Qinjia village nearly exterminated due to their nightly sacrifices to her. The surviving adherents later summoned a renowned monk to seal the Buddha Mother with magical power. In later times, people sought the divine assistance of Zhouzong to eliminate the Dark Buddha Mother and rid themselves of the curse, which terrified the Dark Buddha Mother. Yet, due to some oversight, the supplicants angered Zhouzong, leading the divine statue to turn its back and ignore them. The deities and demons of the heavens scrutinized the celestial screen depicting the Dark Buddha Mother. Initially, they were cautious, intimidated by the literal meanings of the words. However, upon reading the subsequent descriptions, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Wreaking havoc for centuries, nearly exterminated a village, sealed by a mortal monk, summoning Zhouzong to eliminate the Dark Buddha Mother? Who is Zhouzong? A mere attendant of the revered Guandi? How could such a lowly figure possibly vanquish the Dark Buddha Mother? With such a formidable name, how could she be so weak? Is that truly the so-called Great Black Buddha Mother? The previously tense atmosphere shifted into an uncomfortable awkwardness. For who could have anticipated that the once mythologized Great Black Buddha Mother would prove to be so feeble? Observing the overwhelming votes for the Great Black Buddha Mother and Son Wukong only intensified the embarrassment among the celestial beings. In the realm of the journey to the west, Sun Wukong found himself deeply contemplating the origins of the Great Black Buddha Mother. He had even entertained the notion that she might be on par with the Buddha of no heaven. The thought of being compared to such a formidable opponent weighed heavily upon him. However, when the truth of the Great Black Buddha Mother was revealed, Sun Wukong, arms crossed, and with a bemused expression, exclaimed, "Who is the fool that compares me to such a pitiful creature? A mere earthly vengeful spirit dares to call herself a Buddha, a mother of Buddhas? To think that such a being could be juxtaposed with me. Who could possibly emerge victorious? I need not engage. Even my light could obliterate her." His discerning eyes brimmed with disdain as he smirked. "With such limited abilities, how dare one draw parallels with me? It is nothing short of a farce. To equate oneself with such a being is an affront to my title of the victorious fighting Buddha. Moreover, who was casting votes for the Great Black Buddha Mother?" He scrutinized the celestial voting board. Initially, the Great Black Buddha Mother appeared to lead with her impressive yet misleading title. Yet, as her true capabilities came to light, Sun Wukong's votes surged dramatically, swiftly eclipsing her. In the heavenly court, the gods and Buddhas fell into a stunned silence. The lively atmosphere abruptly turned cold, with a stillness so profound one could almost hear a pin drop. An unmistakable awkwardness permeated amongst the deities. Marshal Tianpeng, with a forced smile, broke the suffocating silence. "How embarrassing. I thought the Great Black Buddha Mother was a master, yet she is so weak." The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother also shared a sheepish smile, casting awkward glances at the Tathagata, who had previously extolled the Great Black Buddha Mother. At that moment, the Tathagata's clasped hands trembled, his expression dark as a stormy sea. He was rendered speechless by indignation. A mere vengeful spirit, an inconsequential anomaly, dared to claim the title of Great Black Buddha Mother and to be compared to Sun Wukong. This was nothing short of an insult to the dignity of Buddhism. Nezha and Yang Jian stifled their laughter, their mirth uncontrollable. Yang Jian, leaning on his trident and clutching his stomach, chuckled, "This is utterly hilarious. So this is the Great Black Buddha Mother." Nezha shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is outrageous." Her votes once surpassed even those of the Monkey King. Who could have made such a comparison? Yang Jian gazed down at the celestial hound at his feet, tears of laughter nearly spilling forth. In the underworld, King Yin and a host of minor spirits had initially observed the scholarly exposition of the Great Black Buddha Mother with grave expressions, their demeanor serious as they resolved to exercise caution in the presence of such a formidable deity. After all, this was a being comparable to the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. However, the situation took a swift turn, culminating in the revelation of the Great Black Buddha Mother's astonishing weakness. King Yan's lips twitched violently. his countenance shifting to one of profound dismay, as he realized that his previous anxiety and vigilance had rendered him a figure of ridicule. The ghostly immortals of the underworld exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of incredulity and disbelief. I can't believe this. Who has been pulling our leg? They had anticipated that the great Black Buddha Mother could hold her own against Sun Wukong. Yet this was the outcome? Did it truly require Sun Wukong's intervention? A mere breath from him would suffice to obliterate her. Such a trivial being hardly merits the involvement of Sun Wukong, proclaimed Zhong Kuei, extending his tongue to lick his lips, his tone saturated with disdain and exasperation. There is no need for your esteemed self to intervene. Even the black and white impermanence, along with the ox head and horse face, could effortlessly dispatch her. A minor spirit could not contain himself, prompting a wave of laughter among the assembly of spirits. At the verdant wave pond on Stone Mountain, the king of dragons, like the celestial deities, scrutinized the exploits of the great Black Buddha Mother. As a mere dragon king with limited stature, he typically avoided the presence of the higher immortals. Yet, upon witnessing the great Black Buddha Mother's performance, he found himself both enraged and amused. Staring wide-eyed, the king of dragons bellowed, "Is this truly the extent of her prowess? And she dares to contend with Sun Wukong? What audacity!" He commanded, "Binbo Ba, seek out that Chun family village and find the great Black Buddha Mother. Annihilate her to spare us further embarrassment." Binbo Ba immediately complied, gripping his steel blade with fervor, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he declared, "Understood. My opportunity for fame approaches." To him, a mere vengeful spirit was an easy target to extinguish. Though the great Black Buddha Mother was weak, her initial presence had indeed intimidated many, particularly her confrontation with Sun Wukong witnessed by the deities across the three realms, which had amplified her notoriety. If he were to vanquish her now, it would undoubtedly secure his fame in a single stroke. With that thought, he hurriedly prepared to embark on his mission, eager to fulfill his task. On Lion Camel Ridge, the mountain-dwelling spirits were diligently patrolling, searching for traces of Sun Wukong. Their attention was soon captivated by the duel between the great Black Buddha Mother and the Monkey King unfolding in the Celestial Dome. Abandoning their patrols, they gathered to discuss just how formidable the great Black Buddha Mother truly was. After watching her introduction, they were left utterly speechless. She has only claimed so few souls in a span of centuries, and this being dares to challenge Sun Wukong? Little Drill Wind scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Little Drill Wind could easily dispatch this so-called great Black Buddha Mother. Laughter erupted among the small spirits, their mirth echoing through the valleys. Yang Jin mocked, while King Yin trembled in fear, and the celestial Sun Wukong seethed with rage. In the realm of the Green Snake, at the Jinshan Temple, Fai was diligently engaged in his cultivation. Upon hearing the revered name of the great Black Buddha Mother, he felt an overwhelming sense of authority, an intangible pressure weighing heavily on his heart. He pondered to himself, what a formidable creature, to be capable of contending with the great sage, Sun Wukong. To vanquish this fiend, I must hasten my training. As Fai focused on his practice, the scene shifted, and upon witnessing the dismal record of the great Black Buddha Mother, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Simultaneously, a surge of indignation arose within him. He had expected a fearsome demon, yet discovered merely a nuisance plaguing a small village. In that case, behold the might of my great Tnling, the earth store Bodhisattva, and the wisdom of the Buddhas. Fai's eyes widened, his expression a mix of disdain and confidence. The fabric of his robe fluttering without wind as a powerful aura emanated from him. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, Sun Wukong found himself embroiled in a conflict with Yang Jian, who wielded the formidable Lotus Lantern. Despite his prowess, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. Yang Jian, gazing at the heavens, mocked Sun Wukong with scorn. "You, monkey, have lost your grandeur since attaining Buddhahood, now reduced to a mere comparison with wandering spirits. Truly disgraceful." Infuriated by these words, Sun Wukong's eyes blazed, his fur bristling. Brandishing his golden staff, he bellowed, "Who is this audacious little ghost, daring to measure up against me?" His presence seemed to threaten upheaval across the heavens and the earth. Such a wretched spirit would find itself shattered by the mere gaze of his fiery eyes. In the world of the return of the great sage, Jiang Luer widened his eyes, inadvertently dropping the Sun Wukong doll from his grasp. Clearly, he was taken aback by the great Black Buddha Mother's pitiful performance. The description of this demon bore a striking resemblance to the minor spirits he had heard of in the mortal realm. Even without the intervention of highly skilled deities, some accomplished monks could easily subdue her. Jiang Luer exclaimed, "This is it? I expected something far more formidable." Sun Wukong, unable to stifle his laughter, covered his face, overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. What a disgrace! Who dares to mock me by comparing me to such an inconsequential being? Such a vengeful spirit, 500 years ago, would not have even warranted a glance from him. During his rampage in heaven, he could transform a single strand of hair into a clone, battling countless celestial soldiers with ease. How could anyone dare to juxtapose him with such a feeble mortal demon? Was this not a deliberate provocation? In the world of the journey to the west, demons subduing, the three exorcists, upon witnessing the comparison between the great Black Buddha Mother and Sun Wukong, could not contain their laughter. Ha! Has Sun Wukong truly fallen to the level of being compared with such a lowly creature as the great Black Buddha Mother? The desolate young master clutched his stomach, laughing so heartily that tears streamed down his face. His already frail body was further weakened by the relentless fits of laughter. What sort of trivial demon was the great Black Buddha Mother? Any one of the three exorcists could easily subdue her. To his astonishment, such a lowly creature could be compared to Sun Wukong. The trio regarded the diminutive Sun Wukong with renewed disdain. Another exorcist, a tiger master, joined in the mockery, exclaiming, "It seems Sun Wukong is truly past his prime. Allow me to capture this monkey." The tiger master brandished his hands, unleashing a series of formidable tiger-style punches, while a fearsome tiger apparition loomed behind him, its roar echoing through the forest, instilling terror in all who heard it. Yet, Sun Wukong remained utterly unfazed. In a flash, he lunged forward with lightning speed, leaving the tiger master no time to react. A chilling scream pierced the air as Sun Wukong swiftly dispatched the tiger, his sharp fangs stained with blood and flesh. Rising to his feet, he shook off the remnants of his conquest and disdainfully declared, "You pathetic paper tiger dare to act audaciously before me, the true demon king." At this, Tian Jiao and the desolate young master paid him a modicum of respect. In the world of A Chinese Odyssey, Zhu Beiji and Sha Xing hurriedly arrived to rescue Tang Sung. Tang Sung sought to enlighten Zhizun Bao, urging him to accompany him on the pilgrimage for scriptures. Growing impatient with the commotion, Zhizun Bao grimaced and replied, "To be frank, I am not your disciple, nor do I wish to be. Master, in your compassion, please grant me mercy. If I cannot contend with the great Black Buddha Mother, how could I possibly stand against the immensely powerful Sun Wukong?" He gestured toward the great Black Buddha Mother suspended in the sky. Though she was a minor demon, she still posed a threat to an ordinary mortal like him. The journey to the west is fraught with countless demons, not to mention formidable demon kings like the Bull Demon King. He was but a mere mortal. How could he ever hope to confront such fiends? Tang Sung, upon hearing this, did not follow Zhizun Bao's line of reasoning, but instead posed a question. "Do you know what dang 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 means?" Zhizun Bao, utterly perplexed, responded, "What is dang 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 dang?" In the world of the Zhe version of Journey to the West, the ominous black and white impermanence summoned Sun Wukong to the underworld. Sun Wukong, bewildered, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "I, the great sage, have already attained immortality. How could I be brought here?" Enraged, he radiated a formidable aura, and in an instant his golden staff appeared in his grasp, toppling black and white impermanence as he charged into the Hall of Yama, plunging the underworld into chaos. The multitude of ghostly beings within the underworld were no match for Sun Wukong, who left them in disarray. He leaped before Yama, seizing the king's collar, and bellowed, "How do you dare to govern, O king of hell?" Yama trembled in fear, stuttering, "Great sage, please quell your fury. It must be a mistake made by the lesser spirits below." "A mistake?" Sun Wukong glanced at the judge, then at the heavens above. "Your underlings are all in error. The great Black Bodhisattva has wreaked havoc among the people for centuries without intervention, yet now dares to provoke me, Sun Wukong. This mere vengeful spirit even possesses the audacity to challenge me. Such numerous oversights, how do you account for them?" Sun Wukong boldly struck his name and that of his fellow monkeys from the Book of Life and Death before swaggering away. The king of hell, witnessing this unexpected apparition of the great Black Bodhisattva daring to confront Sun Wukong, was instantly struck with terror. He understood well the temperament of Sun Wukong. Should this unknown spirit cause him to unleash his wrath upon the underworld, it would spell disaster. If this wild ghost had merely provoked Sun Wukong, what if another spirit were to challenge Yang Jian or Yuanshi Tianzun? He could scarcely bear the fury of such divine beings. The king of hell promptly resolved. Thumping the table, humph. These restless spirits dare to act with impunity. Summon everyone. Seize them all to prevent any further disturbance that might anger the deities and bring reproach upon my realm. He immediately initiated a campaign against the rogue spirits. Upon receiving the command, Zhong Kuei sprang into action. Radiating righteousness and wielding his magical artifact, his countenance grave, he hastened towards the wayward spirits likely to stir trouble. In the celestial realm of the Fengshen world, amidst the swirling clouds and the majestic grandeur of the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor sat aloft, flanked by the myriad deities. Nezha, riding on his windfire wheel and draped in the celestial silk, paid no heed to the discussions of the Jade Emperor and the other gods. His gaze was fixated on the 7 treasure tower held aloft by Li Jing. Suddenly, the heavens above lit up, a rhythmic sound capturing the attention of all the deities in the heavenly palace. Thunder roars, and I am filled with trepidation. It strikes me, and I crumble away. The celestial canopy of the myriad realms brightened simultaneously, revealing an endearingly grotesque Nezha dancing joyously. The sole form of Nezha twirled, using the feather duster of Taiyi Zhenren to mimic a trumpet, singing, "As I break through the tribulations, I laugh heartily. To defy fate, I blow my trumpet, tick-tock, tick-tock." The rotund Taiyi Zhenren snatched the duster from Nezha, raising an eyebrow. "What are you doing? Did you think you were safe?" Indeed. The celestial being Taiyi emerged from the pit, momentarily bewildered by the amnesia inflicted by a thunderbolt. Li Jing, in a state of resignation, proceeded to elucidate the unfolding events to Taiyi. "Esteemed immortal, the celestial lord has refined the primordial pearl into the spirit pearl and the demon orb. The crafty Xinging Bao has pilfered the spirit pearl, allowing it to reincarnate within Ao Bing, while the demon orb has taken residence within Nezha. Just moments ago, the two of them confronted the heavenly tribulation together. However, their corporeal forms were destroyed. It was only through the 7-colored lotus that you were able to preserve their souls." Nezha, with his hands plunged into his pockets and fingers idly picking his nose, gazed at his unreliable master, who appeared to have an epiphany. Under the pressing inquiries of Lady Yin, Taiyi finally recalled the gravity of the situation. Without a physical vessel, their souls faced the prospect of reincarnation or, worse, annihilation. With a flourish of his whisk, Taiyi declared earnestly, "Thus, I intend to reconstruct your physical forms." The notion of reconstituting physical bodies piqued the interest of the celestial deities in the heavenly court, particularly given its connection to Nezha. Nezha abandoned his focus on the 7-treasure pagoda, redirecting his gaze toward his seemingly unreliable master Taiyi and the peculiar reflection of himself. In the realm of the lotus lantern, Yang Jian, with his 3 piercing eyes, beheld the resplendent lotus lantern suspended before him. The lantern's radiance enveloped the just-revived celestial dog, who tugged at Yang Jian's garment, turning its head to observe the celestial expanse. Yang Jian, captivated by the mention of physical reconstitution, grasped the lotus lantern anew, pondering whether this Taiyi possessed a similar artifact. The act of reconstructing physical bodies is a feat that defies the natural order, achievable only with a treasured artifact. The lotus lantern, crafted by the esteemed Taihao Fushi, gleams with a pristine whiteness, standing 9 inches tall, akin to a blossoming lotus, endowed with the power to shake the heavens and alter the cosmos. With the assistance of such a treasure, Yang Jian could restore the corporeal form of the celestial dog. However, for Taiyi and Nezha, along with Ao Bing, to recreate their physical bodies, they too would require an artifact of comparable significance. The rarity of such treasures capable of enabling physical reconstitution is staggering. In the world of the divine search, the dignified Yuanshi, clad in Taoist robes, was crafting a physical form for Ganjiang using leaves. As he chanted incantations, the ethereal essence of the profound Tao enveloped him, gradually manifesting Ganjiang's corporeal shape, filled with anticipation. Upon witnessing the need for Nezha and Ao Bing to also reconstruct their bodies, Ganjiang remarked, "Could it be that the immortal Taiyi is also employing leaves to restore them?" Yuanshi, with a stern expression, noted that the method of physical reconstitution is not confined to leaves. It depends on the alignment of the entities involved. Nonetheless, Curiosity lingered within Yangzi regarding the materials that this Taiyi would utilize for the two children adorned in blue and red. In the world of Dolua continent, Yao Lao was imploring Xiao Yan not to become overly fixated on the idea of reconstructing his physical form, cautioning that excessive desire could lead to inner turmoil. However, before he could finish his counsel, an unexpected voice from the celestial expanse interrupted him. The elderly pharmacist, who had just been fervently discussing the challenges of physical reincarnation and the caution it necessitated, stood there momentarily stunned. Wasn't the demeanor of the supreme being of Taiyi rather too composed when mentioning the matter of reincarnation? It seemed as though it were an everyday occurrence. Xiao Yan was so elated that he nearly leaped from his feet. Elder pharmacist, the figure in the celestial curtain is also set to undergo physical reincarnation. Perhaps we can discover a method to facilitate your own reincarnation. It was as though he had been dozing off only to have a pillow conveniently placed beneath his head. He had been troubled by this issue, and now the heavens had presented a solution before him. Xiao Yan's gaze was fixated on the celestial screen, intent on memorizing every detail of the process of reincarnation that involved Nezha and Ao Bing. Under the scrutiny of countless beings from myriad realms, the supreme being of Taiyi sheepishly remarked, "I seem to have forgotten what materials are required for this reincarnation. It appears to be some kind of ingredient. Quickly bring forth all available ingredients for my appraisal." Xiao Yan nearly crushed the spiritual brush in his grasp, yearning to procure a comprehensive guide to ingredients and evaluate them alongside Taiyi. Amidst the incredulous stares of observers from various realms, the supreme being of Taiyi finally recollected the materials necessary for physical reincarnation. Taking a bite of lotus root, he proclaimed, "Lotus root is indeed the finest ingredient for your physical reincarnation. The seven-colored sacred lotus shall guard and nurture this process. I shall now utilize it to facilitate your reincarnation." A rich, liquid spiritual energy flowed forth from the apex of the seven-colored sacred lotus, enveloping an unbloomed, jade-like lotus bud, akin to myriad white threads cascading into water. As the spiritual liquid submerged, it rapidly solidified into expansive, pristine lotus roots, spreading outward like a blossoming flower. Upon the lotus roots, countless fine roots intertwined with golden spiritual threads, ascending against the current, giving rise to patches of lotus leaves upon the water's surface. The resplendent seven-colored sacred lotus floated above the lotus leaves, slowly unfurling, radiating a magnificent spectrum of colors. In the world of the lotus lantern, Yang Jian gazed in astonishment at the dazzling seven-colored sacred lotus within the celestial screen, then glanced down at the lotus lantern he held, which bore a similar shape and emitted a faint glow. He opened his mouth, only to close it again, falling into a moment of silence. Surely, he could not express that his sister's lotus lantern appeared inferior to a single petal of the seven-colored lotus? Xiao Tianquan shook his head, articulating Yang Jian's unspoken thoughts. "Master, this seven-colored sacred lotus seems vastly superior to the lotus lantern. Could it be that the lantern was modeled after its form?" Yang Jian cast a wistful glance at his companion. In the primordial realm, amidst a tumultuous sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld river sat imperiously, with not a drop of the horrific blood sea touching his garments. He raised his hand, and a blood-red, 12-petaled lotus gradually materialized, transforming into a lotus platform that hovered above the eerie sea of blood with his movements. His expression grew solemn as he beheld the seven-colored sacred lotus in the celestial screen. "This seven-colored sacred lotus appears to rival my 12-tiered blood lotus. Given the spiritual liquid flowing from it, could it possibly be a part of the 12-tiered pure white lotus? Could it be that this seven-colored lotus is an unparalleled, unmanifested innate spiritual treasure?" The myriad realms of existence erupted in excitement, with demons, gods, immortals, and Buddhas alike craning their necks to gaze upon this celestial lotus in the heavens, capable of safeguarding the soul amidst tribulations, taking root in water, and nurturing the lotus roots essential for the reconstruction of the physical form, along with its pure spiritual essence. Such feats are beyond the reach of ordinary innate treasures. Yet, prior to this moment, none had ever heard the name of the seven-colored lotus. Some, unable to contain their curiosity, began to inquire about its whereabouts. As various factions surged forward, eager to seize this precious artifact, in the perilous expanse of the universe, who could tell when calamity might strike, leading to the destruction of one's physical form or facing a heavenly tribulation. Possessing the seven-colored lotus would provide an additional layer of security. With a wave of his hands, Taiyi proclaimed, "Let the work commence." The men, women, and children of Qintang Pass, carrying wooden basins or baskets, jostled past Taiyi and ventured into the water to harvest lotus roots, peeling and grinding them with fervor. Nezha, with his arms hanging limply, watched in disbelief as a man scratched his foot and then reached for the freshly cleaned lotus roots. In response to Nezha's inquiries, the man simply patted the bottom of his foot, claiming, "Oh, it's just a little dirt. A quick pat will suffice." Nearby, a woman blew her nose, her fingers still sticky with mucus, before plunging them back into the basin to continue kneading the lotus flour. She even scooped out some lotus flour to show Nezha, insisting, "What mucus? This is lotus flour, clean and hygienic." Nezha, pinching his nose, couldn't help but retch several times. At that moment, 4 burly men emerged, carrying 2 large buckets, and poured out 2 lumps of lotus flour shaped like excrement onto the ground. Taiyi, chuckling, pointed at the 2 lumps, saying, "Each of you shall have one. No, 1 serving each." Noticing Nezha and Ao Bing's reluctance, Taiyi promptly pushed their soul forms into the lotus flour, urging, "Hurry up. No time for fussiness. Your souls are about to disperse." Nezha's portion of lotus flour stirred, and he fished out a piece of ointment from his mouth, puzzled. "What is this?" A man reached over to take it and applied it to his head, exclaiming, "So that's where it went." Nezha stood dumbfounded, gazing at the red version of himself displayed in the heavens, questioning whether the process of crafting his body from celestial lotus was somewhat amiss. On the rocky shore, the little dragon maiden covered her mouth, laughing at the spectacle above. Turning her gaze to the bewildered Nezha, she scrutinized him from head to toe, her laughter growing even more joyful. "I didn't use that kind of lotus flour. Don't misunderstand," Nezha hurriedly explained, extending his 3 heads and 6 arms for the little dragon maiden to inspect. When his master reconstructed his body, the celestial lotus used was pristine, freshly harvested from the lotus pond. He had witnessed it all. The little dragon maiden burst into laughter, saying, all right, you are clean and hygienic." Nezha was in a state of utter distress. With the emergence of the celestial curtain, would everyone come to believe that his corporeal form was also crafted from this lotus root powder? In the realm of Jikong, as the townsfolk of Shintangwen mixed lotus root powder for Nezha and Ao Bing, the monk Jikong was rummaging through his tattered garments, vigorously rubbing his hands together. Before him sat a portly man, his health frail as a wisp of smoke. In no time, Jikong produced a dark, clay-like pill and bent down to thrust it into the man's mouth. "Come now, open wide and swallow this. You'll feel better in no time." The man was horrified. "How could I possibly consume that? I witnessed you crafting that foul concoction from your own grime. Surely, consuming it would hasten his demise." "Oh, but have you not seen that Nezha and Ao Bing, in their rebirth, have also utilized lotus root powder mixed with dirt and mucus?" Jikong pointed toward the celestial curtain, using Nezha and Ao Bing as examples whilst shoving the pill into the man's mouth. "Just swallow it. It will do you good. Look at Nezha and Ao Bing. They are thriving." In the realm of Fengshan, a rather rotund yet dignified figure, the celestial master Taiyi, with his flowing white beard, sighed as he observed another version of himself in the celestial curtain. He had originally fashioned Nezha's corporeal form from the pristine lotus flowers and leaves of the Wulyan pool. Now, this was what he deemed truly clean and hygienic. Moreover, this was not mere fastidiousness. Should he dare to use this unholy mixture of unknown substances to form Nezha's body, upon Nezha's awakening, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. The expression of Taiyi grew complex as he continued to watch the ongoing process of Nezha's corporeal reconstruction. The townsfolk of Shintangwen encircled the 2 animated forms of red and blue lotus root powder. As Taiyi stood with one hand on his hip and pointed forward, "Shape it." A flying pig descended before Nezha and Ao Bing, its countenance serious. Taiyi, stroking his chin, boasted, "The flying pig's memory is unparalleled, and its sculpting skills are nothing short of exquisite." The pig's enormous ears flapped rapidly, swiftly carving the 2 lumps of lotus root powder into the likenesses of Nezha and Ao Bing. "Do you see? Does it resemble them?" Nezha's soul emerged from the freshly sculpted but yet to set body, playfully patting Taiyi on the shoulder, flashing a bright smile. "Yet, it need not be an exact replica. Perhaps it could be enhanced a little." In the celestial realm of Fengshan, the deities observed the celestial curtain with one eye, while stealing glances at Nezha with the other. Even the Jade Emperor was covertly monitoring Neza's reaction. Neza grimaced at his own reflection in the celestial curtain, featuring dark circles under his eyes, sharp teeth, and a missing tooth. Hearing the words of the demon Pil Neza, he thrust his spear into the ground with fervent agreement. Indeed, since they were reshaping their bodies, it was only fitting that they create a form of impeccable perfection. After all, it was merely lotus root powder. It could be molded into any shape desired. After speaking, Neza turned his gaze towards the elegantly seated and refined Ao Bing, contemplating. This is quite commendable. Regardless of the circumstances, he possesses striking features. Even Ao Bing appears remarkably handsome. The other version of myself cannot possibly be of such an awkwardly endearing appearance. Neza's assertion held merit. Li Jing, rarely in agreement with Neza, thought that at the very least, one should possess a pleasing visage. Yet, as soon as he finished his thought, he was met with Neza's piercing gaze, prompting him to stabilize the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda in his grasp. Across the myriad realms, Neza from different worlds collectively cast hopeful glances towards the heavens. Who would not desire a more attractive corporeal form? Although the demon-spawn Neza was not their true self, it still pertained to their image. The celestial canvas was visible to all beings of the primordial world. What if those who had never encountered him mistakenly believed he resembled the demon-spawn Neza? While the demonic Neza could be endearingly charming upon prolonged observation, possessing a more aesthetically pleasing body would undeniably be preferable. Queen Mother of the West, the Dragon King Ao Ron, exclaimed the little white dragon in astonishment. My father has become a mother? Black Myth Zhu Beiji remarked, the reincarnation of the Azure Dragon. Taiyi, he murmured, gazing blankly at Li Jing and his wife. Madame Yin, with a fist striking her palm, concurred, indeed. What parent does not wish for their child to excel? Neza raised his hand, suggesting a more robust and imposing form. A flurry of pale pink lotus powder swirled, revealing a muscular and towering Neza before the assembly. Madame Yin, he should also be handsome and refined. With another surge of lotus powder, a tall and slender Neza appeared, holding a fan and gazing at the crowd. Li Jing, a man should embody vigor and resilience. Upon uttering these words, Neza transformed into a brawny figure, adopting a horse stance and brandishing his fists. Madame Yin, he ought to be strikingly handsome. In the next moment, the flying pig sculpted Neza's physique into that of a charming youth. Madame Yin continued, he must also be adorable and well-behaved. The flying pig then modified the form into that of a small child with bright, expressive eyes. In a world filled with a plethora of humorous anecdotes. By the lotus pond, Neza donned garments fashioned from lotus flowers and leaves, his hair styled into 2 playful buns, presenting a delightful and charming girl. The true man of Taiyi gazed contentedly at his creation. Neza, this body of yours is crafted from the lotus roots, flowers, and leaves of the 5 lotus pool in the golden light cave. How does it feel? Surely, it surpasses the celestial lotus powder, which is a haphazard mix of various elements. Neza raised his arm, flexing his wrist and puffing out his chest, the muscles noticeably more defined. Though the 2 lumps on his chest proved somewhat cumbersome, I personally found the first version of that body from the celestial realm quite satisfactory, master. Is there a possibility for a reshaping? He pointed towards the heavens, his face alight with anticipation as he looked at the true man of Taiyi. Upon his emergence, he had been tall and imposing, but later, as his father disapproved, his visage was altered to that of a cherubic face. The appearance is quite similar to that of the Iron Barbie, which he finds rather appealing. However, at present, he has a greater fondness for the original version of Neza, sculpted by Taiyi Zhenren in the celestial realm. Its quirky charm is truly delightful, striking a balance between not being overly imposing and not appearing too delicate, devoid of any frail characteristics, and lacking the prominent features on its chest. In the world of the Bao Yin Dang, Neza raised his hand to measure his height and glanced at the sky, twirling his fiery spear and humming. Of course, it should be tall and powerful, tall and robust, so that none would dare to bully him. The handsome and elegant form is indeed sufficiently tall, but alas, it is too slender. The manly and rugged version is acceptable, yet the thought of it being a suggestion from Li Jing makes him despise that physical form even more, wishing to smash it to smithereens with his fiery spear. As for the diminutive, childlike body, while it may be cute, it is simply too short for his liking. In the realm of non-human, Neza, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, stood by the roadside gazing at the sky. Beside him, Yin Jiao donned a golden dragon costume and nudged Nezha with his shoulder, cheerfully inquiring, "Nezha, which physical form do you prefer?" "The handsome and dashing one," Nezha replied, recalling the various embodiments of the flying pig. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. The others were either too slender or too rugged, and the last, the childlike form, was obviously not suitable. The handsome and charming version suited him best. In the legendary world of Fengshen Bang, as Nezha soared through the skies on his wind-fire wheels, he paused to contemplate the heavens, resting his chin on his hand. Ultimately, he concluded that the manly and robust form was the most preferable. He pinched his own thin arm muscle, reflecting that while his current form was undeniably handsome, it lacked sufficient muscle, falling short of a truly masculine appearance. "Had I known, I would have asked my master to mold me into a more robust form." Nezha murmured to himself, simultaneously curious about which physical form the magical Nezha in the sky would choose. Taiyi, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. "How can we possibly make a change if you cannot agree?" Nezha clenched his fists, straightened his arms, embodying a tall and powerful figure. Madame Yin, holding her hands in anticipation, a blend of handsomeness and elegance. Li Jing sliced his palm like a blade, asserting, manly and rugged. Madame Yin, yet spirited and adorable. The flying pig stared blankly at the Nezha family, dropping the carving knife from its grasp, and used its ears to pick it up and hand it to Nezha. Beside them, Taiyi hung his hands down, acting as a commentator. "It says if you can, then go for it." Nezha immediately took the carving knife, raised his chin, placed his hands on his hips, and with a decisive sound, began to sculpt his own form. "It's about time I took charge. My own creation will surely be the most satisfying in the world of Fengshen Yini," he declared. "Indeed, since it is my body, it must be crafted by none other than myself. Why heed the opinions of others, especially that of Li Jing?" Nezha soared through the skies on his wind-fire wheels, casting a glance back at Li Jing and jesting, "If you desire a robust and masculine physique, why don't you cultivate one for yourself?" Li Jing, having been unceremoniously stepped upon, wore a displeased expression and after a moment's hesitation retorted, "Be cautious, lest your own appearance deteriorate further." "Impossible," Nezha declared confidently, raising his chin and pointing to himself with his thumb. "The body I create will undoubtedly be the most exquisite." The celestial beings eagerly awaited Nezha's hands-on sculpting of a new form, hoping for a physique that surpassed the previous incarnations. The Jade Emperor, stroking his long beard, attempted to console Li Jing, remarking, "This Nezha is your son. Should his form be aesthetically pleasing, you would not suffer any loss." Upon hearing this, Li Jing found some merit in the argument and began to anticipate the shape Nezha would forge. As Taiyi Zhenren finalized Ao Bing's form, he turned to Nezha, inquiring, "Are you finished?" Nezha, gripping his blade, floated back a few steps, crossing his arms and squinting at his creation. "It's nearly there." Before them stood a figure with uneven skin, asymmetrical eyes, and plump, sausage-like lips. Its limbs were distorted and unbalanced. Its hands were pointed, lacking fingers, and within moments, the nose fell off. Nezha, arms crossed and feigning seriousness, remarked, "Although this version is surely the most eye-catching, it will require considerable refinement in the details." He suggested, "Perhaps we should temporarily revert to the first version. Is this truly it?" Nezha craned his neck, eyes wide as he scrutinized his sculpted form, nearly slipping from his wind-fire wheels. This demonic Nezha seemed to possess rather poor craftsmanship. Mortified by his earlier bravado, he felt the flames of his inner samadhi rise to his face. The celestial deities fell into a stunned silence, and even the Jade Emperor could not suppress a chuckle. Li Jing muttered, "I maintain that a robust and masculine appearance is preferable." The Nezhas from all realms gazed in astonishment at this final version, rendered momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, they echoed sentiments akin to those of the demonic Nezha. The first version, indeed, was quite acceptable. At least they would prefer it over the creation Nezha had just produced. The joyful atmosphere around Chintang Pass abruptly shifted as a soldier galloped forward, urgently reporting, "Alert! Hostile activity has been detected at sea. It appears to be Shun Gongbao. Alone he stands." Li Jing and his wife bowed respectfully to Taiyi, stating solemnly, "Please continue your incantation. We shall proceed to confront the enemy." At their command, the soldiers of Chintang Pass mobilized, robust warriors methodically preparing their defenses. The war chariots advanced towards the city gates. Archers drew their longbows, and colossal crossbow mechanisms turned, aimed at the foe, surrounded by steep cliffs and river waters. Shintang Pass was a formidable stronghold, its walls brimming with guards, while the soldiers below poised for battle. Opposite this well-fortified bastion stood only Shingongbao, hands clasped behind his back, hovering in the air. In the grand hall of the Yin capital, King Zhou donned his imperial robes and crown, with the exquisite Daji nestled in his arm. Witnessing the scene unfold in the heavens, he leaned forward, unable to contain his curiosity. The national master truly possesses audacity, daring to face the heavily guarded Shintang Pass alone, with the Taiyi immortal overseeing it. King Zhou clapped his hands upon his regal attire, bursting into laughter. "Ha! Excellent! Truly commendable is the national master I have chosen, bringing glory to our Shang dynasty." The ministers, surprised, had not anticipated the usually unimposing national master to display such formidable spirit at a critical moment. Even Daji cast a startled glance at Shingongbao, wondering when he had grown such courage. "My king, you flatter me. To serve you, facing an army alone is but a trifle, no matter the difficulty. I shall fulfill your commands," Shingongbao replied with a sycophantic smile, converting the king's praise into flattery once more. King Zhou, increasingly delighted, laughed heartily. Yet, inwardly, Shingongbao rolled his eyes, thinking how foolish it was for anyone to believe he could truly go alone. In the realm of the return of the great sage, a thunderous voice echoed, "Monkey, with 100,000 heavenly soldiers gathered here, why do you not surrender at once?" The air was filled with the sight of 10,000 heavenly warriors looming like a dark cloud over Sun Wukong, seated comfortably on a cliff. Sun Wukong crossed his legs nonchalantly, disregarding the heavenly host above. Pointing at Shingongbao, who faced the army alone, he taunted the celestial warriors. "If even that Shingongbao dares to confront 100,000 soldiers alone, what fear do I, the great sage equal to heaven, have of your 10,000 heavenly troops?" With a mocking chuckle, he brandished his golden staff and swung it towards the legion of heavenly soldiers. In the world of Doloadalu, before the gates of the Yuanshi Sect, Xiao Yin, clad in a flowing robe, fixed a cold gaze upon the gathered sect members, particularly focusing on Yun Lung and Li Jing at the forefront. The celestial canopy hung ominously above them. "Xiao Yin, having made some progress in your cultivation, you dare to storm into my Yuanshi sect alone? Your audacity rivals that of Shingongbao beneath the heavens. However, my Yuanshi sect is far more perilous than those mortal soldiers at Shintang Pass," Yun Lung remarked, his tone dripping with scorn as he assessed Xiao Yin. Unmoved, Xiao Yin replied, "I have come to fulfill a 3-year pact. Is the Yuanshi sect not afraid? Even though the Yuanshi sect is a perilous lair, guarded by 100,000 troops, he is determined to venture in alone to avenge the humiliation he suffered there in the past. Just like the formidable Shinkong leopard in the celestial canopy, what does it matter if one man stands against the myriad of armies?" Did Shinkong leopard not show the slightest intention of retreat? This declaration from Xiao Yin instantly provoked the ire of the Yuanshi sect disciples, who hurled a barrage of mockery and derision at him. Yunling indignantly retorted, "Huh? Then prepare to meet your demise alongside that arrogant Shinkong leopard. Do you truly believe you can shake the foundations of such a colossal entity by your lonesome?" Both Xiao Yin and Shinkong leopard were met with disdain from Yunling regarding their audacious endeavors. However, a sudden voice emanating from the celestial canopy left the myriad realms momentarily stunned. Li Jing furrowed his brow and sternly remarked, "My Shintang Pass is heavily fortified. Your solitary endeavor is unlikely to yield any success." "Who said I venture alone?" came the reply from Shinkong leopard, his blue claw emerging as he stood with his hands behind his back, surveying Shintang Pass from a lofty vantage. "Is Shinkong leopard not alone?" The myriad realms were taken aback, puzzled as they gazed at the celestial canopy. But was there not only Shinkong leopard before Shintang Pass? If he was not solitary, then who else aided him? Why had they not noticed? The imagery in the celestial canopy swiftly shifted under their watchful eyes. A sharp and menacing dragon claw appeared in the frame, a silver-blue dragon swirling above the molten lava. Aluin's claws gripped the rock, and once the theft of the spirit pearl is revealed, not only will you fail to take revenge for your son, but even the East Sea Dragon clan will be unable to escape culpability. As Aluin spoke, he advanced, his serpentine form closing in on another great-nosed dragon. Upon witnessing the magnificent blue dragon in the celestial canopy, many across the myriad realms were left bewildered. When the blue dragon appeared, it was accompanied by the name Aluin. the Dragon King of the West Sea. Yet, was this blue dragon not a female? When did the West Sea Dragon King transform into a female dragon? In the world of Journey to the West, amidst the wilderness, the celestial imagery appeared while Tang Sung and his companions were resting. Zhu Beiji fanned himself with a large leaf, while Sun Wukong leaned against a tree, gnawing on a peach. When Bai Long Ma beheld the West Sea Dragon King Aoluan in the celestial canopy, he was so startled that he nearly reverted to his original form. Is this my father? When did my father become a female dragon? His voice was laced with terror, rising in pitch and awakening Tang Sung and Sha Monk from their slumber. Ha ha, little white dragon, from now on you should call her mother. Ha ha, exclaimed Sun Wukong, abandoning his peach to leap beside Bai Long Ma, patting his head in mockery. Bai Long Ma, too stunned to retaliate against Sun Wukong's jests, could not fathom how the figure of his father in the celestial canopy had transformed into a female dragon. The name remained unchanged, the identity intact. Yet the gender had shifted. Zhu Beiji, ever the instigator, interjected, if the Dragon King were to transform into your mother, what would your father call him? The white dragon horse, incensed, stomped his hoof. Is that truly the crux of the matter? In the realm of Black Myth, Zhu Beiji engaged in a playful skirmish with the Kong Jinlong while casting glances at the celestial dome. He deftly swept aside the tail that Kong Jinlong lashed out, leaping to a relatively secure spot, and quipped, I once thought you, Kong Jinlong, to be quite the sight. But it seems the West Sea Dragon King holds his own allure. He scratched his belly's mane, mentally calculating the age of the West Sea Dragon King. Upon reflection, Zhu Beiji couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. This Dragon King still possesses a certain charm. He then mischievously provoked Kong Jinlong with a playful comparison. Pray tell, do you consider yourself more handsome, or does the West Sea Dragon King have a touch more elegance? Suddenly, a fierce tail from Kong Jinlong swung towards him. Pig demon, prepare to meet your doom. Zhu Beiji nimbly jumped aside, witnessing the stone he had just occupied reduced to powder. He mused, I wonder if the temper of that celestial female dragon is as fierce. In the world of Nezha's legend, the little dragon maiden gazed in astonishment at the celestial dome, her pink dragon fins fluttering in agitation. Nezha, beside her, hesitated. Little dragon maiden, your uncle? No. The West Sea Dragon King is your aunt. He pondered, recalling a fleeting encounter with the West Sea Dragon King, having only glimpsed the dragon's form, which appeared male. Yet, perhaps he had misjudged? That cannot be right. The little dragon maiden quickly waved her hands, clarifying, the West Sea Dragon King is my uncle, not my aunt. But then, she was left baffled by the sight of the feminine figure of the West Sea Dragon King in the celestial dome. Nezha pointed his fiery spear at the sky, perplexed. Then why does the West Sea Dragon King Run appear as a female? How should I know? The little dragon maiden stamped her foot in frustration, insisting, I only have an uncle, not an aunt. A red dragon emerged, snarling, once the truth is revealed, you shall be cast into the abyss of the sea. We shall see how you fare then. The North Sea Dragon King twisted his body, leaning toward the East Sea Dragon King, relishing in misfortune, stuck in the Dragon Palace. Unable to avenge your son, I can hardly contain my concern. Ha ha ha. The East Sea Dragon King snorted, lowering his body as his claws struck the chains binding him. In an instant, fierce lightning erupted, coursing through the iron chains, incapacitating the 3 Dragon Kings bound by them. The East Sea Dragon King gazed down at his 3 siblings imprisoned beneath the purgatory, warning them sternly, you are not yet in a position to revel in misfortune. In the primal era, beneath Mount Kunlun, within the Dragon Spring Cave. Upon witnessing this scene, Ancestor Dragon let out a furious roar, wishing to burst forth from Dragon Spring Cave and chastise the 4 dragons within the celestial canopy. Alas, his fortune had waned, and he was sealed here by the supreme powers of Yuanshi Tianzun, rendering any escape impossible. These ungrateful descendants had allowed the dragon lineage to decline to such an extent, yet they still engaged in fratricidal strife. The Dragon Kings of the 4 seas had all been shackled in the infernal depths of the ocean. The eldest among them, the Dragon King of the East Sea, appeared to be trapped at the seabed, no different from a prisoner. To what depths had the Dragon Clan fallen that all 4 Dragon Kings found themselves imprisoned beneath the waves? Their plight was more lamentable than that of the contemporary dragon lineage. Yet, in such dire circumstances, these 4 dragons still had the audacity to engage in internal conflict. Even the last Dragon King had been cast into the ocean's abyss. Surely, this could not bode well for the Dragon King, the son of the East Sea Dragon King. Your nephew bore a grudge that remained unavenged, yet the uncle still found amusement in the situation. Ancestor Dragon's ire escalated with each word. Instead of squandering time on infighting, they ought to be striving to rejuvenate the Dragon clan. In the realm of Journey to the West, within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas gathered in jovial camaraderie, with Ao Guang unveiling a cherished bottle of fine wine. As the four brothers conversed merrily while observing the celestial canopy, they were suddenly confronted with the sight of the East Sea Dragon King suppressing and punishing the other three Dragon Kings. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. The Dragon Kings of the West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea exchanged bewildered glances. This was not my doing. The East Sea Dragon King in the celestial canopy bears no relation to me, Ao Guang. Under the scrutiny of his three brothers, Ao Guang hastily distanced himself from the East Sea Dragon King depicted in the canopy, swearing to the heavens, "I could never act against my own brothers as the East Sea Dragon King has. Fear not, we surely trust you. The Dragon King in the celestial canopy has no connection to us four." Ao Shun interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. However, he couldn't help but touch his nose, recalling how loudly he had laughed at the spectacle within the canopy, joining in the effort to dissociate himself. As the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas expressed their agreement, they couldn't shake off the peculiar sense of mystery surrounding the situation. How could the four brothers, who supported one another, descend into such animosity and violence? Throughout the myriad realms, many were equally perplexed, speculating that deeper secrets lay beneath the surface. If the East Sea Dragon King were truly so cruel to his three siblings, how could he also find himself ensnared at the ocean's depths? Even when his son faced calamity, he could not leave the Dragon Palace to seek vengeance, left to endure the mockery of the other three Dragon Kings. Yet, the three dragons exhibited a shocking lack of empathy, reveling in the misfortune of another's son. As the onlookers continued to ponder, they turned their gaze back to the celestial canopy. Ao Run, the dragon head, lay prostrate upon the rocks. The younger sister had intended to offer counsel, but it appeared that the elder brother was ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang responded with a perplexed hum. With a single utterance, he released his grip from the dragon's claws, causing the lightning binding the three dragons imprisoned in the abyss below to dissipate. Aonin stretched his dragon form, regaining his composure, seemingly forgetting the capabilities of his younger sister. Before Ao Guang could react, Shanking Bao, perched on a nearby rock, excitedly pointed at Aonin, exclaiming, "I understand now, the sky-rending claw?" Ao Guang completed the thought, the sky-rending claw, while Shanking Bao nodded fervently, expressing his gratitude to Ao Guang. Aonin plucked a claw from his own talon and handed it to Shanking Bao, stating, "If Taoist Ruoxing takes this dragon claw to Chintang Pass, the aquatic demon clan will assist my elder brother in leveling Chintang Pass." In the world of Journey to the West, the sky-rending claw, Aonin extended his hand, transforming it into the prototype of a dragon's claw, perplexed. What exactly is this sky-rending claw? When did I acquire such a power? He was unaware of his own capabilities regarding the sky-rending claw. Ao Shuan recalled his earlier words and reminded him, "The Dragon King of the Western Sea in the heavenly realm is not you. She is a female dragon. Are you?" Aonin was momentarily taken aback and silently retracted his dragon claw. Meanwhile, Ao Guang and his three brothers clinked their cups together, curiously inquiring, "How can the sky-rending claw persuade the aquatic demon clan to assist? Even the Four Seas Dragon Kings are trapped beneath the sea. What fate awaits the lesser aquatic demons? It is evident that surfacing is impossible. Why is Aonin so certain that possessing the sky-rending claw will compel the aquatic demon clan to aid him, or rather, to avenge the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea in the heavenly realm?" At that moment, the scene abruptly shifted back to outside Chintang Pass. Shanking Bao crushed the sky-rending claw given by Aonin in one swift motion. Simultaneously, several shards flew from his chest robe, coalescing in midair to form the Thunder God's whip, with the fragments of the sky-rending claw adhering to it. He hurled the Thunder God's whip, exclaiming, "Sky-rending Thunder Claw." The blue Thunder God's whip spiraled above the waters near Chintang Pass, carving out a circle in the air. With a stern expression, Shanking Bao retracted the whip, and in the next instant, the circle created by the whip tore open, manifesting a circular spatial rift directly above Chintang Pass. This is a spatial rift. Di Jiang, is this not your domain of spatial laws? Without mastery over spatial laws, is it feasible to execute such a spell? Zhu Jiuyin gazed intently at the scene, recognizing that the 12 ancestors of sorcery wielded the natural laws, a unique advantage of their clan. To witness a similar spell employed by another clan was astonishing. Most critically, the practitioner was not a formidable being from the primordial era, a saint, or a quasi-saint, but rather a junior member of the dragon clan. Zhu Jiuyin regarded Aonin as a younger generation, without any hint of arrogance. The ancestors of sorcery were of equal standing with the ancestor dragon, and in their eyes, the Four Seas Dragon Kings were akin to children. Di Jiang furrowed his brow as well. The ability to impart such spatial magic to another indicated that the Dragon King of the Western Sea had at least grasped the spatial laws. In the primordial chaos, he wielded the mastery of spatial laws, yet now even the younger members of the Dragon Clan have begun to utilize these laws. The 12 ancestors of sorcery exchanged glances, and Zhu Meng speculated. Could it be that the ancestral dragon secretly bequeathed this knowledge to the Dragon Clan, in hopes of their future resurgence? Di Jiang responded. If that is the case, we must remain vigilant against the Dragon Clan. Their concealment is profound, suggesting they harbor grand ambitions. Following the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix, both the Witch and Demon clans gradually grew in strength. They certainly did not wish to finish contending with the Demon clan and then witness the Dragon clan flourishing anew. Meanwhile, the Dragon clan found themselves utterly bewildered. Are we truly capable of wielding spatial laws? In the world of devouring the starry sky, Luo Feng gazed in astonishment at the circle of purple-blue fissures in the sky. Even from beneath the celestial canopy, he could sense the terrifying nature of this spatial rift. It appeared that the spatial laws were indeed formidable, and it was no wonder that the god of death, Brolon, was reluctant to relinquish his comprehension of the laws of time and space. Such terrifying power inherent in spatial laws, once experienced, would be difficult for an ordinary person to abandon. Hence, it is understandable why the spatial laws are regarded as one of the most challenging foundational principles to comprehend. Witnessing this, he felt a surge of ambition. Once he thoroughly grasped the foundational laws of gold, he might consider exploring the foundational laws of space. Countless streams of magma cascaded from the sky like a deluge, forming a circular magma waterfall. Emerging from the depths of the oceanic magma were countless sea monsters. Surging towards Chintang Pass, how did the sea monsters trapped in the demon-locking formation escape? Did the Dragon Clan release them? The soldiers of Chintang Pass stared in astonishment at the fearsome demon army advancing atop the magma. Ao Ron, with his claws, stirred the magma of the oceanic purgatory, tethered by chains, ensuring they could not flee. This is a mutually beneficial strategy. What do you think, brother? Observing the approaching demon army, the myriad realms were left in shock. It seemed the war between humans and demons was about to commence. In the world of the fighting god, Li Jing sat upon his high seat, holding a wine cup and watching the two captured demons below, utilized for training his soldiers. He gestured, and another general entered the fray. Just as Li Jing was becoming engrossed in the spectacle, he suddenly noticed the densely packed demon army charging towards Chintang Pass, nearly causing him to drop his cup. Report. A messenger rushed forward. The 7 great demon kings have gathered and are engaged in battle with the heavenly fleet. The wine cup in Li Jing's hand clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, the heavenly fleet surged towards the demons. The 7 great demon kings, Niao Mo Wang, Jiao Mo Wang, Peng Mo Wang, Shi Tuo Wang, Miho Wang, Yurang Wang, and Mei Ho Wang, assembled, with countless demons forming a hidden army in the deep mountain demon valley. As the order to attack was issued, the ambushed demon kings promptly led their forces into the fray. In the celestial realm, the heavenly court has imprisoned our demon clan within the demon suppression array, and now they have dispatched their forces to attack. Today, we shall unite with the demon army from the celestial realm and demonstrate the formidable prowess of our kind. The Lion Trojan king raised his great sword and pointed toward the heavens with a thunderous roar. Countless demons surged forth, launching themselves fiercely at the celestial vessels in the sky. In the world of the sword, amidst the vast expanse, innumerable demons advanced, their ranks a menacing tide. Several sovereign demons stood at the forefront, witnessing the approaching demon army targeting Chintang Pass, and they could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Well done. Let us seize this human domain and have our kind reign supreme. The morale of the demons soared. For the scenes displayed in the celestial realm of their assault on Chintang Pass heralded a significant victory. Even the demon ancestor perceived this celestial display as an auspicious sign, a harbinger of the unification of the demon clan across the vast world. With a sword aura slicing through the air, Bai Yi led the charge, fiercely confronting the boastful demon horde. You shall not succeed. Chen Ping'an gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. Within the celestial realm, the fierce demon army advanced toward the strategically fortified Chintang Pass. Outside, an even more ferocious demon horde surged toward the Sword Qi Great Wall. Upon that wall, sword cultivators rained down like a tempest, their sword energies coalescing into a true bastion forged from pure sword intent. The scenes from within and outside the celestial realm seemed to intertwine. In the world of Tsang Yuan, these demons have invaded our human territory, slaughtering our kin. We shall not retreat a single step. If they wish to rampage across human lands, they must step over my fallen body, Meng Chuan. Witnessing the demons assault Chintang Pass, Meng Chuan clenched his teeth in determination. These demons, relentless in their ferocity, always seek to prey upon our kind. Meng Chuan's gaze fell upon the demons before him. Beside him stood comrades ready to resist the demons together. The radiance of his six calamities realm's secret treasure, the demon-slaying sword, erupted forth, and he shouted, "Let us, alongside the soldiers of Chintang Pass, slay and drive these demons back." The demon army, shackled, charged toward Chintang Pass. The crossbow bolts fired by the defenders of Chintang Pass were utterly ineffective against the advancing demon forces. 10 demons formed a spherical formation. Spinning as they entered Chintang Pass, arrows and bolts struck them as though upon steel. As the sphere landed within Chintang Pass, it transformed into demons, engaging in fierce combat with the defenders. Shen Gongbao coldly declared, "Leave no survivors." Li Jing and his wife, leading the soldiers in a desperate defense, explained, "Shen Gongbao, Ao Bing has not perished. The Taiyi immortal is reconstructing his body. There is no need for war between Chintang Pass and the Dragon Clan." Shen Gongbao snorted, utterly unconvinced. Nonsense. The myriad realms looked upon this imminent clash, with various factions erupting into quarrels over their differing allegiances. Regardless of their disputes, the inevitable clash between the Demon Clan and the Chintang Pass looms ominously. Due to long-standing intertribal conflicts, many celestial beings, immortals, demons, and spirits who had previously refrained from engaging in battle due to various concerns are now poised to witness the outcome of this impending war. Who shall emerge victorious? In the midst of this turmoil, the Demon Clan has already incited widespread outrage. The mortals find themselves ill-equipped to contend with the demons, and the defenses of Chintang Pass hang precariously. Numerous demons have infiltrated the stronghold. Those sea-dwelling demons, long suppressed for years, are now unleashed, their malice at its peak. They indiscriminately hunt and kill. As several demon generals ascend the walls of Chintang Pass, a one-sided massacre ensues. Countless mortals fall beneath the onslaught of these demon forces, suffering devastating losses. A demon general raises a trident and lunges at the terrified soldiers below. Just in time, Lady Yin intervenes, intercepting the demon's strike with determination. Meanwhile, Li Jing is hurled away by a demon general, landing perilously atop a large crossbow. As arrows are launched, they barely affect the demon general. The tide of battle at Chintang Pass is overwhelmingly against the mortals, who face a brutal slaughter. Witnessing this, the mortals throughout the realms can no longer remain passive. In the realm of the immortal sword and heroic swordsman, Chang Ying, having just vanquished a demon, lands gracefully, the fabric of his white disciple robes billowing in the wind. He gazes at the celestial screen, his brow furrowed at the sight of the demons slaughtering mortals at Chintang Pass. His fingers twitch with the urge to summon his sword and join the fray. These demons must be eradicated. Otherwise, if given the chance, they will unleash further carnage upon the human realm. Thus, Chang Ying has always favored extermination over mere confinement within the demon suppression tower to prevent future calamities. The scene before him only deepens his disdain for the demon clan. After all, there are no absolutes, he muses. While the demon's actions against humanity are heinous, not all demons are irredeemable. Jing Tian leans heavily on Chang Ying's shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly. He swiftly shakes Jing Tian off, resolute that any demon that inflicts harm upon humanity must not be spared. In another realm, Li Changshou, the water god, stands before 100,000 celestial soldiers, his chin resting on his palm as he observes the horrific scenes of demon atrocities against mortals. He notes the indignation among the celestial hosts, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. With a serious demeanor, Li Changshu declares in a chilling tone from the celestial screen, "It is evident that demons from any world are ruthless and barbaric, mercilessly slaughtering humanity. Today, we march against the demon clan, not only for their transgressions against the heavenly court, but also to avenge the humans of other worlds." He pressed his fingers together near his lips, simultaneously conveying these words to the others engaged in the joint assault against the demon clan. The morale of the army surged instantaneously, fueled by a wave of fury as they launched their offensive with unprecedented ferocity. The demon clan suffered devastating losses, inciting an uncontrollable wrath in Luya, water god, heavenly realm, journey to the west. As Nezha observed the demon army emerging from the rift in space, a sense of urgency overcame him. Witnessing these fiends slaughtering the innocent citizens of Chintang Pass, he could no longer remain idle. "This is outrageous." With a furious shout, Nezha brandished his fiery spear and soared towards the dragon palace of the West Sea. "Dragon King, behold the chaos you have wrought." He seized Aluin by the collar, yanking him from his seat, the tip of his spear perilously close to Aluin's eye. "Have you any idea how many lives have been lost in Chintang Pass because of you?" The Dragon King's 4 brothers, who had been gathered for a meeting, were taken aback. Aluin wanted to rescue his brother from Nezha's grasp, but dared not provoke him. "Third Prince, it is the underwater demons, not the Dragon Clan, that are slaughtering the people of Chintang Pass," Aluin interjected. At this, Nezha cast a furious glare in his direction. "I nearly forgot about you. Aluin sacrificed the Void Claw to aid in your vengeance. If it were not for the collusion of the Dragon Clan with that Shingguobao, how could the underwater beasts have been unleashed?" Hearing this, Aluin lamented his fate. But what had this to do with him? "Brother, your vendetta may have been satisfied, yet it has brought me great suffering." Shingguobao gazed into the depths of Chintang Pass, noticing a glowing blue barrier. Remembering Taiyi still within Chintang Pass, Shingguobao hurried towards it. Meanwhile, the couple, Li Jing and his wife, were engaged in a fierce battle against the demons, their expressions turning grave. "This is bad." However, as they struggled against the demon onslaught, they could not pursue Shingguobao, who soon arrived at the barrier, where he spotted Aobing. Aobing sat cross-legged within a water sphere, his expression anxious. Upon seeing Shingguobao, he exclaimed, "Master." Aobing, seeing his disciple, who had returned from the dead, Shingguobao was momentarily stunned. "Master, Taiyi helped me reconstruct my physical form. Please, call for a ceasefire." Taiyi turned to regard Shingguobao, a smug smile on his face. "Shingguobao, I saved your disciple. How shall you express your gratitude?" Shingguobao smirked, glancing towards another lotus flower. "And where is Nezha in this?" Upon finishing his words, Shingguobao immediately brandished the thunder whip in his hand. In the world of investiture of the gods, it remained uncertain whether the national master within the heavenly realm could destroy Nezha's newly formed body. King Zhou, fiddling with the hem of his royal robe, felt an unusual twinge of anxiety. Since the onset of hostilities with Shiqi, Nezha had caused considerable turmoil for the Yinshang army. Although the heavenly realm was not their current world, seeing the national master succeed within it would provide him a measure of satisfaction. Unable to restrain himself, King Zhou inquired of Shingguobao, "National master, do you believe you can succeed? If there are no unforeseen variables, it should be feasible, correct?" Shen Gongbao chuckled twice, hesitating to make any promises. He indeed wished for Nezha to fail in reconstructing his physical form. However, having stumbled numerous times with Taiyi and Nezha, he was plagued by an ominous premonition. Moreover, a barrier separated him from Nezha within the celestial dome, unfulfilled by the responses he sought. King Zhou found the situation somewhat dull and casually mocked Shen Gongbao. Ironically, Taiyi had just saved the disciple of the national teacher. Yet the national teacher was now intent on harming that very disciple. Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao nearly lost his forced grin. "It was you who wished for Nezha's destruction, and now you dare to claim he is ungrateful. What more do you desire?" Meanwhile, the venerable Taiyi stroked his long beard, entirely unperturbed by the unfolding scene. He flicked his dust whisk and remarked to the visiting Jiangxia, "I anticipated Shen Gongbao would concoct some nefarious scheme. No matter the realm, he is always filled with malice. One version of him aided in saving his disciple, Yet Shun Gongbao seeks to retaliate. Is reconstructing a physical form an easy feat? Jiang Zia chuckled helplessly. He has failed here, and I trust the Shun Gongbao in the Celestial Dome will not succeed either. Otherwise, Nezha would surely cease to exist within that realm. Nonetheless, Shun Gongbao's antics had indeed become a source of great vexation for him. Despite this, many across the myriad realms were anxiously sweating for Nezha. Two broad-browed, almond-eyed beasts of the barrier grasped a staff, and a half-circle fused into a singular artifact, crossing them to form a blue barrier. Shun Gongbao relentlessly lashed the thunder whip over 10 times, exhausted and gasping as he leaned on his knees. Yet, the electrifying thunder whip struck the barrier, merely igniting a flicker of blue light, leaving it unscathed. Haraha! Within the barrier, Taiyi observed this spectacle, hands on his hips. Exuding pride, do you truly believe you can breach this barrier? He even provocatively leaned out, patting his left cheek, grinning mockingly. Come on, strike me. Go on. In the legendary world of Nezha, the meditative Taiyi sat cross-legged on the Dao platform, his arm bent, holding the dust whisk, when he suddenly witnessed this scene. He was momentarily taken aback. Why did this seem so familiar? It felt as if he had encountered a similar image not long ago. The attendant behind Taiyi recalled the previous occurrence in the Celestial Dome. Another sage had similarly taunted the primordial pearl. Go on, strike me, only to end up with a bruised visage. No, it was another sage. Realizing this, the attendant bowed his head silently, refraining from uttering a word. Meanwhile, Taiyi had recognized this déjà vu moment, his expression slightly stiffening. In the realm of 100,000 cold jokes, with no one around, Taiyi sat unceremoniously on the ground, one hand gripping the dust whisk while the other fiddled at his nose. Observing the triumphant Taiyi in the Celestial Dome as he provoked Shun Gongbao, his finger paused mid-pick. A sense of foreboding surged within. Wait a moment. Wasn't the Supreme One involved in a similar incident recently? The outcome seemed not only to have resulted in a slap to the face, but also a brutal assault from the primordial pearl. The heart of the Supreme One thudded anxiously as he gazed towards the celestial curtain, contemplating. Surely, this cannot be the case? In the prelude to the lotus lamp, the elder brother recalled that the Supreme One had previously provoked the primordial pearl. Turning to the Supreme One seated opposite him, the Jade Ding Taoist jested. This time, you surely won't be struck again, will you? Rest assured, there is no possibility of a repeat of the previous debacle, the Supreme One declared with an air of conviction. Flicking his dust whisk, the past incident had surely imparted a lesson. His confidence in challenging Shun Gongbao must stem from a tenfold certainty. Observing the Jade Ding Taoist's sly amusement, eager for a spectacle, he couldn't help but puncture his scheme. We both understand Shun Gongbao's capabilities. In terms of strength, he cannot surpass me. Those two barrier beasts were bestowed by our master. How could Shun Gongbao possibly breach them? Without breaking the barrier, how could he hope to confront another version of himself? The Supreme One exhibited no concern, his visage adorned with a contented smile. The Jade Ding Taoist contemplated, agreeing with the assertion, just as he was about to nod in affirmation. However, at that moment, the scene within the celestial curtain abruptly transformed. Gasping for breath and supporting himself on his knees, Shun Gongbao smirked, coldly brandishing the thunderclaw that rips through the void. The tail of the thunder, connected to a violet void-rending claw, suddenly cleaved a long purple rift in the sky. Seething and terrifying hellish magma surged forth from the rift, and along with it emerged a colossal dragon claw. In the next instant, 3 imposing and fierce dragons soared from the rift, hovering in unison before the barrier. 3 pairs of dragon eyes fixated intently on the Supreme One, their gazes malevolent. The smile on the Supreme One's face faltered, his expression shifting to one of despair as he raised his hand to strike his own cheek. Simultaneously, the 3 dragon kings in the sky opened their jaws, coalescing a terrifying light within, unleashing 3 beams towards the barrier. The smile on the Supreme One's face froze, staring blankly at his equally despondent self. Wait, why are they seeking assistance? In the world of Do Pai Song Qiong, on the island of the Eastern Dragon, Ziyin donned a purple golden dress adorned with dragon and phoenix patterns, her long purple golden hair flowing as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yan. Behind them loomed the 3 dragon kings of the 3-star Do Sheng, surrounding the island. The 3 dragon kings glared fiercely at the Eastern Dragon Island, their presence echoing the 3 colossal dragons from the celestial curtain. At that moment, Xiao Yan heard Ziyan's voice beside him. These 3 dragon kings in the celestial curtain appear to possess strength comparable to those of my ancient void dragon clan. The 4-star Do Saint requires considerable effort to execute this move. Xian, with her finger resting on her chin, gazed seriously at the sky, offering her critique. Xiaoyan glanced at the 3 formidable dragon kings surrounding them, and then looked up at the terrifying beams of energy emanating from their mouths. If those beams were to strike them, he would be drenched in cold sweat. This is too intense. How can you still find the leisure to comment here? In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, the fire demon lord with a dragon's head and human form fixed his blood-red eyes on the sky. Having just gathered the 12 talismans to restore his true form, his internal power surged violently. Witnessing the ferocious appearance of the 3 dragon kings, his anger escalated, and he let out a roar that echoed through the heavens, creating fierce winds around him. The Lord violently swung his dragon tail towards where Jackie Chan and the others stood. They rolled away, scattering in all directions, as the stone wall they had previously occupied shattered under the impact of the tail. While evading the Lord's attack, Jackie called out to his father, "Dad, we can't win. You said he's an Eastern dragon, but look at the strength of those 3 Eastern dragons in the sky. If this clawless dragon regains its true form and is as strong as them, we might as well be offering our heads." Amidst the chaos, his father stole a glance at the sky, nearly stumbling in shock at the sight of the 3 beams. This shouldn't be possible, right? He glanced back at the pursuing Lord, clinging to a sliver of hope, murmuring, "This Lord lacks claws. Perhaps he isn't an Eastern dragon? Besides, the barrier in the sky might not be impenetrable. Let's remain calm." Jackie dodged another strike, responding, "That's uncertain. I believe that barrier won't hold." In the world of Divine Tomb, the mischievous dragon grinned, transforming into its dragon form and soaring through the air, marveling at the spectacle above. These 3 dragon kings. These 3 beams. Wow, their power seems extraordinary. He nudged his massive dragon head against Chun Nan, asking, "Hey, do you think this barrier can withstand it?" Chun Nan barely avoided a fall, pushing the dragon's large head away with his hand. "It won't hold." After answering, he glanced at the imposing dragon kings in the sky, then scrutinized the mischievous dragon with a hint of disdain. "How can you, as a dragon, be so different from them?" In the ensuing spectacle, Jing Tian was astonished. The demon lord dragon king. Who is stronger? The mischievous dragon retorted, "How do you speak? I am the greatest divine dragon in the world. The purple gold divine dragon." As he spoke, he showcased his agile and handsome dragon form in the air. The purple gold divine dragon should possess the same majesty as the 3 dragon kings in the sky. Before meeting the mischievous dragon, Chun Nin had always believed that divine dragons were as imposing as the 3 dragon kings above. Little did he know, the mischievous dragon shattered that illusion completely. He found it hard to believe that a top-tier divine dragon could be so unremarkable. The rogue Long Chao Chun Nin exhaled, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and gazed at the celestial expanse, remarking, "In my opinion, Taiyi and the others must be utterly shattered by now." Suddenly, 3 beams of light, 1 blue, 1 purple, and 1 red, crashed violently against the barrier. The 2 barrier beasts, wielding the magical instruments that constructed the barrier, shone brightly as they strained to hold it together. Above them, the blue barrier was struck, resulting in a small crack that rapidly expanded into a web-like fissure. Remarkably, the 2 barrier beasts managed to endure the combined assault of the 3 dragon kings for 3 seconds. Regardless of the ferocity of the attacks they faced, the barrier they upheld with their magical artifacts could withstand for 3 seconds. Once those 3 seconds elapsed, the barrier shattered, and the beams cascaded down behind the barrier beasts, causing a series of 3 explosive blasts that enveloped the surroundings in a massive shockwave, obscuring everyone's vision. The couple, Li Jing and his wife, who had arrived mid-air, were immediately swept away. As the barrier beast's defense crumbled, the myriad realms fell into a stunned silence. Deities, celestial beings, demons, and monsters alike found themselves unable to remain composed. The united strike of the 3 dragon kings was no trivial matter. The sight of those 3 beams instilled a sense of dread. To withstand such an onslaught, one would need an extraordinary magical artifact. The 2 seemingly naive and clumsy barrier beasts had managed to endure for 3 seconds, though 3 seconds may seem brief. In critical moments, such a reprieve was sufficient for them to cast protective spells for their own safety. Furthermore, according to the celestial expanse, these 2 barrier beasts could withstand any cataclysmic attack for 3 seconds. The assembled crowd could not help but gasp in awe. Those 3 seconds were indeed formidable. In the realm of the 10,000 cold jokes, the river deity, sporting a round hairstyle, sat in the river, raising a hand to summon 3 cosmic vessels. The golden and silver vessels majestically docked upon the river's surface. Leaning on his hand, the river deity's rarely opened eyes were now slightly squinted, revealing a contented smile. Oh, these barrier beasts are truly impressive, capable of withstanding any attack for 3 seconds. In the next moment, the river deity's intentions became clear. Indeed, they are quite formidable. Just like me, we are both concept deities. The fish swimming by in the river rolled their eyes in disbelief. The river deity waved his hand to shoo the fish away, asserting, "I speak no falsehood. As long as I am in the river, I can summon the golden and silver forms of any object, including entire fleets and living beings." The concept of those barrier beasts enduring for 3 seconds is not dissimilar. The distinction lies in their focus on defense, while mine is on summoning. As he spoke, the river deity summoned 3 vessels filled to the brim with golden and silver creatures. In the world of Nezha, birth of the demon child, Taiyi Zhenren raised his eyebrows and poked the 2 barrier beasts with his whisk. To my surprise, you 2 are quite impressive. Able to withstand the Dragon King's attacks for 3 seconds. This precious time you've gained for me ensures that I can undoubtedly protect Nezha and awakens. Nezha circled around the 2 barrier beasts, turning in all directions while crossing his arms and nodding slightly. He grinned and remarked, "You 2 did quite well, thank you." The 2 barrier beasts, delighted, scratched their heads and laughed heartily. The flat-headed barrier beast humbly waved his hand, saying, "I lacked the proper grip that day and could only hold for 3 seconds. I apologize for the embarrassment." The other barrier beast, with bulging frog-like eyes and hands on its hips, retorted, "If it weren't for the useless one dragging me back, I could have held for 6 seconds. The barrier always cracks on that side. Who are you calling useless? Look who's talking." The 2 barrier beasts began to bicker across Taiyi Zhenren. The flat-headed barrier beast pointed its artifact at the other, stating, "That's because they always target my side of the barrier." The other barrier beast retaliated with its artifact, declaring, "That just shows you're the weak one. Everyone knows to bully the feeble. Do you want to fight? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." In an instant, the 2 barrier beasts were locked in a fierce scuffle, their blows merciless. Nezha and Taiyi Zhenren exchanged speechless glances, turning their attention back to the celestial scene. As the turbulence settled, before the 3 dragons and a leopard appeared a dazzling ice shield that blocked the 3 beams of light. With a series of cracking sounds, the ice shield shattered, revealing awakens behind it, raising his hands, weakened from the forced use of the ice shield. Taiyi Zhenren raised his hand to shield himself from the falling ice shards, staring in astonishment at awakens. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, awakens examined his open palms and then looked up at the celestial display of himself enduring the strike from the 3 dragon kings. Am I truly that formidable? I withstood the combined attack of 3 uncles? Awakens summoned the dragon power within him, suppressing his thoughts of sparring with his father. The Dragon King of the East Sea, visibly pleased, laughed heartily. "Indeed, my son, you are remarkable." He stroked his dragon whiskers, saying, "Look at that, awakens. The you in the celestial realm is impressive. You must strive to match that. After all, as awakens, one cannot fall too far behind. Father, your son will endeavor to do so." Awakens responded earnestly, not guaranteeing success but promising to try. "Excellent. In the future, I shall arrange for your uncles to spar with you." Awakens' expression froze momentarily. In the world of Nezha, is this what you call ensuring our safety? Nezha, with one hand in his pocket and the other digging his nose, glanced sideways at Taiyi Zhenren. "Well," Taiyi Zhenren corrected himself, "since I remade awakens' physical form. By extension, it is also my protection of you 2. Upon hearing this, Nezha leaned forward abruptly, fists raised before Taiyi Zhenren, baring his teeth. "Is that how you justify it? Without awakens, I would have been reduced to mere fragments." After speaking, Nezha returned his hands to his pockets. His gaze filled with disdain. "I knew I couldn't rely solely on you." "Ah, how can you speak like that, child? It seems one cannot respond so swiftly," Taiyi remarked, turning his head with a dismissive huff, as if he would not hold a grudge against Nezha. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the celestial expanse, a sense of unease enveloped him. With awakens' corporeal form newly forged, the onslaught from the 3 dragon kings may prove quite overwhelming. Surely, nothing disastrous will occur? Above the molten depths, a majestic white dragon with a prominent snout suddenly opened its eyes. Aoguang, in disbelief, sensed the presence. Could it be Aobing? The colossal dragon leapt with fervor, plunging into the magma, traversing the inferno beneath the sea, emerging through the spatial rift torn by Shingongbao. Upon emerging, Aoguang beheld Aobing below, exclaiming in astonishment, "Aobing?" The young Aobing weakly called out to his father before collapsing in exhaustion. The dragon immediately soared toward Aobing, manipulating the waters to take form, catching the young one just before he fell to the ground. As the controlled seawater dissipated, Aoguang, now in human form clad in armor, cradled Aobing with a visage filled with concern. Aobing gazed at Aoguang, guilt-ridden and frail, murmuring, "Father, I have failed the Dragon Clan's mission. No, such matters are insignificant." The sorrow in Aoguang's eyes threatened to spill forth, his voice choked with emotion. "All I desire is for you to live, merely to live, that is all." Overwhelmed, Aobing buried his face in his father's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. In the realm of the immortal sword and heroic tales, the Seven Veins martial arts competition was underway, drawing participants from various peaks to gather in one place. Prior to the commencement of the contest, the onlookers' attention was captivated by the spectacle above, particularly when Aoguang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, made his appearance. Gasps of awe resonated throughout the crowd. Lu Sueki overheard someone whispering, "So handsome." She restrained herself from voicing her thoughts. Yet her gaze inevitably gravitated toward the armored Aoguang cradling his son. She was genuinely taken aback by the East Sea Dragon King's striking handsomeness, his armor bestowing an air of majesty that commanded respect. It was no wonder he could reign over the other three Dragon Kings, being their elder brother. Zhang Xiaofan, equally astonished, scratched his head, recalling how Aobing had appeared as a large-nosed dragon. He could hardly believe the disparity between his human and dragon forms. Beside him, Tian Linger's eyes sparkled with delight as she whispered, "Aobing is quite handsome, but I never imagined his father would eclipse him in beauty." Though her words were softly spoken, Zhang Xiaofan, standing nearby, caught every syllable. He could not help but cast his gaze toward the only female among the four Dragon Kings, the Dragon Queen of the Four Seas. He pondered what form the West Sea Dragon King would take in human guise. Being siblings, one could surmise that they were all blessed with admirable appearances. In the world of Xianjian Qixia, Tang Xuejian widened her eyes in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hands, unable to contain a gasp of surprise. Nearby, Long Kuei also directed her attention to the celestial display. "Look at them, Kaya, and then look at you," Tang Xuejian teased, nudging Jing Tian with her elbow. Jing Tian crossed his arms and let out a sigh. "Can it be the same? That is the Dragon King of the East Sea, while I am merely a humble attendant." His brother was indeed quite handsome. Long Kuei pressed her lips together, observing the smiles exchanged between Jing Tian and Xuejian. "Did you hear that?" Jing Tian, in high spirits, stepped over to Long Kuei's side, declaring that his sister was the best. Just then, a dark light swept by, and Zhonglu landed before them, folding his wings after a brief flutter, shedding a few black feathers. Jing Tian's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Zhonglu and then at Tian Mu. "If you ask me, you two bear quite the resemblance." He then noted Zhonglu's wild hairstyle and added, "Of course, I refer to your demeanor. One is a Dragon King, and the other a Demon Lord. Both possess a certain nobility." Upon hearing this, Zhonglu looked up at Tian Mu, his focus markedly different from that of Jing Tian and the others. He pondered the Dragon King's strength and whether he could engage in battle. Jing Tian clicked his tongue, remarking that since the father and son were reunited, it would be best not to intrude. In the next moment, an unexpected turn unfolded within Tian Mu. However, soon Aobing's body began to stiffen, lying in Ao Guang's arms, nearly unable to move. Taiyi, feeling helpless, spread his hands, his brows drooping, exclaiming, "Alas! How can a newly formed body withstand such a tremendous impact?" Nezha, frantic on the Lianqi, tore open the Li Hua shield, crashing into Taiyi like a cannonball. Rushing towards Aobing, raising a hand to touch him but hesitating. Desperate, Taiyi waved both hands, chasing after Nezha. "Don't move. The body hasn't stabilized yet. If you overload it, it will collapse." Seeing Aobing in distress, Shun Gongbao leaped into the Lianqi, making his way towards the seven-colored lotus. "You fat fool. Hurry and create a body for Aobing." Just as Shun Gongbao finished speaking, before he could reach for the seven-colored lotus, it withered right before him. The originally radiant multi-petal treasure lotus began to wilt from the outermost layer of petals towards the core. Taiyi, with a sorrowful expression, weakly explained. Creating two bodies has depleted the lotus's celestial energy. In the world of the investiture of the gods, Nezha, who had been thoroughly engrossed, instinctively lowered his arms upon witnessing the seven-colored lotus withering. He tugged at the Chinquan circle, murmuring, "This Albing cannot possibly die like this, can he?" This Albing was entirely different from the third prince whose dragon tendons he had extracted. He had grown quite fond of this Albing. Nevertheless, Nezha was not overly concerned. Once the investiture of the gods occurred, Albing would likely be enshrined as the Star Lord of Huagai. At the very least, he wouldn't truly lose his life. After all, he had extracted Albing's dragon tendons, and the latter was still thriving in the heavenly court. As this thought surfaced, Nezha's movement with the fire-tipped spear faltered slightly, casting a puzzled glance at the heavenly screen. Yet, it seemed he had never encountered the matter of the investiture of the gods. In the world of Nezha, Albing, Aowang, coiled around the pillar, suddenly opened his eyes, his dragon form spiraling upwards in visible agitation. "Shungongbao, I cannot escape. I entrust Albing to you. You must save him." "No," Shungongbao replied. Anxiety etched on his face, his stammer worsening under pressure. Aowang darted before Shungongbao. "No. Yes, it must be done. I shall retrieve the seven-colored lotus at once." After much hesitation, Shungongbao finally completed his sentence. As long as he could seize the seven-colored lotus first, they need not fear it withering from the creation of two physical bodies. Aowang withdrew his dragon head, coiling back around the pillar. His eyes filled with concern as they gazed at Albing's figure beneath the canopy, his voice heavy with gravity. "I beg of you." He had only this one relatively healthy child left. The denizens of the heavens also felt a tightening in their hearts at this unforeseen turn of events. Reconstructing a physical form was no trifling matter. Without the seven-colored lotus, Albing's hopes of revival seemed bleak. Moreover, the process required time, and without a body, Albing's spirit would likely not endure for long. Their sole hope lay in the fact that though Albing's body had stiffened, it might not yet be beyond salvation. Just as the beings of the myriad realms conceived this thought, the scene unfolding behind the celestial curtain shattered their hopes. The spirit pearl version of Nezha, a dual-soul entity. Long Kuei was astonished. The Dragon King seizes the saint's treasury, 3 rebellious youngsters. "You are formidable." Nezha widened his eyes in shock. "Without a body, won't his soul scatter? Master, you must think of something." He hastily turned, clenched his fists, and looked up at Taiyi, panic revealing his sharp teeth. Taiyi, with drooping eyes, raised his hands, only to let them fall helplessly. "Without the lotus, I too am at a loss." Albing slightly tilted his head. "It is my fault for taking the spirit pearl that has implicated you. If my life can be exchanged for your rebirth, it is a small penance." He slowly turned back, sorrowfully gazing at Aowang, who bore a similar expression of grief. "Father, I implore you to spare Qintang Pass. We cannot err again. This is my final wish." As Albing's words fell, his body began to petrify inch by inch, starting from his legs, cracking and drying out. Aowang's face reflected deep sorrow as he stared blankly at Albing, his gaze following the soul departing from the shattered body. In midair, Albing's soul grew increasingly faint, on the verge of dissipating. The little dragon maiden, who had initially rejoiced at the reunion of Albing and his father, soon witnessed Albing's body stiffening and the lotus withering. Before she could react, she was caught off guard by the sight of Albing's physical form petrifying, fissures appearing all over. Albing, he is dying." Tears rapidly gathered in her eyes as she wiped them away, calling out Albing's name with a heavy heart. How could this happen? Father must be heartbroken. The thought of losing another brother plunged the little dragon maiden into deeper sorrow. Why must her brother, so kind-hearted, be treated in such a manner? As Nezha observed the weeping dragon girl, he anxiously circled around her. It's all right. The soul remains. Perhaps there is still a way." Yet, the lotus lamp had withered, and Albing was surely doomed. With tear-filled eyes, the dragon girl gazed at Nezha, utterly heartbroken. "Nezha, my brother is gone. Then let us cherish a few more glimpses of him, etching his image in our hearts." Just as Albing had come ashore to visit his sister, he was taken aback by these words, his expression darkening. "Sister, I am your brother. He is not dead." In the world of the lotus lamp, Nezha paced frantically within the Taoist temple of Taiyi Zhenren, distressed. "What shall we do?" His gaze was fixed on the faint soul of Aobing in the sky, his anxiety causing him to tug at the Qianquan circle incessantly. There must be a way. Aobing's soul is still present, Taiyi Zhenren reassured him, noticing his disciple's deep concern. However, in the celestial realm, the withering of the lotus meant there seemed to be no solution. If not, Nezha would not be in such despair. If even his master was powerless, could it be that Aobing was truly fated to perish? Nezha's countenance fell. Taiyi Zhenren glanced at his own image in the heavens and quickly declared, "It cannot be. There must be a solution. Master, do you have any plan?" Nezha leaped before Taiyi Zhenren, his eyes filled with hope. If this master had a solution, then surely the master in the sky must possess one as well. Let me think, Taiyi Zhenren said, tugging at his beard in deep contemplation. Nezha urged him on. While the Nezha in the celestial realm also pressed Taiyi, Nezha, in a fit of desperation, suddenly turned and collided with Taiyi, leaping onto him and shaking him vigorously by the neck. With an almost ferocious expression, he shouted at Taiyi, "You must have a way. There has to be a way. Think faster." Taiyi, struggling on the ground, waved his hands in desperation, urging Aobing to attach to him. Upon hearing this, Aoguang furrowed his brow tightly, clutching Aobing's petrified and withered form, casting an unconvinced look at Taiyi. Two souls sharing one body would inevitably lead to mutual repulsion. Taiyi rose from the ground, dusting himself off as he explained, "The magic orb and spirit pearl are of the same origin. Sharing one body is feasible for 7 days." Yet Aoguang showed no sign of easing his frown, sternly questioning Taiyi. "This is merely a temporary measure. What will happen after 7 days?" Within the Yushu Palace lies a magical artifact known as the Jade Liquid and Crystal Nectar, capable of restoring treasures to their original state, ensuring the 7-colored lotus blooms once more. As Taiyi spoke, he ambled around the lotus pond, grinning widely, his hands gesturing, fingers folding and blooming like flowers. In the world of the immortal sword and knightly heroes, Xuejian clenched her fist and struck her palm, pondering. A body with dual souls, akin to Long Kuei? Long Kuei extended her palm, lowering her gaze to herself as her soul force flowed, transforming her blue gown gradually into a crimson hue. Her originally gentle gaze suddenly sharpened as she followed the sound of Xuejian's voice. It was still somewhat different. Zixian first glanced at the sky before looking towards the now-red Long Kuei, explaining. Nezha and Aobing can share a single corporeal form solely because they both originate from the primordial pearl. However, they remain two distinct beings. Long Kuei, on the other hand, developed an alternate persona while within the demon locking tower. Essentially, they are one and the same. Upon finishing her words, Zixian could not suppress the worry that creased her brow. The jade-like nectar certainly did not sound like an easily attainable substance, and the state of dual souls within a single body could only endure for 7 days. In the realm of the Dragon Clan, inside a room, Lu Mingfei and Lu Mingzi sat on opposite sides, one clad in white and the other in black. Lu Mingfei turned to observe Lu Mingzi, whose right leg was casually draped over his left knee. The unrestrained posture of Lu Mingzi bore a striking resemblance to the current dual soul state of Aobing and Nezha. "That is indeed correct," Lu Mingzi replied with a grin, fixing his gaze on Lu Mingfei, cryptically adding, "Once the contract is dissolved, our circumstances will bear even greater similarity to theirs." He had formed a pact with Lu Mingfei, allowing him to summon the other 4 times. As long as Lu Mingfei accepted the summons 4 times, or acknowledged his solitude to him, the contract would be nullified. At that time, both Lu Mingfei's soul and body would revert to him. Lu Mingfei felt a pang of unease, pondering whether such a moment would ever arrive. It remained an uncertain prospect. Lu Mingzi did not contest Lu Mingfei's stubbornness, but narrowed his eyes, gazing at the heavens. However, there is still a slight distinction. Aobing and Nezha exist as one body with dual souls. Even though they once shared the primordial pearl, they have fundamentally become 2 separate entities. Hearing this, and recalling that Lu Mingzi's identity remained an enigma, Lu Mingfei seized the opportunity to inquire further. "Are you suggesting that we—" Lu Mingzi shot him a fleeting glance, deliberately refraining from continuing his thought. In the world of the fox demon matchmaker, Bai Yuechu wore a garment with poverty alleviation inscribed on the front and wealth creation on the back, supporting his forehead as he stared vacantly at the sky. "A dual soul existence," he murmured softly to himself. "You two share a dual soul, while Dongfang and I are intertwined through past and present lives. In a sense, My soul is embedded within your mind. Suddenly, the voice of Dongfang Yuechu echoed in by Yuechu's thoughts. This jade-like nectar is a treasure of the Jade Void Palace. Yin Jiao, with his hands clasped behind his back, inquired as he walked. So, how do you intend to procure it? In response, Taiyi Zhenren looked up at Yin Jiao, spreading his arms in a gesture of nonchalance, and declared, of course, we shall seek the favor of the celestial sovereign. The calm and self-assured tone of Taiyi Zhenren momentarily silenced all realms and races. Had it not been for their lack of hearing issues, the myriad beings across the worlds might have doubted their own comprehension. The ability to restore the magical essence of treasures, even to the extent of rejuvenating artifacts of the caliber of the seven-colored lotus, undoubtedly signifies a supreme artifact. How could Taiyi Zhenren's words resemble a humble request to the celestial venerable for a mere cup of earthly wine? That is the exquisite jade nectar, a pinnacle treasure. Is it truly so simple as to merely ask for it? After the celestial beings expressed their disdain, they collectively recalled the affection that the primordial venerable had previously shown Taiyi Zhenren, even bestowing upon him entities as formidable as the boundary beasts with effortless grace. Perhaps, in seeking the jade nectar, Taiyi Zhenren might indeed succeed. Realizing this, countless deities, demons, and spirits felt a pang of envy, thinking to themselves, what is so remarkable about relying on the favoritism of one's master? In the vast and chaotic realm, within the Yushu Palace of the Primordial Venerable, the 12 golden immortals were initially engaged in philosophical discourse. Upon witnessing Taiyi Zhenren's unguarded demeanor, a favored disciple on display, they could not help but cast furtive glances at him. Taiyi, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his usual composure shaken. While they all understood this unspoken reality, the revelation brought forth by the celestial display left Taiyi Zhenren somewhat embarrassed. The primordial venerable, however, remained tranquil, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to both the celestial spectacle and Taiyi's remarks. Meanwhile, Huanglong Zhenren tightened his grip on his whisk, casting a resentful glare at Taiyi Zhenren, consumed by jealousy. Why should Taiyi be so favored by the venerable, receiving whatever he desired, as if the venerable were personally feeding him? Despite his relentless efforts to please, Huanglong received but a fraction of the treatment afforded to Taiyi. Was it merely because of his inferior lineage that he faced such neglect? The more Huanglong pondered, the more his envy festered, even directing his grievances towards the primordial venerable. In the world of Do Paitsong Qiong, Hanfeng leaned against a rock to rest. And upon hearing Taiyi's words, he could not suppress his rage, shattering the stone with a punch. Why is it that these masters exhibit such blatant favoritism? Why not direct that affection towards me? I am the true senior disciple, the one nurtured by your own hands. When he initially expressed his desire to cultivate the burning technique, Yao Chen dismissed him, claiming the costs were exorbitant. Even when only a remnant soul remained, Yao Chen refused to impart the technique to him. Yet, he turned around and taught it to Xiao Yan. How could the costs suddenly seem negligible in that instance? Having just fought with Xiao Yan and witnessed the formidable power of the Hanfeng's resentment towards Yao Chen intensified. Now, witnessing Taiyi Zhenren, similarly favored by their master, his fury boiled over. He lamented the failure of his earlier alliance with the elder Mu Gu, which had not succeeded in eradicating Yao Chen completely. Not only had he left behind a remnant soul, but he had also bestowed upon Xiao Yan. With eyes ablaze, Hanfeng thought to himself, if you choose to favor others, do not blame me for my actions. Shun Gongbao halted his steps and turned his head to glance at Taiyi, pondering whether he intended to betray him to the Dragon Clan. With a furrowed brow, Shun Gongbao leaned in closer to Taiyi, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, how could the immortal lord possibly come to the aid of the Dragon Clan's offspring? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang abruptly rose, his dragon eyes wide with fury, declaring, if we cannot obtain it, then we shall seize it. The moment the East Sea Dragon King uttered those words, everyone present fell silent. While Taiyi gazed blankly at the Dragon King, Shun Gongbao's voice turned hollow, devoid of stammering, for the Yushu Palace was the heart of the Chan teaching, filled with formidable experts. However, Ao Guang showed no signs of retreat, resolutely stating, for the sake of my son, I would dare to storm the heavenly court. In the world of Journey to the West, within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals dared not utter a word, and even the tortoise prime minister turned his head away in silence. Amid the profound stillness of the seabed, the laughter of the visiting monkey king, Sun Wukong, was particularly pronounced. Ha ha! Sun Wukong leapt onto the throne of the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, laughing heartily as he patted the back of the chair. His laughter did not cease there. He suddenly sprang before Ao Guang, poking him with his furry fingers. Dragon King, you're impressive. You dare to seize even the treasures of the saints, huh? Ao Guang wiped his forehead with his sleeve, managing to force a smile that appeared more ghastly than tears. How could he be so audacious under this celestial canopy? He dared to snatch treasures from the Yushu Palace, and even attempt to breach the heavenly court. They were not the Monkey King. Wasn't that a path leading to doom? The more Ao Guang contemplated, the more despondent he became, which only caused Sun Wukong to burst into further laughter. Ao Guang, next time I stir up trouble in the heavenly palace, I shall call upon you. With one Monkey King and one East Sea Dragon King, we shall turn that heavenly court upside down and seize all the treasures and elixirs of the three great saints. Sun Wukong clapped Ao Guang on the shoulder, teasingly asking, "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Ao Guang could hardly muster even a dry chuckle. In the world of martial movement, the sound of hooves echoed as clouds of yellow dust rose, relentlessly advancing toward the Ironwood Manor, drawing ever nearer. Two black horses emerged from the haze. One rider was robust and imposing, while the other was lean and fierce, bearing intersecting scars upon his visage. It was none other than Wu Sha and Yin Qua, the leader of the Black Dragon Village. The Lin family members guarding Ironwood Manor turned pale. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and shouted toward the heavens, "What is there to fear? The East Sea Dragon King dares to seize treasures from the saints and confront the heavenly court. Why should we cower before a mere Black Dragon Village?" Having said that, Lin Dong fixed his gaze on the charging members of the Black Dragon Village and immediately surged toward Wu Sha, who was leading the charge. Pure origin finger. Without further ado, he brazenly launched an attack on Wu Sha. Lin Qin laughed heartily, his gaze equally resolute. Indeed, if the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang possesses such audacity, then surely the Lin family has no reason to falter. The Lin family gazed at the formidable Ao Guang in the heavens, their morale soaring instantly. Ao Guang, unafraid even of the saints, declared that we must not yield to the mere Black Dragon stronghold. In an instant, the energy and light of the Ironwood Manor intertwined, and the sounds of combat reverberated through the heavens. In the world of Wuging, at the northern mountain mine, the young Wuging struggled against the ropes binding him, gritting his teeth as he toiled to drag a boulder far larger than himself. Captivated by Ao Guang's words, he lifted his gaze. Not only Wuging, but many others at the mine could not help but look up at the fearless Dragon King in the sky. "What are you staring at? Get back to work," commanded the guards overseeing the miners, cracking their whips to urge them on. Ao Guang proclaimed, "Next time, a mere nod will suffice. The perpetrator of the massacre at Qintang Pass has been revealed, a shocking revelation for the disciples of the. So, do you wish to emulate the Dragon King of the East Sea?" Ha ha! The guards erupted in laughter. "Let me tell you, if the Dragon King of the East Sea dares to invade the heavenly court to seize the divine nectar, he shall meet his end." As one guard lashed his whip towards the nearest individual, he continued, "You are no different. Stop dreaming." At these words, Wuging lowered his head to resume dragging the boulder. He remained silent, but his resolve intensified as he clenched his jaw. The Dragon King's words rang true. What of the saints? What of the heavenly court? No matter how powerful they may be, he held no fear. One day, he would overturn the immense stone weighing down upon him. The relationship of the saints and the heavenly court to the Dragon King of the East Sea was akin to that of Li Jing to them. The Dragon King would dare to rob a saint for the sake of his son, and they too would rise against the oppression of Li Jing. "Calm down, Dragon King." Shengo Bao quickly reassured Ao Guang, raising a finger, "I have a plan." All eyes turned to him as he spoke earnestly. Once the disciples of the Chan teaching have perfected their training, they may participate in the Ascension examination. Those who pass the examination not only gain the path to immortality, but may also select a treasure from the Yushu treasury as a reward. Lady Yin, standing nearby, summarized. "Are you suggesting that Jia participate in the examination to obtain the divine nectar?" Taiyi shook his head vigorously, striking his palm with his other hand. No, this will not do. He is filled with demonic energy. Any display of power will reveal his true identity." Shengo Bao waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a gruff voice. "Isn't Ao Bing possessing Nezha's body? It is perfect to conceal the demonic energy with spiritual essence. After admonishing Taiyi, Shengo Bao turned to the Dragon King with a gentle smile. As long as he passes the examination within 7 days, not only can he obtain the divine nectar, but Nezha, at Shengo Bao's feet, eagerly interjected, and I can become immortal? If I become immortal, will I no longer be considered demonic? Shengo Bao nodded affirmatively, declaring, this plan saves both Ao Bing and Nezha. It is a win-win situation. As Shengo Bao's strategy unfolded, the realms of heaven and earth stood momentarily stunned. An examination? In the realm of mortals seeking immortality, before the azure-hued reverse spiritual passage, Han Li was poised to traverse the passage with the Ice Phoenix, clandestinely entering the spirit realm. Unexpectedly, I witnessed Shenggong Bao and Taiyi engaged in a discussion regarding the examination for ascension to immortality, which left me utterly astonished. Is there truly an examination for becoming an immortal? Could it be that even after attaining immortality, one must still undergo assessments? The corners of Bingfeng's lips twitched slightly. I felt compelled to assert that it couldn't be so, yet considering the specific circumstances of the spiritual realm, their understanding was rather limited. What if a test were indeed required? If one could ascend to the spiritual realm through examination, it would certainly be preferable to risking passage through this treacherous, millennia-old, unstable reverse spiritual passage. Indeed. Nevertheless, Han Li couldn't help but click his tongue, shaking his head at the celestial expanse. Who could have anticipated that even the third Prince Nezha would be subjected to such scrutiny for ascension? This is tantamount to requiring a civil service examination to enter the ranks of the immortals. Truly, regardless of who one is or where one goes. The notion of civil service assessments is inescapable, even for the tempestuous Nezha. In the eternal thought world, Bai Xiaochun lay supine on a vacant stretch of his sect's grounds. A blade of grass clutched in his mouth, chewing absent-mindedly. Upon observing Shun Gongbao's belief that participating in the ascension examination was a superior choice, he extracted the grass from his mouth. With utmost seriousness, he remarked, participating in the ascension examination is exceedingly unreliable. Whether success is attainable remains uncertain. He pinched a blade of dogtail grass and gestured towards Taiyi Zhenren in the celestial expanse. Taiyi's suggestion is far more sensible. One should first petition the heavenly sovereign. Merely speaking is sufficient, saving time and effort while ensuring security. After speaking, Bai Xiaochun returned the grass to his mouth, yawned lazily, and mumbled. Participating in the ascension examination is akin to enduring the sect's trials. How exhausting that would be. The examination itself is taxing, and the preparation is equally burdensome. It's a hassle, so perhaps I shall forego it. With that thought, he scratched his thigh and rolled over. In the perfect world, Shi Hao and his companions, weary from their journey, gathered around a barbecue pit by the roadside, savoring their meal with great delight. To be precise, Shi Hao took charge of grilling while the others indulged in the feasting. As Shi Hao flipped the skewers of meat, his gaze was fixed upon the celestial expanse. And upon seeing Nezha preparing to participate in the examination, he couldn't help but chuckle. When I partook in the celestial genius battle across the 3,000 states, I was similarly ensnared by Kunpengzi and had to undergo a trial to qualify for participation. Yuanshi shook her head, recalling at that time, you directly slew a disciple from the fire cloud cave. That was their own doing, Shi Hao retorted. If it came to it again, I would not hesitate to strike. Yet, I wonder what amusing events might unfold with Nezha, this demon incarnate, participating in the ascension examination. Shi Hao turned the skewers. Glancing at the celestial expanse with a hint of anticipation, beside him, Li Jing raised an eyebrow in disapproval, declaring, this path is certainly not righteous. Shengongbao abruptly turned his head, baring his teeth. And what do you propose we do? Adhere to the rules and propriety. Li Jing clasped his hands and bowed to the heavens, beseeching the celestial master for clarity and understanding. My forebears shall strive earnestly to ensure that the sins of the past do not befall two innocent children. With every utterance, the expression of the Dragon King of the East grew increasingly grim, his fists cracking ominously as he tightened his grip. The onlookers from the myriad realms exchanged glances between Ao Guang and the loquacious Li Jing, wishing they could personally advise Li Jing to cease his words, fearing the inevitable wrath that would follow. In the next moment, Ao Guang's countenance darkened, shrouded in shadow, as he sneered, a mere mortal, with but a few decades of experience, dares to preach to me. As the final syllable escaped his lips, Ao Guang bared his sharp teeth, and the three dragon kings lunged towards Li Jing and his companions. With ferocity, Ao Run pinned Taiyi to the ground, while his dragon claws pressed Li Jing against the precipice. Approaching Li Jing ominously, Ao Guang declared, "I have lived for millennia, and I shall impart to you one singular truth. Should my son perish, the entire Chintang Pass shall accompany him to the grave." In the primordial realm, Yuanshi and Jie sat on their respective meditation cushions, engaged in their practice. Before Yuanshi stood the seven treasures mysterious tree, while Jie was graced by the 12-petaled golden lotus of virtue. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Yuanshi shook his head, remarking on his excessive earnestness. Pondering how Li Jing's rigid honesty had provoked the Dragon King of the East to wrath, Jie chimed in, noting the disparity between the two. One was overly earnest, while the other was a domineering force to be reckoned with. With lives at stake, Li Jing remained steadfast in his appeals to the celestial master, gambling on divine scrutiny. Yuanshi nodded in agreement, reflecting on the necessity of shrewdness in the primordial world. Had he and his brother emulated Li Jing's naivety during Hong Jun Daozu's teachings, they would never have seized a thread of the primordial purple energy. Without the opportunity to claim their place, they would find themselves stagnating before the threshold of sainthood, forever barred from ascension. "Stand down." Nezha erupted in fiery indignation, his arms taut as he bellowed. "Ao Bing is my friend, and I shall rescue him." He continued, "But should you threaten Chintang Pass, I will obliterate your dragon palace." In the realm of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong's laughter grew increasingly boisterous as he clapped Ao Guang's robe, exclaiming, "Ha! You possess remarkable audacity, my friend. You dare to inundate Nezha's Chintang Pass? Ha ha!" With a wry smile, Ao Guang clasped his hands, pleading for Sun Wukong's mercy. "Great sage, I am but a minor deity, not Ao Guang. We are not the same." "All the same, all the same," Sun Wukong retorted with a cheeky grin, gesturing toward the heavens. "When Nezha comes, he will care not whether you are Ao Guang or Ao Guang. He will reduce your dragon palace to ruins. Now do you comprehend the extent of my good temper?" Ao Guang cast a sidelong glance at Nezha, his sharp dragon claws snapping with a resounding crack as the three dragon kings released Li Jing and his companions. Ao Guang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene from above, declaring that no one, aside from Nezha and Taiyi, was permitted to leave Chintang Pass by even a single step. Should you fail to procure the jade nectar within 7 days, or should a whisper of the dragon clan's affairs escape, I shall ensure that Chintang Pass is left desolate. Having spoken, Ao Guang glided to the side of Shun Gongbao, whispering, "I cannot trust my three siblings, nor can I remain outside for long. The watch over Chintang Pass rests solely upon you." Shun Gongbao's eyes widened slightly, his mouth agape, eager to respond, yet stumbling over his words, causing Ao Guang visible distress. Abruptly, he closed his mouth with a decisive snap, emitting a heavy grunt of acknowledgement. Ao Guang exhaled deeply, a look of relief washing over his features. Indeed, there are sentiments that can be conveyed with a mere nod. With that, Ao Guang's spirit traversed the rift and soared back to the depths of the sea. Laughter erupted across the myriad realms, for all remembered the amusing blunders stemming from Shun Gongbao's stutter. Initially, the East Sea Dragon King nearly misinterpreted Shun Gongbao's words thrice, followed by Ao Bing, who, having caught only half the conversation, hurried off to rescue Nezha, leaving no trace of his presence by the time Shun Gongbao completed his sentence. At that moment, the East Sea Dragon King suggested that Shun Gongbao merely nod in the future. This time, Shun Gongbao indeed nodded, prompting a smile of satisfaction from Ao Guang, who must have endured much from Shun Gongbao's stammering. As the crowd reflected on this, they could not help but chuckle, their laughter echoing through the air. At the drawbridge exiting Chintang Pass, the townsfolk gathered to bid farewell to Nezha. A venerable elder with white hair, leaning on a cane, approached Nezha, declaring, "I have long foreseen that the third young master is destined for greatness." Upon stopping, the elder gestured with both hands, proclaiming, "A robust countenance, broad visage, prominent nose, and full lips. These are the hallmarks of a true hero." He pointed at the flying pig's rear, affirming with conviction, "I never misjudge," only to be met with a faceful of the pig's flatulence. A swarm of children suddenly knelt before Nezha, exclaiming, "Leader, the demon-slaying gang shall henceforth be known as the Nezha Gang, and all members shall honor your commands." The other townsfolk eagerly approached Nezha, asking, "Would you like to practice calligraphy? Learn a musical instrument? Are you seeking a partner?" Witnessing this scene, the myriad realms stilled their laughter, many sighing softly. They recalled the days when Nezha, burdened by the magic orb, had no children willing to play with him in Chintang Pass. Had it not been for his later friendship with Aobing, he would have remained utterly alone. The crowd gazed skyward at Nezha, surrounded by the warm embrace of the townsfolk, unable to suppress the same smile of contentment that adorned Aogong's face. Nezha, with a joyful glimmer in his eyes, retrieved a shuttlecock from his pocket, gleefully exclaiming, "Let us play." A group of citizens from Chintang Pass recoiled in fear, while Nezha, feeling dejected, lowered his head. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. "I will accompany you," Li Jing said, crouching down and gazing kindly at Nezha. "Haven't you always wanted to play shuttlecock with your father?" Lady Yin, overhearing this, quickly interjected in a hushed tone, "Well, Nezha, be mindful of your strength." Li Jing, standing tall, proclaimed, "As a distinguished general, I shall not falter." Yet, his declaration was swiftly interrupted as Nezha's shuttlecock struck him against the wall. He pried himself off the wall and patted his chest, declaring, "No worries. Today, let us play to our heart's content. Count me in. I too am a distinguished general." Lady Yin exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she rushed forward. Nezha, momentarily taken aback by the scene, whispered inaudibly, "If only I were not a demon." Lady Yin, oblivious to his words, opened her arms and said, "Nezha, before you leave, could you give your mother a big hug?" Feeling shy, Nezha dashed away, prompting Lady Yin to chase after him, expressing her anxious reminders, "Nezha, in your parents' absence, you must take good care of yourself." Li Jing followed closely behind, both parents gazing earnestly at Nezha and Taiyi as they receded into the distance. In the world of Journey to the West, Li Jing's face turned crimson with embarrassment, having just proclaimed himself a distinguished general. He was immediately sent crashing into the wall by his son. This spectacle had not gone unnoticed by the denizens of heaven. Though it was another version of himself, it still bore his essence. "Li Tianwang, even a distinguished general like you still has much to learn," the barefoot immortal teased, patting Li Jing on the left shoulder. Moments later, his right shoulder was also tapped, and upon turning, he found it was the brilliant star, Tai Bai, also chuckling heartily. "Perhaps, when you have the time, you could strengthen your skills. If not, the Linglong Tower will suffice." After their light-hearted jests, the two colleagues departed, leaving Li Jing awkwardly supporting the Linglong Tower, standing in place with a sheepish demeanor. After a while, he regained his composure and raised his gaze to the sky, where a poignant and tender scene of parting unfolded, stirring a sense of discomfort within him. In the world of investiture of the gods, within the academy, Li Nezha clenched his fists, staring up at the sky where the profound bond between mother and child was depicted, unknowingly gritting his teeth in frustration. Memories of his scarce time spent with Lady Yin during his childhood resurfaced. He observed the heavenly scene, another Nezha. Yet what justified his receipt of such affection and recognition from countless individuals? The citizens of Chintang Pass cherished and adored him. Lady Yin expressed her heartfelt concerns, chasing after him with worry as he departed. Even Li Jing, despite being sent crashing into the wall, willingly played shuttlecock with Nezha, fulfilling his wishes. Yet, Nezha found himself devoid of parents, existing solely by fate's decree. "Nezha, you still have us," Lianhua said, casting a worried glance at him, while the three-eyed monster beside her nodded eagerly. Indeed, we shall always be by your side." Both individuals were at a loss for words, unable to provide solace. The thought of their parents remained a thorn in Nezha's heart. Li Nezha forced a smile, uttering a soft acknowledgement. Yet, as he gazed once more at the figure of Nezha in the celestial tapestry, a pang of jealousy stirred within his core, accompanied by an unacknowledged bitterness and envy. Why was it that he was born of the earth, without a mother or father? In the world of the Lotus Lantern, the weary Chen Xiang, panting from his training, sat on the ground, gazing longingly at the heavens. He missed his mother and father dearly. Had it not been for that scoundrel Yang Jian, who had sealed his mother beneath the mountain, he would not have been separated from her all this time. With this thought, Chen Xiang sprang up, shaking off his fatigue, and resumed his training as per Sun Wukong's earlier instructions. He was determined to grow stronger swiftly, seek revenge against Yang Jian, and rescue his mother. Lying atop a tree, Sun Wukong opened one eye and glanced at Chen Xiang, letting out a barely audible sigh. Meanwhile, Taiyi and Nezha sat atop the flying pig, soaring farther away from Chintang Pass. Nezha reclined at an angle, one hand propped on the pig's back, while the other clutched a large, roasted leg. Behind him, Taiyi was busy stuffing his face with various meats, his mouth glistening with grease, even getting some on his belly. With a long sigh, he caught Nezha's attention, who shot him a sidelong glance, questioning the reason for his lamentation. "All you do is eat," Taiyi remarked, taking another bite while glancing at his greasy belly. "Look at me. I'm so troubled I can hardly eat. Have you considered how to pass the cultivation assessment?" As he spoke, Taiyi let out a hearty burp and leaned closer to Nezha, inadvertently showering him with bits of meat. Nezha wiped his face, feeling dispirited. "What assessments?" While indulging in his feast, Taiyi replied, "They will test whether your cultivation is sufficient to subdue 3 Earth-level demon kings in the presence of the examiners." In the celestial realm of the Fengshen universe, a grand banquet was underway in the palace of the star of White Jupiter, filled to capacity with deities seated around lavish tables laden with exquisite delicacies. Zhu Beiji sat beside Taiyi, quickly devouring a leg of a celestial beast. After a satisfying burp, he noticed Taiyi calmly seated, untouched dishes before him. Observing the celestial tapestry, he turned to Taiyi with a grin. "Taiyi, this one do. Look at your counterpart, who can feast with grease dripping from his chin even in the throes of worry. Why haven't you taken a bite?" Taiyi cast a fleeting glance at the tapestry, seemingly stung by the sight of his doppelganger, whose face, chin, and belly were slick with oil. He quickly averted his gaze, restoring his former composure, and responded coolly, "He is he, and I am I." Zhu Beiji, unimpressed, teased him with light-hearted banter. "You must learn well from that celestial figure." In a bout, Nezha, resting his head on his hand atop the flying pig, declared, "This is my specialty." Taiyi cautioned him, "Once you unleash your demonic energy, your identity will be exposed." Unfazed, Nezha, still lying with his back to Taiyi, retorted, "Then let Ao Bing control my body. His spiritual power is equally formidable." "Ah, how simplistic," scoffed Taiyi, pointing his glistening finger at Nezha. "Let us see you try." The two halted on a mountain cliff in the wilderness. Taiyi instructed, "Nezha, relax your body and allow Ao Bing to take control while we exchange a few moves." Nezha complied, relinquishing control to Ao Bing, only to find himself swaying unsteadily, struggling to maintain his balance. Taiyi effortlessly evaded the clumsy advances of Nezha. Ao Bing's mental prowess does not surpass yours. He is incapable of controlling your body. With that, Taiyi exerted his abdomen, sending the stumbling Nezha flying. Nezha grimaced and charged again, but either fell to the ground or tumbled sideways, eventually landing in a muddy pit. After a moment of deep contemplation, Taiyi's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. He retrieved a bottle of elixir from his pocket, the Sleepy Dream elixir. "Consume this, and you will instantly fall asleep. Once you do, Ao Bing will have complete control over your body." In the vibrant realm of Zhu Beiji, he hid behind a tree, secretly gazing at the ethereal Chang'e who had descended to the mortal realm, his eyes wide with infatuation. Suddenly, upon hearing Taiyi's words, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, fixating on the elixir in Taiyi's hand. To fall asleep instantly, Zhu Beiji turned to behold the breathtaking Chang'e in the courtyard, unable to suppress a gulp. Such a wondrous potion should not solely be utilized for Ao Bing's control. It would be a grave waste. If only he could procure a bottle, nay, a single capsule of the Sleepy Dream elixir, and use it on Chang'e. The mere thought made his eyes glaze over, his hands rubbing together in anticipation, drool escaping the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Wu Gang, the Jade Emperor, and even He would pose no threat. Chang'e would be his. The more Zhu Beiji contemplated, the more his desire grew. Yet, where could he possibly acquire this Sleepy Dream elixir? Perhaps he should inquire with Taiyi? In the world of Journey to the West, amidst the ethereal mist and flourishing peach blossom garden, Sun Wukong shook his furry head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Beside him, the 7 fairy maidens, immobilized, glared at him with a mix of anger and despair. Sun Wukong paid them no mind, his gaze fixated on the bottle of Sleepy Dream elixir in Taiyi's hand. With that elixir, he could make anyone fall asleep at will. Wouldn't that grant him unfettered freedom? Might there be such elixirs within the alchemical chambers of the Old Lord? In the heavenly court, none could rival the Old Lord in the art of alchemy. Taiyi must possess the elusive, dreamy sleep elixir. It is highly probable that the elixirs in Lao Jun's alchemical chamber are similar. Contemplating this, Sun Wukong promptly dismissed thoughts of the peach garden. Having already indulged in plenty of celestial peaches, He somersaulted through the clouds, leaping towards the Duoshui palace of the Supreme Old One. The 7 fairies, left behind in the peach garden, were infuriated, their faces turning a shade of green. They found themselves immobilized, helplessly watching as the monkey abandoned them and darted off to the Duoshui palace. Regrettably, the 7 fairies could only move their eyes, watching in dismay as Sun Wukong's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. "How delightful!" exclaimed Nezha, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as he hastily uncorked the vial and poured the dreamy sleep elixir into his mouth. "One is sufficient," Taiyi exclaimed in alarm, reaching out to intervene. Nezha shook the vial, discovering it empty, and an overwhelming drowsiness immediately washed over him. Before he could finish his sentence, Nezha's eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed face-first to the ground. After a while, Nezha's body gradually straightened, his exquisite features illuminated as the red demonic mark on his forehead transformed into a luminous orb. Under Albing's control, Nezha respectfully bowed towards Taiyi, addressing him as Master Uncle. Taiyi gasped in astonishment, leaning back slightly, his tone a blend of envy and delight as he murmured, "Now, that resembles the authentic version." In the 1986 adaptation of Nezha Conquers the Dragon King, Nezha reclined atop a roof, adorned in a red belly band with an outer garment draped over, his white attire billowing as he played with the cosmic silk. Upon gazing upwards, he spotted a familiar visage in the celestial canopy. Bewildered, Nezha leapt down from the roof and scrutinized his reflection in a mirror, tilting his head left and right. He glanced back up at the likeness above, Taiyi's version of the authentic Nezha. Stunned, he uttered a soft gasp. Could it be that every world's genuine Nezha bore a striking resemblance? He peered into the mirror once more, muttering, "If he is the original, then what am I? Surely, he cannot have borrowed my face." In the legend of Nezha, by the seaside, the little dragon maiden and Nezha had just bid farewell to Albing, who was visiting his sister. They sat side by side on the rocky shore. The Nezha controlled by Albing looked splendid. The little dragon maiden rested her chin in her hand, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the version of Nezha in the celestial screen, his skirt fluttering joyfully. Abruptly, Nezha withdrew his gaze from the screen, leaping from the rock. "Am I not handsome?" The little dragon maiden giggled, watching Nezha's animated display, teasingly replying, "You are indeed handsome. But that Nezha is even more so." This incensed Nezha. Clenching the cosmic silk in his hand, he glared at the little dragon maiden in defiance. "No way. He cannot possibly be cuter than I am." The little dragon maiden laughed even more heartily. You mustn't laugh." Nezha, flustered and vexed, reached out to cover the little dragon maiden's mouth, insisting, "Stop laughing." Seeing that Nezha was genuinely upset, the little dragon maiden quickly stifled her laughter. All right, I won't smile anymore." Nezha withdrew his hand, turned his back to her, and sulked with crossed arms. Okay, I was just teasing you. You are the cutest." "Really?" "Indeed." Only after repeated assurances from the little dragon girl did Nezha relent. The myriad realms were initially captivated by the ethereal Nezha, only to swiftly realize something. They gazed at the celestial canvas, pondering, if the ethereal Nezha appeared thus, what might the demonic version of Ao Bing look like? Those who entertained this thought began to conjure an image of the demonic Ao Bing in their minds, envisioning Nezha's features transposed onto Ao Bing's visage. Ha! The imagined scene brought forth uncontrollable laughter. If the Dragon King of the East were to glimpse the demonic Ao Bing, he would surely be rendered speechless. Ha! Taiyi leapt backward, distancing himself from Ao Bing, and with a flick of his dust brush declared, "You have completely taken over Nezha's body. Try again." After Ao Bing assumed a fighting stance, Taiyi tilted his head slightly and solemnly remarked, "Master Uncle is about to get serious. You best give it your all." With that, the two engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of fists striking flesh resonating as dust swirled around them. Moments later, Taiyi was sent flying backward, landing with one hand on the ground, his gaze directed downward, revealing only the crown of his head. Ao Bing, ever courteous, clasped his fists in salute. "I humbly request your guidance, Master Uncle." Taiyi slowly raised his head, revealing a bruised visage resembling a battered pig. "Not too bad. I can barely manage to hold my ground," he remarked, 2 streams of blood flowing from his nose. Ao Bing quickly pointed out, "Master Uncle, you are bleeding." Taiyi, startled, hastily wiped his nose. "Oh, it's merely a heat issue. I've been drinking too little water lately. Nothing to worry about." Saying this, Taiyi wiped away the fresh blood with an air of indifference. The myriad Taiyi Zhenren from various realms observed the celestial display with stoic expressions. Watching the battered yet defiant Taiyi Nezha's mischief, which once caused him to clean up the mess, did not strain his heart as much as this moment did. This celestial canvas was visible to all of Hongwang, meaning that the entire realm could witness the antics of another Taiyi Zhenren. Reflecting on the deeds of this portly figure resembling a pig, the other Taiyi Zhenren inhaled deeply, nearly choking on their frustration. Exhausted, they wished for him to promptly exit the celestial display. At the very least, he should change his name. He ought not be called Taiyi. He truly brought shame upon them. The two tidied themselves up and continued their journey aboard the flying pig towards the Jade Void Palace. From a distance, Kunlun Mountain appeared ethereal, veiled in mist, with clouds curling upwards, stretching majestically toward the heavens, both grand and transcendent. As they approached, an endless winding mountain path was unexpectedly packed with throngs of people. The stream of humanity extended from the mountain peak to its base, forming a sea of souls ascending to immortality. Ao Bing gazed in astonishment at the ocean of people, exclaiming, "So many?" Taiyi appeared accustomed to the scene. Aspirants flocking to seek mentorship in the art of cultivation, for the teachings of the Changjiao were renowned far and wide. A source of yearning for all. In the realm of mortals cultivating immortality, the aftermath of a recent battle left the Qishuan sect in disarray. Standing at the entrance, Hanli clasped his hands behind his back, gazing vacantly at the celestial pathway above, an ethereal road to immortality with neither discernible beginning nor end. At merely 18, the youth struggled to mask his emotions, his eyes betraying a glimmer of yearning. He had departed from home at the tender age of 10 to join the Qishuan sect, yet had only acquired rudimentary spells during his time there. Even when the wolf gang attacked the sect, he still needed to lend his assistance. The chasm between him and the cultivators remained vast. As he beheld the celestial path in the sky, a profound desire welled within him. Who does not aspire to transcend mortality? Only by becoming a cultivator can one truly seize their destiny. Otherwise, one remains an ordinary mortal forever. Like the throngs ascending Kunlun Mountain and the Jade Void Palace, undeterred by the distance, all striving for the path to immortality. Hanli inhaled deeply. Once he returned home to settle his affairs, he would seek the traces of cultivators and embark upon that celestial journey. The flying pig soared over mountain ranges, traversing the ethereal clouds infused with spiritual essence, heading towards the towering Jade Void Palace. Taiyi produced a green jade pendant, placing it in Ao Bing's hand, a token of a Changjiao disciple, granting him respect wherever he roamed. As they spoke, the two arrived at the grand entrance of the Jade Void Palace. The majestic gates loomed high, each intricate pattern carved with exquisite detail, exuding an aura of celestial law. Beyond the gates lay a long chain bridge suspended amidst the clouds. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed, revealing palatial structures resembling emerald tiles, interconnected and floating above the sea of clouds. On the eaves of the celestial palace, verdant cranes sang in harmony, a sight of unparalleled beauty. In the world of Xian'an'ai, several newly accepted disciples flew across a waterfall on their swords, arriving at the Hongyu sect. Wang Lin raised his hand to shield himself from the splashing water, and when he lowered it, he beheld the breathtaking Jade Void Palace in the heavens. He inhaled sharply, marveling at its splendor. Brother Taizhu, this Jade Void Palace of the primordial celestial venerable is simply magnificent. Wang Hao had appeared beside Wang Lin, gazing dreamily at the palace, seemingly indifferent to the excitement of joining the Hongyu sect. Evil Great Peach, the southern polar immortal, is bewildered. The deer boy rides a deer, and the bull demon king is enraged. What level are you to compare with me? Wang Lin's gaze remained fixed, almost glued to the Jade Void Palace. Lowering his eyes to the Hongyu sect's entrance, he felt that the revered sect, held in high esteem by the townsfolk, paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Jade Void Palace. Their senior, guiding them back to the sect, could not help but linger over the celestial vista, clearing his throat to regain focus. In the realm of the celestial crane palace, upon entering the sect, one would not only behold its grandeur daily, but also reside within its ethereal confines. Upon uttering these words, he felt a twinge of anxiety, for the Jade Void Palace was indeed extraordinary. With this thought in mind, he hastily brandished their flying swords, guiding the newcomers back to avoid scattering their focus in this world of slaying immortals. Two wide-eyed novices trailed behind Changjian, gazing in awe at the mist-shrouded Jade Void Palace. Lin Jingyu swallowed hard, forcing himself to divert his gaze, yet soon found himself unable to resist the temptation to look back. Jingyu, this must be the true immortal gate, right? Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, tugging at his brother's arm, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained longing as he gazed at the celestial expanse above. Lin Jingyu nodded, affirming, indeed. Chang Jian, walking ahead, caught every word exchanged between the two novices. With a smirk, he remarked, once you reach the Qingyun sect, you shall also witness the splendor of an immortal palace. Is the Qingyun sect as beautiful as the Jade Void Palace? Zhang Xiaofan, feeling a hint of trepidation toward Chang Jian, could not help but ask, his gaze fixed on the magnificent Jade Void Palace. Chang Jian's smile faded momentarily, his fist pressed against his lips as he cleared his throat. It is quite comparable. That is splendid. Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed joyously, and Lin Jingyu too displayed a flicker of delight. Chang Jian's expression remained nonchalant, concealing his own insecurities. The Qingyun sect was indeed remarkable, renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. However, while aspiring to immortality, the Jade Void Palace was the true abode of the celestial beings. The Qingyun sect still had a ways to go, yet, almost in somewhat could be deemed similar. In the world beneath the heavens, Yi Fan gazed in astonishment at the celestial expanse, his eyes wide with wonder. Is this the immortal palace? The dwelling of immortals and their disciples? His friend, Pang Bo, who was equally entranced by the celestial scene, remarked dreamily, the Jade Void Palace is even more awe-inspiring than the 7 great forbidden zones. The 7 great forbidden zones do not harbor immortals, Yi Fan replied, unable to resist another glance at the celestial vista, pondering. Is the Jade Void Palace where the immortals reside? Is there a chance to meet an immortal or perhaps become one? Suddenly, countless emerald green cranes descended from the palace, forming a long, winding path of cranes leading to the palace gates. Simultaneously, a golden cloud unfurled from the horizon toward the Jade Void Palace, upon which disciples of the immortal sect stood, treading upon golden light, their opulent chariots gliding gracefully across the clouds. The green cranes soared around the golden clouds, resembling a verdant jade ribbon entwined with the golden mist. Taiyi gasped in excitement, beckoning A.O. Bing. Oh, you are fortunate. You have arrived just in time to witness the renowned Demon Hunter Squad. Demon Hunter Squad? Taiyi elaborated. They are the ones who traverse the land, subduing malevolent creatures, thereby ensuring peace for the world. Within the confines of a securely barred chariot atop the golden clouds were ferocious beasts, baring their fangs and clawing at the bars. In the realm of the sword and fairy, 2 figures clad in white traversed the mountainous landscape, their long swords slung on their backs, embodying a profound sense of righteousness. These are Su Changqing and Chang Yin. As Chang Yin retrieves a magical artifact, poised to search for the monsters that have escaped from the demon-locking tower, he beholds a majestic and formidable demon-hunting team soaring across the celestial expanse. Upon hearing Taiyi's explanation, admiration flickers in Chang Yin's eyes. It is remarkable that a dedicated group exists, tirelessly combating malevolent creatures to maintain peace among mortals. This demon-hunting team undeniably deserves the respect of all. Chang Yin's tone is imbued with reverence, and he contemplates the possibility of joining such a noble cadre if he were in that celestial realm. After speaking at length, he notices that his companion remains unresponsive. Slightly puzzled, Chang Yin turns his head to find Su Changqing lost in thought, fixated on the demon-hunting team above. Brother? Chang Yin calls out. Su Changqing snaps back to reality, concealing the confusion in his gaze, and casually inquires, what is it? Nothing. Chang Yin scratches his head, merely wishing to ask his brother's opinion on the demon-hunting team. Su Changqing smiles but remains silent, his expression betraying an undercurrent of bewilderment. While it is true that evil monsters must be vanquished, are all the creatures pursued by the demon-hunting team truly the malevolent ones that wreak havoc and endanger lives? Should every demon be subjected to extermination? Su Changqing had never been troubled by such thoughts before, yet the sight of the demon-hunting team conjures memories of Zixian. In the world of the Green Serpent, indeed, the act of hunting demons allows one to cultivate virtue, compelling even the disciples of immortals to engage in the pursuit of malevolent beings. Fa Hai, adorned in a magnificent robe and wielding a magical artifact, gazes at the defiant green serpent before him, a smile creeping across his face. After all, if hunting demons does not cultivate virtue, Why would disciples of immortals abandon their training to pursue such endeavors? Once he subdues this serpent demon, his merits will surely ascend to new heights. The green serpent, seething with resentment, glares at Fa Hai and suddenly charges forth with a fierce roar. A mere trick, Fa Hai exclaims, activating his artifact and leaping into the air, declaring, Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Grand Luo Spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bama Boom. In the world of Journey to the West, a sudden burst of golden light erupts on the horizon as several golden celestial steeds gallop forth, transforming into radiant light that paves the way from the distant heavens. Following them, 3 celestial steeds pull a divine chariot, racing along the path of golden light, accompanied by an orderly procession of heavenly soldiers. Upon the chariot, a 3-eyed deity, clad in armor and with arms crossed over his chest, exudes an imposing presence. Is this the demon hunting team? The white wolf gazes in astonishment at the spectacle before him, glancing from the celestial expanse to the commanding 3-eyed deity. We are far from being the lowly entities that comprise the demon hunting team. The 3-eyed deity casts a disdainful glance at the demon hunting team in the sky, then casually turns away, irritated by the comparison to such an inferior group. He raises his voice, declaring, Dragon King of Tianyu Mountain, the heavenly army is here. Surrender at once and hand over the celestial treasures. The white wolf scratches his head, realizing, they are not the demon hunting team. Yet, their grand entrance is remarkably similar. The path was illuminated with shimmering gold as a procession of individuals appeared. To the side, Taiyi sat atop a flying pig, continuing to explain to Ao Bing. The current leader of the team is my master's elder disciple, Lu Tong. Following Taiyi's gaze, at the forefront of the imposing group of celestial disciples, there was indeed a young man riding a deer, clad in golden attire. The youth sat proudly upon the celestial deer, which was equally exquisite and graceful. Taiyi stroked his chin and exclaimed, How come I recall the previous leader being Shingongbao? In the world of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong fixated on Lu Tong, the name of the youth riding the celestial deer. The mark on his forehead bore a striking resemblance to that of the deer, suggesting he was likely another deer demon. He blinked, unable to suppress his laughter. A deer demon has become the leader of the demon-catching team. How amusing. The celestial disciples would undoubtedly have fascinating expressions upon learning this. Just the thought of a demon leading them in capturing demons filled Sun Wukong with mirth. He playfully kicked the white deer demon beside him, teasing, Hey, how come we have such a vast difference among deer demons? You are merely the steed of the old man of the South Pole. While he not only became a disciple of the old man, but also leads the demon-catching team. He captures demons with great flair and is renowned throughout the realm. While you cause chaos in the Bikyu kingdom and get caught by me. The white deer demon lay flat on the ground, feeling indignant. How was he to know? It wasn't as if he aspired to be a steed. If he could have been chosen as a disciple like Lu Tong, he would not need to sneak out at all. Yet, Sun Wukong's words echoed in his mind as he gazed at Lu Tong in the sky, feeling both envy and jealousy. Why was such fortune not bestowed upon him? Meanwhile, in the Bull Demon King's cave on Mount Jilei, a lively gathering of demon kings was underway, with their minions dancing wildly. The appearance of the demon-catching team in the sky brought an abrupt silence to the cave. The small demons shrank back, afraid to utter a sound. With a resounding crash, the Bull Demon King slammed a bronze wine cup onto the stone table, releasing 2 plumes of white steam from his nostrils. Humph, the demon-catching team? If the heavenly court dares to send someone to capture me, I shall ensure they never return. Do they truly think we demons are easy to bully? The Lion Trojan King stroked his chin thoughtfully, eyeing the sky. Brother, do you not think that Lu Tong bears a striking resemblance to a deer demon? Upon hearing the Lion Trojan King's words, the Bull Demon King scrutinized the leading Lu Tong more closely and found the speculation reasonable. However, he dismissed the idea, waving his hand. I recall that the old man of the South Pole also took a white deer as his steed, so it is not surprising for him to take a deer demon as a disciple. What concerned the Bull Demon King most was that Lu Tong rode a celestial deer. Among the demon kings, he alone had a steed, a magnificent water-repelling golden crystal beast, a mere deer demon, emboldened by becoming the leader of the demon-catching team, flaunted his status while riding a deer. To add insult to injury, his water-repelling golden crystal beast possessed antlers, while Lu Tong rode a deer. He gazed at the fawn boy with increasing disdain, letting out a heavy snort. What caliber does he possess to dare compare himself to me? At that moment, the Bodhisattvas Samantabhadra and Manjushri were engaged in a profound discussion on Zen, one mounted on a white elephant and the other seated upon a green-haired lion. As the two bodhisattvas delved into their discourse, their noble steeds lay side by side, resting. The white elephant and the green-haired lion, long acquainted, lifted their gazes to the celestial canopy above. Observing the fawn boy's imposing demeanor against the sky, the white elephant playfully prodded the green-haired lion with its trunk. That fawn boy must undoubtedly be a deer demon. The green-haired lion nodded its massive head, fixated on the fawn boy, its heart stirring with ambition. As fellow demons, why should the fawn boy serve as the leader of the demon-catching team while they were relegated to mere mounts? Exchanging knowing glances, the white elephant and the green-haired lion discerned each other's intentions. They resolved that if they could not lead the demon-catching team, then they would descend to the mortal realm to become demon kings instead. Unbeknownst to Samantabhadra and Manjushri, their steeds were plotting an escape while they remained engrossed in their Zen discussion. The celestial tapestry continued to unfold. After witnessing the demon-catching team, the flying pig traversed layers of ethereal mist, soaring deeper into the unknown. As it broke through the clouds, a resplendent palace resembling a bagua formation appeared before it. Upon entering the grand gates of the Jade Palace and crossing the opulent hallways, a voice resonated through the swirling mists ahead. "Junior brother, it has been a long time." As the mists parted, a stout elder riding on a cloud emerged, leaning on a gnarled staff resembling a twisted peachwood branch. His rosy cheeks, large round forehead, and bald head crowned with a long, thick white beard, resembling a longevity peach. The longevity peach, stroking his long beard, greeted Taiyi with a beaming smile. It was none other than the infinite immortal. Taiyi approached to pay his respects, beaming, "Senior brother, I have brought my disciple to participate in the Ascension assessment. Nezha, come and pay your respects to your granduncle." In the world of the investiture of the gods, the Jade Palace, akin to the celestial tapestry, was enveloped in ethereal mist, where the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school had gathered. Upon witnessing the infinite immortal on the celestial tapestry, they were momentarily taken aback. This appearance was quite peculiar. The disciples of the Chan school were jolted back to reality by Taiyi's address. "Senior brother? This longevity peach is the senior brother?" The real man of Jading, taken aback, instinctively blurted out the nickname he had just pondered regarding the infinite immortal. He quickly diverted the topic, saying, "I meant to ask, when did you change your name to Infinite Immortal?" The Southern Pole immortal refrained from reprimanding the real man of Jading, as he was the eldest among the 12 golden immortals and could not hold on to such trivial mistakes made by his junior brothers. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration, stroking his beard, which was considerably thinner than that of the infinite immortal, and remarked, "I too wish to know." The celestial tapestry had rendered him akin to a longevity peach and even altered his name. When did he become the infinite immortal? The 12 golden immortals were utterly bewildered. Why would one change their name for no reason? In the world of Journey to the West, Zhu Beiji, armed with a rake, approached the Antarctic immortal and procured a few fire dates, having devoured them in a matter of moments. He suddenly caught sight of the Antarctic immortal's newly adopted name in the celestial canopy and couldn't help but break into a grin. He nudged the immortal and inquired playfully, "Old Shou, when did you change your name?" "Why wasn't I informed, old Zhu?" With the fire dates secured and consumed, Zhu Beiji's audacity grew, rendering him unafraid of inciting the immortal's ire. After jesting about the immortal's name change, he further teased, "And I must say, you in the celestial realm bear quite the resemblance to your new name." The Antarctic immortal, irked, pushed aside the gluttonous Zhu Beiji, retorting, "I am the star of longevity, not a longevity peach." Following this, he gazed at the celestial depiction of himself and couldn't suppress a murmur. The likeness was uncanny, the height, the forehead. Even the cane he leaned upon was made of peach wood. If he were not the man in question, he would surely find amusement in the sight. Yet, as he beheld his own image in the celestial expanse, he felt intensely vexed. The 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity heralded joy across the world. Mei Shouchuan, catching a glimpse of the longevity peach on his magical artifact, turned back to the celestial display and couldn't help but chuckle. He touched his own smooth, protruding forehead, noting that the celestial representation of the star of longevity not only resembled a longevity peach, but appeared remarkably festive as well, fair and rosy, even more so than his own visage. Wu Fuqi, succumbing to temptation, plucked the longevity peach hanging from Mei Shochuan's cane, exclaiming in delight, "Don't you think that you in the celestial realm looks just like that rosy longevity peach?" Thus, the immortal of limitless abundance no longer bore a longevity peach on his staff. Wei Delu seamlessly continued the banter. When one resembles a longevity peach, there is no need for an actual peach to signify the star of longevity. At that moment, the contrast of Hitong was exposed, leading to an embarrassing instant. Did Nezha err against Hitong? Subscription requested. The immortal of limitless abundance beamed as he observed Nezha's body, manipulated by Ao Bing, bowing in greeting, extending his diminutive hand. "You are Nezha, reincarnation of the spirit pearl?" "Oh dear." The immortal chuckled, unable to contain his glee, waving his small hand before Nezha. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable." He spread his palm towards Nezha, proudly introducing him to his disciples behind. "Truly deserving of the spirit pearl. Look at him, full of vigor and righteousness." However, before the immortal could finish his sentence, Nezha's features, controlled by Ao Bing, contorted for a moment and suddenly transformed back into the demon pill version of Nezha. Sporting dark circles under his eyes, he stretched lazily, yawned, revealing his sharp teeth. The immortal's words caught in his throat as he stared in disbelief at Nezha. Taiyi, startled, covered his mouth and explained with a nervous chuckle, he has been overtraining lately. His condition is somewhat unstable." At this moment, oblivious to their gazes, Nezha, with drooping eyelids, staggered to the side and, before the eyes of all, unceremoniously dropped his trousers, preparing to relieve himself in the world beneath the extraordinary realm. Under the cloak of night, a bonfire blazed in the wilderness, where the participants of the extraordinary martial arts convention gathered to revel in the festivities, raising their bottles in cheer as they beheld Zhang Chulan, who stood elevated before them. Drunkenly disoriented, Zhang squinted at the starry sky. Observing Nezha unfastening his trousers to relieve himself, a vague recollection of what the onlookers wished to witness stirred within him. He contemplated the heavens for a moment, realizing with a sudden clarity that he too felt the urge to urinate. Enlightened by this revelation, he promptly pulled down his trousers and indulged in a nocturnal act of liberation beneath the moonlight. The enchanted sand turtle, unbound by constraints, descended gracefully, animatedly crawling beneath the garments Zhang had carelessly discarded, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. "Ooh!" The crowd erupted in raucous applause, exclaiming, "Incredible, Zhang Chulan." Comparable to Nezha, Zhang, his mind muddled by intoxication, grinned widely in response, of course. Unbeknownst to him, nearly everyone below was capturing the moment on their phones, documenting this surreal event. In the realm of the Super God Academy, within the heavenly palace, a cacophony of indulgence reigned. The sovereign of the palace, Huayi, adorned in resplendent blue European armor, with a golden circlet upon his head and a dark cloak billowing behind him, laughed heartily, his nose slightly flushed. "Ha ha, well done. This Nezha is truly to my taste." He embraced two angels, while others danced and played music around him, epitomizing extravagance and hedonism, lauding Nezha's audacious behavior. One should live a lifetime of pleasure, defying convention, be it in Yushu Palace or the Heavenly Palace. With a grand gesture, Huayi summoned another angel, mischievously stealing a few kisses, his hands growing increasingly reckless. "What shall we indulge in today? Shall we play right here?" In stark contrast, the three kings present were incensed, their beards bristling in indignation, smoke billowing from their nostrils. What kind of decorum is this? How utterly disgraceful! The esteemed lord of the celestial palace and his disciples lack even the slightest sense of propriety. In the realm of the perfect world, Stonehouse sat casually upon a rock, nonchalantly waving his hand towards the heavens before reclining against the stone. Life ought to be lived freely. To be shackled by so-called rules and regulations diminishes the joy of existence. As long as no innocent is harmed, one ought to act as they please. Venturing into the martial path and seeking enlightenment is about seizing control of one's destiny and acting without restraint. If every action must adhere to rigid rules, then those of us stained with sin would not even deserve to leave the land of sin. Stonehouse praised Nezha. Turning to gaze at the sky, Taiyi was taken aback, hastily approaching Nezha and swiftly pulling up his trousers. "What are you doing? This is Yushu Palace." Taiyi, startled, urgently reminded Nezha, who lazily drooped his eyelids and glanced sideways at him, feeling a pressing need. The infinite immortal, upon hearing this, turned his head and called, "Crane boy." Take the young disciple to change. A slender and graceful female disciple emerged slowly, her waist cinched delicately, moving with an elegant grace. Nezha tilted his head backwards, gruffly retorting, "Change what clothes? I never said I wanted to change. Are you out of your mind?" Taiyi, incensed, struck Nezha on the head with a fist, his hands clenched tightly, forcing a sound through gritted teeth. "Changing clothes means taking you to the restroom." In the world of White Snake, origin, within the bamboo grove, the green snake gazed at Crane Boy, her eyes glimmering as she stepped closer to the elegant white snake. "Sister, this Crane Boy resembles you," she said, glancing at the heavens and then back at White Snake, sincerely adding, "But you are undoubtedly more beautiful." Upon hearing this, White Snake looked up at Crane Boy in the sky, slowly shaking her head and modestly chuckling. "I am a demon, while that Crane Boy is a disciple of an immortal. How could I compare? What does it matter if one is a demon?" The green snake interjected, placing her jade hand on her waist and slightly raising her chin, pointing towards Crane Boy. "In my opinion, she is more than likely a demon as well. Just like that, dear boy. Since we are all demons, if she can be a disciple of an immortal, what can't we achieve?" In the world of investiture of the gods, amidst the ethereal aura surrounding Kunlun Mountain, the white Crane Boy sat cross-legged beside an immortal herb. He gazed in bewilderment at the charming Crane Boy in the sky. While undeniably beautiful, he pondered, why is the Crane Boy female? As a disciple of the Southern Pole Immortal, he knew full well the celestial being was meant to be male. Perplexed, he looked down at himself, wishing to tear open his clothes to confirm his identity, had it not been for concerns about his appearance. My master merely changed his name. Although he resembles a longevity peach, he at least retains the title of the longevity star. That is still somewhat reasonable. But how could I, in good standing, transform from male to female? Surely, it would have been better if the heavens had not included me. In the world of Black Myth, Wukong, Zhu Beiji, wielding his rake, continued to fight against Kong Jinlong amidst the ruins ravaged by their battle. He took a moment to admire the graceful Crane Boy on the celestial screen. Shaking his piggy head and sighing, this Crane Boy still possesses charm. That face, that figure, though not the pinnacle of beauty, certainly holds its own allure. Recalling the female dragon he had seen previously, Zhu Beiji smacked his lips. The Dragon King of the West Sea and the Crane Boy each had their unique appeal. Yet both were undeniably beautiful. Kong Jinlong, baring his sharp teeth and gaping maw, was infuriated by Zhu Beiji's distraction in the midst of their fight. With fierce, beautiful dragon eyes glaring at Zhu Beiji, he unleashed a torrent of magical energy towards him. Still possessing charm? I'll show you what charm really means. A barrage of magical attacks rained down upon Zhu Beiji, each targeting his vital points. I implore you to maintain your enchanting charm. Nezha trailed behind Yitong, traversing the lengthy pathway of the Jade Void Palace. Before them appeared a staircase crafted from pure white jade, with columns and walls on either side enveloped in ethereal mist. Nezha, with his hands resting behind his head, glanced around in wonder, exclaiming, "How splendidly white!" He brushed his hand against a column. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Is the entire palace made of jade? Where do you procure such wealth to buy jade?" With his hands tucked into his pockets, he surveyed his surroundings and looked up at Yitong, a look of confusion adorning his face. Is the jade in Jade Void Palace really made of jade? What does the word void signify? Humility? As he questioned, he darted back and forth beside Yitong, but no matter how persistently he probed, Yitong remained silent. Is the restroom also made of jade? Nezha's eyes gleamed as he leaned closer to Yitong and mused, do immortals also need to relieve themselves? Yitong, with hands resting on his waist, took a deep breath, admonishing, "This is a place of tranquility. Noise is prohibited." With that, Yitong hastily advanced, prompting Nezha to chase after him, exclaiming, "Wait, sister, don't leave me behind." Yet, barely having taken 2 steps, Nezha inadvertently stepped on the hem of Yitong's skirt, tearing it with a rip. He picked up the torn piece of fabric, feeling awkward as he stammered, it was unintentional." Yitong glared at him, snatching back her skirt, declaring, "I need to change. You may go by yourself." How splendidly white. In that moment, all realms gazed upon the scene, their eyes lighting up, fixating on the snow-white calf revealed by Yitong. With such purity, one could certainly understand Nezha's blunder. In the perfect world, within the fiery mulberry grove, Huolinger, holding a basket, had just reunited with Shi Hao, a smile still gracing her lovely face. Upon witnessing Nezha tearing the skirt on the celestial screen, her delicate brows furrowed, and her eyes widened slightly as she let out a soft huff toward Shihao. A lecher, just like you were back then. Caught off guard by being unjustly labeled a lecher, Shihao was taken aback. Wait, how is this related to me? I've never torn anyone's skirt. He stepped forward, eager to defend himself, insisting, how could I be called a lecher? I have never done such a thing. One may indulge in food whimsically, but words must be chosen wisely. Moreover, it would be preferable to be accused of any other crime. If my beloved were to label me a lecher without clarification, it would spell disaster. Hearing this, Huolinger regarded Shihao with a serene gaze, inquiring calmly, didn't Taiyi used to call others the chubby girl? Realizing who Huolinger referred to, Shihao stiffened. He scratched his face and chuckled awkwardly. That was in my youth. Nezha is only 3 years old. Huolinger shot him a sidelong glance, her tone light and airy. In the world of Do Po, within the estate of the Mitre family, Xiaoyan stood side by side with Ziyan, while Medusa lingered gracefully nearby. Facing them were Hai Buodong and Yafei, who were preparing to depart and happened to encounter Xiaoyan. As the sound of tearing fabric echoed across the celestial canopy, Ziyan and her companions instinctively glanced upward, their expressions transforming in an instant. They simultaneously turned their gaze toward Xiaoyan, who was shielding his face with both hands, murmuring repeatedly, do not gaze, do not look. Peering through the gaps between his fingers, his first thought was, how splendidly white. This alabaster hue was matched only by the figure of a maiden. Xiaoyan blinked, observing a crane maiden hastily retreating while a faint voice lingered in his ears. Have you seen enough? Realizing he had been caught, Xiaoyan quickly closed his fingers, questioning, what am I looking at? Has the crane maiden departed? Before he could finish, his hands were abruptly pulled away from his face. Ziyan let out a soft huff, playfully mocking, your fingers are nearly wider than your hands. The gazes of Hai Buodong and Yafei were equally piercing as they fixed their eyes on Xiaoyan. Clearing his throat, Xiaoyan lowered his fist to his mouth, lightly coughing to feign nonchalance. It is getting late. We should proceed to discuss the matter at hand. Medusa cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyan, a cold smirk gracing her lips. If you haven't seen enough, you may indulge further before we converse. In the realm of the obscured heavens, a colossal black dog, resembling a canine yet larger than a fierce tiger, wagged its tail vigorously, fixated on the crane maiden above. Yi Fan could even hear the sound of it swallowing saliva. He glanced at the celestial canopy before lowering his gaze to the Black Emperor. What are you up to? The Black Emperor grunted, licking its tongue. What do you think about me taking that crane maiden as my pet? She is strikingly beautiful, statuesque, and so fair. It would be quite suitable. Yi Fan smacked the Black Emperor on the head, exclaiming irritably, to take a celestial disciple as a pet? You dream endlessly. The Black Emperor growled in dissatisfaction, curling its tail and settling on the ground, gazing up at the canopy. Yi Fan's fists itched with anticipation. Nezha appeared somewhat bewildered. Shrugging his shoulders, I don't know where the restroom is. Ahead, the crane maiden had already distanced herself, leaving behind a voice that echoed, turn right through the corridor, then left. Nezha, with his hands drooping, watched the crane maiden vanish, muttering, oh. Upon discovering a magnificent palace composed entirely of white jade, Nezha was awestruck by the 8 verdant, partially open vessels arranged in a graceful curve. Atop the palace, celestial flora thrived, with dew cascading from the leaves into the green vessels below. Wow! Nezha exclaimed as he pushed open the palace door, marveling at the exquisite surroundings. Truly, this is the restroom of the immortals, displaying remarkable taste. After his proclamation, he unfastened his trousers and relieved himself into one of the green vessels filled with liquid. In the realm of the 3 stars of fortune, Mei, Shou, and Quan were crowded together, preparing to use the restroom. They had not yet emerged when they caught sight of the celestial palace's lavatory above. Is this the restroom of the Yusu Palace? Mei's eyes brightened as he gazed longingly at the splendid celestial lavatory, turning his head to glance once more at the 3 of them crammed into the outhouse. One could hardly say there was any comparison between them. It was as if they were worlds apart. Wei Delu stared in a daze, realizing that this outhouse was more splendid than the place where he slept. Hey, perhaps you could sleep in that outhouse from now on, Wu Fuqi chuckled, nudging Wei Delu's shoulder in jest. I say, you too. How long do you intend to squeeze in here? It's not as if this outhouse is spacious. Mei Shouchuan, grasping his peachwood cane, pushed Wei Delu and Wu Fuqi back a little and slipped out first. He stroked his long beard. gazing enviously at the outhouse in the heavenly realm, his tone tinged with hope. "Ah, that Wuyang Xianlong belongs to another one of our groups. Do you think I will someday have a celestial palace like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, a hand clapped on his shoulder, and he turned to see Wei Delu passing by. "Stop dreaming," Wei Delu remarked as he walked past. Then, as Wu Fuqi followed, he also patted Mei Shouchuan's shoulder and casually said, "It's daytime now. You can still indulge in a few dreams." Does Wuyang Xianlong dare to challenge Sun Wukong? The truth revealed. The disciples of the Chan sect are bewildered. How could this be possible? In the world of the great sage's return, Zhang Luer looked at the heavenly realm, then turned with bright eyes to ask, "Great sage, is Nezha a boy?" The Monkey King, sitting nonchalantly on a rock, lifted his eyelids at the inquiry. "She is a girl." Zhang Luer was taken aback. He scrutinized the figure of Nezha urinating in the sky, pondering how this could possibly be a girl. "Isn't that a boy standing there?" Zhang Luer's round eyes widened in disbelief. "Great sage, are you trying to deceive me? Nezha is a boy, right?" The Monkey King, slightly irked, dug into his ear and waved his hand dismissively. Seeing the great sage ignore him, Zhang Luer propped his chin on his hand and continued to gaze at the heavenly scene, his eyes sparkling. "Wow, the celestial palace is so beautiful. Even the outhouse looks exquisite." He touched his bald head, wishing he could visit the celestial palace someday. "Humph." The Monkey King scoffed derisively, lifting his eyelids to glance at the so-called celestial palace outhouse. "What is so special about that mere Yushu palace? It's just an outhouse. Back in the day, during my time in heaven, I visited every place, from the Jade Emperor's throne to Lao Jun's alchemy chamber." Zhang Luer leaned closer to the Monkey King, wide-eyed with admiration. In the world of Soul Street, Chao Yanbing sat by the street, staring wide-eyed at the opulent celestial palace outhouse displayed in the sky. "Is this an outhouse?" The outhouse of the celestial palace is truly made of jade. Even the toilet appears to be crafted from emerald. Thinking back to how he had been reduced to a mere servant of Xia Ling over $200, he felt a mix of envy and sorrow as he glanced at the heavenly spectacle. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he vigorously wiped the tears from the corners of his mouth, propping his chin on his hands as he continued to gaze at the celestial palace in the sky. Nezha, having relieved himself, wished to return but found himself lost in a sea of white. "Where are you going?" called out the crane boy from behind. "Follow me." In the Jade Void Palace, the Infinite Immortal was hosting a banquet attended by several disciples of the teaching. Nezha followed the crane boy into the feast, taking a seat beside Taiyi, his eyelids drooping as he listened to the pleasantries exchanged between Taiyi and the Infinite Immortal. With a beaming smile, the Infinite Immortal remarked, "My dear junior brother, cultivating the Spirit Pearl to success has greatly contributed to our sect." Taiyi, with a slight bow, raised his eyebrows in a jovial manner, responding, "Not at all. It is all thanks to the guidance of our esteemed master." Several disciples of the teaching carried white jade vessels, pouring the luminous celestial liquid into the goblets of the attendees. The Infinite Immortal gestured towards the jade vessel, stating, "This Kunlun celestial dew is a rare supplement of the Jade Void Palace. It usually takes half a year to gather a basin, but today, it is astonishingly full." Nezha, sitting somewhat askew, took a sip from his goblet after a disciple poured the celestial dew for him. The Infinite Immortal stroked his white beard and chuckled. "Timely arrival is preferable to early arrival, my dear junior brother. You are indeed a fortunate one." In the world of Journey to the West, under the cover of night within a Taoist temple, Zhu Beiji flicked his ears and boasted, "This Kunlun celestial dew is truly splendid. When I was in the heavenly court, I drank my fair share from the South Pole Immortal." Sha Wujing, glancing at the sky, inquired with curiosity, "Second brother, is the celestial dew really that good?" Despite being the curtain-lifting general, he had never tasted such dew from the South Pole Immortal. "Of course." Zhu Beiji puffed out his chest. "I, the great Marshal Tianpeng, would not have been entertained by the South Pole Immortal if it were of poor quality." Sun Wukong, squatting on the altar of the temple, chuckled, "Next time, persuade the South Pole old man to bring some back for our master to savor." Just as Zhu Beiji was about to concoct an excuse to decline, a sudden gust of demonic wind swept through. The three brothers instantly transformed into the three pure ones on the altar. The Tiger Force Immortal and others entered, and upon seeing the manifestation of the three pure ones, were filled with joy. The three brothers hastily bowed. "What is it that you seek?" inquired the primordial lord in a solemn tone. The deer force immortal glanced at the celestial dew enjoyed by the infinite immortal and others, quickly responding, "Immortal. We wish to request a cup of Kunlun celestial dew." The primordial lord's eyes twinkled as he readily agreed. "However, you three must turn around first." Upon hearing that the three pure ones were willing to bestow the celestial dew, the trio dared not utter another word and promptly turned away. A sound of water splashing filled the air. "All right, turn back." When the tiger force immortal and the others turned around, they were greeted with 3 large bowls of celestial dew placed on the altar. In the world of a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Han Li, intrigued, took a closer look at the celestial dew. Half a year is required for it to fill, and even immortals must wait this long to partake. It is evident that this Kunlun celestial nectar is no ordinary elixir. He took out a small green vial and gently shook it. It remains uncertain which of the two, the Kunlun celestial nectar or the liquid within my small green vial, holds greater potency. However, given that the Kunlun celestial nectar is a treasure from the celestial palace, it is reasonable to assume it surpasses his modest vial in quality. In the grand hall of the Shang Dynasty Palace, King Zhou was hosting a lavish banquet, with melodies and dances weaving through the air. Seated at the head of the table, he embraced the unparalleled beauty Daji, savoring the exquisite wine she offered. Suddenly, he spotted the Kunlun celestial nectar in the sky. After taking another sip of wine, he frowned and set it aside. Compared to the Kunlun celestial nectar, the ordinary wine he drank felt utterly bland. The Kunlun celestial nectar, on the other hand, certainly warranted a taste. King Zhou stroked his chin and called upon the minister Shen Gongbao, saying, "I recall that you and the infinite immortal are sworn brothers. This Kunlun celestial nectar seems quite extraordinary. Why not seek some on my behalf?" Shen Gongbao, who had been enjoying his drink, froze momentarily. "Your Majesty, you wish for me to request it?" "Naturally, who better than you, being so familiar with the infinite immortal?" King Zhou pondered for a moment and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for much. Just a single jade pot will suffice." Shen Gongbao's expression stiffened. Just one jade pot? He himself had none to drink. As a leopard who had attained a form of enlightenment, he was already undervalued within the Chan teaching. In the past, he might have had the audacity to ask, but with the Chan teaching aiding the West, and having chosen the Yin Shang side, he found himself at odds with both. How could he dare approach the southern polar immortal for the Kunlun celestial nectar? Would they even grant it to him? Moreover, even if he were successful in procuring it, he was certain it would be consumed by King Zhou first. "What is this?" King Zhou's expression darkened. "Are you unwilling, minister?" Shen Gongbao quickly rolled his eyes and replied, "Of course not. I shall take care of this matter." After all, King Zhou had never tasted the celestial nectar, so a little deception would suffice. As Nezha sipped from his cup, he glanced up and saw a disciple of the Chan teaching pouring liquid from a verdant container into a jade pot. Upon discerning the nature of the green container, Nezha spat out the celestial nectar he had just swallowed. He was dumbfounded. The verdant container bore an uncanny resemblance to the toilet he used. Taiyi tapped Nezha on the head, laughing apologetically at the assembled guests. "My disciple is rather uncouth. Do not hold it against him." With that, Taiyi lifted his jade cup and tilted it back, relishing a sip. Just then, he heard Nezha lean close and whisper, "There's my urine in the water." Taiyi abruptly spat out the celestial nectar, coughing and turning crimson. Cough, cough, cough. Nezha, with a playful smile, clung to Taiyi's arm, remarking, "My master is quite uncouth, do not take offense." Taiyi, after regaining his composure, forced a smile at the infinite immortal, saying, "Brother, time is of the essence. I believe we should allow Nezha to participate in the assessment immediately." The infinite immortal, puzzled, raised his jade cup and replied, "Why the haste? Let us indulge in a few more drinks before departing." Taiyi quickly shook his head, insisting, "No more drinking, no more." Taiyi and Nezha promptly followed the infinite immortal's eldest disciple, Lu Tong, to the assessment. As they watched the trio depart, the infinite immortal savored a generous sip of the celestial nectar, pondering its exquisite flavor. He smacked his lips, relishing the taste, and declared, "It is particularly rich. We must adopt this method in the future." In the realms above, those partaking in food and drink erupted in laughter, choking on their sustenance. They were amused to discover that the lavish celestial palace lavatory was, in fact, a collection site for the nectar. It was no wonder it was constructed so opulently. Nezha had even chosen a vessel filled with celestial nectar for his own purposes. The thought of the infinite immortal tasting it with utmost seriousness prompted an uproar of laughter among the divine beings. After Nezha had contributed a significant portion, how could it not be rich in flavor? If this method were to be continued, they would surely require Nezha's assistance in the future. In the heavenly court, at the Peach Blossom Banquet, celestial music floated through the air as the immortals sat comfortably in their designated places. Upon witnessing the infinite immortal enjoying the nectar mixed with urine, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother nearly spewed their authentic celestial nectar in shock. The god of love, leaning on his celestial staff, laughed until his eyes narrowed to slits. Longevity Star, you owe a debt of gratitude to Nezha for this nectar method. You ought to express your thanks to him, he suggested sagely. The barefoot immortal gently patted the Longevity Star on the side, teasing, however, I believe we can forego preparing this nectar in the future. The god of wealth, stroking his long beard, earnestly advised, I propose that after this, you allow Nezha to reside in your palace. Not only will the nectar be plentiful, but it will also be quite flavorful. The assembly of immortals could not contain their laughter. The Longevity Star, repeatedly teased, stared in disbelief at the screen above, where he was seen relishing the drink. No, it's not rich in flavor. It's simply overpowering, isn't it? In the world of Journey to the West, the Tiger Power Immortal brothers gleamed with excitement as they held the nectar bestowed by the three pure ones, each cradling a bowl as if it were a treasure. The primordial supreme being, with utmost seriousness, inquired, Why have you not yet partaken? Without hesitation, the three immortals eagerly began to savor the nectar. Having never encountered such a delicacy in their long cultivation, they drank cautiously, cherishing each sip while savoring the exquisite taste of the celestial nectar. Before they could finish their drink, they heard Nezha's reminder to Taiyi echoing from the heavens. The three brothers were momentarily stunned. Urine? Did Nezha mix urine into the celestial nectar? Li Jing smacked his lips, still in disbelief, murmuring, the flavor of this celestial nectar seems rather rich. Pigsy couldn't contain himself any longer and burst into laughter, shattering the illusion of the three pure ones. Sun Wukong, seated upon a stone platform, clapped his hands in mirth, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, rich, isn't it? This is our urine, far more potent than Nezha's alone. Ha ha ha. The faces of Tiger Daxian and his companions turned pale and green, and they hastily gagged, attempting to expel the nectar they had consumed. After dealing with the three demons, Sun Wukong patted Pigsy on the shoulder. Pigsy, Pigsy, he called, and when Pigsy turned, Sun Wukong asked, Is the celestial nectar good to drink? Ha ha ha. In the legendary world of Nezha, King Zhou burst into laughter, suddenly remembering his earlier instructions to Shun Gongbao. He quickly said, National Master, let us abandon the matter of the celestial nectar. Do not pursue it any further. Upon encountering the nectar mixed with urine, even if Shun Gongbao were to procure pure celestial nectar, he could not bring himself to drink it. What if someone else's urine had been added? Even the immortal of Boundless could not discern any additives in the nectar after consuming a fair amount. Should he drink the tainted nectar, the outcome would be uncertain. Daji covered her mouth, laughing for quite some time, her jade arms entwined around King Zhou's. My king, I find Nezha to be quite genuine. Oh, my beloved is intrigued? Without hesitation, King Zhou waved his hand and commanded, Summon Li Jing and bring that son of his who urinated into the celestial nectar to Chaoga for an audience. At this moment, in Shintang Pass, remnants of the spatial rift lingered as the military and civilians busied themselves repairing the damaged walls. On a remote island, Shun Gongbao wielded the thunder whip for training, while a beast across from him fed him lava as part of his drills. Suddenly, the lava crystal aimed at Shun Gongbao vanished. Furrowing his brow, he shouted, Why did it stop? The beast, panting heavily while leaning on its weapon, waved its hand. It has been 3 hours, Taoist. I can no longer throw. Useless. Shun Gongbao glared at the exhausted beast, swinging his arm sharply. One cannot be negligent in training. If I do not say stop, then you must not stop. With no choice left, the beast sighed and resignedly continued to fling lava. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, Yang Jian stood with one hand behind his back, skillfully evading the attacks of Chun Xiang with a single hand. Each time, he narrowly avoided Chun Xiang's strikes. Another attempt by Chun Xiang whizzed past Yang Jian. Gritting his teeth, Chun Xiang lunged forward, unleashing a burst of magical light aimed at Yang Jian, only to miss him again. Yang Jian countered, knocking Chun Xiang backward, who then fell to the ground. landing in a most undignified manner. Rising to his feet, he pounded the ground in frustration. So close. Always just a hair's breadth away. Yang Jian, wielding a trident knife, gazed down upon Qin Xiang and exclaimed, "Mediocrity is insufficient." He pointed towards the heavens, where Shun Gongbao tirelessly honed his skills and sternly admonished the defiant Qin Xiang. "Look at the sky. Shun Gongbao exerts himself far more than you. You cannot even compare to a mere demon, yet you harbor thoughts of vengeance?" With that, Yang Jian turned abruptly and departed, leaving Qin Xiang alone, fists clenched tightly. Shun Gongbao, this punch embodies 2 decades of cultivation. Yang Jian, in all matters, mediocrity prevails. You are even inferior to Shun Gongbao. In the realm of Journey to the East, within the territory of the demon sect, a pangolin, his head wrapped in a white cloth, had just completed his training and sat down to rest. He looked up at Shun Gongbao, who was relentlessly practicing in the sky, and felt an unsettling urge to rise. As a fellow demon and a disciple of the immortals, Shun Gongbao possessed considerable prowess, yet still dedicated himself to such rigorous training. How could he, being nothing at present, afford to rest? No, he must emulate Shun Gongbao, seizing every moment for cultivation, without a hint of complacency. The pangolin sprang to his feet, his face set with determination, and resumed his training. Not only could he not afford to be lax, but he also needed to surpass Shun Gongbao in diligence. Otherwise, when would he ever be able to vanquish the Tongtian cult leader and ascend to power? Only by becoming the leader of the demon sect, gaining strength and status, could he hope to win the heart of Hixingu and eliminate the troublesome 8 immortals from his path. In the world of star transformation, at the training grounds of Yunwu Mountain Manor, a child of no more than 10 years was practicing martial arts. His forehead glistened with sweat, and his training attire was soaked, then dried, only to become wet again. Do you hear? In the pursuit of cultivation, one must never slacken. Zhao Yun pointed at Shun Gongbao, who was diligently practicing in the sky, and urged Qin Yu, "Continue." Once more. Yes. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu did not relent, repeatedly throwing punches. He had lost count of how many strikes he had delivered. His fists, arms, shoulders, and indeed all his muscles ached painfully, pushing him to his limits. With each punch thrown, sweat poured from him abundantly. Yet, it was still insufficient. Just as Shun Gongbao, being a demon, was looked down upon by the immortals, he too could not cultivate inner strength and could only seek breakthroughs through external techniques. Only by consistently shattering his limits could he grow stronger. Qin Yu swung his fist once more, the accumulated water finally breaking free from its constraints. He could even hear the sound of his bones and muscles breaking through their limits. Suddenly, the shrimp soldier approached with Li Jing, who clasped his fists and declared, "Li Jing of Chuntang Pass requests an audience." Shun Gongbao, wielding the thunder whip, listened intently to Li Jing's words while relentlessly continuing his practice. "Master Shun, in yesterday's battle, the soldiers and civilians of Chuntang Pass suffered greatly, and our supplies of medicine have been exhausted. I earnestly request that you allow a few doctors to venture outside the city to procure more." With a fierce flick of the thunder whip, Shun Gongbao sent a glob of magma hurtling towards Li Jing's face. Li Jing remained unmoved, allowing the magma to veer off to the sides just before it struck him, splattering harmlessly onto the ground. "Such courage!" Shun Gongbao exclaimed, his whip striking the earth in admiration of Li Jing. However, before he could finish his praise, another glob of magma struck him, distorting his features. Clutching his injured face, Shun Gongbao shouted angrily towards the source of the magma. "Which scoundrel is responsible for this?" In the next moment, another glob of magma descended, forcing Shun Gongbao to leap aside in alarm, only to be hit again on the back. Before he could utter a word, he was relentlessly bombarded by waves of magma, burying him beneath the molten rock. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Shun Gongbao struggled to extend his arm from the magma, pleading for the assault to cease. The final glob of magma splattered against his face with a resounding smack. The spectators from all realms erupted in laughter. It seemed that Shun Gongbao, who had insisted on an unceasing barrage, was now facing the very consequences of his own words. The workers beneath him, battered by the relentless magma, could only silently endure their misfortune. In the world of Langlang Mountain, a group of small demons gathered beneath a tree, reveling in the spectacle above. I believe that Shun Gongbao has been struck at least 10 times. The little pig demon laughed, clutching his belly. Having dropped his red tassel spear during his patrol, the others joined in the merriment, unable to contain their amusement. "What are you all doing?" A bear demon approached, hands clasped behind his back, and raised his chin in inquiry. The small demons quickly straightened up, having just finished their tasks. Before the little pig demon could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by the bear demon. "Since your work is done, make sure you clean all the pots. Be quick about it. They will be needed in 2 hours." After issuing his orders, the bear demon walked away. The small demons drooped their ears in resignation and set about cleaning the towering stacks of pots. The little pig demon grumbled as he scrubbed, feeling discontent but powerless against their superior. He looked up at the sky, where another small demon was similarly tasked with an unending bombardment of magma, and felt a sense of kinship in their shared plight. Truly, it is the laborers who bear the brunt of hardship in the world of bears unleashed. Within a wooden cabin, Bald Chong held a phone, nodding enthusiastically. The voice of his boss echoed through the receiver, demanding, "I don't care how you do it, but I want to see 10,000 trees planted within 2 days." Just as Bald Chong sought to negotiate further, the call abruptly ended with a click. Infuriated, he slammed the phone onto the table, grinding his teeth and stomping his feet in frustration. Such utter disregard for reason. 10,000 trees in 2 days. Why don't you come and do it yourself? Having said that, he gazed at the sky, where the formidable Xinguang leopard lay entombed in magma by the monstrous beasts, and he laughed so hard that he could barely stand upright. "Ha ha ha. It serves you right. You exploited your employees, showing no sense of fairness. You wish to train relentlessly without considering the burdens you impose on others? Now you relish this predicament, don't you? That Xinguang leopard deserves the retribution of the beasts." After his laughter subsided, Bald Chong recalled the incessant demands from his boss to chop wood, assigning him tasks that were utterly unmanageable. Anger surged anew within him. Surely, the next couple of days would see him toiling through the night once more. "Just wait, you unscrupulous employer. I shall have my vengeance." Bald Chong, filled with rage, sped towards the forest in his lumbering vehicle. Xinguang leopard emerged from the magma, shaking off the molten rock, and said, "Bring the newly captured one up." A minor beast warrior approached, dragging the sea yiksha and unceremoniously throwing it to the ground. Xinguang leopard stood with his hands clasped behind his back, regaining his dignified demeanor, and said, "Trouble General Li to bring him back," as he escaped during the great battle. In the primordial world, the Taoist Master Taiyi, who was meditating in his cave, heard Xinguang leopard's words and opened his eyes with a sigh. "Master, why do you sigh?" inquired the attendant boy, puzzled. Taiyi shook his head, murmuring, "It seems that Li Jing will not have his way." He said no more. He understood his junior brother's character well. Although the Xinguang leopard in the heavens differed slightly from the one he knew, in certain respects, they were quite alike. Why would Li Jing request him to open a passage to capture a fleeing demon? It was clearly a warning to Li Jing. Upon hearing this, the sea yiksha, whose hands were tightly bound behind him, immediately raised his head. The sea yiksha hastily exclaimed, "It's a misunderstanding, Taoist Xinguang. I am a demon too." Li Jing looked at the familiar yiksha and explained, "I initially intended to capture this sea yiksha to clear my son's name, but now the matter is resolved. He had not committed any heinous acts, so he would let it be." The sea yiksha, overjoyed, nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, yes," struggling to stand. He cautiously glanced at Xinguang leopard, smiling sheepishly. "I am just a minor character, a small role." Xinguang leopard chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Jing. "It seems you have misunderstood." He lifted his chin, proudly declaring, "I shall not release even a mere demon, let alone a human." The sea yiksha stared blankly at Xinguang leopard, hurriedly scampering to his feet and rubbing against Xinguang leopard's leg, pleading, "Please have mercy, Taoist. I am a demon too." It lifted its head, revealing a mouth that stretched to the roots of its ears, and whispered, "We are all villains." As soon as the sea knight demon uttered these words, Shin Gongbao kicked someone away, frowning and retorting, "Who among you is a villain?" In the world of the little carp's adventures, within the water, a green, sly snake swayed its tail, leisurely swimming with 2 subordinates. Suddenly, it encountered a little carp, glimmering in gold and red. The little carp looked at the sky and then at the notorious sly snake, swaying in the water, and exclaimed, "You are a villain." The sly snake bore a striking resemblance to the ferocious sea knight demon. In fact, the sly snake appeared even more terrifying, undoubtedly sharing the same villainous nature as the sea knight demon. The sly snake's expression changed, Its green eyes glinted coldly as it smiled sinisterly. A blue crystal stone nestled between its pair of dragon horns sparked with electricity, sending a beam of flickering lightning toward the little carp. Frightened, the little carp hastily dodged but still felt the sting on its tail. After driving away the fish, the sly snake glanced disdainfully at the hideous sea knight demon. Averting its gaze in disgust, the sea knight demon was both ugly and inept. The sly snake had no desire to be associated with such a wretched creature. Turning its attention to the large-headed shrimp and the plump catfish behind it, the sly snake inquired, "Am I a villain?" "Of course not, certainly not." The large-headed shrimp, understanding the sly snake's intent, hurriedly denied it with flattering words. "How could there be a villain as wise and formidable as you?" The plump catfish nodded, swaying its whiskers in agreement. "You are the king of the waters. You should be the protagonist." These words brought great delight to the sly snake, which laughed heartily. Indeed, you both have discernment. In the world of Nezha's legend, within a stone cave, the alluring figure of Shi Jiao, who appeared both male and female, donned a grand black and purple hat, her gaze menacingly fixed upon the sky. "Villain?" Shi Jiao raised her arms, as the power of the earth's veins surged into her being. "Ha ha, only the defeated are called villains, while I shall be the sole victor." As the earth's energy flowed into her, Shi Jiao's laughter grew more exuberant. Once she absorbed the power of the earth's veins, what could Nezha do? At that moment, she would be shielded by the earth's might. Any attack against her would unleash calamity upon the land. When that time came, regardless of their myriad tactics, would they dare to strike at her? Ha ha. Outside, the commotion of Nezha and his companions reached her ears. Shi Jiao summoned a swarm of bats, sending them screeching forward to impede Nezha and the others. "It's almost time. Almost there." Her slender brows arched, her yellow irises filled with triumph. Finally, as the power of the earth's veins was fully absorbed into her body, she tilted her head back, took a deep breath, and burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha. Who is the villain? That is now for me to decide." In the world of the young Chinese, beneath the night sky, the Shaolin Temple stood quietly, occasionally echoing with the sound of a young monk striking a wooden fish, embodying an aura of tranquility. However, atop the roof of the Shaolin Temple, a peculiar silhouette, shrouded in a black cloak and adorned with an oversized martial arts hat, stood there. As it raised its head, a visage emerged, shrouded in shades of black and gray, devoid of a nose or mouth, save for a pair of malevolent green eyes. The Black Fox King glanced skyward, observing the sea yiksha being sent flying. After surveying the creature, he disdainfully averted his gaze. "Fools! What, indeed, constitutes a villain? When he ascends to become the supreme ruler of the world, those who align with him shall prosper, while those who oppose him shall perish." At that juncture, who would dare label him a villain? Only insignificant characters like the sea yiksha would utter such terms in vain, foolishly attempting to forge a connection. The Black Fox King dismissed the ongoing skirmish between the leopard and the yiksha above, lowering his gaze towards the Shaolin Temple below. Once he seizes the Tome of Power, dominion over the world would be his. In the world of deities, on the Fengshen platform, the newly minted gods congregated. Nezha gripped his fiery spear tightly, his unwavering gaze fixated on the unmoved figure of Shengwangbao in the sky, alongside the beseeching Li Jing. He turned to Li Jing, scoffing. "You were ferocious when you smashed my temple. Why do you not charge forth now, instead of begging?" With that, Nezha abruptly pivoted, his keen eyes locking onto Shengwangbao. Recently appointed as the Eastern Sea's water general, Shengwangbao tensed, instinctively wanting to retreat. He understood Nezha's propensity for violence. With a wry smile, he stammered, "Nezha, what is it that you seek?" "What do I seek?" Nezha retorted, yanking the Qianquan circle from his neck and hurling it at Shengwangbao. "You deny the citizens of Chintang Pass the means to procure medicine and yet inquire about my intentions?" With a smirk, Nezha mounted his windfire wheels and charged at Shengwangbao. The latter, bewildered, stumbled backward, evading the Qianquan circle and the fiery spear. "What does this have to do with me? It was the Shengwangbao in the heavens who did that, not I. I have never even truly conquered Chintang Pass." As Shengwangbao fled, clutching his head in despair, he lamented his plight. Suddenly, a battalion of shrimp soldiers and crab generals marched forward, escorting a youth who proclaimed, "We have apprehended a spy. He has injured several of our brothers." The captured youth struggled, raising his head to gaze at Shengwangbao's retreating figure. "Brother? Is that truly you?" Shen Gongbao heard a voice and hesitantly turned his head. You. Upon recognizing Shen Gongbao's face, the young boy struggled with excitement and exclaimed, Brother, it's me. In the next moment, the boy lowered his head, and a cloud of white mist erupted. The boy transformed into a creature with a leopard's head and human body. Gazing longingly at Shen Gongbao, my brothers of the 7 demon kings of Black Myth, it is our duty to restore the glory of the demon clan. Brother Shen Xiaobao. The little pig demon from Langlang Mountain had tears in his eyes. Report. We have captured a traitor. This individual had come from outside the city and had injured several of our brothers. 2 armored shrimp soldiers, their eyes wide with shock, brought a young man wearing a hat before Shen Gongbao. In the world of Journey to the West, at the Bai Bo Pond, Binboer Ba and Babober Bin exchanged knowing smiles upon seeing the 2 shrimp soldiers. Hey, look at these 2 shrimp soldiers. They seem just like us. Binboer Ba nudged Babober Bin with his elbow, winking playfully. Babober Bin grinned broadly, revealing a set of uneven teeth, and replied cheerfully, Indeed. Could it be that they wish to make a name for themselves in these waters, just as we do? The 2 fellows observed the shrimp soldiers with curious and teasing gazes. The young boy looked at Shen Gongbao and timidly called out, Brother. Initially, Shen Gongbao did not take the boy seriously and turned his back. Upon hearing the call, he curiously turned around. It's me. The boy held his breath and directly transformed into his original leopard-headed form. The little leopard stared wide-eyed, filled with joy as he gazed at Shen Gongbao. Shen Xiaobao. Recognizing him, Shen Gongbao quickly stepped forward and untied Shen Xiaobao. I haven't seen you in over 100 years. I missed you so much. The 2 brothers embraced tightly. What brings you here? Shen Gongbao asked, his face alight with surprise. Father sent me to find you. Look, the compass you gave me points directly to your location, Shen Xiaobao said, producing a compass that, regardless of how it swayed, pointed unwaveringly at Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao's expression shifted from joy to guilt. Father, is he well? Absolutely. Ever since you went to Yushu Palace 380, he has been as spirited as if he had taken a potent tonic. Shen Xiaobao's spirit soared even higher. In our valley, you are the only celestial being of the Chan sect. Demons from miles around are eager to learn from Father. Hearing this, Shen Gongbao smiled bitterly. In the world of Journey to the West, beneath Wuzishan, Sun Wukong, disheveled and weary, found himself trapped in this confined space, unable to move. His eyes reflected exhaustion and helplessness, yet upon witnessing the heartfelt reunion of Shen Xiaobao and Shen Gongbao, a flicker of envy crossed his face. That warm scene deeply touched his heart, reminding him of the monkeys back at Flower Fruit Mountain. He murmured to himself, It has been several centuries since I, the old sun, returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. I wonder how my monkeys and descendants have fared. After my imprisonment, have they suffered at the hands of the Celestial Court? Have the other allied demon kings come to their aid? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a profound sorrow welling up within him, his eyes reddening. Yet he found himself powerless, forced to endure the prolonged solitude and torment beneath the mountain. In the realm of the shrouded heavens, the ancient forbidden land of the 9 dragons' coffin set sail once more. Having just vanquished Wang Tong, Yi Fan stood before the coffin, his heart yearning for home. With unwavering resolve, he embarked on this uncertain journey. As he beheld the reunion of Shen Gongbao and Shen Xiaobao amidst the celestial tapestry, memories of his homeland, Earth, stirred within him, causing a wave of nostalgia. Familiar streets, the faces of relatives and friends, all resurfaced in his mind. And he couldn't help but ponder the accumulating parking fees at Mount Tai since his departure. It's been so many years. I wonder how much the parking fees at Mount Tai have piled up, Yi Fan mused softly, a light-hearted smile gracing his lips. By the way, what brings you here? Shen Gongbao inquired. Shen Xiaobao's expression grew shy. Did you not say that once I cultivated to human form, you would take me into the Yushu Palace? I can transform into a human now. With a series of hand seals, Shen Xiaobao reverted to his previous human form, save for a nose and mouth. He held his breath and exerted a bit of effort, achieving a complete transformation. Ha! Shen Xiaobao exclaimed with excitement. I have worked diligently every day without slacking. You are my inspiration, brother. The illustrious Yuanshi sect aids the world and upholds righteousness across the lands. Shen Xiaobao held high hopes for entering the Yushu Palace, then turned to his surroundings. By the way, brother, what has happened to this place? Shen Gongbao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Are all these sea demons your subordinates? Why have you surrounded Shintang Pass? Shen Xiaobao pressed on with his questions. Shen Gongbao's gaze faltered, fearful of revealing the truth and tarnishing his image in his brother's eyes. Daoist Shun is guarding Qintang Pass. Li Jing interjected to rescue Shen Gongbao whenever evil spirits arise. Daoist Shun leads the Sea tribe to defend the city. On behalf of the entire populace, I extend my gratitude for his noble actions. Li Jing clasped his fists in thanks, and Shen Gongbao seized the opportunity to navigate the conversation. Well said, well said. Wow, brother, you are truly remarkable, Shen Xiaobao exclaimed, growing increasingly in awe of Shen Gongbao. Then, turning to the nearby Sea Yiksha, he asked, "Is this the monster that attacked Qintang Pass?" With a nod from Shen Gongbao, Shen Xiaobao charged at the Sea Yiksha, fists flying. "You have tarnished the reputation of our demon race. In the primordial world, within the demon realm of the celestial court." Dong Huang Taiyi's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury, deeply dissatisfied with Shen Xiaobao's conduct. Their demon race now reigned supreme over this land. There was no need to act in such a manner before the human race. Shen Xiaobao, your actions bring shame upon our kind. Dong Huang Taiyi glared at Shen Xiaobao, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the celestial court, shaking the hearts of all demons present. The demon emperor speaks truly. The demon clan is the most esteemed. Why should we bow to others? How could we, as demons, coexist with humans? Moreover, to consider the plight of humans is utterly preposterous. Humans are merely our sustenance. To express indignation on behalf of our food is a complete inversion of the natural order. The assembly of demons vehemently condemned the actions of Shen Xiaobao. In their eyes, Hayasha epitomized the true essence of the demon race, while Shen Xiaobao was nothing more than a demon slave, tamed by the oppressive forces of humanity. Abandoning one's demonic form for a human guise and advocating for humans is nothing short of treachery. In the world of the Black Myth, the 7 great sages convened. Sun Wukong and the 6 demon kings sat in the esteemed positions, holding their wine bowls, their faces brimming with defiance. When they witnessed Shen Xiaobao's desperate attempts to integrate with humanity, their fury ignited. The 7 sages all snorted in disdain, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Shen Xiaobao, you are the disgrace of the demon race. How dare you speak for these mere morsels? The bull demon king downed his wine in one gulp and slammed the bowl down. Humans are merely food for demons. Among these demon kings, aside from Sun Wukong, who has not devoured countless humans, surely it is the flourishing of human deities that has elevated their status above that of demons. The great sage of the mixed heaven, Peng Demon King, proclaimed, "Restoring the glory of our kind is our undeniable duty." Roared the mountain-moving great sage, Lion Camel King. Sun Wukong raised his wine bowl high. "Brothers, let us drink to this toast, and together we shall storm the heavenly palace." The other great sages echoed his sentiment, their voices resonating through the heavens, vowing to restore the former might of the demon race. In the world of the Calabash brothers, within a cave, the snake spirit and scorpion spirit seethed with rage at Shen Xiaobao's actions. "You demon, how can you speak on behalf of humans? Is this not a betrayal of our kind?" The sharp voice of the snake spirit rang out, her elongated eyes filled with fury and confusion. The scorpion spirit brandished his massive pincers, growling, "How utterly shameful for our demon race." The young demons within the cave joined in the cacophony of insults directed at Shen Xiaobao, filling the cave with a chorus of condemnation. Shen Gongbao, looking troubled, spoke, "That little leopard, could you possibly wait a few years before entering the Jade Void Palace?" "What?" Shen Xiaobao's excitement diminished instantly, his expression shifting from exhilaration to dejection. "Why? I will become human, after all," Shen Gongbao pondered, feeling a twinge of guilt. "I am preparing to ascend to the 12 golden immortals. I cannot afford distractions." 12 golden immortals? Shen Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Shen Gongbao. "After I succeed, I will take you with me, all right?" Shen Gongbao replied, visibly conflicted. "It's fine, brother. Advancement is paramount. It matters not when I enter the Jade Void Palace. I still need to practice becoming human." Shen Xiaobao's voice dwindled, his confidence clearly shaken. Seeing Shen Xiaobao's despondency, Shen Gongbao swiftly retrieved a small box from his possession. He grasped Shen Xiaobao's hand and placed the box into his palm. "Xiaobao, this is what I have saved since entering the palace." "What is this?" Shen Xiaobao inquired, opening the box to reveal 6 pills of varying colors, yet uniform in size and texture. The Yushu Palace distributes elixirs to all disciples periodically. Consuming one is equivalent to 10 years of arduous cultivation. Shen Gongbao had long been perceived as a cunning and treacherous figure among the masses. However, when he displayed genuine concern for his family, revealing his true emotions before the deities of the heavens, they were taken aback. Their gazes toward Shen Gongbao bore a hint of contemplation. Could it be that Shen Gongbao possessed a benevolent side? It was indeed surprising. Until now, they had only known him for his numerous misdeeds, never considering that he could exhibit such warmth in the presence of his family. The celestial beings whispered amongst themselves, their perceptions of Shen Gongbao shifting in that instant within the world of the investiture of the gods. Among the generals of the army marching against the tyrant Zhou, some gazed at Shen Gongbao in the sky, their expressions slightly astonished. Unexpectedly, this fellow was not beyond redemption. He treated his family well. Nezha remarked softly. At least the warmth he presently displays suggests he is not entirely wicked. Jiang Zia stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he implored Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao, there remains kindness within you. Do not persist in your malevolence. Turn back before it is too late. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a glimmer of hope. Shen Gongbao stood there, his expression complex, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. He recalled the past when he had been subjected to various forms of bias. Gritting his teeth and shaking his head. Me, commit evil? Do not speak so recklessly. When have I ever done wrong? I merely believe that you should not preside over the investiture. It should be me instead. Is having a differing opinion considered wrongdoing? Seeing that he could not persuade Shen Gongbao, Jiang Zia shook his head in resignation. In the realm of the legend of Nezha, in Chaoga, the ministers of the Shang dynasty were witnessing this side of Shen Gongbao for the first time, leading to a flurry of discussion. When Zhong also cast a few more glances at Shen Gongbao, King Zhou greatly appreciated the rare display of warmth from Shen Gongbao. His countenance brightened, and he proclaimed, such loyalty from Shen Gongbao is indeed commendable. I shall reward him handsomely. Instantly, everyone in the palace regarded Shen Gongbao with envy. Shen Gongbao quickly knelt in gratitude, saying, thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift. His heart brimmed with secret delight. Wow, this is so precious, brother. You should take it for your advancement. Or eat it yourself. Shen Xiaobao insisted, handing the elixirs back to Shen Gongbao. I am unaccustomed to such things. I prefer to cultivate on my own. Shen Gongbao waved his hand dismissively. You take it back and share it with the family. If I take it back, father will surely scold me. Shen Xiaobao returned the box to Shen Gongbao. Xiaobao, are you disobeying your brother? Shen Gongbao asserted firmly. Take the elixirs and leave quickly. This is the front line. If you do not depart soon, it will hinder my command. Then I shall take my leave. Reluctantly, Shen Xiaobao accepted the elixirs and turned to depart. As they ventured not far, Shen Xiaobao turned and called out, brother, you must strive to ascend to the 12 golden immortals. I shall continue to exert myself as well. In the Langlang Mountains, several minor demons were chopping wood to forge weapons, preparing to confront Sun Wukong and his companions, with the intention of capturing Tang's son. The little pig demon toiled diligently, observing Shen Xiaobao's desolate expression of homesickness, and could not help but empathize. He recalled his own situation and the mother who worried for him at home. Despite being a marginal figure in society, laboring in such a humble place, he remained his mother's treasure. In an instant, his eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Being far from home was also a means to seek greater opportunities to rise as a demon leader. If only I could become an immortal like Shen Xiaobao, he mused. Yet, ideals are often lush while reality is stark. He and Shen Xiaobao were fundamentally different. Shen Xiaobao was an immortal of the Jade Void Palace, a figure of significance, whereas he was merely a laboring little demon. The little pig demon's heart was laden with bitterness. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaobao had a solid backing, capable of receiving elixirs from his brother and, through their connections, had a hopeful chance of entering the Jade Void Palace. In contrast, he was utterly impoverished, relying solely on himself with no one else to turn to. The disparity between their fates as demons was painfully evident. With a resigned sigh, the little pig demon's gaze reflected confusion and discontent with his destiny. Life is exhausting. I long for home. In the world of Kung Fu Panda, at the noodle shop, Po was blissfully savoring buns, captivated by the amusing scenes unfolding in the sky. Observing Shen Xiaobao's actions, Po could not help but exclaim, "Ah Bao, well done. You are a paragon of your hometown, a source of pride for your family. I too wish to be such a person, to make my hometown and my father proud." Just then, The master from the Emerald Palace was selecting a dragon warrior, and Pa felt a stirring within him, envisioning himself as the legendary hero. Meanwhile, in the tower prison, the scarred leopard broke free from his restraints and, gazing at Shun Xiaobao in the sky, scoffed, "Ha! You are merely a master of deception. What sort of role model are you? You are no different from me, willing to resort to any means to achieve your goals." Shun Xiaobao aspired to become one of the 12 golden immortals, while the scarred leopard dreamed of being the dragon warrior. They both struggled along their respective paths. Yet reality repeatedly thwarted their aspirations. "I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine," roared the scarred leopard as he leaped from his prison, laughing maniacally. "And now, let the feast begin." In the groundhog gathering place, sunlight cascaded over the expansive land. A group of tattered groundhogs emerged from their burrows, industriously laboring with fervor. Their small forms darted across the terrain, some wielding short, yet powerful forepaws to lift axes and chop wood. However, one miscalculated swing inadvertently struck a companion, leading to a playful scuffle between the two groundhogs. In front of a dilapidated stone pot, a group of groundhogs diligently cooperated to prepare a meal. Some tossed ingredients into the pot, while another held a spoon, serving food to the patiently waiting groundhogs, even chastising one particularly greedy fellow. The entire groundhog community reveled in this tranquil moment. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing within the gathering of groundhogs. As the dust settled, the image of Nezha emerged. "I am Nezha, the third prince, capable of vanquishing demons and executing tasks. Today, I have come to eradicate evil. You vile creatures shall meet your end." Nezha completed his grand entrance with a flourish. However, the groundhogs remained engrossed in their meal, scarcely bothering to acknowledge him. The celestial beings observed Nezha's endeavor to exterminate the groundhog clan, utterly speechless. In their memories, only truly malevolent monsters warranted extermination. These creatures were diminutive, self-sufficient, and poorly clad, barely able to fill their bellies. Such monsters would typically elicit a few tossed coins before departing. Was this truly Nezha's task of demon eradication? What sort of evaluation would involve dealing with such harmless little beings? Was this the menace that the Chan school sought to subdue? Surely there must be a mistake. What wrongs could such adorable groundhogs have committed? They were already impoverished. Why seek their destruction? The gods whispered among themselves, expressing doubts and confusion regarding the Chan school's assessment task. Meanwhile, at Langlang Mountain, a pig demon, busy chopping wood, was taken aback by the revelation of Nezha's task. The groundhogs, round and fluffy, appeared innocent and bewildered, evoking a sense of vulnerability. Why should they be eradicated merely for being demons? The pig demon, filled with confusion and indignation, could not restrain itself from exclaiming, "What wrong have these little demons committed? Why must their homes be destroyed?" Its voice echoed through the valley, laden with profound misunderstanding and skepticism. Were the deities truly so unreasonable? The pig demon gazed up at the sky, its eyes filled with disappointment and helplessness. It could not fathom why these innocent lives should suffer such calamity. In another realm, the fox demon, Xiahong Niang, bore witness to the fierce confrontation as Dongfang Yuechu decisively defeated countless Taoist priests of the Qi Dao alliance, rescuing the affluent Wang Quan. Wang Quan, filled with wrath, thrust his sword fiercely, declaring, "Consorting with demons tarnishes my sect's reputation. They must perish." His blade mercilessly pierced Dongfang Yuechu's body. Blood trickled from the corner of Dongfang Yuechu's mouth, yet he cast his gaze upon the groundhog clan in the heavens, sneering, "What wrongs have demons committed? Have those little groundhog demons ever harmed anyone? Just as the people of Haigua have always been benevolent, you fail to discern right from wrong." His eyes bore into Wang Quan's, as if seeking to pierce through the other's stubbornness and fanaticism with his gaze. Upon witnessing the lack of attention from the monstrous beings, Nezha felt a pang of humiliation. In a fit of anger, he overturned the meager bowl of a nearby groundhog, pointing accusingly at its snout, exclaiming, "Still eating, are we? You shall be dealt with." The groundhog, startled by the sudden disruption, emitted a furious roar. Instantly, all the groundhogs lifted their heads in unison. They then parted to reveal the leader of the groundhogs, seated upon a dilapidated throne at the back. This leader towered over the others, his size exceeding theirs by at least twofold. "Who among you has the audacity to provoke the bandits of the hillside?" he bellowed. "You are the leader? Come forth and witness the prowess of this young master." Nezha taunted with a grin, thumping his chest in a display of bravado. Such arrogance. A lanky groundhog, resembling a weasel, shouted furiously. The leader of the groundhogs tossed aside his bowl and seized a hefty stone club, swaggering towards Nezha. In response, Nezha swiftly opened a vial, consuming a tranquilizing pill. As Nezha succumbed to slumber, the spirit of Ao Bing commandeered his body. In an instant, Nezha's visage transformed into one of nobility, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. The onlookers, initially stern and engaged in vehement criticism of the teachings, found the atmosphere abruptly lighten when the groundhog's shrill cry pierced the air, provoking laughter among the crowd. Is this truly the sound of a groundhog? I have never encountered such a comical noise, they exclaimed, exchanging jovial remarks as the tension dissipated into merriment. In the realm of beastly encounters, at Bear Mountain, the bears, Big Bear and Second Bear, along with their friends, leisurely admired the sky from their hollow. Suddenly, the provoked groundhog emitted an odd sound. This unique call sent Big Bear, Second Bear, and the other creatures into fits of laughter, rolling on the ground in delight. Ha ha! I cannot believe the groundhog can make such a sound. How absurdly amusing! Exclaimed one of them, sprawled on the ground, pounding the earth in mirth. Quickly, Radish Head, you must try to mimic it, Big Bear urged, pointing with glee. Second Bear chimed in, adding to the ruckus. Radish Head, bewildered, protested. How could a groundhog make such a noise? If it can, why can't you? They persisted, teasing him relentlessly. Finally, Radish Head, exasperated, retaliated with a slap to each bear, leaving them dazed. Enough of your nonsense. Radish Head huffed, causing the bears to relent, rubbing their sore heads with expressions of indignation. In the world of battle through the heavens, Xiao Yin observed Nezha consuming the pill and summoning Ao Bing for battle. Substituting with a pill, is it? I can do that too, he mused, a confident smile gracing his lips. In this realm of challenges and crises, there are times when one encounters adversaries that are insurmountable. In such instances, the venerable Yao Lao does not hesitate to lend his assistance. This is the advantage of harboring a more potent soul. When faced with troublesome issues, one can rely on an alternate force for resolution. Yao Lao, stroking his beard with a gentle smile, remarks, while enlisting help for a moment is acceptable, the path of cultivation must ultimately be traversed by yourself. Xiao Yin nods thoughtfully, touching the back of his head. There exists a subtle distinction between Nezha and Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin only seeks Yao Lao's aid when he finds himself utterly outmatched, whereas Nezha, wishing to conceal his identity, resorts to subterfuge, utilizing Ao Bing's ethereal essence to deceive the examiner, Lu Tong. With a casual flick, Ao Bing releases a blast of frost, the formidable force shattering the surrounding walls. Make your move. Ao Bing strikes a pose, challenging the king of the groundhogs. The king, rendered speechless by fear, hands a stone club to his second-in-command. You go. The second-in-command, trembling, declines repeatedly. I cannot steal the spotlight from you, boss. Yet the king insists, pushing him forward. If I say you go, then you go. Child, you are too young to understand, so I shall not hold it against you. The second-in-command mutters incessantly, too frightened to take action. Suddenly, Ao Bing's visage contorts, reverting back to Nezha's form. What happened? Nezha gazes in astonishment at his own hands. How did you wake up again? Ao Bing inquires with curiosity. I have no idea. Nezha replies, equally bewildered. On a distant hillside, Taiyi Zhenren and Lu Tong observe the examination. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Taiyi Zhenren's heart sinks. Oh no. The last time he consumed too much medicine, he developed a tolerance. Seeing Nezha's drug-induced tolerance, practitioners from various realms who indulge in medicinal substances break into a cold sweat. It is well known that many cultivators in fantastical worlds resort to pills for rapid advancement. Some virtually live in cauldrons of elixirs. However, the adage holds true. Medicine, when overused, becomes poison. Many may ascend through the use of pills, yet the side effects of excessive consumption are starkly evident. Over-reliance on medicinal substances can lead to instability in one's power and a frail constitution, diminishing the quality of those who rise in strength compared to those who progress steadily in the world of Do Pit Song Qiong. Upon witnessing Nezha develop a tolerance to the medicine, Xiao Yan's eyes widen in alarm, his heart brimming with concern. Is it truly possible to develop a tolerance from consuming medicine? If I have ingested so many pills, will their efficacy not diminish as well? Xiao Yan muses, looking at his own hands. He has practically treated pills as a staple food, relying on them for advancement as a matter of course. As a renowned alchemist himself, Xiao Yan's remarkable talent is inextricably linked to these elixirs. Strangely, however, Xiao Yan has not experienced instability in his strength. Rather, he frequently challenges those above his level, proving to be significantly stronger than his peers. The venerable Yao smiled gently, reassuring, "You are not as dire as you perceive. Your foundation has always been tempered. For instance, in the early stages, you primarily relied on immersing yourself in medicinal liquids to fortify your body. At that time, Xiao Yan understood the significance of a solid foundation. Thus, while soaking in the medicinal solution, he practiced various combat techniques and also underwent my rigorous training, gradually honing his fighting spirit without excessively depending on elixirs for advancement. Instead, he regarded the medicinal liquids merely as tools for physical enhancement." Upon hearing Yao's words, Xiao Yan felt a slight relief. Though he remained cautious about the use of elixirs, it appeared prudent to consume fewer potions in the future, he mused. In the realm of the mortal's journey to immortality, Han Li successfully concocted foundation establishment pills. After consuming several in succession, his cultivation soared, achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement, with his body ablaze with heat. Yet, despite the numerous pills ingested, he still failed to establish his foundation. Han Li glanced at the heavens, contemplating the potential for drug resistance. Having already consumed so many pills merely for foundation establishment, how much resistance might he develop in the future? Concerned about the potential destruction of his path, Han Li furrowed his brow, filled with trepidation. What should he do? It seemed he needed to reduce his intake. He pondered internally. Yet he was at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Surely, one more pill would facilitate his advancement. After all, he had plenty of foundation establishment pills. Without hesitation, Han Li placed another pill into his mouth, hoping it would grant him the success he sought. However, as the pill entered his belly, he promptly fainted. In the world of CNNI, Wang Lin faced failure in his Yuaning breakthrough. Yet, desperate to rescue Li Muwan, he was consumed with urgency to advance quickly, leading him to frantically consume pills in seclusion. At that moment, the tale of Nezha developing drug resistance from excessive pill consumption appeared in the sky. This left Wang Lin momentarily stunned as he gazed at the handful of pills in his possession. He had consumed far too many since his cultivation began. Surely, he had developed some resistance by now. But then his gaze hardened with resolve. If resistance had emerged, then he would simply increase the dosage. He disregarded all caution, shoving handfuls of pills into his mouth. Even with the unknown risks ahead, for the sake of his beloved, he was willing to fight with all his might. Nezha frantically poured out pills from his gourd, exclaiming, "Increase the dosage." The second in command, stumbling while lifting a heavy stone club, charged at Nezha. Caught off guard, Nezha was struck by the club, sending the pills flying from his grasp, which fortuitously landed in a pot. "Huh, so fragile." The second in command laughed heartily at Nezha, who had been knocked down by the stone club. "Master, perhaps I should take over. My junior brother needs more practice," Lu Tong suggested, preparing to intervene. "Wait a moment. He is merely jesting with the demon." Taiyi Zhenren quickly restrained Lu Tong. "My disciple simply loves to show off. Haha, pills my pills." Nezha crawled out from beneath the stone club, wobbling toward the pot. Upon retrieving the vial, he was instantly alarmed. "Oh no, the pills have dissolved into the soup." The yellow broth in the pot shimmered with an ethereal blue potency. "Then drink the soup," Nezha exclaimed, as he lifted the oversized pot with both hands and gulped it down, filling his belly to the brim. "Ah, you dare to finish the soup." The second in command brandished a stone club, ready to strike. However, the Groundhog King snatched the club away, sending the second in command flying. A broad grin on his face. "Allow me to handle this." Swinging the stone club, the Groundhog King charged. "Take this." Albing raised his fist and sent the Groundhog King soaring 10 yards high, before crashing heavily to the ground. Observing the Groundhog King's unfortunate fate, the gathered crowd could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that Groundhog King made me laugh." Albing, bending down, had caught the moment perfectly. What terrible luck. The second in command had spoken for so long without a chance, yet at this moment, fate turned against him. In the perfect world, the ultimate creation ground awaited. Shurho, filled with anticipation, arrived at the ultimate creation ground, eager to seize the opportunities buried within the countless celestial coffins. He exerted every ounce of his strength and employed all manner of divine abilities, yet he found himself unable to open a single coffin. Just then, The subsequent prodigies arrived in succession, effortlessly claiming their own fortunes. It seemed that the opportunities here were not to be seized by strength, but rather chosen by fate. How amusing, she chuckled. Shurho watched as opportunities eluded his grasp, leaving him dumbfounded, murmuring in disbelief. Not a single one is destined for me? His eyes brimmed with disappointment and resentment, his frustration nearly overflowing. Goodness, am I to become as unfortunate as the Groundhog King? Shurho lamented internally. Though he maintained a brave facade, asserting, I merely wish to observe further. Yu Huan marveled. Nezha, you are indeed the fiercest in the 3 realms. The fierce emperor was taken aback, while Tushan Susu fumed in anger. You see, I told you he could do it. Taiyi Zhenren chuckled nervously, almost revealing his true feelings. The battered Groundhog King arose to confront Aobing, but how could such a minor demon contend with the formidable Aobing, who easily overpowered him? Impossible, impossible. The Groundhog King was mercilessly beaten, collapsing amidst the ruins in anguish. At that moment, Aobing suddenly felt a tightness in his throat, having eaten too much earlier. The intense battle compelled him to expel his meal. He hastily rushed to the pot's edge and vomited everything out. The second in command sauntered over to the Groundhog King, a smug grin on his face. How's that for a dish? Just stay put and watch how I handle him. Nezha, having finished expelling, regained his senses. Why did you vomit it all out? Aobing replied with disgust. I simply couldn't hold it in. No sooner had he spoken than the second in command delivered a swift kick, sending Nezha flying. The dear boy and Taiyi Zhenren were left dumbstruck. Heh, what a performer. Taiyi Zhenren attempted to explain. Soon after, the second in command rushed over to Nezha, unleashing a flurry of blows. Nezha hesitated to unleash the power of the demon pill and could only passively endure the assault. Taiyi Zhenren observed with growing anxiety. Rubbing his hands together, I cannot provide you with medicine here. What shall we do? Suddenly, Nezha's gaze fell upon the contents he had expelled. The onlookers from the myriad realms sensed his intentions, their faces paling in horror. He cannot be contemplating consuming what he has regurgitated, can he? Oh, how utterly revolting. Who could possibly endure such a thing? No, Nezha, spare us this grotesqueness. They cried out, displaying expressions of profound aversion, and merely envisioning that scene made them retch uncontrollably, their stomachs churning violently. Their eyes, fixed on Nezha, brimmed with dread and disbelief. In the world of the investiture of the gods, within the camp of the Zhou army, Yang Jian and Zhang Zia watched Nezha's actions in stunned silence, their fists clenched involuntarily. Yang Jian shouted in desperation, No, Nezha, do not drink that. Upon hearing the thoughts of his counterpart from another realm, Nezha shivered with revulsion. I would never consume that. It is far too disgusting. His expression was one of sheer resistance, and merely recalling that image made him feel nauseated. The atmosphere became thick with tension and loathing, their expressions contorted with distaste. In the world of the legend of the Lotus Lantern, in the Golden Light Cave, young Nezha sought refuge from the calamity he had caused. However, at that moment, Taiyi Zhenren was too preoccupied to concern himself with Nezha. They were all intently focused on the unfolding drama within the celestial tapestry. As Nezha's gaze fixated upon the pot, both Taiyi Zhenren and Yuting Zhenren shivered with goosebumps. Surely he does not intend to consume that. Young Nezha, with a face full of disdain, declared in a youthful yet resolute voice, I, Nezha, would rather face death, be subjected to dismemberment and torture, than consume such vile matter. Hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren finally breathed a sigh of relief. A dignified demise was far more palatable than a life entangled in such revolting acts. Consume it all. Nezha staggered forward, step by step, toward the pot. This is unacceptable. Aobing exclaimed in a panic. What is there to fear? I have partaken of the mucus of a yiksha before. Nezha replied, his expression fearless. Despite the relentless assault from the second in command, he could not deter Nezha's resolute heart. Ah, so it is true. One must endure what others cannot. Nezha truly refuses to succumb. Taiyi Zhenren was astonished by Nezha's determination. I bear the lives of my parents and friends, the safety of the people of Qintang Pass. What is this minor suffering in comparison? Nezha's resolve strengthened as he was sent flying by a punch from the second in command, crashing directly into the pot. Disregard the prejudices of the world. Break through the demons within. Taiyi Zhenren continued to narrate Nezha's plight. I will alter my fate, Nezha exclaimed, leaping onto the edge of the pot. The grotesque, bubbling substances within the pot resembled the sinister laughter of a devil. The onlookers from all realms felt their stomachs churn, unable to endure any longer. I can't hold it in anymore. Oh, how repulsive. Who can withstand this? Nezha, you truly are a man of fortitude. Yet, I would rather you were not, for this is utterly revolting. The air was thick with shouts of anger and disgust, and the expressions on everyone's faces turned ghastly, as if they were undergoing immense torment. Merely a glance at the scene seemed enough to induce nightmares. In the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, at Wolf Castle, Red Wolf leaned against the wall, retching uncontrollably. Grey Wolf, witnessing Nezha's astounding endurance in the laboratory, felt a pang of inadequacy. He had believed his own resilience to be unparalleled. Unfortunately, luck had not favored him, which is why he could never catch a sheep. Now, witnessing Nezha's remarkable feat, he finally realized his own folly. It was his own lack of perseverance and determination that had held him back. This is what true fortitude looks like. It seems I must strive harder. To endure hardship is to become the ultimate wolf. Grey Wolf clenched his fists, silently motivating himself. King of the jungle, ham sausage. Jelly, I choose Zizalong. This time, I must catch a sheep. In the world of covering the sky, the fearsome emperor observed the scene, his lips twitching, a hint of distortion appearing on his otherwise exquisite visage, nearly retching. What am I compared to the fearsome emperor? You, Nezha, are the true embodiment of ferocity. The fearsome emperor could not help but exclaim, gazing at Nezha with eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment. Though she herself was a ruthless individual, resolute and harsh on herself. After ascending to the throne, she had not refined divine artifacts from celestial materials. Instead, she transformed her discarded body from the swallowing heaven demon technique into the swallowing heaven demon jar, effectively forging herself into a weapon. In her quest for the bronze celestial palace, she even discarded her own remains within the palace. Her extreme utilization and sacrifice of her own body were indeed merciless. Yet, she was also deeply horrified by such nauseating matters. Nezha is the true paragon of ruthlessness. In the world of Journey to the West, at the Peach Banquet, the celestial beings and the Jade Emperor gazed at Nezha, utterly in awe of him. Truly, he is the #1 killer in the 3 realms. Nezha, you are simply extraordinary. The Jade Emperor praised Nezha endlessly. Indeed, although cultivators endure numerous trials and tribulations, often exercising great patience, maintaining a tranquil mindset towards all things, it seems that only Nezha could withstand such a loathsome ordeal. The Supreme Old Lord sighed deeply, giving Nezha a thumbs up. He is a person who dares to punish himself. Who in this world can surpass Nezha? Marshal Tianpeng was left in utter admiration. The celestial beings whispered among themselves, marveling at Nezha's extraordinary composure. Yet, the man himself, Nezha, wore a grim expression. Such endurance, he would rather forsake. A soldier may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. At this moment, he would prefer death. Nezha could no longer contain himself. His throat tightened, and he retched once more. Seizing the opportunity, the second-in-command delivered a kick that sent Nezha flying, followed by a brutal onslaught. Just then, several massive rocks plummeted down, striking Nezha with considerable force. The groundhogs cheered exuberantly, while the second-in-command displayed his might, reveling in his triumph. I refused to believe it. The king of the groundhogs furiously rose, clearing the boulders that pinned Nezha down, brandishing a stone club high above his head. Feigning death? To hell with that. The king was about to bring it down. Master Lutong glanced at Taiyi. Taiyi Zhenren found himself at a loss, reaching for the whisk at his back, contemplating. First, I must rescue Nezha. The elixir can be addressed later. Nezha could not reveal his identity and was devoid of his elixirs, relying solely on Taiyi's intervention. Despite Nezha's perilous situation, the presence of his protective master instilled a sense of calm among the onlookers. In the world of the Lotus Lantern, within the Golden Light Cave, Taiyi Zhenren sat upright, composed and self-assured, stroking his beard as he declared, "With me here, who dares to harm my disciple?" Young Nezha, seated nearby, radiated a sense of security, joyfully exclaiming, "With master by my side, I feel utterly safe." Yuding Zhenren observed the tranquil demeanor of the master and disciple. With a slight gesture, he calculated the imminent developments. Surely, the next scene would be the master showcasing his prowess to rescue his disciple. Taiyi Zhenren smiled. "I still have my moments of glory." In the world of Do Pai Song Qiong, within the Blackhorn region, Han Feng stood tall on a peak, arms crossed, watching as Taiyi Zhenren was poised to rescue his disciple. He suddenly recalled his own master, Yao Lao. His master had treated him well, diligently instructing him in the ways of cultivation, akin to the bond shared between Taiyi and Nezha. Had it not been for his own greed leading to betrayal, they might have exemplified a profound master-disciple relationship. However, a realization struck him, prompting a cold scoff. What deep bond! My master concealed his inheritance from me, offering no assistance to elevate me to the pinnacle. What kind of master is that? The allure of personal gain ultimately led him to abandon the once strong ties of mentorship, embarking on a path despised by others. In the world of Doloa Delu, at Shrek Academy, Tang San, deep in meditation, stared blankly at Taiyi Zhenren. The sense of security emanating from the master reminded him of his own teacher, Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, he soon shook his head in resignation. His master was even less capable. Whenever danger arose, it was he who rescued Yu Xiaojiang, not the other way around. Looking at the ease with which others' masters protected their disciples, he considered himself fortunate that his master did not hinder him. Truly, he wondered how he had been so impulsive as to take on this man as his teacher. Tang San smiled wryly at his own predicament. Aside from imparting some theories he deemed commendable, Yu Xiaojiang provided him with little substantial assistance. What connection does he have with martial arts and medicinal herbs? Nezha fainted, and Ao Bing's soul took over the body. Ao Bing leapt up suddenly, evading the attack from the Groundhog King, and with a swift motion, struck the Groundhog King's face with a fierce punch. The blow caved in the Groundhog King's nose. The successive assaults not only inflicted physical pain upon the Groundhog King, but also dealt an indelible blow to his dignity and spirit. Unable to withstand any longer, the Groundhog King discarded his weapon and began to weep uncontrollably. You don't believe you're weak? Watch me take revenge for you. The second deputy triumphantly stepped forward, ready to unleash his invincible whirlwind punch. He thought he could unleash another torment upon Nezha. However, Ao Bing grasped his arm and wielded him like a weapon, hurling him into a throng of groundhogs, ultimately sending both him and the Groundhog King crashing into the mountainside. Huh? A groundhog screamed in terror, and the entire group scattered in disarray. With a flick of his finger, Lu Tong commanded the demon-catching team to spring into action, surrounding the groundhog tribe and capturing them all. All of them captured? Taiyi Zhenren inquired. Even leaving one would be a threat to the people here. Take them all back to the Yushu Palace. Our sect will guide them onto the righteous path. Reforming their ways, Lu Tong explained. Your junior brother's appearance? Lu Tong glanced at Nezha, who, after Ao Bing's soul took over, appeared significantly more handsome. It's nothing. He just oscillates between being ugly and handsome. The spirit pearl surely affects him differently from ordinary individuals. Taiyi Zhenren quickly took Nezha away. Poor Groundhog King. He always bore the brunt of the beatings. Let me show you what it means to soar in the world of Journey to the West. At Flower and Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong observed Lu Tong prattling on incessantly. Though Lu Tong spoke with righteous fervor, his actions were evidently at odds with the truth. He chuckled, You little official love to spout nonsense. Sun Wukong scratched his head, disdain evident on his face. These little creatures hardly posed a threat to the populace, warranting your intervention to guide them to righteousness. He could not fathom Lu Tong's true intentions, but could perceive his hypocrisy. These little demons earned their keep through their own labor. They appeared weak, and any hunter could easily capture them for a meal. It was uncertain who truly posed a threat to whom. Yet, Lu Tong branded them with a villainous label, ordering their capture. He had no faith in Lu Tong's words. In the world of Fox Demon, Little Red Bride, at Tushan Susu looked on in bewilderment as these little demons were apprehended, blinking her large eyes in confusion. What harm have these groundhogs caused to the people? Why is the demon-catching team capturing them? Yaya stood by, sighing after listening to Susu's words. She slowly closed her eyes and solemnly remarked, The paths of humans and demons diverge. Peace is fleeting and exceedingly precious. In the coexistence of our kinds, weakness is often the original sin, and the reasons behind it are of little consequence. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness and weariness, as if she had weathered countless storms. Susu gazed at Yaya, half understanding, her young mind unable to fully grasp the profound meaning of those words. In the world of Doloa continent, within the Star Do forest, the bear spirit growled in anger. Look at these humans, how hypocritical they are. If they wish to capture, let them do so without all these grandiose justifications. I despise these humans. If they have the courage, let them declare war openly. Its massive form trembled with rage, emanating an aura of ferocity. Di Tian furrowed his brow and replied gravely, "It is indeed disgusting. They should simply state that humans and demons are at odds, confronting the demon race openly, instead of pretending to pursue righteousness. I can't shake the feeling that they have ulterior motives." A flicker of disdain flashed in his profound eyes, expressing his discontent with the actions of Lu Tong and the demon hunting team. After all, there was no mention of the evidence regarding the havoc wreaked by the Groundhog clan, making their call for reform rather suspicious. The demon hunting team's airship returned to the Heavenly Palace. Nezha, as the hero of this battle, stood at the bow with his hands in his pockets. Disciples of the Yushu Palace on either side commented on Nezha. "Oh, who is this child?" "This is Nezha, the brother of Jin Jiao and Mu Jia. He is the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, as decreed by our master." "Oh, so it is this child. But his appearance leaves much to be desired. Hunched and limping, with downcast eyes and an unkempt visage. He looks rather ghastly with those dark circles under his eyes." Ha. Upon hearing their remarks, Nezha's initial pride morphed into fury. He seized a railing and prepared to retaliate. Taiyi Zhenren promptly intervened, pulling Nezha back. In the world preceding the Lotus Lantern, Taiyi Zhenren observed the temperamental Nezha and couldn't help but facepalm. Internally, he sighed. Indeed, Nezha has always had a fiery temper. However, it is fortunate that he seeks vengeance for wrongs and expresses grievances rather than causing trouble for no reason. As he contemplated, he shook his head in resignation. Yet his gaze revealed a mix of indulgence and affection for Nezha. Nezha was fortunate to have good parents, which kept him from seeking out trouble. However, his fiery temper sometimes led to chaos. If it weren't for his significant background, it would be challenging to protect this troublesome disciple. In the world of a Chinese odyssey, one might wonder when the cycle of vengeance would cease. Such trivial matters could simply be endured. Tang Sung continued to counsel Zhizun Bao, seemingly on the verge of persuading him, while Zhizun Bao, already exasperated, found himself inundated with Tang Seng's incessant chatter. In a fit of rage, he struck back with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "I have endured your antics for far too long." He continued to rant incessantly, paying no heed to whether others could tolerate his outburst. Tang Sung, reeling from the blow, muttered repeatedly, "Oh dear, you wretched creature, why must you be so irascible?" With gritted teeth, Zhizun Bao kicked twice in frustration before fleeing without a backward glance. Atop the pristine jade platform of Yushu Palace, the infinite immortal observed the celestial phenomena. "Brother, do take a look at the starry alignment tonight," he remarked. "A rare occurrence indeed, 6 stars in conjunction, a once-in-a-century event," exclaimed Taiyi Zhenren with excitement. Whenever 6 stars align, this jade platform can transmit sound across vast distances. It is a rare occasion for us to gather from our far-flung corners of the world, and today is perfect for convening a golden immortal assembly. With a surge of magical energy, the infinite immortal activated the jade platform. "Ah, I am not among the 12 golden immortals. I think I shall abstain." Taiyi Zhenren fervently waved his hands in refusal. "Oh, it is merely a matter of time," the infinite immortal insisted, pulling Taiyi Zhenren toward the lotus platform. "This is unacceptable. How can this be allowed?" Taiyi Zhenren protested, his face breaking into a grin despite his protests, and he took his seat upon the lotus platform. "How did you manage to sit there?" Nezha inquired. "Oh, you are such a busybody." Taiyi Zhenren shot him a glare, then lovingly caressed the lotus platform. In the realm of the mischievous Nezha, at Shintang Pass, Shengong Bao was admonishing Ao Bing. Prejudice in the human heart is akin to a towering mountain. Before he could finish, he saw Taiyi Zhenren already seated upon the golden immortal lotus platform in the celestial expanse. Enraged, he shouted, "Hypocrite! If you wish to sit, then sit. What nonsense about it being unacceptable?" Originally, Shengong Bao had hoped to compete for a place among the 12 golden immortals, as Taiyi Zhenren's examination could potentially fail. However, he soon realized that the golden immortals of Yushu Palace had already embraced Taiyi Zhenren as one of their own. The examination was merely a pretext. Even before he became a golden immortal, Taiyi was already enjoying the privileges of one. This revelation filled Shengong Bao with indignation. How infuriating! Why does one of the 12 golden immortals already hold a seat at the table, effectively excluding me? His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression contorted with rage, the bitterness and resentment within him erupting like a volcano. Eliminate them all, leave no one behind. At this moment, His murderous intent towards Taiyi Zhenren and Nezha reached its zenith. The infinite immortal poured forth a mystical liquid, and ethereal vapors began to rise. "Ah, it's like a sauna," Nezha exclaimed excitedly. "Shoo!" Taiyi Zhenren gestured for silence. The jade platform's magical formation radiated brilliant light, and the ethereal images of the 12 golden immortals materialized upon their respective lotus platforms. "Welcome back, esteemed brothers," the infinite immortal greeted first. "We pay our respects, senior brother." The golden immortals bowed in unison. "I would like to introduce a new member to everyone, junior brother Taiyi. He has fulfilled our master's expectations, successfully nurturing the spirit pearl into a talented individual." The infinite immortal gestured towards Taiyi and Nezha. Nezha was playfully leaning against the lotus pedestal when he heard his introduction and cheekily responded with a click of his tongue. Taiyi Zhenren's fist landed squarely on Nezha's head. It was only then that Nezha composed himself and stood upright to pay his respects. In the world of the lotus lantern, within the golden light cave, Yuanshi Tianzun chuckled upon witnessing Nezha's punishment. "Ha ha ha, well done. A mischievous child deserves a good beating, especially in such a serious setting," he remarked, pointing at Nezha with a smile. He then stroked his beard, his face radiating satisfaction. "Taiyi, you must discipline your disciple. A strict teacher produces exceptional students. Look, you're even worse than that chubby one." Little Nezha shot a glare at Yuanshi Tianzun, and if it weren't for the fact that Yuanshi was his uncle, he would have retaliated. "Indeed, I have been remiss in my guidance of my student," Taiyi Zhenren replied awkwardly with a smile. In the world of Journey to the West, Heavenly Court, Sun Wukong leaped onto the dragon table of the Jade Emperor, hands on his hips, grinning as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I am even more reckless than Nezha. Who dares to confront me?" His lively eyes sparkled with provocation, exuding an air of fearlessness. The Jade Emperor and the celestial beings felt helpless in response. "Just wait until I find your master and have him teach you a lesson," the Jade Emperor retorted angrily. The impending battle of the investiture of the gods necessitates this meeting to discuss preparations for war, the Wuyang Xianwing stated, clarifying the theme of the assembly. The robust Guang Chengzi crossed his arms defiantly and declared, "The Chan teaching is the true orthodox of the Tao. We shall surely prevail." The slender Chijingzi interjected, "Yet, in recent years, the interception sect has risen rapidly, and we must remain vigilant." The somewhat lecherous Jiu Liuzuan scoffed, "The interception sect? They are nothing but beasts clad in fur, mere spawn of dampened eggs." Upon hearing Jiu Liuzuan's scornful remarks, the disciples of the interception sect were filled with rage. Their eyes widened in fury, deeply dissatisfied with such slander. "Our interception sect welcomes disciples from all walks of life. What fault is there in that?" Jiu Liuzuan's derogatory words are truly intolerable. "We hold no great enmity with the Chan teaching. Why then this unwarranted targeting of our sect?" The disciples of the interception sect were fervent, vowing to defend their sect's honor, their indignation threatening to engulf Jiu Liuzuan beneath the celestial canopy. In the world of the investiture of the gods, on Three Immortals Island, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were incensed by Jiu Liuzuan's mockery of the interception sect. Xiong Xiao's brows furrowed in anger as she shouted, "That scoundrel Jiu Liuzuan dares to belittle our interception sect. He shall surely be dealt with." Bai Xiao, equally furious, echoed, "Yes, he must not be spared." The two were filled with wrath and were ready to take their magical artifacts to confront Jiu Liuzuan. However, Yin Xiao chided them. "Do not fall for their provocations. Our master has instructed us that as long as we remain in the cave and do not descend the mountain, we can evade this great calamity of the investiture of the gods." As the eldest sister, Yin Xiao easily restrained them. Nevertheless, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao could not swallow their indignation, their fury continuing to blaze fiercely within them. In the realm of the Journey to the West, at the sacred grounds of Lingshan, the gathering of the 12 golden immortals commanded the attention of the assembled Buddhas. Their gazes instinctively gravitated towards the figures of the 4 bodhisattvas, Jiu Li Sun Buddha, Guanyin, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra. Witnessing the congregation of the 12 golden immortals, who reminisced about the cataclysm of the Fengshan, the bodhisattvas found themselves awash in a tide of reflections. Their expressions bore the weight of complex emotions, as memories of a vibrant past surged forth. Once, the 12 golden immortals reveled in spirited discourse, basking in the joy of camaraderie. The disciples of the Chan school looked down upon them, deriding them as a hodgepodge of transformed creatures. Yet, the sands of time have shifted. and the four bodhisattvas have now aligned themselves with the teachings of Buddha, diverging from the paths of their erstwhile brethren. This transformation evoked a profound sense of nostalgia and resolute affirmation of their current choices. I once held disdain for those creatures of the, and I maintain that disdain still. Jiuli Sun Buddha remarked with a chuckle, "Do these trivial beings dare to compare themselves with us?" Guanyin, cradling a pure vessel in one hand while gesturing with the other, recounted the events of the past Fengshan War, where Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Tsihong had even tamed the creatures of the as their mounts. Now, they had fallen from grace, and the status of the demon clans had sunk even lower. Their regard for the demon race had dwindled correspondingly. In the primordial world, within the stronghold of the demon clan, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi let out a disdainful snort, his eyes blazing with fury as he proclaimed, "I am also a demon, and so is Enhua. How dare you, disciples of the, be so unreasonable?" He had initially believed that the dragon clan had waned, only to discover that it was the demon race that had dwindled. If I were here, how could the demon race have fallen to such depths? Let your mockery rain down. His presence exuded an aura of immense authority and indignation. Once, under his command, the demon race had dominated the cosmos, yet now faced such derision from the, igniting a fiery resentment within him, tinged with sorrow and defiance regarding the plight of his kin. This battle pertains to the survival of our sect. We must not underestimate its significance. Strengthening our sect is of utmost importance, declared Huang Longzhenren. Indeed, for this reason, I have commenced preparations long ago. The infinite immortal elder extended his staff, which transformed into roots that spread out, elevating a multitude of celestial elixirs. Celestial elixirs? The assembled immortals exclaimed in astonishment. There are a total of 9,000, to be distributed among our disciples according to their ranks. The infinite immortal elder intends to distribute all the elixirs, he announced. Our sect's strength will surely experience a tremendous enhancement, exclaimed Yuanshi Tianzun, brimming with excitement, before inquiring, how could there be so many? For nearly a century, our master has diligently refined elixirs using the Tianjin Ding, tirelessly working day and night, even at the expense of his own cultivation, explained Hitong. The master of spiritual treasures immediately clasped his fists in gratitude, acknowledging, "Senior brother, your tireless efforts for the rise and fall of our sect are truly commendable." In the world of the journey to the west, at the Flower Fruit Mountain, the multitude of monkeys gazed in awe at the platter of celestial elixirs, their eyes wide with envy, each heart secretly contemplating an alliance with the way of the primordial, yearning for such exquisite potions. If we could join the primordial, we too might acquire these precious elixirs, mused Shen Gongbao, asserting that a single pill could equate to a decade of arduous cultivation. However, it appeared that the primordial held a strong aversion towards demons and malevolence. It seems they harbor disdain for us. Perhaps it is best we refrain from approaching. Sun Wukong waved dismissively, chuckling lightly. Such triviality. In the days of yore, I consumed countless potions within the alchemical chamber of the great Lord Laozi. His proud demeanor spoke of an unparalleled legendary experience, evoking both admiration and jealousy among the monkeys. Our king is remarkable. Our king is extraordinary. At the same time, Shen Gongbao was captivated by the abundance of elixirs, murmuring, "So many. Master, why have you only acquired 6 from the infinite immortal despite such a bounty?" Albing inquired curiously. The infinite immortal casually revealed that he had distributed 9,000 elixirs to other disciples of the golden immortals, suggesting that he may have concealed even more to nurture his own apprentices. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao, after a century of toil within the primordial, had only received a meager 6 elixirs, leading him to a bitter realization. I have never been truly valued within the primordial. He bit his lip, a flicker of resentment and indignation crossing his eyes, feeling that he had never been treated with the respect and fairness he deserved, all due to his demon heritage. Albing too felt an overwhelming sorrow, gradually comprehending Shen Gongbao's remark about the prejudice of the human heart being akin to a towering mountain. Aside from the way of the interception, are there other malevolent beings plotting? Asked the compassionate master. The dear boy replied, "Master, upon discovering formidable demons, the demon capture team promptly intervenes. Thus most rogue demons fail to pose a threat, yet there is one exception." The Taiyi Zhenren inquired with curiosity, "Oh? Which demon tribe?" "The East Sea Dragon clan," replied the dear boy with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Nezha and Taiyi Zhenren appeared somewhat alarmed. Hasn't the dragon clan already surrendered to the heavenly court? Questioned the clear and virtuous true monarch. Those not of our kin may harbor ulterior motives. In my view, their submission is merely a fade, biding their time, replied the dear boy. What crime have they committed for suppressing the sea monsters for millennia? The compassionate master grew increasingly intrigued. Yet their power is formidable. Should they turn against us during the battle of the gods, it could jeopardize the entire situation. The dear boy continued to elaborate. Such a course is inadvisable. Our sect is a paragon of righteousness, deeply embedded in the hearts of the people. If we act without just cause, unjustly attacking those who have surrendered, how shall we gain the trust of the world in the future? The Manjusri vast law celestial sovereign interjected. Several golden immortals echoed in agreement. You speak truly. It is indeed so. The dear boy attempted to explain further, but was halted by the infinite immortal. Enough, there is no need for further insistence. The time of the 6-star alignment approaches. If there are no other matters to discuss, let us adjourn the meeting. In the realm of the journey to the west, within the eastern sea, the illustrious son Wukong sought weaponry from the Dragon King. The Dragon King commanded his aquatic soldiers to select suitable arms for the Monkey King while he listened to the slanderous remarks of the deer spirit regarding the Dragon clan. Gradually, the Dragon King's gaze became vacant, and after a prolonged silence, he emitted a deep sigh, followed by an overwhelming silence. He gazed at the opulent yet somewhat desolate halls of the Dragon Palace. A wave of profound melancholy surged within him. Once, the Dragon clan basked in unparalleled glory, commanding the winds and rains, instilling fear across the seas. Yet now, they had fallen into such disgrace that they were even regarded with suspicion. Alas, our Dragon clan is truly wretched, the Dragon King murmured, his voice laden with the weight of time and solitude. His slightly trembling form seemed to narrate the unfortunate and sorrowful tale of his kin. Son Wukong, unimpressed by the multitude of weapons, became enamored with the sea-stabilizing iron rod. His affection for it undeniable. Old mudfish, this treasure is now mine, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. This is unacceptable. It is the treasure left by you for controlling the waters. The Dragon King protested repeatedly. Suddenly, the Dragon King recalled son Wukong's rebellious exploits in the heavenly court. The Monkey King intended to wield the Rui Jingu Bang against the heavens. With this thought, a smile crept upon the Dragon King's face. The celestial beings always harbored suspicion towards the Dragon clan, and since they lacked the strength to confront the heavens, it was fortuitous to take revenge through son Wukong. Very well, the Dragon King declared, if you can wield it, it is yours. Son Wukong puffed out a breath, calling out small, and the sea-stabilizing iron rod shrank considerably, allowing him to wield it with vigor. He even summoned the 3 sea Dragon Kings to assemble a suit of armor for him. Satisfied, son Wukong departed. Upon learning of the Dragon King's gift, the Dragon Mother inquired, what if that monkey, having seen his rebellious actions against the heavenly court, chooses not to rebel? The Dragon King stroked his whiskers thoughtfully. If he does not rebel, I shall ensure he does, if not by his own volition. The heavenly court will surely seek him out. In the primordial world, the colossal form of the ancestor dragon loomed in the void, radiating boundless fury. Its eyes burned like 2 blazing suns, unleashing torrents of flame as its thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. My Dragon clan has been reduced to such desolation. Yet the heavenly court still harbors suspicion against us. This is utterly absurd. Were I still in my prime, I would upheave your celestial realm. The voice of the ancestor dragon resonated like rolling thunder, shaking the very foundations of the universe. Its resplendent scales shimmered with a blinding light, each scale imbued with unquenchable rage and defiance. The surrounding tempest darkened, lightning struck, as if responding to the ancestor dragon's wrath. The oppressive aura enveloped the primordial world in a palpable tension. The venerable Manjusri remarked, Brother, Jin Jia and Mu Jia have both paid their respects to the teachings of our master, and after years of cultivation, they have yet to return home. I have not even met our third brother, Nezha. The enlightened Puxian understood Manjusri's intent. With the celestial alignment of the 6 stars still lingering, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity for the 3 brothers to gather. Indeed, a splendid idea. The infinite immortal agreed, as all eyes turned toward Nezha. Yet, Nezha, filled with trepidation, hastily descended from the jade platform. What troubles you? Asked Ao Bing. Do you think my appearance might leave a negative impression? Nezha gazed into the clear stone tablet, and was disheartened by his rather unappealing visage. Surely not. Ao Bing reassured him. Really? Nezha's spirits lifted at the response. Though your demeanor may be slovenly, your determination is unwavering. Though you may be diminutive in stature, your heart is formidable. Though your looks may be ungraceful, your spirit is kind. And though your eyes are sunken and your nose upturned, with a missing tooth, I believe you are truly wonderful. Your elder brothers would surely think the same. Ao Bing effusively praised him. However, the light in Nezha's eyes dimmed as he became increasingly despondent. He scoffed, producing a pill and consuming it without hesitation. Ao Bing, resigned, braced himself to face their two elder brothers on Nezha's behalf. The celestial beings were initially taken aback, before erupting into uproarious laughter. Is this flattery? It seems more like criticism. How can one flatter in such a manner that it breeds insecurity? The deities laughed heartily, their faces flushed with mirth. In the realm of the Fengshen Yini, within the military camp of the Zhou army, Jin Jiao and Mu Jia observed Nezha, doubled over with laughter, nearly unable to stand. This is hilarious. How can Ao Bing's praise feel like an insult? Jin Jiao clutched his belly, tears of laughter nearly spilling forth. Mu Jia joined in the revelry. Such amusement, little brother. Yet I must admit, Ao Bing speaks the truth in all his words. Nezha's face flushed crimson with indignation, his fists clenched as he shouted at his two brothers. You two rascals only know how to mock me. I am not as you portray. Jin Jia and Mu Jia, however, paid no heed to Nezha's fury, their laughter echoing through the air, filling the entire tent with a light-hearted and teasing atmosphere. In the world before the Lotus Lantern, within the Golden Light Cave, the young Nezha, incensed by Ao Bing's comments, seized the Hunyuan silk and the Qianquan circle, glaring fiercely as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "This impertinent fellow! I shall put an end to him." He then made to leave the cave, charging toward the East Sea. Seeing this, Taiyi Zhenren swiftly stepped forward, grasping Nezha firmly and advising, Ao Bing has not spoken falsely. The demon pill Nezha indeed bears such traits. However, do not conflate yourself with him. You are not that Nezha. Ha ha ha, right, brother? Indeed. Ha ha. Youngsters should not be too youthful. Yuding Zhenren also joined in the persuasion. Yet the smiles on the faces of the two immortals betrayed their true intentions. As Nezha listened to their laughter, he struggled even more fiercely, desperate to break free from Taiyi Zhenren's grasp. Master, please do not hold me back. Today, I must teach him a lesson. Taiyi Zhenren firmly held on to Nezha, earnestly attempting to reason with him. Nezha, do not act impulsively. This is a trivial matter. Do not let a moment of anger drive you to recklessness. Meanwhile, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Ao Bing engaged in a private conversation. Ao Bing, reflecting on his two brothers, felt moved by their warmth, solidifying his determination to attain immortality. The scene shifted. In the mortal realm, a great demon was diligently training a group of lesser demons. The small demon stood on one leg atop tall bamboo poles. Only through valiant effort can one achieve rapid progress. With your current dedication, even 100 years of practice would yield nothing. Cultivating immortality is about refining one's essence and spirit. If you feel hardship and fatigue, you should blame your very nature as demons. Only by exerting yourselves to the utmost can you hope to defy fate and attain enlightenment. Shun Jingdao's voice resonated like a thunderclap, his posture exuding the authority of a stern master. Suddenly, Nezha interjected, I have always regarded life and death with indifference, defiantly challenging the heavens. My name is determined by me, not by fate. I shall become an immortal. Excellent. Shun Jingdao led the applause, his few words echoing with inspiration. This spirit is truly commendable and worthy of emulation. In the world of the investiture of the gods, amidst the battlefield, the 12 golden immortals observed Shun Jingdao, surrounded by diligent little demons, entirely focused on their rigorous training. The immortals regarded his unwavering determination and fervent dedication with admiration. Look how strict Shun Jingdao is. His disciples are all striving earnestly. If only our own disciples could exhibit such diligence, Zhu Lu's son remarked with a sigh. Others nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing envy and introspection. Indeed, Shun Jingdao's tenacity and industriousness are qualities we, along with our disciples, ought to learn from, especially Taiyi Shiti. Guang Qingzi cast a glance at Taiyi Zhenren, whose indulgence of his disciples prompted them to consider how, if Taiyi Zhenren could embody even half of Shun Jingdao's rigor, Nezha would not have caused so much trouble. Coughing softly, Taiyi Zhenren smiled sheepishly, Nezha possesses considerable strength, albeit with a mischievous streak. He is but a child. Should children be indulged? Nanji Xinlong playfully pointed at Taiyi Zhenren. Taiyi Zhenren felt increasingly guilty. The impression of Shun Jingdao's diligence prompting him to reflect on his own approach to disciplining his students. In the world of the Balian Lantern, Shun Xiang confronted Yang Jian, yet his strength fell short of defeating him. Despite exerting every ounce of his ability, even wielding the mountain opening axe with such fervor that it left after images, he remained unsatisfied. Why am I always just a bit short? Chen Xiang exclaimed in frustration. Yang Jian, fuming with anger, brandished his three-pointed blade, growing more incensed with each clash. Just a little more, just a little more. It must be that during training, it always feels nearly there. Yang Jian, while striking, scolded fiercely, showing no mercy as Qin Xiang was forced to retreat step by step. Yang Jian cast a stern glance at Shun Jingdao's rigorous teaching methods and angrily questioned Qin Xiang. How does your master discipline you? A strict teacher produces an exceptional disciple. With a monster like Shun Jingdao, his students must certainly be diligent. Yet, looking at your lazy demeanor, it is evident that your master has not taught you well. Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong hung their heads in guilt, murmuring softly, a master leads one to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. How can one blame their master for their own lack of diligence? Yang Jian snorted coldly. In the realm of heavenly competition, the great Monkey King, on the Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong reclined in a chair within the water curtain cave, gazing at the sky. His mind wandered back to the days spent with his fellow disciples at the Bodhi Temple, the little bull demon king, the little iron fan, the little Rui immortal. They, in their time, were as industrious as the little demons under Shun Jingdao's command. His gaze was filled with reminiscence, even softening as he looked toward Shun Jingdao. Shun Jingdao was quite fond of Nezha's remarks, showering him with praise. Truly a young hero, destined for greatness. Nezha, overwhelmed by the compliments, humbly replied, "Oh, I still have some minor flaws. Your flaws are quite substantial. Just look at yourself." Shun Jingdao suddenly began to instruct Nezha sternly. "Tell me, what is the reason for those dark circles under your eyes? It is evident that you often stay up late, your lifestyle is irregular, and your diet is unhealthy. You cannot even maintain the most basic self-discipline, and yet you dare to pursue immortality. If you were my disciple, I would certainly have you start over. Then teach me." Nezha leaped to Shun Jingdao's side. "Seeing your lofty ambitions, I shall accept you as my disciple." Shun Jingdao waved his hand. "Master." Nezha immediately bowed deeply in reverence. Meanwhile, Taiyi Zhenren, observing from above the cliff, was visibly displeased. In the world of the Bao Yin Lantern, within the Golden Light Cave, Taiyi Zhenren wore a gloomy expression, muttering, "How infuriating! My own disciple is lazy and indifferent, yet he so readily seeks guidance from others." With that, he turned away in a huff, no longer watching Nezha. Yuding Zhenren chuckled, nearly collapsing with laughter. Noticing this, the little Nezha quickly approached, grinning. "Master, please don't be angry. That demon seed Nezha is not me. He truly went too far, but I have not." Upon hearing this, Taiyi Zhenren's frown lifted instantly, replaced by a smile as he replied, "Indeed. My good disciple would never behave that way." In the world of Journey to the West, on the Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong reclined upon his throne, indulging in succulent fruits presented by his fellow monkeys, and pointed at the celestial figure of Nezha, erupting in hearty laughter. "Ha! How utterly absurd. Nezha has actually taken on two masters, and in the presence of his original mentor, no less. It is akin to slapping his master in the face. I, the great sage, have already pledged my allegiance to the patriarch Bodhi and shall never bow to another master." Wukong's laughter was so infectious that it caused his tail to swish back and forth in delight. The other monkeys joined in, chattering animatedly, as if echoing Wukong's mockery. The atmosphere of Flower Fruit Mountain was filled with boisterous mirth, seemingly bewildered and derisive of Nezha's actions. In the Holy Mountain, Jin Chanzi was dozing off during the sermon delivered by the Tathagata. Suddenly, he sneezed. "Who is speaking of me?" he mumbled, only to be met with the piercing gaze of the Tathagata. To be inattentive during the Buddha's discourse was a sacrilege. "Jin Chanzi, your neglect of the Dharma and insincerity shall result in your descent into the mortal realm. You shall endure 10 cycles of reincarnation, acquire the true scriptures, and attain enlightenment before returning to the Holy Mountain." The Tathagata's voice resonated like a soft breeze as he waved a hand that suppressed Jin Chanzi's powers. casting his spirit into the cycle of 6 realms. Come, practice with your seniors. Shun Jingdao earnestly instructed Nezha. What are we practicing? Nezha replied with disdain. Immortal cultivation. I don't need your guidance on that. Teach me how to enhance my beauty. Absurd. You cannot pursue beauty without cultivating immortality. You are forsaking the essence for the trivial. Are you going to teach me or not? From this moment forth, I sever our master-disciple bond. You are destined to bear the visage of a panda for eternity. That's excessive. I still hope you'll go easy on me later. Return from whence you came, and do not disturb our tranquil cultivation, lest I become less than courteous. As Shun Jingdao spoke, he turned to find Nezha's countenance had transformed. Apologies. Ao Bing clasped his fists in a gesture of regret, then brazenly struck out. In the resplendent world of Zhu Beiji, he gazed at the star of the morning with eager anticipation and exclaimed, Celestial being, are you not a deity from the heavens? Please help me become more handsome. Otherwise, I shall take action. The star of the morning shot him a glare and retorted, You are already in human form. Is that not sufficient? You wish to become a handsome lad. Preposterous. Begone. Zhu Beiji persisted, tugging at the celestial's sleeve. Oh, please, show me some kindness. If I become handsome, I shall not forget your great kindness. The star of the morning forcefully shook off Zhu Beiji's grasp. Do not cling to me. It is out of the question. However, the star of the morning, having lost his powers, now resembled a child and was unable to escape Zhu Beiji's hold. In the world of Do Put Song Qiong, Han Feng observed Nezha's changing expression and laughed boisterously. Ha! It seems Nezha, like me, is one who has forgotten his roots. Yet it is those like me who live with clarity and thrive. Just moments ago, Nezha had been calling Shun Jingdao his master, only to change countenance upon failing to receive the beauty-enhancing technique. He was not unlike Han Feng, who had also transformed due to not acquiring the true teachings of Yao Lao. Thus, it appears that he bears a striking resemblance to Nezha. If he cannot possess it, then he shall destroy it all. His laughter reverberated through the valley, imbued with a sense of pride and disdain. Open wide my mighty arms. 1,000 bows. The ancient archer He was taken aback. Is this how it can be played? The radiant spirit Doloa was left in bewilderment. Although Shun Jingdao possessed considerable strength, he was slightly inferior to Ao Bing. In terms of martial prowess, Shun Jingdao fell short, and Ao Bing soon gained the upper hand. You are no match for me. Surrender, Ao Bing declared, hands behind his back. Shun Jingdao, incensed, unleashed a torrent of furious power, conjuring colossal waves. His speed became akin to a flash of lightning. Regardless of Ao Bing's formidable strength, he deftly evaded with his remarkable swiftness. Observing this, Ao Bing ensnared Shun Jingdao in a hold, and the two plunged into the water. Just as Ao Bing believed victory was within his grasp, Shun Jingdao transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. I can become a current. In the water, I am invincible, Shun Jingdao proclaimed with confidence. In the water, his speed was extraordinary, and leveraging this trait, he drove Ao Bing into retreat. In the world of Journey to the West, Lei Gong and Dianmu were preoccupied with their duties of orchestrating clouds and rain. To their astonishment, they witnessed Shun Jingdao morphing into a current, navigating effortlessly through the water, relentlessly pushing Ao Bing back. Lei Gong widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, This fellow's cultivation is remarkably formidable, able to transform into lightning. Dianmu nodded slightly in agreement, adding, Indeed, a capable individual. If he were to ascend to the celestial ranks, he could join my Thunder Division as one of my junior deities. They gazed at Shun Jingdao's agile figure, their admiration for his abilities growing. In the world of Electric Boy, Xiao Guang looked at Shun Jingdao with curiosity and a hint of challenge, stating, You two are a current? I wonder who is mightier, you or I. He clenched his fists, excitement glimmering in his eyes, clearly ready to engage Shun Jingdao in a contest. Though Shun Jingdao could assume the form of lightning, he feared not the 380 volts. In fact, he could absorb the current to enhance his own power. He felt a confidence of 90% in his chances against Shun Jingdao. Meanwhile, Cabby, observing the innovative inventions, shot Xiao Guang a disapproving glance. Xiao Guang, Electric Boy is not for showcasing your prowess. It is meant for punishing evil. All right, I was merely jesting, Xiao Guang shrugged. Upon realizing this, Ao Bing swiftly harnessed his ice attributes to freeze the water in a radius of several miles. The ice, being non-conductive, restricted Shun Jingdao's abilities. Forced to break free from the icy confines, Shun Jingdao had no choice but to emerge from beneath the ice. Otherwise, he would be trapped. Seeing that he could no longer utilize the flowing water for swift movement, Shun Jingdao immediately inscribed a spell with his hands, from the 5 lakes to the 4 seas. Clouds blanket the sky. Divine symbol command thee. Rain and wind shall flow, swiftly as the law decrees. He extended his hand towards the heavens, where dark clouds gathered, casting a spell to summon rain. Taiyi witnessed the invocation of the rain spell and urged Ao Bing to conclude the battle swiftly. The struggle between the two intensified to a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Shun Xiaobao, returning home, caught sight of his father's magical prowess and realized that his father was engaged in combat, prompting him to hasten his return. The rain fell in a gentle drizzle as Shun Jingdao adeptly maneuvered through space at will. After a fierce entanglement, Shun Jingdao seized Ao Bing with one hand while the other crackled with lightning, preparing to strike him down. In response, Ao Bing unleashed his ice attribute, causing frost to creep up Shun Jingdao's arm. Without hesitation, Shun Jingdao severed his own arm to escape peril, but the spell he had cast dissipated, leaving him at his limits. I do not seek your life. Why must you go so far as to sever your own arm? Ao Bing lamented, gazing at the severed limb in his grasp. The celestial beings observing Shun Jingdao's resolute act of self-mutilation were left in awe and admiration. This individual is truly formidable. He is stringent with his disciples and equally ruthless with himself. No wonder he possesses such prowess. He is indeed a fierce character. His decisive and swift actions suggest that should he continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. It is no wonder that Yushu Palace relentlessly hunts demons. With such ruthless figures abound, it is only a matter of time before they challenge the foundations of the heavenly court. The celestial beings express their sentiments, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence for Shun Jingdao. In the world of Jigong performed a spell that engulfed his own house in roaring flames. A rescued woman, taken aback, inquired, "Benefactor, whose home is that?" Jigong, with a calm demeanor, replied nonchalantly, "It is my home." The woman, wide-eyed and perplexed, pressed on, "Your home? Why would you set fire to your own home?" Jigong looked up at Shun Jingdao and laughed heartily. Look at him. When one hesitates to sever what must be severed, chaos ensues. He then smiled wryly, saying, "Having renounced my household, what use is a home to a monk?" In his laughter lay a sense of freedom and release, leaving the woman gazing at Jigong, half comprehending. In the world of Tianxing Jiugu, at Xylan Pavilion, Wei Zhuang lounged against the window, his gaze penetrating as he observed the sky. Upon witnessing Shun Jingdao's decisive and ruthless act of self-amputation, a slight smile graced his lips, revealing a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. A fierce individual indeed. Ziyu approached Wei Zhuang with a playful smile, teasing, "He bears a certain resemblance to you, Wei Zhuang." "Indeed fierce." Han Fei chimed in with a grin. "The ferocity of such a combat style is simply overwhelming." Wei Zhuang scoffed, but did not refute, seemingly acquiescing to their observations. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, tousling his hair, rendering his austere visage even more enigmatic and alluring. In the realm of a Chinese ghost story, Zui Qianhu engaged in a breathtaking battle against an invisible demon. Despite initially losing an arm to the brutal foe, he exhibited no signs of retreat, wielding a blade with one hand while biting down on another with his teeth, fearlessly slashing down 4 demons with an indomitable spirit. He was covered in wounds, yet still exuded an aura of fearlessness. Turning his gaze towards Shun Jingdao in the heavens, his eyes were filled with intensity and determination as he bellowed, "Kill, Shun Jingdao, do not easily concede defeat." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, shaking the very souls of those who heard it, as if attempting to convey his courage and resolve to Shun Jingdao in another realm. Losing an arm was not a sign of failure. Even with one hand, he could still vanquish formidable foes. The demon hunting team, led by Lu Tong, surrounded the myriad of lesser demons, who immediately huddled together, brandishing rudimentary weapons in a futile attempt to resist. "Stop! Put down your arms, all of you," Shun Jingdao commanded. Addressing Lu Tong, "May I inquire if you are a disciple of the teaching?" "Indeed," Lu Tong replied. Shun Jingdao bowed deeply. "These are all celestial beings from the Yushu Palace, and you must not show them disrespect. By entering the Yushu Palace, we shall receive proper teachings, which is certainly a good thing. Cast down your weapons at once." Under Shun Jingdao's stern admonition, the lesser demons discarded their arms, allowing the demon hunting team to bind them roughly. Shun Jingdao too offered no resistance, surrendering without a fight. Despite the relatively high combat prowess of these lesser demons, the entire apprehension process unfolded without a hint of opposition from them. Chapter title: Shun Jingdao Surrender, the Capture of the Demons. Luya, my kind shall never capitulate. One head of the serpent demon lashed its tail, crashing violently into the ground. What was Shun Jingdao doing? He watched in frustration as the leopard demon not only surrendered, but also compelled his subordinates to do the same. How could our demon race submit to the human race? Another serpent demon emerged from the water, its voice equally filled with fury. If these demon hunting teams take us away, how could we ever hope for a favorable outcome? The celestial demons were filled with rage upon witnessing Shun Jingdao's actions in the heavens. As fellow demons, Shun Jingdao was a disgrace to their kind. Surrendering would only lead to enslavement. An ancient demon slowly raised its massive form, its resonant voice echoing throughout the demon realm. We, the demon race, shall never be enslaved. Even in death, we will not yield. Brother, oh brother, Li Changshuo's water deity avatar floated in midair, observing the battlefield below. Countless celestial soldiers, along with the witch and human races, clashed with the demon army, overpowering them. Surrender, Li Changshuo intoned, gesturing with his hands, his voice reverberating across the battlefield. Shun Jingdao and the other demons have surrendered. Why persist in obstinacy? Only by yielding and submitting to the celestial court can you secure a chance at survival. The demon army, struggling immensely, instinctively looked up towards the skies upon hearing his words. Upon witnessing Shun Jingdao's immediate surrender and the capture that ensued, they momentarily stood in stunned silence. Not a chance. Luya roared in fury at Li Changshuo. That leopard demon does not deserve to represent our race. Even if we perish here, we shall never surrender to the celestial court. Li Changshuo, however, paid him no heed, directing his gaze instead towards the demonic army below. As the prince of the demon clan, surrender was not an option for him, yet the others were not bound by such principles. What gain would they have? Even if they perished here? Many lesser demons, observing the unfolding scene in the celestial canopy, found themselves engulfed in doubt. In the vast realm of the heavens, a colossal handprint of the great void descended with a thunderous crash, shattering the myriad swords beneath its weight. The golden-winged rock king, taken aback, folded his wings in a desperate attempt to shield himself, but was still sent hurtling back several dozen feet, barely managing to regain his footing while spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yi Fan, I merely suppressed my cultivation to match yours temporarily. I am not yet defeated. However, if you expect me to concede like that leopard demon in the celestial canopy, you can forget it. The golden-winged rock king grasped his chest and slowly rose, his expression remaining defiant and proud, devoid of any inclination to yield. Yi Fan glanced upward at the celestial canopy, raising an eyebrow. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise, yet a loss is still a loss. Silence. The golden-winged rock king's expression darkened as he barked back. Casting another glance towards the celestial canopy, he scoffed at the captive demons, disdain evident in his demeanor. Just because those lesser demons are feeble does not signify the weakness of our clan. With his magnificent golden wings unfurled, casting shadows across the sky, the golden-winged rock king declared, "We, the demon clan, shall never surrender or admit defeat." He fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan and issued a renewed challenge. Await my return. One day, I shall challenge you once more. In the primordial world, the disciples of the Chan sect were egregiously oppressing the demon clan. For no just cause, they invaded the dwelling of the demons, capturing their kin. Di Jun descended slowly from his throne, his eyes ablaze with fury. If you intend to confront the Chan sect personally, then make sure to settle the scores while you're at it. Dong Huang Taiyi, resting his forehead on his palm, offered a word of caution before Di Jun departed. Di Jun acknowledged and promptly summoned his golden crow chariot, hastening towards the Jade Void Palace of the Chan sect. Moments later, the oppressive aura of the Demon King enveloped the Jade Void Palace, his booming voice resonating in the ears of every disciple present. Disciples of the Chan sect, you have oppressed my demon clan. Yuanshi Tianzun, come forth. Yuanshi Tianzun flicked his whisk and sighed deeply. What is this madness? The calamities wrought by the Chan sect in the celestial canopy have all come to my doorstep. Contemplating the capture of Shun Jingdao and other demons by the demon hunting team, Yuanshi Tianzun felt a headache brewing, knowing the demon clan would likely harbor resentment towards the Chan sect disciples for a long time to come. Shen Xiaobao, filled with rage, suddenly transformed into his leopard form and pounced fiercely at Nezha. After a series of entanglements, the demon hunting team surrounded him with swords drawn. Yet Shen Xiaobao leaped with agility, injuring several disciples of the team. Impudent! How dare you harm my disciples? Lu Tong shouted, swiftly drawing forth his longbow artifact, conjuring a golden arrow to shoot. No? Shen Jingdao broke free from his restraints and, in a state of desperation, lunged towards Shen Xiaobao. A golden arrow pierced through both Shen Jingdao and Shen Xiaobao, pinning the father and son demons against the icy stone. Outside the cliffs of Qintang Pass, Shen Gongbao staggered towards the heavens. Instinctively, he brandished the thunder whip, hoping to ensnare his father and brother. However, the whip passed through the celestial veil, failing to reach Shen Jingdao and Shen Xiaobao within. Father! Brother! Shen Gongbao cried out hoarsely, his heart torn asunder. Kneeling before the celestial curtain, he bellowed, Chanjiao, Lu Tong, I vow that you will pay for your blood debts in kind. Shen Xiaobao transformed into human form, anxiously assisting Shen Jingdao, yet Lu Tong once more coalesced a golden arrow. As the arrow was unleashed, Shen Jingdao shielded Shen Xiaobao, swiftly retreating. Where do you think you're going? Lu Tong shouted, leaping into the air, accompanied by the roaring winds. With his left hand tightly gripping the deer antler, a brilliant golden energy surged from his being, manifesting into dozens of luminous giant hands. The giant hands intertwined with the bowstring of his spiritual power, shimmering with radiant light. Lu Tong's eyes sparkled like lightning, fixating on the frantic adversaries. As the spiritual energy condensed into a golden arrow, he and the giant hands exerted their force, and the arrow blazed forth like a torrent of fire, annihilating all vitality in its path. The rain of golden arrows relentlessly pursued Shen Jingdao and Shen Xiaobao, sending them hurtling away. In the realm of Ho Yi shooting the suns, Ho Yi's eyes sparkled with realization as he examined the bow in his hand, shifting his gaze towards the 10 suns in the sky. If he were to emulate Lu Tong and unleash 9 arrows simultaneously, he could bring down all 9 golden crows at once. No longer would he need to worry about any escaping, and the common folk could be liberated from the agonizing torment of the 10 suns. With this thought, Ho Yi leapt onto the cliff, drawing back his longbow and aiming at the golden crows above. In the next moment, 9 arrows were released, targeting the lives of the 9 golden crows. In the world of Doloa continent, the light-feathered Doloa gazed in astonishment at the spectacle of countless arrows raining down from the celestial dome. Lu Tong's deer antler bow was capable of such formidable sorcery. Initially, the bow had appeared rather unremarkable to the light-feathered Doloa, but he was taken aback by Lu Tong's prowess. He clicked his tongue, reaching for the longbow on his back, pondering which was superior, the deer antler bow or his own light feather martial soul. In the world of Tsungyuan too, Lu Qiu squinted slightly, chuckling softly. She had not anticipated that this little Lu Tong possessed such means. The bow and arrow he wielded appeared to rival her phoenix divine bow. As Shen Gongbao wreaked havoc upon Qintang Pass, fury erupted throughout the realms. King Zhou declared, rebellious subjects deserve to be slain. While Shen Gongbao protested, this is unjust. After escorting Shen Xiaobao to safety, Shen Gongbao turned his back to Li Jing, commanding, bring me the list of medicinal herbs. On the surface of the river at Qintang Pass, numerous aquatic beasts surfaced, burdened with medicinal herbs. Upon entering the city, at the ferry dock, a multitude of soldiers and civilians from Qintang Pass, along with the sea demons, carried heavy sacks filled with herbs, forming a lengthy procession towards the inner city. The steward hurried to Li Jing, exclaiming, all the medicinal herbs listed are accounted for, and we have an additional 100 baskets of fish and shrimp, which the city is currently in need of. On the back of a gigantic sea turtle, Shen Gongbao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, ready to depart when Li Jing called out to him. Daoist Shun, please wait. We have prepared some food and wine. Would you do us the honor of joining us? The scene shifts to an expansive courtyard where Shen Gongbao and Li Jing, along with his wife, were seated at their respective places, and the sea knight demon merrily served food and drink. Shen Gongbao looked on in puzzlement as the sea knight demon explained, thanks to Lord Li's benevolence, I have been fortunate enough to serve as a minor attendant. As Li Jing poured the wine, he remarked, though he is a demon, his heart is not wicked. In the world of White Snake, origin, In the courtyard before a small cottage, two graceful figures, one clad in white and the other in blue, sat facing each other. Xiao Qing rested her chin on her hand, swirling her wine glass as she gazed at the sky, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Opposite her, Bai Suzhen looked at the harmonious scene above with a gentle smile, tinged with envy. If only all humans were like Li Jing, she mused. As she spoke, her serpent tail unfurled beneath her gown. Xiao Qing furrowed her brows, letting out a soft hum, remarking that individuals like Li Jing were indeed rare. With a flick of her serpent tail, she playfully nudged Bai Suzhen's tail, their tails briefly intertwining. Most humans tend to exclude those who are different, believing that those who are not of their kind must harbor ill intentions. Sister, do not harbor too many expectations for humanity. Reflecting on past encounters in the human realm, Xiao Qing's expression darkened. She set her wine cup down heavily on the table, particularly recalling Fa Hai. Before she could finish her thought, the sisters spotted a figure racing towards them from the horizon. It was Fa Hai. With a fierce glare, he brandished his magical artifact. Serpent Demon, prepare to face your doom. In the world of Fox Demon, Little Red, beneath the sorrowful giant tree of Tushan, Bai Yuechu brushed back his hair and let out a long sigh. Phew, it's finally over. The Demon Emperor and the Princess can reincarnate and rekindle their love. That is indeed a satisfying conclusion. After speaking for a while, he noticed that the little fox demon beside him had not reacted. Turning to face her, he found her gazing at the sky with rapt attention. You silly creature. What captivates you so? Bai Yuechu muttered, following Su Su's gaze. He beheld a scene in the sky where two humans and two demons were celebrating joyfully together. Wow, how wonderful. The people and demons of Chentang Pass coexist harmoniously, Su Su exclaimed, resting her chin on her hand. However, recalling the recent fierce battle, her expression fell. Alas, sometimes demons can be more ruthless to each other. The Black Fox, despite being a demon, aggressively attacked Tushan, nearly capturing all the Fox clan within it. Conversely, within the celestial realm, the leopard demon, Shun Gongbao, was willing to assist Li Jing, who in turn was eager to invite Shun Gongbao to dine with him. Even among them, there existed numerous instances of love between humans and demons. Alas, one might argue that humans can be quite ruthless towards one another as well. Furthermore, do not let appearances deceive you. Despite the current harmony within the celestial realm, conflict could erupt at any moment. After offering some words of comfort, Bai Yuechu looked up to find Su Su glaring at her with fiery eyes. You might as well keep silent. In the world of the living Buddha Ji Gong cheerfully observed the celestial realm, lifting his fan and gesturing towards it. Humans and demons can indeed coexist harmoniously. In times of need, they can assist one another, and during leisure, they can share conversations and meals. How splendid that is. As Ji Gong spoke, he rested his hands on his hips, waving his fan, his tattered monk's robe flapping with his movements. Behind him, Chun Liang discreetly reached for Bai Ling's hand, earnestly taking up Ji Gong's sentiments. Master is correct. There is little difference between humans and demons. There are good humans, and there are virtuous demons. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Bai Ling, never once straying to the celestial realm. Bai Ling lowered her head, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling. When they both looked up, they found Ji Gong had shifted his attention from the celestial realm to them, smiling broadly while waving his fan. The two hastily released their hands. Chun Liang, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his ear. Master, what are you doing? Observing the heavens and the earth, Ji Gong replied earnestly. You may continue. Madame Yin raised a toast to Shun Gongbao, who declined with a wave of his hand, declaring, a practitioner must exercise restraint against the allure of wine. It was said that Shun Gongbao abruptly set down his chopsticks, lifting his hand in a dismissive gesture, proclaiming, cutting off desires is the path to enlightenment. Li Jing, sitting upright, interjected, it is also said that by performing good deeds, one attains virtue. Shun Gongbao, with a sardonic smile, leaned on his knee, turning his head away and retorting, I have long since run out of options. Seeing this, Li Jing continued, if one harms living beings, their path to cultivation will become exceedingly arduous. The essence of cultivating immortality lies in performing virtuous deeds. With a resounding thud, Shun Gongbao slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Li Jing in anger. Enough. What do you know of virtue and good deeds? You are utterly ignorant of the path of cultivation. With that, Shun Gongbao seized the wine jug, tilting it back until it was empty. then carelessly tossed the cup to the ground. He glanced around, then snatched the wine flask from the hands of Hai Yacha, draining it in a single gulp. In the realm of eternal thought, Bai Xiaochun lay helplessly on the ground, his eyes devoid of life as he gazed at the celestial canopy above. Only when he witnessed Li Jing countering Shen Gongbao's admonition against desires did his eyes flicker with life. Lord Li is correct. After all, cultivation certainly does not depend on the suppression of desires. Upon concluding his words, Bai Xiaochun rolled on the ground, then lay prostrate, heartbroken, gazing at the proud phoenix that stretched its form. Who could have imagined that just a mere quarter of an hour ago, this majestic creature was merely a mountain chicken? It was solely due to his desperate flight for survival that he accidentally dropped the celestial elixir, which was promptly devoured by the mountain chicken, allowing it to ascend and transform into a phoenix. This mountain chicken, through mere indulgence, fortuitously consumed the elixir and soared to celestial heights. Had it exhibited restraint, it would have never encountered such an opportunity for ascension. The more Bai Xiaochun pondered, the more regretful he became. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes fixated on the phoenix. He wondered if consuming this phoenix would be akin to partaking in the elixir, yielding similar effects. The phoenix, seemingly sensing his thoughts, let out a long, resounding cry. Never mind. Bai Xiaochun relinquished the notion, his gaze transfixed upon the firmament. According to Lord Li, cultivating immortality is about performing good deeds and accumulating virtue. The mountain chicken's ascent, courtesy of his elixir, could be deemed an act of benevolence on his part. In the realm of mortal cultivation, within the inner sanctum of the Void Sky Palace, Han Li stood tall, the ground beneath him still bearing the marks of the infernal flames. The corporeal form of the Taiyi Zhenren, along with his nascent soul, had been incinerated by his own infernal flames. Upon hearing the dispute between Shen Gongbao and Li Jing echoing from the heavens, he cast a glance upward. In this world, such fortunate occurrences are rare. To cultivate and attain enlightenment, one must rely on the mastery of desires. Han Li muttered to himself, stowing away the void sky cauldron. He recalled that shortly after their initial encounter, the Taiyi Zhenren had bestowed upon him the golden silk orb and formations meant for capturing the nine. Had he not restrained his greed and hastily claimed the orb and formations without discerning any issues, he would have fallen victim to the ghostly cultivator's possession, and would not have reached this point. Even the Taiyi Zhenren, in his ambition to monopolize the void sky cauldron, sought to take his life, ultimately meeting his demise through his own infernal flames. Han Li exited the inner sanctum of the Void Sky Palace with unwavering composure, leaving behind a single phrase in the air. Without the mastery of desires, one will inevitably succumb to greed. If virtue can indeed lead to immortality, then a cultivator is akin to a sage. However, in truth, cultivators engage in a relentless struggle against heaven and humanity alike. Merely performing good deeds and exhibiting kindness will not suffice to survive in the merciless realm of cultivation. In the realm of eternal life, Feng Han, after subduing the rogue cultivator who attempted to kill and seize treasures, approached him leisurely. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his devouring technique, drawing strands of cultivation from the rogue cultivator, which were subsequently consumed by him. The rogue cultivator twitched unconsciously, yet no matter what, he could not awaken nor move. Once Feng Han had devoured the last vestige of the rogue's power, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Before departing, Feng Han merely cast a fleeting glance at the heavens above, exhibiting little interest in the debate between the two regarding whether the path of cultivation and immortality lay in the restraint of desires or in the accumulation of virtues. To put it plainly, this is a world that thrives on consumption. If one were to insist that the essence of cultivation and the attainment of eternal life relied on something, it would be the act of devouring others, consuming their cultivation to fortify oneself. A sea demon swiftly leapt onto the city wall and rushed inside, exclaiming, "Someone requests an audience with Taoist Shun." Taoist Shen Gongbao looked over, startled to see two individuals supporting Shen Xiaobao as they entered. He hurriedly approached, half embracing Shen Xiaobao. "How could you be so injured?" Shen Gongbao, filled with both anger and concern, cautiously touched Shen Xiaobao's wounds with his palm. Shen Xiaobao weakly opened his eyes. Barely able to speak, a group of Taoists surrounded us. "Father, they even severed my arm." Shen Gongbao's eyes widened in shock as he bared his teeth and roared, "Who did this?" "That person was named Nezha," Shen Xiaobao managed to utter before he transformed back into a leopard, slipping into unconsciousness. Shen Gongbao, cradling his younger brother. Slowly lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, overflowing from his eyes. He stared wide-eyed, gritting his teeth in utter despair, filled with rage. What had begun as a harmonious moment spent gazing at the sky, accompanied by a light-hearted debate between Shun Gongbao and Li Jing regarding their interpretations of cultivation, abruptly transformed into this grim scene. A sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of those present. Why would Nezha assault Shun Gongbao's family? A disciple of the Chan religion rolled his eyes dismissively, commenting, "It is likely that Shun Gongbao's father has employed some malevolent techniques in his cultivation. Besides, Nezha is a disciple of the immortals, and slaying demons is a matter of divine principle. How can you speak so carelessly?" A somewhat portly disciple of the rolled up his sleeves, glaring with indignation. "What of demons? Many of my fellow disciples are transformed beasts. Do you harbor disdain for them?" The Chan disciple, intending to retort, halted upon recognizing the identity of the speaker, who was none other than the revered Tianbo Taoist, someone he could not afford to provoke. The Chan disciple quickly replied, "It was a slip of the tongue." The remaining disciples of the three teachings began to murmur amongst themselves. However, given that Shen Xiaobao had directly implicated Nezha, it seemed unlikely that he would falsely accuse him. Regardless of the truth, Shen Gongbao would undoubtedly believe his brother's words, leaving one to wonder what actions he might take in his fury. It was possible he would unleash a massacre upon Qintang Pass, completing what had previously remained undone. Amidst the three teachings, the disciples of the three saints had remained largely silent. Taiyi sighed softly. Nezha would not commit such acts. Shen Gongbao, too, would not resort to slaughtering Qintang Pass. Yet, it seems that significant events are on the horizon. Upon returning to the Yusu Palace after completing the second trial, Nezha and his companions were informed by Lu Tong that the third trial would take place at Skull Mountain. At that moment, a disciple of the Chan sect hurriedly entered, exclaiming that someone outside urgently sought an audience with the immortal Taiyi. Nezha and Taiyi turned around in confusion. Two boundary beasts stumbled in, one of them falling to the ground, and uttered in distress that something had happened in Qintang Pass. Alarmed, Nezha and the others rushed back, only to find Qintang Pass transformed into a desolate wasteland, with dried lava flowing across the ground. All buildings lay in ruins, and a few lifeless bodies were strewn among the debris, with no signs of life remaining. The entirety of Qintang Pass was shrouded in dark hues. The once molten lava now solidified into rock and ash, resembling a hellish realm. Nezha picked up a helmet that had belonged to Yin Shenyang, vividly imagining her during the moment of her attack. Choked with emotion, he slowly knelt down. The infinite sage arrived hastily on a cloud, demanding to know what had transpired and who had committed such a heinous act. Lu Tong half-kneeled in respect to the infinite sage and explained that the boundary beasts had been knocked unconscious by a tremendous force, awakening only to witness the slaughter of Qintang Pass. Just moments ago, Taiyi had asserted that Shun Gongbao was incapable of such atrocity. Yet now it seemed that Shun Gongbao had indeed ravaged Qintang Pass. The disciple of the Chan sect, previously rebuffed by Tiangong Daoist, immediately spoke up. As his words faded, Shen Gongbao appeared, and all eyes turned towards him in astonishment. Shen Gongbao, bewildered, asked what was amiss. Upon noticing the disciples gazing toward the heavenly curtain, he too looked up, only to behold the infernal scene of Qintang Pass. Shen Gongbao stood frozen, recalling the prior visions of his brother. No, the visions of his brother's plight. It was said that Nezha had harmed both him and his father. The once proud figure of Shun Gongbao now felt the weight of their accusations. How could he, while being shielded by Li Jing before his brother, commit such a massacre against the innocent populace of Qintang Pass? The disciples of the three teachings glared at him with fury, unable to contain their outrage. Meanwhile, at the valley's forefront, the armies of Shang and Zhou faced one another, each side poised with cultivators wielding their magical artifacts, ready for battle. Yet, before the clash could commence, they were taken aback by the hellish sight of Qintang Pass displayed in the heavenly curtain. Jiang Zia and the others were visibly shaken, recalling Shun Gongbao's claims of being besieged by Nezha and his father. Jiang Zia, gripping the god-slaying whip, pointed at Shun Gongbao and reproached him vehemently. If there is a grievance, it must be addressed at its source. If Nezha is indeed responsible, you should confront him directly, rather than slaughtering the innocent citizens of the city. It is utterly outrageous. A betrayal of kindness. How ungrateful of you. Despite the generosity shown by Li Jing and his wife, Nezha even risked himself to save your disciple. You ingrate. Shen Gongbao was mercilessly berated, attracting disapproving glances from his comrades. He twitched his lips, unable to retort, as he gazed up at the dismal scene in the heavens. A sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Could it truly be that the actions in the celestial tapestry were his doing? The harsh criticisms directed at Shen Gongbao left the onlookers convinced that their suspicions were indeed correct. The people of Shiqi were incensed, relentlessly chastising Shen Gongbao. As the enemy forces grew more vehement in their reproach, the looks from his own side became increasingly unsettling, and Shen Gongbao felt a surge of impatience. Even if I were responsible, it was merely the version of me depicted in the celestial tapestry. What concern is it of mine? After all, I did nothing wrong. In the world of Nezha, Nezha clenched his fists tightly, glaring furiously at Shen Gongbao in the celestial tapestry, letting out a roar. He kicked the shuttlecock beneath his feet, shattering a wall of the Li residence. Outside, Li Jing was momentarily taken aback, locking eyes with the anxious Yin Jiao inside. I shall confront Shen Gongbao. He dares to slaughter at Shintang Pass. I will eliminate him. Nezha stormed out in a fit of rage. Li Jing, equally furious at the scene unfolding above, attempted to intercept Nezha before he could seek retribution against Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao possesses profound skills. You may not be his match. However, before Li Jing could finish his warning, Nezha, consumed by anger, shoved him aside and leaped over the rooftops, scaling the walls in his haste. Nezha, Yin Jiao called out anxiously from behind. Nezha, in a furious daze, paid no heed. I will stop him, Li Jing assured, patting Yin Jiao in a comforting manner as he hurried after Nezha. Alas, Yin Jiao lamented, her brow furrowed. But do you even know where Shen Gongbao is? In the royal palace of Chaoga, the court was enveloped in silence. The ministers cast furtive glances at Shen Gongbao. Even the king, Zhou, remained taciturn. Shen Gongbao was preoccupied, astonished by the ruthless actions of his celestial counterpart. Upon retracting his gaze, he discovered the king was silently observing the heavens, causing his heart to plummet. Could it be that the king intended to punish him for this? Shen Gongbao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his mind racing as he pondered potential excuses to deflect blame. After all, Shintang Pass was still a territory of the Yinshang, and his massacre of the city would certainly displease the king. Just as Shen Gongbao racked his brain for an excuse, the king suddenly broke into laughter, clapping his thighs in delight. Well done, King Zhou exclaimed, praising Shen Gongbao with boisterous laughter. These rebellious subjects dared to offend the national master and even harmed his family. They are challenging my authority. They deserve a lesson. Shen Gongbao's heart gradually eased, relieved that he was not being blamed. Contemplating this, Shen Gongbao smiled faintly at King Zhou. In the world of Journey to the West, within the cave of Lion Camel Ridge, 3 formidable demons were gathered, deliberating on how to capture the Tang monk. Observing the tragic scene of Shintangwen displayed in the celestial screen, the 3 demons not only felt no trepidation, but instead erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! Shen Gongbao truly deserves his reputation among the demon clan. He is indeed ruthless, boasted the white elephant demon. The nearby Blue Lion King lounged with one leg draped over a stool, shaking his head as he gazed at the screen. At least he didn't bring disgrace to our kind. I, myself, once devoured 100,000 heavenly soldiers in one gulp. His slaughter of Shintangwen isn't too shabby. In my opinion, Shen Gongbao has long harbored ulterior motives. The Kunping King pointed at the celestial screen, declaring emphatically, how could humans and demons coexist harmoniously? Shen Gongbao has already set his sights on annihilating Shintangwen. You speak wisely, brother. It is only natural for demons to consume humans. Once we capture that Tang monk, we shall prepare a feast, said the white elephant demon, licking his long trunk in anticipation of the Tang monk's flesh. Dear Boy scanned the surroundings and noticed dragon claw marks on the rock wall. Come quickly, this is a dragon clan's claw print. The infinite sage pondered momentarily, dismissing this possibility. The entire dragon clan guards the demon locking array. Not a single one could have escaped. Master, Dear Boy raised his left arm slightly. Does the dragon king Ao Run, imprisoned in the sea's inferno, possess any special abilities? The crane boy thoughtfully considered this, suddenly looking up. Are you suggesting she used the void claw to traverse to Shintangwen? Dear Boy furrowed his brow, running his hand over the rocks left dry by the magma. Then it would make sense that this magma was transported from the sea's inferno. The crane boy frowned, clasping his hands in front of him, countering. But she is suppressed by the East Sea Dragon King in the prison. It is impossible for her to cross over here. Then there remains only one possibility. Dear Boy slowly turned, frowning as he spoke. The very concern I feared has come to pass. Upon hearing this, the Crane Boy raised his voice. The East Sea Dragon King has betrayed us. The infinite sage stroked his white beard, deep in thought. This matter is of great significance. Could it be that we have misjudged? Nezha gradually stood up, his eyes wide with fury as he bared his teeth and roared. There is no mistake. It is indeed them. In the world of Fengshen, as soon as Nezha's words fell, a roar erupted from the East Sea Dragon Palace. This is the doing of Shun Gongbao. What does it have to do with my dragon clan? The East Sea Dragon King, enraged, leaped from his seat, causing the waters of the East Sea to boil and churn, seemingly responding to the Dragon King's wrath. His initial intent to flood Shintangwen stemmed from Nezha extracting Ao Bing's tendons. On the celestial screen, Nezha had not slain his son, nor had Shintangwen disclosed any secrets of the Dragon Clan. Why then would he seek to slaughter Shintangwen? The Turtle Prime Minister attempted to calm the Dragon King's fury. Nezha is unaware of the truth. Once he arrives at the Dragon Palace and learns that this is Shun Gongbao's doing, he will naturally refrain from troubling the Dragon Clan. The Eastern Sea Dragon King, however, felt no sense of solace, particularly as he recalled the moment when, due to the affair involving the third prince, he had resolved to inundate Shintang Pass, only to have Nezha nearly strike him down. He sensed that not only the dragon race in the celestial realm was destined for misfortune, but he himself might also share in that fate. He pondered whether, upon Nezha's arrival at the Dragon Palace, the latter would first seek an explanation from him or take his words to heart. As soon as the Dragon King's words fell, the Prime Minister Turtle was left speechless for a considerable time, reflecting on Nezha's temperament. He feared that the latter would not heed their words until he had caused a considerable upheaval among the underwater dragon folk. Just then, a voice of reprimand echoed from outside the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Guang, come out here. The Dragon King instantly recognized the voice of this calamity incarnate, and his whiskers quivered slightly. Shun Gongbao, you have brought me trouble. In the realm of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, within the underwater dragon palace, the flower dragon and the radiant color walked side by side. Father, have you summoned us for some important matter? Upon hearing this, the Eastern Sea Dragon King opened his eyes, yet his gaze was directed towards the celestial canopy above. The 3 disciples of the infinite immortal were adamantly attempting to pin the blame for the slaughter at Shintang Pass on my dragon clan, indicating a long-standing conspiracy. Radiant color tightened her fingers, opened her mouth to speak, but then fell silent. Is that what you mean, Father? Flower Dragon inquired hesitantly. The Eastern Sea Dragon King fiercely flicked his sleeve and coldly declared, to slander the Dragon Clan, they must pay a price. Father. Radiant Color's face displayed urgency as she quickly interjected, perhaps there is merely a misunderstanding. Clarifying it should suffice. The Eastern Sea Dragon King narrowed his eyes, his tone unfriendly. Regardless of whether it is a misunderstanding, the Heavenly Court has clearly set its sights on the Dragon Clan. In that case, I shall take the initiative. With that, the Eastern Sea Dragon King disregarded Radiant Color's attempts to persuade him and commanded, Flower Dragon, contact the various sea dragon clans and prepare for an assault on the Heavenly Court. Flower Dragon bowed his head in compliance. Yes. In the primordial world, a magnificent golden dragon surged into the sky, heading straight for the Jade Void Palace of the Chan Sect. The ancestral dragon's eyes blazed with fury, and the resounding roar of its dragon's chant made all beings of the primordial realm tremble in fear. How dare this insignificant Chan Sect accuse my dragon clan? Inside the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being immediately opened his eyes, rising from his mat and soaring on clouds towards the palace entrance. He inwardly lamented, this is truly unfortunate. We have stirred the younger generation, and now the elders have arrived. However, what vexed the primordial supreme being was that the Chan sect in the celestial canopy had placed the blame on the dragon clan. Yet he was the one to suffer the consequences. Moreover, this matter was instigated by the infinite immortal, not his own esteemed disciple, the southern polar immortal. Before the primordial supreme being could reach the entrance of the Jade Void Palace, the ancestral dragon had already coiled above the palace's pinnacle. Witnessing the decline of the dragon clan, oppressed beneath the Heavenly Court's domain along with the beasts of the sea, he was incensed. Now, even the trivial Chan sect dared to involve themselves in the affairs of the Dragon Clan. Did they truly believe the dragon clan was easy to bully? If the celestial teachings cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer today, I shall shatter your Jade Void Palace. As the words of the ancestor dragon fell, countless furious dragons emerged, encircling the Jade Void Palace. Nezha lowered his head and stepped outside, placing his hand upon the snout of the flying pig. A blaze enveloped the flying pig entirely, transforming it into a fiery wheel, upon which Nezha leaped. Terrified, Taiyi rushed toward Nezha, shouting urgently in the direction he flew. Do not act impulsively. Are you heading to the Dragon Palace? Nezha clenched his jaw tightly, his fists balled in determination, soaring swiftly toward Skull Mountain. Ao Bing emerged from Nezha's body, urging him in haste. I understand your sorrow, but could you please calm down for a moment? A trickle of blood escaped from Nezha's clenched mouth as Ao Bing paused. First, take me back to the Dragon Palace. I shall seek clarity from my father. Nezha violently shrugged off Ao Bing's hand resting on his shoulder, shouting, will seeking clarity bring my parents back to life? The scene shifted in the luminous screen. Within a dimly lit cave aglow with violet luminescence, a burly monster sat before a mirror, clearing its throat to inquire, Copper Mirror. Oh, Copper Mirror, can you tell me who is the fairest woman within a 10-mile radius? The mirror reflected a visage of a purplish-gray hue, featuring a pointed forehead, drooping eyes, a petite nose, and a face marred with bumps. The mouth above the mirror opened, declaring, it is you, my queen. Shurji chuckled joyfully, playfully raising her finger in shyness to ask, then who is the most beautiful woman within a 100-mile radius? The Copper Mirror replied, it is you, my mistress. With a finger pointed, Shurji pressed closer, inquiring, what about within 1,000 miles? Who is the fairest woman within a 100-mile radius? The deities, immortals, and demons from all realms fell into silence, gazing at Shurji's countenance.